Jeremy Jallin here. I am here with the Farah family. Kieran has been teaching his sisters how to play the Pokemon TCG, and we're about to have a practice match before Toronto Regional. So I'm here with Kieran, Sabrina, and Marina. Now,
kind of artisan.
What made you all start playing Pokemon?
Do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first. Honestly, I think it was just an interest in wanting to further support Kieran better. I think for so long, we were always so excited to support him, watch him, so proud of him to play this game. But it was always kind of it always felt like there was a wall because we didn't understand anything ever. And so we'd watch him on stream or even just watch him throughout the game. And the extent of our knowledge was I'm going first, yeah.
Yeah, you can't play supporter going first.
Oh.
Normally you go second. Normally you go second, but you're going first.
Okay, good start. Okay.
It's fine. We got it for next turn.
And I put it down so confidently. I was ready to
put it down so confidently too.
Judge Kieran at the rescue, you know?
Okay.
But yeah, it was literally just an interest in wanting to learn more, to be a better fan. And then a little for ourselves as well, to just if we ever wanted to have the option to play a fun, quick game, we have the option now because we know kind of the basics. I know it's a very fast evolving game and things are always changing, so we'd probably have to pick it up if we took a little break, but it's been fun so far to just have somewhat of a general knowledge. Yeah, of Kieran's world, kind of. And meeting everyone, that's been the funnest part, is the community. Getting to meet all Kieran's friends and all the people that he knows kind of in the community. I'd 100% say that's why we're doing this.
Mm-hmm. Well, especially with how long Kieran's been playing the Pokemon TCG, right? How long has it been now?
I started playing in 2011, so 15 years of playing Pokemon.
And now, since Kieran has been teaching y'all, have you enjoyed going to local tournaments, different cups or challenges?
Yeah, it's been really nice. Like Marina was saying, the community's great and amazing, and it's nice to get to interact in person. My first League Cup, super nervous, but everyone was super friendly, super awesome. Because I put card down there not some players would even help me be maybe you want to think before you put that card down. And I was okay, perfect, thank you. But I was the first League Cup was great and I enjoyed it a lot. And then I went to a second one with Kieran, and that one I started to get the momentum a little bit more and face a bunch of random decks, and yeah. I got a win or two, so I was happy with that. So makes me feel more confident for regionals, but it's been really nice.
Yeah.
This has been the big learning curve for me, is I keep catching myself misplaying right after I misplay.
Did you prize walkability?
Huh?
Did you prize walkability?
Oh, don't prize walkability.
Because that's your whole hand, right?
Yeah, you have no hand otherwise.
No, I didn't. Fantastic. Thank you, Kieran, for the reminder. Yeah. Okay, well, I can't go back on my decision.
No, you can go back on it. We're playing for fun.
We're playing for fun.
This happens tomorrow.
There we go.
Your opponents might not be so nice.
Okay.
So I'd say maybe every weekend I try and go to our parents' house and we go to a League Cup or I practice with them.
Any practicing online compared to in person?
I've kept it purely in person. The online kind of confuses me a little bit. I need to see the cards and how the layout is and everything like that. But basically winter break, I practiced a lot. Probably a little more practice would have been helpful, but right now, getting it out of the way, so.
All right, I'll nest ball again.
Wow, that was a great squawkability.
Yeah.
I had professor's research, so I kind of started
great. It looks like she set up well.
I kind of started from scratch there. Okay, I know she can knock me out fast, so I'm thinking the play here is to set up another Charcadet. Space on the bench. I feel otherwise get myself going a little bit.
And has it been intimidating having such a great player coaching you throughout?
Not intimidating, but I'm not gonna lie, when we were at our League Cups, having Kieran watch over our shoulders, I just was that's you can't focus because you're in your head, because I'm I know he's looking at my hand, and I know he's you're not doing this, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. So that I would say is the only thing, but other than that, we're so lucky that probably our intro to the game was a little easier because he taught us
before that, right?
a lot of strategies first. But this is how a lot of our games have been going, open deck playing, and then Kieran's just talking us through it, which has been awesome and is helpful, because definitely when we were in our League Cup games, I have Kieran's voice ingrained in my head, being do this, do that. Well, why didn't you do that? Why didn't you do this? So hopefully that shines out tomorrow for me. I know this is obviously like a way bigger tournament, so I think the biggest challenge tomorrow is definitely going to be like dealing with all the noise around and like trying to dial in and focus. So
I don't know if I saw enough.
Are we close? We might have to save the Fez for later.
okay, yeah, actually maybe we might have to save. I thought I had more energy in my
All right.
discard than I had.
All right, wait, Sabrina,
It's
put
hard
the Solrock
keeping
back.
track without.
it
I
back.
should put a counter just so I can.
Yeah, when we play at home or at
When
the
we play
cups.
at home, I'm always
yeah.
in a counter, yeah, but
Yeah.
it's okay.
Yeah,
All
no, it was a good
right,
idea. They, I've been
I'll discard
slowly
then.
introducing things like prize trading to them, and they understand, you know, go for the 2 prize knockouts when you can. So I'm glad Rena knew that her first instinct
Yeah,
was to
my
boss that
line of
Fez.
thought was to try to
Yeah,
pull
it
up
was
an
good.
EX, but I didn't count for how much I
No,
had
that
in
was
there.
smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you don't have the knockout with the air balloon, Sabrina can just retreat right away.
It's true. All right, then I'll Ultra Ball.
What has been your favorite part of trying to teach them and like the progression that they've been going through?
I think my favorite part is just like almost like seeing the game through like a new player's lens again, you know, like I feel I've played for so long, it's just like seeing them, you know, make their first misplays or like make their first like brilliant plays. I was at a League Cup actually. Sabrina was playing against someone playing Toad Scroll in his deck, and I was like, oh no, I did not teach her how to play against Toad Scroll. But she figured out on her own to Super Rod the energy back, Earthen Vessel, and boss the Toad Scroll.
Right.
And I was like, wow, that's like a great play. So, you know, seeing stuff like that. I was playing some practice games with Marina, and she was like figuring out like how to work towards using Briar, right? She's like, oh, I'm behind in the prize trade using Briar. So I think just seeing stuff like that's super cool. It's almost like when I watch like sports and like my favorite team like hits a 3, right? I'm like, oh, like let's go, like they made the nice play. So that's been great. And then just having them at the tournaments with me is just like super fun.
I might put Fez down. Can I?
Yeah, I mean,
try
she
to
took a
draw
knockout
more?
last turn.
Yeah, you can even use the.
All right.
Yeah, this is a good time to put Fez. So
All right.
yeah.
Okay then, attack.
Well, you're gonna use Fez or no?
Oh, true. I can because I just put it down.
She
Okay.
gonna knock me out with
Sorry?
her attack? She gonna knock me out with it?
Not yet. She's about
Okay.
to.
All right, attack.
And you get another prize.
It's not looking great for me right now.
Yeah.
I really need to evolve. That's
Yeah.
my like hope, or a card that helps me too.
Yeah, I mean, now Sabrina has you have Lunar Cycle now because we grab that fighting energy off Gimme Glow. We're going to get Pheasantipity again. Just make sure
Well,
you
no,
bench the
we
Solrock.
can't
before
Lunar
you-
Cycle, yeah, the Soul
Yeah,
Rock.
she has a Solrock in her hand. Just remember to bench the Solrock.
Oh,
Yep.
real. Okay, it's down.
As long as it's in the deck, it really helps accelerate Golden Ghost setup.
Okay, now we can finally start getting somewhere.
Yeah, it looks
in
like
the
I think
game.
we're gonna. There's a forecast of some snow.
Okay.
This to come in this turn.
Like, do you all have any goals for this weekend? Like, 2 wins in a League Cup. What's the goal for Toronto Regionals?
I think the goal for Toronto Regionals, I definitely want to win. I'm going to be ambitious. I'm going to say 3.
3 rounds, okay.
right.
I like
Because
it.
if I
We'll,
did-
we'll be checking in.
Yeah. I think if I really understand my deck, which is like good, and obviously Kieran's been great in helping me understand that. It's more, I've been facing a lot of like the nicher decks. Like I learned about Cornerstone.
Oh
is
yeah,
that-
Jeremy, she hit Cornerstone
Oh.
twice out of 2 League Cups. She said I
Yeah.
did not put the low putty in her deck. So
Yeah. So that was definitely a learning curve. Cause I was so like excited, like I'm attacking, and then they go, so you can't attack, and I was like, oh, okay. So then, but then Kieran said I like came up with something on the fly or something.
yeah,
So-
like one of her games against Cornerstone, she like was bossing the Monkey Dories and taking those out. She was using Professor Turo to heal her Golden Goes. She almost actually like pulled out a tie on the matchup. So
Wow.
Right.
yeah, this is what I'm saying, right? Like they have the underlying skills that even if they haven't practiced the matchup, just to figure out
I
how to
got
do
the
it.
legacy, so I'm gonna layer that on here.
Okay, the Legacy, that's a powerful
this
ace spec for the
round.
Sarah Ledge deck.
Yes.
Especially in this matchup.
Yeah, this matchup, that's a huge card for sure.
I only get one prize card.
Exactly, yeah. You only get one prize card when you knock out a Pokemon with the Legacy
But I
energy.
think for this round, I should maybe pull up Squawk.
Yeah, if you have Professor
I
Turo,
think
yeah.
I need to. Yeah.
Get that guy out of there.
He's pissing me off. All right.
Yeah, that and Drillbur, those are her 2 favorite Pokemon to Professor
Yeah,
Turo.
no, I do not like those at all.
Yeah. So now Marina's down to her last 2 prize cards.
It's not a great position for me to
Yeah,
have
Sabrina
3 right
missing
now.
a knockout on that one turn
Yeah.
definitely set her
Brutal.
back a lot. If Sabrina was at 2 prize cards, Marina would have to use something like a Briar to try and win the game here.
She's gonna win it, isn't she?
Well, if she can get a
I
Sarah
have
Ledge
like
next
a
turn.
really fat hand right now, so.
Yes, one of the weaknesses of Sabrina's deck, the Golden Go deck, is there's no hand disruption, there's no Iono, so once your opponent builds up a big hand, like you're kind of
It's
letting them
hard.
operate with whatever they want, so.
Okay.
Let's see, Sabrina can probably get a knockout, get down to potentially 1 prize card here, 2 if she knocks out the Sarah Ledge with the Legacy.
And then I just gotta hope she doesn't get.
You gotta hope and pray she doesn't have it, which I will say the odds are probably minuscule here.
Yeah.
But
when you have like 20 cards
Yep.
in hand, usually.
Yeah. So.
But you gotta play to your outs. Yeah, this is the other thing with both their decks. The hands get quite large, especially the Golden Go deck.
I want to put the energy back in my deck, right?
Yeah, if you want to put some energy back, you can use cards like Earthen Vessel or the Fighting
wait.
Gong. Yeah, you can put the energy back in the
Yeah,
deck,
and
and then you
then
can pull them back
okay.
out if you have stuff. Like I think I saw you have some like Earthen Vessel in the deck
Yeah.
or your hand. Yeah. So just using some of those combos the deck has available to it. Yeah.
Do y'all have a favorite Pokemon? Have you decided yet?
I have to say Minchino.
Yes.
That's why I picked my.
I don't know. I liked Blaziken growing up a little bit. I don't know why.
That's my
but
favorite
but I
Pokemon.
also
Yeah.
do. I mean, it's so cheesy, but for whatever reason, I do feel like some loyalty to Pikachu. I
Yep.
just always, yeah.
Pikachu's a great
We
Pokemon.
spent time watching the TV show growing up a little bit too, so it's just nostalgic.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely love Pikachu.
Yeah, definitely the most I knew about Pokemon growing up was the theme songs. I can still recite them to this day, so that's like ingrained in my head for sure.
That'll be a different segment that we.
A little karaoke between
Yeah.
rounds. You get the original theme song. You know, I used to like the advanced battle one, I think, for the Hoenn region. Yeah, those were all really good.
And then is Blaziken still your favorite Pokemon?
I think so. You know what's funny? When you play the card game, like some of the Pokemon you play in your decks become your favorites. Like for me personally, like Kling Klang, like when I was younger, I won the national championship with that one. I'm like, I love Kling Klang now, even though I know it's less popular. Or Lugia. Lugia is definitely one of my favorite Pokemon now. And before I was like, it was cool.
Well, when it
but-
gives you so much success.
Well, yeah, exactly. Lugia is kind of what I'm infamous for in the scene, I feel like. So I'm like, all right, Lugia is one of my favorites now. But
Wait, with this card, I can get an EX with it, or I can't?
you cannot, rule box Pokemon, no. So you
Okay.
can't get the Golden Go. But you can get 3 energy cards.
So I'll
if
just
you
do
would
3
like.
energy then. Okay.
Yep.
I have a strong suspicion I'm pretty much out of this game, but
Yeah.
okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah, so it looks like Sabrina should be able to.
Oh,
make
I
it
should
work.
use.
Oh, you haven't coin bonus?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
we
haven't
definitely
for
coin
me.
bonus yet before we finish the
finish
turn.
that.
So I think Sabrina will be able to get a knockout, but it's going to come down to Marina getting 1 more Sarah Ledge.
But honestly, I honestly think the biggest piece of advice and what's so different from when Kieran started playing this game is there's so many resources out there now. Like so many players are making content, which is fantastic to see. So many there's so many guides out there, and now younger players have coaches and all these things. So like there's literally like an endless amount of resources, which I think is really cool and like we're lucky to have, and like definitely something that Kieran always shares like was not around when he started.
Exactly. I also knocked yours out.
Yeah, so
but-
Sabrina made it rain. She's only got 1 prize card because of that legacy energy.
Oh, it's only one?
Yeah, because of my legacy.
Yes.
Oh, should I have switched it then?
No, I think so. You're at 2 prize cards now, so
Okay,
there's a
so
2
the-
prizer on
okay.
her side of the board, even if.
You needed to knock
Yeah.
out the Ceruledge Edge because if
Okay.
Marina had the Ceruledge Edge in play, you just lost.
Yeah,
Oh,
she can knock
okay.
out the Golden Go.
Oh, so she has to night stretcher it back.
Yes.
But she has I thought, okay.
I mean, her hand's quite large, so she
Yeah.
probably can do it, but.
So now I'm starting to slowly
And
pick
then
up
Marina,
the
don't
deck a
forget
little
to
bit.
discard the cards from last turn.
Yeah. Keep the
All
board
right,
space
I'll
clean.
Earthen Vessel. Discard this.
All right, let's see if there's a fire energy left in that deck.
Let's hope not for my sake.
Okay. All right, I should shuffle
I'm
that.
hoping
Yeah.
for all the luck right now.
Yeah, Sabrina's praying that maybe there's
I'm
some
a
fire
little-
energies
yeah.
in the prize cards.
I'm hoping the two
I'm a
whatever
little-
card she needs is in there.
Yeah.
I mean, from my point of view, I don't know how much hoping you can do. You know?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, both decks down until it looks like a few cards each as well.
That's kind of how this matchup
Yeah,
goes.
you like
though.
churn through your deck, right? So, yeah, very little disruption on either side. Okay, there, it looks like Marina has the Sarah Ledge and the fire.
Nice.
And that's all you need.
That's all I need. I was about to say.
Good job.
Good game, Sabrina.
I appreciate
that was fun.
y'all doing this with me.
Thank you for having us.
having us.
And hopefully that wasn't too painful for any of the serious gamers out there who just had to watch that. But
I mean,
it was fun to experience.
the stream with the headset, there's a little extra nerves. Even I get nervous when I play
Yeah,
up
it's
here,
really,
you know?
it's really hard to focus and like it's super hard to concentrate. So a major respect to anybody that's like
Yeah.
up here regularly playing.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and good luck to all 3 of you
Thank you.
tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
it, and then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, they're Pokemon World Champions!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the ice speed! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Hello, Pokemon fans and trainers around the world. We are here in Toronto, Ontario, Canada for the regional championships, starting off the year of 2026. And we have well over 2,200 players here in the Masters TCG division, already playing through their first few rounds of the day. I am Jeremy Jallin here with a few of our talent for this weekend. We've got Pablo Meza, Ethan Heggie, and welcoming brand new into the booth, Piper Lapine. How are y'all doing, Piper?
I'm doing great. Excited to be here.
Yeah, it feels like we were just yesterday in Las Vegas, but that was over 2 months ago almost at this point. A lot has changed. We've had a new expansion come out. We'll have to see how players are changing things up here at the first regionals of the year.
I'm very excited, and this excitement is definitely pushing the cold away because it's really cold here. I'm not used to this weather, Jeremy.
Oh yeah, I'm not ready for the cold either, but let's go ahead and take a look at the season schedule and see how things have been shaping up for the 2026 season. It feels like we've been through the ringer already, but really only 4 tournaments down in the North American circuit. What are y'all feeling? It's gonna be a long season. Piper?
Yeah, I mean, it's only been 3 events. There's plenty to go, but interestingly, we only have 1 in this stipend quarter in North America, so it's going to make the points really tight for that.
Yeah, like you mentioned, you know, already through 1 international championship. We've got 2 more to go, notably EUIC coming up. That's going to be one of the last tournaments in this G block that we have. So, you know, as we get towards the end of a format, as we're getting to these bigger events that are coming up, right, the international championships wielding not only higher cash money, but also higher amounts of points. Players who are very experienced with this format, those are going to be the events they really thrive at. It's going to be some extreme competition for that event for sure.
Yeah, and these internationals are always where players try to push even bigger, right? They push their deck building limits, they push the strategy limits, and so it's always interesting to see what people come up with to counteract such a long metagame as well, which is a lot more established than when we get brand new sets.
And speaking of the metagame and what's been happening, let's go ahead and take a look at what happened in Las Vegas regionals just a couple months ago.
Players from all over the world flew in for the first ever Las Vegas Regional Championships. Breaking records, becoming the biggest TCG regional of all time, and breaking the metagame with multiple world and international champions in attendance. And sure enough, we find ourselves with a star-studded final with one of the best players in the game, Tord Reklev, playing the Mega Absol box against Liam Halliburton, fresh off his Pittsburgh regional win this season with his tried-and-true Zoroark EX. Game one, Tord identified that all of Liam's attackers had abilities and leaned into playing a tight board involving cornerstone mask ogre. That insurmountable wall was impossible for Liam to get over, which led to a commanding game one win for Tord. In game two, Tord walled up once again, but Liam found the right moment to swing with Ensdar Manitan, taking a key prize card, and followed it up with a 5-energy Blood Moon Ursaluna, Team Rocket's Watchtower, and Iono combo, which left Tord unable to respond, leading to a Game 3. With most of the time taken up, this led to a tiebreaker, where the first person to take a prize would win. Liam set up Blood Moon Ursaluna and needed to buy time and hit Tord with an Iono, but it wasn't enough. Tord found the boss and the win, becoming the Las Vegas Regional Champion.
And just like that, Tord Reklev punches his ticket to the World Championship with a deck that he created.
You can start your Pokemon journey here at Pokemon.com/compete, and maybe you too can become a regional champion.
What a finals that was in Las Vegas. First time in Las Vegas for Pokemon. And I don't know if you can have a better script than Tord Reklev winning the tournament with a deck that he created. How do you all feel about that? How do you feel about our champions so far this season?
I think Tord, it's always been a pleasure to watch his matches. He's a great player, great lists, and we saw Liam making a second finals appearance, again with Zoroark, but a completely different list, switching from the Toedscruel to the Darmanitan, playing for a more aggressive build to counter the new Goldengo list with the Lunatone and Solrock. And Tord, I thought the match was just going to be an easy victory for him with the Cornerstones, just shutting off Liam's ability to attack his Pokemon, but Liam was able to make it really close with the Team Rockets Watchtower and Blood Moon Ursaluna combination.
Yeah, it was definitely great to see. Now let's go ahead and take a look at our leaderboard for the top 16 in North America, see how things are shaping up. Piper, you're up there as well. I feel like you already have your invite locked up.
Yeah, that would be ideal. I mean, feels good to do well this early in the season. I mean, I got the top 4 at Leo with Zoroark, but yeah, still some more events to play this season. Going to Merida next weekend, so that'll be nice to get away from the cold weather, but yeah.
Ethan?
Yeah, it's a lot of the same that we've seen and kind of come to expect in the format. You know, they're a little bit of a shake towards the bottom half, but really it's these top 8 names that have just, you know, been pretty consistent throughout most of the season. H. Chow, you've got to give it to him. He's always showing up and doing his best. And Aban Ahmed, you know, we kind of have been talking about this throughout the season. If you've known Aban, he's a great player who's existed in the game for years and years, but what a statement he's made so far this year. Just absolutely on a tear. And he's already at over 1,500 championship points. Absolutely absurd.
It's very cool to see as well the young players. I mean, Benny Billinger and Bodie Robinson, they're very young Masters players, right? They dominated in seniors, at least in North America, multiple events, and now they're still up here, transitioning very well in Masters.
Yeah, Justin Templar as well.
Good. Yeah, and Justin Templar, yeah, you're right.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look across the pond. Stuttgart had a regional. I'm going to take a look at the champions there. And this was the one that really kind of shook up the meta a little bit, with Nikolai winning with that Charizard EX with the Dawn included. How do you all feel about that?
Yeah, the Dawn was a really big inclusion from Phantasmal Flames, which seemed like a pretty unimpactful set, but the Dawn really gives you the ability to find your stage 1s and stage 2s, especially under item lock, which we see both Dragapult with the Budew and Gardevoir. They're all playing Frillish now, like not even the Jellicent builds. Henry Chow has been playing the Frillish and the Bravery Charm aggressive builds, so just being able to deal with that item lock really consistently and build super powerful boards with the Pidgeot and Dusknoir to just kind of dismantle your opponent's board, take big knockouts with the Charizard. It's really powerful.
Yeah, it definitely seems like we're at a crossroads in the format. Decks kind of have to decide whether or not they want to do one of two things. Number one, if they want to be aggressive, if they want to try and take prizes fast, take knockouts, and just kind of establish a very strong board control. Or number two, which is to play a lot more of a passive early game and then do things like Dragapult does. Big shout out as well to Alexander. What a tear he's been on. This has sort of become the standard Dragapult 60 cards now. He's piloted it, done exactly well. You've got to decide what approach you want to take. Do you want to go slow with the Dragapult, or do you want to kind of go aggressive? And it was these two sort of opposing archetypes clashing heads in this finals match.
I think it's also very interesting that we've seen Alexander get a finalist spot and also won a regional championship already, right? And that's happened as well with Liam and Tord. So it's
and Aban.
Yeah, trend this season. And Aban, yeah, you're right. And Aban. So
let's take a look at the meta breakdown for Phase 2 that we had in Stuttgart. And I think no surprise at all, Golden Go EX has been one of the top contenders ever since it got the best partners in Lunatone and Solrock. How do you feel about the metagame here going into this weekend?
I think it's going to be pretty similar. Goldengo is just super powerful. Ever since they stopped playing the Precious Trolley and moved to Secret Box and Prime Catcher, the deck got a huge power spike. And now a lot of lists are playing Lopunny, which deals with its counters so beautifully. The Toedscruel, you can knock those out super easily. The Cornerstones just get one hit knocked out. Even, I mean, without Bravery Charm, of course, but yeah. Dengo just has an answer for everything at this point, it feels like, and it just gets it digs through its deck so quickly that at the end of the game, and Iono isn't doing much against it. You have to win through just pure aggression or that kind of control-y play that Ethan was talking about earlier.
Yeah, and that's really going to be the big question for this event. Goldengo, very prominent. Gardevoir, very prominent. Players are going to expect to hit these decks numerous times throughout the event. So what is the approach? If you can't beat them, join them, or do you really try and beat them? It feels like, again, two polar approaches for the top players this weekend in terms of deck choice.
Now, definitely, I think Goldengo has this like question mark in terms of like, it's clearly very dominant, it's clearly very good, but when it goes up against the top tier Gardevoir players, the top tier Drago players, that's when it starts to maybe crumble a bit, and we haven't seen it like get that big win, right? So I think that's a big question for this weekend. Can Goldengo match the popularity with the final big result?
Well, let's take a look at the regional champions we have for EU. A lot of great names there. You have Daniel Magda as well. Like you mentioned, Alexander and even Rune opening things up in Frankfurt with a big win, kind of mirroring a Bonds win in Monterey.
Yeah, they're even playing the same 60. It's crazy to see how dominant Henry Chow's Guardy lists have been everywhere. I mean, Mexico and in Germany. Like, I'm excited to see what list he brought this weekend and to see how it does. But yeah.
Yeah, it's really been a treat to see top-level players show up and perform. This is what we've been saying for years and years, especially after we returned in 2022. The events keep getting bigger and bigger, but these players, they just keep stepping up to the task. The crowd sizes, the event sizes, they don't phase them. They're here to play their best game, and they continue to do so. I'm sure we'll see nothing less than that this weekend in Toronto as well.
Yeah, all these names are not surprising at all. They've been very dominant. They're at the top of the standings, right? So I expect to, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a repeat phase in one of these future events.
Yeah, I mean, we almost did with Alexander just so recently. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the top 16 leaderboard for EU, and a lot of familiar faces there, but leading the pack toward Reklev with over 1,200 championship points.
Yeah, I mean, seeing Tord at the top is never a surprise. So many IC wins, but yeah, Brune's also one of those younger players that's just did really well in juniors and seniors and aged up and is continuing to dominate. And yeah, Alex with the really good almost back-to-back finalist appearances, really strong.
Yeah, it's crazy seeing how many players are nearing the 1,000 championship point mark when we are only one IC through the season. So for those really looking for travel awards and stipends, it's going to be, you know, a big headhunt towards the end of the year when there could be, you know, a 1,200 point cutoff when it comes to who gets that assistance when it comes to traveling over to San Francisco for the World Championships.
Yeah, with players traveling all over Europe, we have a lot of players from Europe traveling to North America, LATAM as well. So yeah, 1,000 championship points now feels like another day in the office, right? For a lot of these players, it's just business as usual.
Speaking of business as usual, let's go ahead and take a look at the LATAM leaderboard for the top 16. And leading up the pack, Yurko Valencia here this weekend, and as well as Diego Casaraga in second, former world champion, always seems to be at the top.
For sure. A lot of strong players in LATAM, but they don't get as much recognition, I feel, compared to the EU and NA players. But yeah, William Azevedo, they're in 10th place, won the Santiago Regional Championships last year, kind of popularizing the TM Evolution Gardevoir into the end of the Journey Together format and the following formats.
Yeah, like you mentioned, so much good talent. We got to see a lot of that on our stage at LAIC. A good portion of these players, you know, you'll see them at every international championship throughout the year. Europe coming up in February. Lots of seasons still to play. A lot of these players, you know, will be looking good so far in terms of standings towards the World Championships. But, you know, there's always more tournaments. There's always more these players are fighting towards. We've got 2 or 3 players out there who have crossed that 1,000 point mark. We'll see how many consistent metagames, recent memory comes to mind, Lugia from 2023. That was, a little bit higher percent at the top, a little bit less diversity, and a little bit of a longer period, right? Crown Zenith as a format. We're going to have, of course, Ascended Heroes coming out soon. There's not going to be too much changing with that. It could be close. Time will tell, but at this point, Goldengo's here to stay. Players have got to get ready to see how they want to deal with that deck, or, of course, join the crew.
Yeah, and it's very cool to see how, 3 of the 4 top decks are cards that will be rotated out soon, right? So it feels like Goldengo, Charizard, and Gardevoir are at their most powerful, right? They have a huge array of cards to play with since Scarlet and Violet all the way up to now Phantasmal Flame. So we're seeing them at their max capability, and I wonder if this will be something that next year, right around January, we will see Dragapult, for example, with newer cards adapted and in its most powerful version yet.
Now we've talked about the decks that players are playing this weekend. Let's talk about some of the players to watch here in Toronto. And now we have Canadian local himself, Jackson Ford, already won a tournament this year with Charizard. And then Calvin Connor, last year's Toronto Championship winner. And then, of course, we've talked about him already a bunch today, but Henry Chow, the mastermind behind any Gardevoir list you'll be seeing out there this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Jackson's the mastermind of Charizard, though. Last season, I think he whiffed day 2 at any event he didn't play Charizard with, so that was really fun to watch. So I'm excited to see if he brings Charizard this weekend. I know he's been playing a bit of Guardy Jellicent this year already, so I don't know, the former senior IC champion, it'll be exciting to see how he does.
And Cal Connor's definitely got the lore coming into this event. He is the defending Toronto Regional Champion from last year, and he closed things out in style with that swinging Sphene. So I don't think he's going to have necessarily that access to an attack this time, but hey, you never know. Lightning could strike twice this weekend in Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 players are obviously fantastic. And Henry with it feels like this event or every event is like all eyes on Henry. What Gardevoir build does he bring? What's the innovations and how well does his group do with that Gardevoir build, right? So it'll be interesting to see what happens this weekend with Gardevoir and with its counters, which one of those could be Charizard, right?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these players do for this weekend. But of course, they're not just the only players that we have here. There's tons of amazing talent here in the field, and it is really going to be a great tournament to watch. Now let's go ahead and take a look at our caster predictions for this weekend. Piper's first caster predictions here, and of course, I think
and Pidgeot.
Yeah. Wouldn't be Piper without a Zoroark on the screen,
Yeah, I gotta love those fun decks like Zoroark and Pidgeot Control. Those are kind of what I was aiming for. I mean, obviously Pidgeot is played in Charizard, but I just really like those flexible decks that have so many options, and yeah, hoping to see them do well. I think Pidgeot Control is actually in a pretty good place this tournament, where it hasn't been so great in the past few events, but it's always been tough to build post-rotation, but yeah.
Yeah, nothing too surprising for me as per normal. Look, it's not Gardevoir EX as my prediction. I think I've had a chain of 5 or 6 events straight of having that card on the prediction graph. It's Diancie this time, and this is a huge card for Gardevoir. Just when you think things could not get better for this deck, they just go ahead and print this absolute beast of a Mega Pokemon that can swing hard. It's got a lot of HP, that built-in exoskeleton type ability on it that helps negate some damage. It's going to be a big card to see, and I'll have to see, if all Gardevoir variants include it, not just the sort of aggressive, non-Jellicent style deck. And then, of course, Goldengo EX, not necessarily thinking of its success. It could definitely succeed, but I'm also curious to see how players respond to that with something like Chip mentioned, right? The Toedscruel, or rather the Toedscruel non-EX, just the regular one. Will it be that or the Cornerstone, or will people just try and brute force through the deck the old-fashioned way?
Yeah, and I mean, I agree with Gardevoir and Goldengo. I just picked more niche cards of the deck, if you will. I do think Solrock and Lunatone are underexplored right now. I feel like there's definitely potential for them to show up in other decks. Obviously, there's Ceruledge, but I feel like Solrock and Lunatone as an engine, both with aggression and draw, is something that we'll see for the next 3 years, most likely. So I really like that combination. And then Jellicent, of course, its ability just feels incredibly good not to play. I'm very surprised many players are, or there's such a 50-50 split between Jellicent and non-Jellicent Guardy builds. But hey, we'll see how the tournament pans out.
Yeah, and Kyle kind of doubling down there on the Don Zard deck there, and Chip going with the Mega Lopunny and Toedscruel. We'll see how that shapes up for the weekend. But for all y'all at home, be sure to follow Pokemon.com/broadcast for all the updates here this weekend. Be sure to follow YouTube/Pokemon and Twitch/Pokemon TCG, and just really have a bunch of fun watching this tournament all around. We're going to have fun here, so hopefully it translates well to you on camera. But I think our round 4 is getting ready to shape up, so we're going to toss it to the casters and see how things are going to go for this tournament.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
And this is what the players are competing for this weekend. $10,000 up top for our Masters
stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
And this is what the players are competing for this weekend. $10,000 up top for our Masters division. Tons of Pokemon TCG booster packs and lots of prize payouts all the way down the line. Juniors and seniors, of course, fighting for that $2,500 first place prize as well. So much to play for our competitors, Kyle.
Yeah, look at that. It's so nice to see for all of our players here. Starting off that new year, $10,000 in your pocket means you get to play a lot more Pokemon as you move through, and a little help with those booster packs as well. Nothing like ripping some boosters with your friends and maybe juicing up your deck for the next tournament.
Yeah, I always love pulling like a gold card that you weren't anticipating, you know, and you get to swap it out for the minimum rarity version. Of course, this is the travel awards that players are competing for. The chance to earn stipends to go to future international championships. And these are really big. You know, those are the biggest level tournaments that we have outside of the World Championships, the largest open events that anyone can compete in. So getting an opportunity to travel across the world and having some of that paid for is really, really nice. Welcome in, everyone. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here by Kyle Sablehouse, and we'll be taking you through the action for our Swiss Round 4 very soon. And we've got a very exciting match coming up. 2 great Canadian players. We'll get into it shortly. But Kyle, I mean, it was a battle for some people to get up here to Toronto. How are you feeling this weekend, my friend?
I was a part of that battle. It was a wild ride to get here. So much snow in the area. Really appreciate everyone who made it through all of that travel to get in here, play some great Pokemon on with us. And if you weren't able to make it, at least you're tuning in on stream now to check it out and see all the great action.
And Kyle, I do believe our stage is ready. Our competitors are sitting down. They're ready to get into our next battle. And we've got two of Canada's finest here to kick off the Toronto Regional Championships. Kieran Farah on the left, Rowan Stavino on the right. Two of the top players the last few years. Of course, you know, Rowan is a world champion. He won the World Championships in the juniors division all the way back in 2015. Kieran has been a very consistent player the last couple of years as well, with tons of regional top cuts.
Yeah, I mean, I was all in on Kieran to start off last year. Should I go off again and say that he's going to do it again? He's in such a great spot here now, 3-0, and he gets paired up against one of the best Canadians on the other side. This is going to be an epic match for us here. Got a little sneak peek at what our players are going to be bringing to the table as well. Golden Go for Kieran, something very consistent, and I don't think he gets much more consistent than the Gardevoir players that we see for Rowan.
Yeah, Rowan, of course, did get top cut at Milwaukee, finished in 3rd place with Gardevoir, so no surprise to see him sticking with it. And Kieran has found some success as well with Golden Go, has played it to the last couple of tournaments, got top 64 at LAIC with it. So both of these players kind of sticking with what they're comfortable with. What you typically see from a lot of players this late into a format, right?
Yeah, and this is nice information for Kieran. He knows when he's playing against Rowan, likely we'll see something like that Jellicent sneak into the mix here, and that's something you need to be prepared for when you're facing up against Gardevoir. Anytime that those items could be shut down, maybe you start to worry about when you can throw down all your energies with a big Mega Ring.
This is an exciting one, Kyle. The most popular deck in the tournament in Golden Go on the left, and then the second most popular in Gardevoir on the right. Once you combine, of course, the jelly and non-jelly variants, of course, Rowan is going to be packing that Frillish, packing that Jellicent EX, and really Frillish in this matchup is kind of the big key card that both of these players are going to be considering.
Yeah, Frillish is such an amazing inclusion that we've seen. Players sometimes go for this as early as the opening turn to try to lock out items. But if you can get it right at that middle stage of the game after a big Make It Rain, maybe you just shut it all down.
And we are underway. Turn 1 kicking off, and it will be Rowan Stavino going first. He's got a Ralts and a Frillish right away, coming down to the bench with the Monkey Dory in his active spot. Not really much you can do on the first turn. I think Rowan would definitely love to see a Darkness Energy, get an attachment onto Monkey Dory. But alas, he will not find it, and it will be now over to Kieran, kicking things off with a Gimmighoul in the active, and starts off with Arven in his opening hand, something I'm sure he loves to see.
Yeah, look at that. You see the Air Balloon, the Fighting Gong as well. This is a lot of nice cards to see in the early stages, and he could be searching out a little bit of an attacking phase here in the beginning. You have that Soul Rock, but you can always use that Lunatone in combination with it and draw a ton of resources. Really just the world's his oyster here as you grab that Buddy Buddy Poffin.
And looking at the list here for Kieran, he actually does play that Premium Power Pro plus Vitality Band combo, which could lead to him knocking out this Monkey Dory here on the very first turn of the game. Of course, 70 base damage from the Soul Rock. You ignore that resistance. 10 more from Vitality Band, 80, 30 more from Premium Power Pro. That's 110. That could be a prize card for Kieran Farah on this opening turn. We'll see if his hand is strong enough to find it for him.
Not to mention, if you have that access, you would then have the 80 lined up to knock out any Frillish later on. So he would have a few answers lined up here, but seems to be the more classic approach now with the TM evolution. Search out those evolutions, start using coin bonus as often as possible, and then get that massive hand.
Yeah, it has to use the Arven for setup as opposed to going for that powerful play option of the Premium Power Pro, that opening Soul Rock attack. So we'll use that Buddy Buddy Poffin found off the Arven, searching 2 Pokemon with 70 HP or less. Of course, it will be Gimmighoul and the Baniri. I'm sure Kieran would have loved to have gotten that into play, gotten that option, that early attack, but we'll take it a little bit slower. His hand leans into a bit more of a setup option, preparing for potential item lock, and he's got that Baniri in play. Mega Lopunny, an interesting option for these Golden Go players this weekend. It's a Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon answer, but it actually also lines up pretty nicely into Frillish.
Yeah, I mean, you have a great Pokemon that you can sneak in with so many hit points to work with there. Gale Thrust to take some pretty massive knockouts as you move through the tournament, and maybe it's not the best attacker in the early stages, but if you get your energies placed on this Pokemon, you might as well take the clean 160s and not have to worry about energies hitting the discard pile and then seeing the item lock later on.
And now Rowan's got to kind of figure out how he wants to navigate this turn. Of course, the Frillish item lock, normally a really strong option in this matchup. But with that Mega Lopunny on the other side for Kieran, will he take pause? Will he not want to go in with that strategy right away? As the Mega Lopunny would just pretty easily be able to respond and KO the Frillish if Kieran can find simply an air balloon. Rowan is playing a nest ball here, searching his deck for any basic Pokemon to put into play. It looks like another Frillish has been found, so he may go for this initial Frillish and has the backup ready to go.
Yeah, and that means that you have some options there for you. If you use this opening Frillish, it gets knocked out. You then could evolve into the Jellicent, have a lot more hit points to work with as you move forward with this item lock strategy, and you can just continue to recycle the Frillish as they're KO'd. You have plenty of ways to bring those Pokemon right back with Night Stretchers and even Super Rod included in this list.
Looks like Frillish will be that final choice there from Rowan. We'll see what else he has in his hand. It does look like Lily's Determination as a supporter option. Also has the Arven, so could just go for some draw, but also could find out very specific pieces, perhaps the air balloon being one of those, which would allow him to get into one of these Frillish right away.
Yeah, and that's something that we've had a bit of a debate about in this game, is if you want to even include Air Balloon, if that resource is that important, or if you want to focus on something like the TM Evolution. And Rowan, he left himself a bit of options in his list. He can go for those Pokemon quickly, or he can switch back with the Air Balloon, jump right into Frillish. Don't know if that lines up here right now.
It doesn't look like we're going to see the Air Balloon, as the Arven did grab out that Technical Machine Evolution, so Rowan will be going for a more set-up-based turn with the attachment of the energy to the active, as well as that Technical Machine Evolution. Of course, Monkey Dory now able to use that Evolution attack with another Ralts coming into play. That will be a pair of Curlia found for Rowan, all but guaranteeing Gardevoir EX on the next turn. Now over to Kieran. How is he going to want to respond to Rowan's turn?
Yeah, it's not a pretty setup for you on the other side. You have this Mega Lopunny. You can sneak this in and take a KO on the Monkey Dory. However, you're staring down what likely would be some item lock, some energies to the discard pile if you send this Monkey Dory down. So instead, is there a different approach where you try to work in that Soul Rock again? You have some of those resources to take the knockout and not commit too much energy to this board just yet.
We'll start with a coin bonus, drawing just one card. Vitality Band is found. And now this is a turn here where perhaps if Arven is found, now that Vitality Band has been added to the hand, if Kieran could just find Air Balloon plus Premium Power Pro, he's already got the Fighting Gong lined up for the Lunatone.
Yeah, it's a little too clean. He's got all the answers staring him in the face if he finds that supporter of choice. If he doesn't, he still does have a boss's orders, so you could take out a different Pokemon here. If you really are worried by the Frillish, you can take both of those knockouts in consecutive turns and maybe avoid item lock altogether.
Oh, and really interesting here, Kieran actually has a Fighting Energy already in his hand, but does not want to grab the Lunatone off this Fighting Gong. He's just grabbing another Fighting Energy. What do you make of this, Kyle?
Yeah, this is a nod to really conserving this bench space. You want to avoid having any of these Pokemon locked up by means of Counter Catcher and then Frillish locking that Pokemon up. It's just not a great attacker. You see that retreat cost come into play there as well. So Kieran being very conservative with how he sets up his board, and he has all three Pokemon ready to attack at any point.
Already had that Air Balloon in hand. That Sword and Shield artwork confusing me there, but Rowan able to promote this Curlia, and we'll see how he is able to respond to that first KO from Kieran. Kieran, of course, striking first, takes a prize card, taking out that Monkey Dory. Rowan will respond with Artisan, bringing down his own another Monkey Dory, and then now Lily's Determination will shuffle the hand in for Rowan, drawing him 8 cards at this early stage of the game.
Oh, and isn't this exactly why you play this card here? You have so many great resources to run into at this stage, and basically if he finds something like that Earthen Vessel, Ultra Ball, something to get Psychic Energies into the discard pile, that means you will see the Gardevoir and some pretty solid attacks lined up here too, and I think we're seeing a bit of that combo right here, right now. Ultra Ball and Psychic Energy to go. Is there enough to get rolling here?
That is the question, and I do believe there is just one Psychic Energy in the discard pile at this moment, so that is a bit of a slower option now for Rowan. Can he find another Psychic Energy to work with? And what does he even want to attack with at this point? You know, it's an interesting option here with the Mega Lopunny in the active. Just hitting it with something can lay a bunch of damage down, set up to KO it later. And we actually do see Jellicent EX come into play, which is pretty interesting here.
Yeah, this is, of course, you have a lot of hit points that you can work with. The Mega Lopunny is in the active spot, so you're not worried about Gale Thrust bringing those additional damage counters and probably lining up a 2-hit KO. Instead now, your opponent has to attach an energy per turn, attack for 160. That's just not efficient against this Pokemon here.
Rowan here will be forcing the boss out of Kieran here by putting this Jellicent in the active. Of course, it's Oceanic Curse. As long as it's active, your opponent cannot play any item cards, tool cards, or stadiums, and now will lay into it with the Power Press, dealing a bunch of damage.
Yeah, very nice to see here from Rowan. A pretty good stabilizing turn. He has that Gardevoir EX now. 1 Monkey Dory to go along with this. Next turn, if he can establish with another Dark Energy, a second Monkey Dory, you have to think that that Jellicent will stick around for at least an additional turn now, and then that's a lot of item lock Kieran has to worry about.
Yeah, at the moment the Lopunny is set up to be KO'd by Gardevoir EX on the next turn with the combination of a Monkey Dory, Adrenabrain, so that's something Kieran's got to think through here.
Yeah, even Power Press with a double Monkey Dory would end up getting to that number as well, 160 plus 60 pushed. So there's a lot of options. You could take this KO and keep the item lock established. Walking into what would have to be a Golden Go return KO, that's all your resources, Kieran.
Yeah, this is really lining up pretty interestingly. The Lopunny is really strong into the Frillish onslaught, and normally Gardevoir players don't want to put Jellicent in play in this matchup. They want to lean on the Frillish, they want to put the Bravery Charm on it, slow things down, but the Lopunny really does change that approach, and so Rowan is going to pivot here with the Jellicent. Normally not as strong as Frillish because you can use Boss's Orders to get around the item lock, as opposed to the item lock just always being in play whenever Frillish uses Oceanic Gloom. So now, what will Kieran be able to find?
Oh, so many cards already seen this turn. We saw the establishment of the Lunatone. He's going to take that risk, but understandably so. You've already seen that prize card, and you're not worried as much about this Pokemon being knocked out. But just plenty of cards thrown into the hand now. Looks like only 2 energies to go along with a Boss's Orders. So
he's got access to 5, but also, of course, has to attach to the Golden Go, unless he has another Golden Go EX in hand, which he could get one with Genesect, I guess.
Yeah.
So that's just what he's thinking through here. I do want to point out a smart play from Rowan on the last turn. He evolved the benched Gardevoir and retreated the Kirlia, as opposed to evolving the active and retreating it. I guess there was no Monkey Dory use on the Gardevoir anyway, but if he had used the Gardevoir, there would have been 10 damage left on it. That's 6 energy Kieran needs to knock out the Gardevoir.
You don't want to walk into that. if you make the Gardevoir KO any easier for your opponent, you're in for a world of pain.
So it does look like Kieran will be going after the Monkey Dory here, and he's going to be doing it with the Mega Lopunny, attaching the energy to the active here. We'll be able to hit for 160 and take this KO, but that Lopunny is almost certainly going to go down on Rowan's next turn.
Yeah, and that's a lot of prize cards. You're talking about a Pokemon that's going to be worth 3 prizes for you, as it's a Mega, but it has all those hit points, but he's worked through it pretty seamlessly and had not had to pay too much of a cost. This does work out for Kieran in the fact that there's not going to be a way to KO this Pokemon with Jellicent in the active spot, so maybe he doesn't have to worry as much about the item locking, but we'll see what Rowan is able to cook up here this turn now with the Arven starting things off.
Yeah, I guess that's the question now for Rowan. How worth it would it be to take this KO if it meant Kieran had access to items? And maybe it's not quite worth it enough, right? Rowan would go down to just 3 prize cards remaining, but you'd probably have a Gardevoir EX in the active that's worth 2 prizes. Kieran could take those 2 pretty reasonably, right? He'd go down to 2. That's a trade that I think Rowan ends up losing.
Is this a spot where you feel comfortable placing all the damage onto a Mega Lopunny, though? You still are worried about cards like that Professor Turo scenario on the other side. So if you really invest, leave this Pokemon 30 HP away from a knockout, you might have just lost the potential chance of any of those 3 prize cards going to you.
Earthen Vessel is discarding another Psychic Energy here for Rowan. Found, of course, off the Arven, another Psychic and a Darkness Energy added to the hand. He does still have access to 1 Monkey Dory, should be in the deck somewhere. He's got 2 in the discard pile, should be 1 still remaining for him to find. Thinking through how he's going to play the turn out. There's the Air Balloon to provide the free retreat. Of course, Gardevoir is already in play. Monkey Dory can move any of those damage counters that get placed anywhere. And that is that 3rd Monkey Dory being brought down.
And we saw in the window there, the TM Devolution is also something to consider at some point in this game as well. If we see Rowan start to switch pace and target down something like a Golden Go in this spot and use the Jellicent to place 80 damage on that Pokemon. Maybe you work out a spot where you can remove 2 to 3 of these evolution Pokemon at once and leave the board as just Solrock and Lunatone.
Psychic Embrace to the active, a retreat into the bench. Now Jellicent in the active spot. There's the Darkness Energy onto Monkey Dory. Adrenaline Brain now live, and 2 more energy can be brought onto the Jellicent EX.
Chip.
Rowan's not going to be taking a KO with this play, but he's going to be putting a lot of damage onto this Mega Lopunny.
Oh, the man walking into this play and not having any way to disrupt the hand feels so scary. This is exactly what Kieran loves to see. He placed all of his eggs in this Lopunny basket and says, I'm going to knock you out with Monkey Dory next turn unless you have the card. Well, he's sitting on like 12 cards, Chip. What do you think he's got?
The thing is here, Kyle, if Kieran does play Turo, that means he's not playing Boss's Orders.
Sure.
And if he's not playing Boss's Orders, even though he's got 12 cards, Golden Go plays a ton of item cards. And we're actually going to see this Mega Lopunny retreating to the bench and then drawing with the Golden Go. There's another Turo being found. There are 2 in this list for Kieran.
Dangerous spot here. Has this Pokemon in the active now, and you think about attacks that you have access to. It's not much else. You just have to lose energies and attack in at this stage. If you want to preserve the hit points on that Lopunny, you can bring it up with the Turo, or you can switch gears. I don't see a great answer here right now with the Golden Go.
I wonder if Kieran has enough resources to take 2 prizes by bossing a Gardevoir this turn, take those 2, and then play his item cards to get enough access to energy cards in deck, right? Superior, bring some back. It will be the Turo, though. That will be the line, and it does take that potential liability out of play.
Yeah, no, I mean, that is heartbreaking for Rowan. He knows that it's a possibility, but it also is a bit of an investment for him. He still hasn't taken any prize cards. He has access to draw plenty of cards with Lily's Determination, or if he uses Iono at any point, and it just means that instead of trying to win the game with all the prize cards, you go more to this depletion strategy of resources on the other side for Kieran. He's losing energies with every attack that he goes with, and you have item lock on your side to work with.
Kieran can do some damage here if he'd like to. He can make it rain for a little bit, but he's going to choose to just pass. What do you think of that?
I think it's the right call here. You don't have very much damage on the other side, and even if you did, what, 50, 100, you're just walking into more Monkey Dory damage to be spread over to your side of the board. Soften up a card like that Baniri that we see, and then that Lopunny just falls off for 3 prizes at any point. Okay.
Not much in the hand for Rowan, but does have Iono, which is probably the main 1 card he would like to have found. Kieran was working with a lot of cards in hand. He, of course, had that Lopunny in the hand. Now that goes to the bottom of the deck. And worth noting, really the only way for Kieran's deck to put Lopunny into play is the Technical Machine Evolution. We've already seen it utilized. There's no Ultra Ball. There is no real way to find that Lopunny again.
Yeah, it's at the bottom of the deck, and you are item locked. Even getting a shuffle of the deck right now requires your opponent to take a knockout because you have a full bench. You can't even use Artisan at this stage. So finding that Mega Lopunny, I don't know if you'll see it again. And this makes it even harder.
Yeah, as counter catcher will be played from Rowan, brings Baniri to the active spot. He won't get the 3 prize cards that he would have gotten for taking out the Mega Lopunny, but is dealing with the threat. Means that Mega Lopunny is unlikely to come out, and Power Press KOs this Baniri, taking Rowan's first prize.
And he's so smart. Look at this. Rowan places the damage on the Golden Go without the energy on it. He knows if there were to be a relevant attacker, it's likely the one with the air balloon and the energy. He's probably going to Power Press that Pokemon. So if you're putting damage counters over on the other side with your Monkey Dory, you're starting to clear out on both Golden Goes, lining up for that TM Devolution play.
Kieran here has a bit to think about. Of course, Jellicent is a little easier to deal with than the Frillish. His Boss's Orders does get around it, but that only works if you have Boss's Orders, and he just had a bunch of cards sent to the bottom of the deck.
Oh.
And that's a pretty good one to find there, Kyle.
Yeah, I've seen that one once or twice. It wins games.
Yeah, Boss's Orders now available to Kieran. He has Fighting Gong. He's got a couple Superior Energy Retrievals. And there's 1 damage counter onto that Gardevoir EX already on the bench. So a pretty decent shot here. Only 6 energy cards needed for Kieran to get the knockout on that Pokemon, and he's debating retreating into this Genesect. That would require another energy being found because you need to attach an energy turn.
Finds another energy.
Now, off the just 1 draw from the coin bonus on the bench, choosing not to retreat and just drawing into one more. And does have access, of course, to the Lunar Cycle still.
Yep, we see Fighting Gong as well in hand, so that's an additional energy too. The Arvin has the play now, so slowing the pace down. Instead of using that boss's orders, there was a potential to go to a little two-prize race at this point for Kieran. Take that Gardevoir off of the board and just try to find those last resources, but does he have enough resources at that point? Is this a style that has Lana's aid? We don't see that, so maybe he just wouldn't have enough access after that attack.
Yeah, this is an interesting line here from Kieran. I think he wants to just try to build his hand back up a little bit, force an Iono out of Rowan. I do believe Rowan has only played the one Iono, and of course he is playing 4 copies and has one in the hand right there. So, but the thing about this Gardevoir deck right now, if stuff's not getting KO'd, you really don't have any draw power, right? All the draw power from Gardevoir right now comes from Pheasantipity EX.
Yeah, and of course you're worried about what your opponent will see on the other side, but he's got access to everything he wants right now. Rowan has Secret Box in hand, ready to go whenever he needs it, and it might not even be the optimal turn for it. Attacking in with the Jellicent, placing the damage counters on the active Golden Go, and then using Munkidori to spread to the bench Golden Go gives you everything that you already need. And here he has a second Munkidori to go with that. Both Pokemon in range of a TMD evolution at some point. Kieran's just not progressing the board enough.
And that Iono is found from Rowan. It will send both players' hands to the bottom of the deck. Kieran will get 4 cards. Rowan gets 5 now. With the second Munkidori being established, Night Stretcher bringing back the Munkidori and the Darkness Energy. Looking at the hand options for both players, that's 4 item cards for Kieran. It's going to be tough for him here. He's going to be relying on some coin bonuses to get out of this.
Yeah, and this may be one of the last turns for that kind of play too, as you see the damage starting to accumulate. Without any of the additional damage from Psychic Embrace here, however, it is just 30 total damage being pushed over and targets the Soul Rock.
Yeah, I think that's one where it's like a known quantity, right? You can take that out at any point later down the line. You know, in 2 turns, if you Munkidori 2 at once, then 2 Munkidoris KOs it. Or if Kieran takes a knockout, 3 Munkidoris does get to the KO. Feels a little bit worse to Turo a Soul Rock than it does a Golden Go.
And if you do see that late game Frillish holding on for dear life, you'd like to remove Soul Rock at least. It's you'd like to see a Golden Go try to throw 3 energies away into the Bravery Charmed Frillish.
Smart play here from Kieran, uses Artisan that Rowan has in play, not grabbing any Pokemon, but just simply shuffling the deck because of the cards that were put on the bottom from Iono on the last turn. That looks like a couple more item cards to me though, Kyle.
Yeah, I think it was Arvin and Prime Catcher, and now sees a boss's orders to go with that too. So a few more resources. However, you just have to wait for the perfect turn, and every time that you see Iono, it's reset all over again.
Yeah, it's just not been enough here for Kieran at any point, and he's building up a large hand. He can play Arvin to try to build towards something next turn, but if Rowan has another Iono, it's going to just reset things for Kieran once again. It feels like Kieran's trying to just find an opportunity to get off a 2-turn play, and Rowan's been able to shut it down the last 2 turns.
Right. Kieran wants to feel safe, boss's orders, throw a bunch of energies back into his hand, but enough to still have that secondary reach to take that final knockout that he needs. And it basically means you can't leave any other resources in your discard pile when you go for that attack. It has to be all the energies available right then and there.
So it will be Superior and Air Balloon added to the hand. The Air Balloon is nice to find now because it's a card he can play before a potential Iono, so he can pivot around this active Golden Go. But, oh no, he can't play it, of course, excuse me. Oceanic Curse, the active from Rowan, that Jellicent, shutting off the option to play those tool cards. And Rowan is going to find that Technical Machine Devolution. Is this the turn that he is going to use it?
Well, he's got potential now with this. You don't see the energies in the discard pile, but then you remember, oh, hey, Jelly, what's your retreat cost? $1 million? That's going to be enough. You can throw all those psychic energies back into the discard pile, charge them all up, have the Frillish use the TM Devo here if you want, and that would be plenty to remove all these Pokemon from play. This is getting nasty. And he can actually set it up as a 2-turn play here, trying to remove all of the Gimme Ghouls at once.
And he's able to go for the 2-turn play that Kieran has been trying to go for because he knows Kieran does not play Iono, so he knows that TM Devolution is safe in hand. These Golden Go players just do not play any disruption. So he knows that Rowan knows he's going to have access to Devolution on the next turn. So Kieran is left with a couple of questions here of what he does to move forward. He's going to add a bunch of cards now to his hand. Could go for a Turo maybe to heal one of these Golden Goes, but then Devo plus Iono seems like a pretty obvious line from Rowan on the next turn.
Yeah, it just buys you one extra turn there as you set up the damage on the Gimme Ghoul once more, maybe retreat back into the Jellicent. But that leaves a situation where you could see a boss's orders make an impact here. Right now with Frillish, there is no way to work around it here, so you kind of have to force that from your opponent.
Artisan being used from Kieran. No targets in the deck. That fourth and final Gimme Ghoul is in his final 4 remaining prize cards. Can, of course, bench the one that he just picked up from the hand, and he will indeed choose to do that.
Look at those prize cards, too, to go along with this. If there were ever some prize cards that you'd like to see at this point, an energy, a boss's orders, and that Gimme Ghoul, really tough to see here for Kieran.
And he will be able to take a prize card now as he is retreating into Soul Rock. Of course, the Oceanic Gloom only prevents you from playing item cards. You can still play tool cards, so Vitality Band comes down, and that leads to an 80 damage attack, KOing Frillish. 3 prize cards now remaining for Kieran. Rowan still with 5, but it does still feel like his board state is feeling really, really strong.
Yeah, and I mean, there's the world where Rowan just makes all of this happen once more. We see Secret Box in the hand. If that searches out a Super Rod, and then you have the Bravery Charm to go along with this, you reestablish Frillish outside of range of Soul Rock, and then combo it with Iono. You set up all the damage right back in play, and you have no way to remove this Frillish again.
Nest Ball being used. I don't think there's anything there in the deck Rowan wants to take, so just thinning that Nest Ball out. Not something he wants to have floating around in the deck anymore. It's not a live draw for him at this point. He does indeed have that Secret Box, as you called out. Looks like an energy. I was debating attaching it to Gardevoir, but is not sure exactly where he wants to put it. Maybe Rowan is not feeling confident in this position.
Yeah, I mean, his recovery options are fairly low at this point. I think it's just the Super Rod there. So if he wants to go back into Frillish, he'd have to make use of it now, and doesn't feel comfortable. Wants to switch over to the Iono, remove the hand, and from here it's Jellicent KO. You don't progress very much, but you're still staring at an opponent that is on a low hand size, has to just reset with the Golden Goes once more, and would still need to see 6 basic energy to take a knockout under item lock.
Yeah, I think Kieran probably is okay with this depending on what he draws. That's really going to be the big question here. Those 3 cards and then his upcoming coin bonuses, what is he going to be able to find?
I think my favorite part about this strategy is it is safe, but it's because you are using your prize cards to your advantage. Kieran went to an odd prize count there with the KO on the Frillish now, so you can use this Jellicent, and then if boss's orders are all cleared out, Gardevoir with 310 hit points could remain for the rest of the game.
I do think Kieran probably still has some boss available. He's down.
I mean, he found 1 off the prizes, but you're getting closer to that stage where you can avoid these cards as you move forward.
True, yeah. Kieran is playing 3 copies, 1 in the discard pile, so he's got 2 floating around. So, I mean, in theory, it lines up okay for Kieran if he can KO this active Jellicent, reach really far with the amount of energy he has remaining, and then boss KO Monkey Dory. That lines up for him to close out the game in 2 turns.
Yeah, we'll see. This is certainly a window, though. You have a Jellicent now that can be moved by boss's orders if the cards are found for Kieran. Even taking a single prize KO here means that the reach would be available. And if you don't see Frillish on the next turn, boss's orders into any of these EX Pokemon means that items are flowing, superiors are going to happen, and Golden Go's taking a knockout.
Yeah, and Rowan actually could wipe Kieran's board of all of the Golden Go options on this next turn, right? He could use triple Monkey Dory, KO the Gimme Ghoul, use Technical Machine, Devolution, and that would leave Kieran with really nothing. He's already used the Vitality Band, so he couldn't use the combo of Vitality Band plus Premium Power Pro to KO Monkey Dory for that last prize. Really interesting one here, Kyle, that we're seeing shape up. Now, for Rowan to get that third Monkey Dory in play, it is worth noting, he would have to find specifically Super Odd. He has already used both of his Night Stretcher.
Oh, Boss's Orders is found here for Kieran. But what items does he have available? If he doesn't get to really cash in on this, it's not going to be worth it. We do see a multiple superior, though, however.
He needs 8 energy, 1 to attach from hand for the Golden Go, and then enough to KO a Gardevoir. That is if he is going after Gardevoir. He could go after a Monkey Dory here and then look to boss a Gardevoir on the next turn. That feels a lot harder, though.
I think I'm in favor of the Monkey Dory line at this point. You don't have to commit as hard to the line of throwing away your energies into a Frillish, and then you have those energies if you have to go through a Frillish and then through a Monkey Dory or whatever it may be.
Actually, I think maybe Kieran actually has to KO a Monkey Dory here so that Rowan cannot go for the triple monkey play. The KO here makes it so that 3 monkey plus devolution is not an option for Rowan on the next turn. It would, I think, feel a little bit better to KO the Gardevoir because you need less on the next turn to KO a Monkey Dory.
That's why it's a debate.
How likely do you think it is for Rowan to find his Super Odd?
Cast your vote.
Find that Monkey Dory and find the Darkness energy that he would have to put back off Super Odd as well.
He's really thinking about it here, and I understand completely. This is such a big call, and he's going to go for it.
He's saying, Rowan, if you can pull off that third Monkey Dory and find your Technical Machine Devolution, you'll win this game, and that's fine. I'm going to be able to live with that. I'm just going to hope that you can't piece it all together here.
Oh, there's 4 cards in hand for Rowan, and one of them is Pheasantipity. Oh, boy.
But Rowan did just put his Secret Box and that Technical Machine Devolution down to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, and the Artisan Shuffle doesn't feel as nice because then you don't have access to Super Rod, pull the monkey back up.
Oh, man, Kyle. He does have Professor's Research in his hand as well, though, so he might be able to draw almost the entirety of his deck here.
Okay, it looks like there was a shuffle, so they should be available to find off the Research then. But here now for Kieran, what a big turn. He is fully invested in this KO, going down to 1 prize card remaining. He has seen, what, 12 cards this turn with all of the draws, the Fez, the Lunatone.
Yeah.
And it has led to this moment here now. Superior energy retrieval for the first time in the game. All the energies lined up, and this is really cute. You can use this first one, discarding energies, and then find these the second time around.
Yep.
Make the most of these resources as you have them.
Yeah, of course, you cannot bring back cards that you discard with Superior Energy Retrieval on that specific Superior, but he can bring them back now. Of course, discarding that Genesect, not something he's going to want to use, and the Nest Ball goes down. Also, 4 more energy added to the hand. That will be a KO here on the Gardevoir. Kieran is saying, I think I can get to the win next turn. Boss's Orders on Monkey Dory and enough energy to close this thing out. And it's going to be 1 prize card remaining now for Kieran Farah. And what is Rowan going to be able to do? Do we see Fighting Gong being played from Kieran? He's also got that Premium Power Pro. Probably would just like to see him play it, honestly. Yeah. He can burn the card. He's probably not going to use it at this point with the Vitality Band already being used, sure enough, yep.
Yeah, I love seeing this too. You just want to throw every resource you can at this stage because it's not likely that you're going to see an Iona from your opponent anyways. They're going for big Monkey Dory play. Burn it all.
5, 6, and 7. Now the question is, do you keep a Fighting Energy around so that you have option to Lunar Cycle? Looks like he'll value keeping the metal to make sure he can attack with the Golden Go. There is 7 energy down. There goes Gardevoir. Kieran Farah goes to 1 prize card remaining, and the question is going to be, can Rowan pull the pieces together? Find for turn is a Ralts. He needs to get Monkey Dory, Darkness Energy, Technical Machine Devolution, and that will put him in a position to win this game. Starts it off with the Pheasantipity.
Devo.
Does find that Devo.
And a Super Rod.
The Super Rod, has Professor's Research in hand, and it does not look like there's that many cards left in his deck, Kyle. I guess the last question actually is going to be, where is the Darkness Energy? Oh, it's prize!
What?
He's got his last Darkness Energy prize at the beginning of the game, apparently. So not going to be an option for Rowan to piece it all together.
Oh, no.
Does he at least have Iono in the hand? No, he doesn't.
No.
He whiffed Iono. There's one of those prized as well. One Iono in the deck.
Oh, he takes a peek and he sees all the counter catchers going along with it. There's so many pieces there.
Now Kieran is going to be the one in the driver's seat. He simply needs a boss's orders, and he will win this game if he can find his final boss. That is going to be the question here. Can he do it? Technical Machine Devolution utilized. 2 Gimme Ghouls go down. That's 2 prizes for Rowan. Kieran can evolve back up. Boss and only boss. That is all he needs here. Artisan can thin a card. He cannot use the Prime Catcher. And the top card was boss's orders. You never look, Kieran. You can't look in these situations.
You have to look. You only have this many cards left.
Oh, just thin the card out. He's maximum thinning, and it looks like he has enough to draw the entirety of his deck through the use of Lunar Cycle and the Fezandipity. Flip the script. That means Kieran Farah is going to win this game number 1.
Wow. I mean, that was something else. I'm playing back the game in my head now. What if you go back to that last turn as Rowan? Is there enough energy to use a Monkey Dory first, retreat a Monkey Dory, and then super rod that dark energy back into the deck and then try to draw it with the research? Because that may have been his only out at that stage, to find the energy once more and use it as the attach for the turn.
Yeah, that would have been pretty cute for Rowan to go for. I wonder with where the energy and the damage was going to be placed, if it would line up for there to be enough, but probably would have been, right? So.
I feel like you could make that happen. The retreat makes it a little trickier, but you just leave an energy on that Monkey Dory. Maybe that would have been the play.
Wow, that's a good call out there, Kyle. I think that could have been a line there for Rowan. Not something you really think about too often, but maybe what he should have gone for. I'm sure he knew that Darkness Energy was prized. Let's recap that incredible game number 1.
Man, crazy sequence. What a great game we had. It started off with the Mega Lopunny early and often, taking that knockout to start things off. And then we saw a lot of damage piling up, but Kieran was so smart about this. Removing Monkey Dory as often as possible leads to situations like this. 300 damage wiped off the board. Rowan completely misses out on that. Takes the Baniri as a way to retaliate, but there's not much else that we see from Rowan for the rest of the game. It's just that item lock, stabilizing, trying to reestablish this hand disruption over and over and over again against Kieran, but he stayed strong, drew so many cards, and eventually he's staring down a big play here. Has to decide, is it Gardevoir, is it Monkey Dory? Looks like he chose right as he removes that Pokemon. There's nothing left for Rowan.
Kieran was so careful and so intentional with each and every card that he played, with each and every resource he had access to. It winds up being just enough for him to close things out. You do have to feel a little bit for Rowan there. I mean, you could point to it and say, like, okay, yeah, there was a Darkness Energy prize. There was an Iono prize. If he's got either of those cards, maybe he stands a chance, but that's the game we play. You know, Rowan could know that those cards are not available. He's got to change kind of how he approaches things. And then now we're heading into this second game. 14 minutes left, Kyle.
Ooh, yep, that was the big question on my mind, is how much time does Rowan really have to make a game of this? Do you have to switch the plays around at this stage? Is it all about the aggression at that point? And what's Kieran going to have to think about without a Mega Lopunny to go with this deck? And double Air Balloon. Ooh.
Yeah, no Lopunny available. Both Air Balloons being in the prize cards. That is both copies that he plays. That does definitely change things a little bit here, but I think your general strategy of getting some Golden Goes into play and start attacking isn't too bad in this situation. 14 minutes left. It's going to be difficult for Rowan. And yeah, like you mentioned, I wonder if we will see Rowan kind of pivot strategies. Are we going to see an aggro Gardevoir deck?
Yeah, we've seen this time and time again. This is something that happens when you play this best of 150 minutes. You have to just make something of these last few minutes that you have in matches like this. And for Rowan, TM Evolution going second. We could easily see a turn 2 Gardevoir just throwing everything they have at this. And, well, maybe it's a little bit more tricky here as you don't have access to the secret box or a Gardevoir.
Yeah, a couple supporters being prized as well is kind of annoying, too, for Rowan. Like we mentioned, this deck does not have that much draw power. Unless something's getting KO'd, you can use Fezandipity, so 2 supporters being in the prizes. And then secret box being away, you can find those supporters as well. Definitely not something you'd love to see. You got to prize something, of course, but a little awkward here for Rowan for sure.
Well, for Kieran, it's a little different now. He's feeling a lot more comfortable. He's seen the clock dwindle away here, and he can play this strategy that isn't worried about locking up a Genesect, slowing down with Frillish, and watching damage fly around. Play Genesect down. Find your Pokemon, draw cards, take prizes.
And Rowan is going very quick. His turn is already over, and he played a supporter, attached an energy, a tool. He did a lot, but his turn was about 15 seconds, and now it's back over to Kieran. Of course, Rowan ending it with the Oceanic Gloom. No item cards able to be played by Kieran Farah. He is able to draw those still with the coin bonus. Getting through the deck here, drawing one more here from the benched Genesect, or excuse me, benched Golden Go has one more still to use. And that is Professor Turo, not useful right now, but something nice to have access to. And I don't think I see enough energy to even take the KO here on Frillish if he wanted to.
Yeah, this is going to be a slow approach. You could let that damage stack up from a Frillish. You're not nervous about that. And if it ever does get to a point where you're worried about maybe something set up with the TM Devo, you can just Turo that Pokemon, and by then you probably have your Vitality with the Soul Rock taking a KO on this Frillish.
Does look like Soul Rock will come down. There is no access to a Lunatone. There is, of course, a Fighting Gong, but, of course, cannot play it thanks to the Oceanic Gloom. Arven can still be played. Feels a little weak, though. I think there's actually no tool card in the deck because both Air Balloon are prized and the Vitality Band is already in the hand.
Yeah, that's news.
Oh, there's TM Evo. Okay, that counts. That's a tool card.
Do you want to do that right now, Chip?
You can put it in your hand.
Okay.
Thin a card. Come on, Kyle.
I mean, I haven't discovered the Soul Rock Evo yet, but I'm excited.
Yeah. Mega Soul Rock coming soon? Question mark.
Just an eclipse.
Could you see the evolution come into play just so it gets discarded? It's a card that's not in the deck if Rowan plays an Iono.
Yeah.
It's an option too.
Don't mind seeing that. And this is a spot for Kieran where you don't need to do very much. He's just going to draw cards, watch the clock melt away. It is all on Rowan to make something of this. And if the cards don't line up for him, he's in a world of pain. You need to see the Earthen Vessel right now. You need to see the energies right now. Oh, hey, look, he's finding them. Okay.
Yeah. And Rowan's someone who's normally very careful and cautious, checking his prize cards, taking his time, foregoes that completely. He is just trying to get through the deck. He knows that the time is more valuable than the information at this point. He needs to make something happen, and he's going to end it off with Oceanic Gloom. Now 40 damage onto that active.
But look at that. Nothing else to progress the board here. No Curlia, no supporter, nothing. Just the energy to the Monkey Dory, which won't see damage counters for the remainder of the game. Kieran is not concerned about setting up any KOs. He will either remove a Pokemon that is frustrating to him, or he will pass the turn.
Kieran uses Artisan to get that Lunatone into play. That is now so much draw available. 2 from the active coin bonus, 2 more from the benched 2 Golden Go EXs, and then 3 from a Lunar Cycle if he wants it. That is now enough energy in hand, though, to KO this active. This is normally the spot you don't want to find yourself in as a Golden Go player, just having to make it rain to KO a Frillish.
I don't think he does. I think he's going to Turo. He has Vitality. He has energy.
Yep.
You can just make Soul Rock a problem at this stage, and you're not really investing too much with this, and you're not worried about damage getting accumulated on your side either.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a question where you could KO this first Frillish with the Golden Go and then KO the next one with the Soul Rock. That might be something Kieran is debating here. And he actually maybe will do exactly that with the Turo on the Genesect. That's a Pokemon he doesn't want to get counter-catchered into the active if he's going to take a prize card here because he knows 2 Air Balloon are prized.
Yeah, and that's smart from him here. You can slow things down. You don't need to take that that big KO with the Soul Rock there, and now you have options. If you see the Frillish come back down, reestablish, taking this knockout isn't that hard. You can always find one more energy, but if you do see something moved around, you can find the rest.
And for Rowan, it's just time to go, and he is playing quickly here. You can tell he's trying to make the best decision possible, but also at the same time, worry about the clock, worry about the time. TM Evo comes down onto the Pheasantipity.
Oh, no.
Probably going to see the Iono here. See if that's going to be enough. Slow things down for Kieran enough for Rowan to find a way back into this.
Yet also doesn't value using the counter catcher at that stage. Had a chance to bring up a different Golden Go, but there's so many energies available here. It's not like you're making that big of an impact by moving that one to the bench.
Oceanic Gloom is the choice for Rowan. Now Kieran here with 5 cards plus the 1, 6 draw for turn. Has plenty more that he can draw with the coin bonuses. There's Boss, there's Superior Energy Retrieval. Those can be good in future turns. And it may be a question of if Rowan is able to make another Frillish here with both now going down.
And he's filled his bench up at this stage. He's doesn't have access to setting that up immediately here, but if this Frillish were to be KO'd, looks like he has the second one to go along with this. Air Balloon already established, and he has Bravery Charm, so he could have that ready, and maybe it would stick around a little longer than the previous one.
And it looks like Kieran here will get that Lopunny into play, as he did take the Mega Lopunny EX off the prize cards last turn and uses Artisan to bring out Baniri. Arvin can find Technical Machine Evolution. No prize card will be drawn here for Kieran, but he is getting the Lopunny established, which is normally his answer to this Frillish line from Rowan.
Right, and just to know where that Pokemon is brings you so much solace. If you ever get worried about the tail end of this game, maybe the prize cards falling the other way, you have 330 hit points that you can stick in the active spot and hold on for dear life too.
Yep, have to imagine it will be the line here. Yes, Evolution attached to the active. Evolution will be the attack used. And Baniri will grow on up to Mega Lopunny EX. It's a big upgrade, 70 HP to 360, huh? 330, excuse me.
Yeah, it's a scary growth pattern there. I don't know how you get that big, but I need to take that to the gym with me.
Rowan's got Ultra Ball in the hand, so that can establish the Jellicent EX. We saw Rowan go that route in game number 1 in order to respond to the potential of the Mega Lopunny. Of course, I think more importantly is getting Gardevoir EX into play, and that is what Rowan will do off the Ultra Ball now.
Yeah, but this is where we see that Rowan doesn't have anything else to go along with this. He did have enough resources to go Kirlia and Gardevoir there, which at least gives the illusion of a second Gardevoir coming into play. We know that the other one's prized, but Kieran, he might see all that he needs to see with just a Ralts in play. If he removes the Gardevoir, he might not see any Psychic Embrace for the remainder of the game.
Rowan loading up some extra energy onto this Frillish. Does have the Jellicent if he wanted to go for it. He's debating that option. He's actually going to retreat the Frillish and just go into Gardevoir. He is just trying to get some damage into play. He's chasing the prize cards here. He's going to take out this Golden Go EX in the active spot and take his first 2 prizes and hope that the removal of Golden Go slows Kieran down enough to prevent this Gardevoir from being KO'd. Gotta say though, Kyle, with no item lock, might be a little wishful thinking.
Yeah, this is where you understand what your odds are at this point in the game, and you don't have a real win condition other than taking all your prize cards. You have to do this here if you want a way to play back into this. However, it's a massive risk. You know that Kieran has access to at least 6 cards here this turn, and if he sees the Pheasantipity, it could be upwards of 10. So there's so many cards that he can draw into to take this knockout and remove the Gardevoir for the rest of the game.
Kieran going to shuffle the deck with the Artisan, making sure he has access to those cards that were put on the bottom from Rowan's INO. There's an Arvin and a Nest Ball. Arvin usually a nice way to find something like a Superior Energy Retrieval if he needs it. See, looks like 3 energy in the discard pile at this point, so that means he is free to use a Lunar Cycle to maximize his Superior Energy Retrievals and also gain 3 more cards. There's an Earthen Vessel as well. I have to feel like with all these cards in hand, there's a pretty high chance Kieran's got enough energy cards to take this Pokemon down.
Yeah, if there were ever a hand to do this with, it is Rowan's. He has the secret box. He has access to some resources. There are some copies of Rare Candy as well, so you could bring that Gardevoir back up.
Yep.
But was the damage already dealt? With Kieran down to 3 prize cards remaining, with only 4 minutes on the clock, what do you really do in this spot?
I mean, Rowan could, in theory, 2-2-2 Kieran, right? By KOing. It just doesn't quite work out. He's not going to be able to get to the triple monkey, plus have enough Ralts and Gardevoir in play. I think he also discarded a Rare Candy to start off this game from that initial opening research. So
yes,
that means he's only got 1 Rare Candy available. So he can't make 2 Gardevoirs in the next 2 turns. So it is definitely an uphill battle here at this point here from Rowan.
Yeah, I wonder, with the 4 prize cards remaining, you might be able to work in something with a cheap knockout on the Lunatone or on the Soul Rock likely, and then put some damage on the Mega Lopunny. You've already seen a Turo.
Sure.
And maybe you take that Pokemon off the board. You would still have access to Counter Catcher in that scenario because Kieran would go down low enough in prizes, so maybe that works out there too. It's tough.
Kieran will use Superior, discarding the Genesect and a Nest Ball, getting 4 energy back from the discard pile. Of course, needing a medal to attach to his active. Key piece here, he's able to get back from his discard pile, and it will be enough energy cards in the hand currently in order to take this KO. 6 needed, and 6 is what he's got. 300 damage to KO the Gardevoir that already had some damage on it. Rowan quickly promoting that Monkey Dory, uses the Fez, immediately draws the 3 cards, finds himself a bunch of energy cards. I think we'll see them all just hit the discard pile here from this secret box. That one final rare candy is remaining in the deck. Bravery Charm found as well.
Yeah, as you mentioned about the energies, Kieran has 1 copy of Metal Energy in the prize cards as well. So with this Golden Go losing the medal, if this was in item lock, which doesn't seem likely, you wouldn't see any more medals under the item lock for the rest of the game either, which could be really hard for Kieran to find some attackers.
There's the Gardevoir brought back from Night Stretcher. Rare Candy brings it into play. There's a counter catcher in the hand here for Rowan. It looks like Screamtail is probably going to be the line here. Bring some. Oh no, actually, it could be just the Jellicent.
I think this is the Jellicent,
Yeah.
and then push damage to Lopunny and just hopefully take that Pokemon at some point.
Yeah, just load it up as much as he can and hope that before time expires, he's got an opportunity to take 3 prizes on the Mega Lopunny EX.
Yeah, and if you get the damage pushed over now, maybe it lines up for that Screamtail down the road. If you use the Bravery Charm with that, you could get to the magic numbers if you have double Monkey Dory in play.
Win, lose, or draw here at this point, Kyle. I've really got to commend Rowan for how he's approached this game.
For
Number
sure.
2, I mean, he is recognizing the situation fully and playing as quickly as he possibly can. He knows he's probably not playing perfectly, but the time is more valuable than being perfect.
Yeah, he's playing perfectly for the situation, which is throw away the extra percentages at this stage because it's the only way that you have a chance.
Now just over a minute remaining in this game. I have to remind everyone, of course, of the time rules here. As time expires, the current player will be turn 0, and then the next player is turn 1 of the game. And after that, that's it. We're wrapping things up, and if we are still in game number 2 and there is no clear winner, then the player who won game number 1 is the winner of the match. In this situation, that would be Kieran Farah.
And there's a pretty unique spot here for Kieran. If he plays the clock down at this stage and then finds boss's orders, I think just bringing up Pheasantipity and passing wins the game. There's no way to get the Psychic Energies in the discard pile for a Screamtail KO on the Mega Lopunny at that point if they're all locked on the Jellicent. So he's going to play out his resources. He's going to see what he finds, but with 30 seconds remaining, if it presents himself.
Also, if he finds just Professor Turo, that takes the Lopunny out of play. He's got 1 left. It's still floating around in the deck, and he's going to still see 4 more cards, 3 from this Lunar Cycle. He's got 1 coin bonus still available. I have to imagine that's one of the main cards he's looking for. I think that was a boss.
Okay.
Not a Turo just yet. 1 more card to draw here.
And with 9 seconds remaining, maybe the window just reveals itself to him here now. He's got all of the cards staring at him. What is the line, Kieran?
He's got boss's orders, perhaps, just KOing the Gardevoir. I mean, that's going to mean there's no possibility of Screamtail. Is he going to be able to have enough energy available to do that, though? It does require 7 energy being discarded, and I think Kieran is going to be able to make it happen. Rowan recognizes the situation, extends the hand to his fellow Canadian, and Kieran Farah moves to a record of 4-0.
Yeah, a lot of ways to crack that last egg for the omelet. He found it. There is the knockout on the Gardevoir, and I mean, really commendable effort there from Rowan. He was working with his back against the wall, trying to find an answer there, and I mean, he made something of it. There was a chance. If we saw those last cards, I was really looking forward to seeing Rowan's final turn.
Yeah, definitely. It would have been cool to see if he could have pieced it together, but Kieran had other plans. I think he thinks it's a little cooler to just take it down right away.
You think?
Which is exactly what he did. And yeah, I know this tournament means a lot to Kieran. You know, this is his home city. He said that he walked to the venue from his home, so very cool for him to be able to compete so close to where he lives. He loves his city. He loves where he's from, and I'm sure he's happy to be in this situation.
Yeah, had to take another Canadian down in the mix, but that's how it goes for him here, and has to feel very comfortable as we will walk through how Kieran walked over Rowan Stavino this time around.
Yeah, and man, this game number 1, Kyle, it was really back and forth. I feel like we were every other turn saying, oh, it looks like Rowan, oh, it looks like Kieran. And that's what great Pokemon feels like.
Yeah, this was really fun for us to be able to walk through with all of you as we see what Kieran was able to make magic of. At that very end of the game, this is one of those big turns for him where he has to decide, do you go after the Monkey Dory? Do you go after the Gardevoir? Everything's on the line there. And then from Rowan, we saw the unique pattern. He didn't go back after the Frillish and try to lock in for that TM Devo. He instead goes for Iono, tries to set something up, and it just didn't work out for him at the end.
And of course, the situation totally changes with the time remaining in game number 2. Rowan has to pivot strategies, be a little more aggressive. He has to put his initial Gardevoir at risk. It doesn't pay off. Kieran has the pieces to take the KO, and yeah, wasn't able to get down the ability to get another Gardevoir. Now, if Rowan still has access to a Gardevoir on that last turn, he, in theory, can still piece it all together, but I think that's what Kieran was trying to do. Just make Rowan have as much as possible, make it as difficult as possible for his opponent to win.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the name of the game. When you have a deck that's as intricate as Gardevoir is, with all the pieces that move around, the damage counters that need to flow, if you can just target one piece of that, you remove the Monkey Dory, you remove the item lock, you remove the acceleration of the energy, you have a good chance. And he was able to do so much of that because of the window that was left open by playing fast.
Yeah, and Rowan, you know, we talked about it during the game. He had to change how he played that game because of the presence of the Mega Lopunny. What do you think about that as an inclusion in the Golden Go this weekend?
It's really smart. You need that answer to a bunch of different unique situations. The cornerstone can be a frustrating thing that we've seen from some players, so built-in answer there, a lot of hit points to work with, and then sometimes you just don't have the energies in hand. You just need to get some Pokemon that sticks damage consistently, and through item lock, whatever it is, your answer to Badoo, your answer to Frillish, you love having that.
Yeah, and you point out, I think one of my favorite things about Golden Go in this deck is at the end of games, when your opponent Ionos you to 1 and you need to find a bunch of energy to KO the active Pokemon, sometimes it's a little easier to just Arven for the
air balloon,
and or the Prime Catcher, you know, get yourself boss's orders, and then, you know, Mega Lopunny KOs Pheasantipity, which every single deck plays, right? It's a little easier to get through that Pokemon with 1 energy than it is to get through a Dragapult EX in the active where you need 7.
Yeah, I love that. That's a really nice line to find for the tail end of the game. Sometimes you just don't have all the resources there for yourself, and you're really thinking of everything. We've seen some of the other decks, Trodia Lacoste playing the Mega Lucario, just, it's the same strategy of big guy attacking that doesn't lose its energies, and it works out really well with this unique attacker.
Well, I do believe we are ready to hear from our winner of the last round. Kieran Farah is standing by. Let's hear how he's feeling after that round 4 win.
Thank you, Chip, Kyle, Jeremy Jallin here with our round 4 winner, Kieran Farah. How are you feeling after that? Playing against a local, it's normally what, a round 3 at a League Cup here. Now you're coming out 4-0. How are you feeling?
Feeling fantastic. You know, my home regional here. When I saw the pairings, like Rowan and I both got to the table, it's like, get ready to go on stream. I'm like, I don't think you could pick a better matchup here, 2 of Toronto's finest. So, no, it feels good. It was a really close match, especially that first game. And Rowan's a great player, so I think I had to get him back. He's beat me the last couple times at majors, so it feels good to get one in the W column.
And that's kind of how the Golden Go versus Jellicent matchup is a lot of the times, just a very close game 1. I think it took, what, 30, 35 minutes, and it was really back and forth throughout each of the turns.
Yeah, I mean, the matchup's like super complicated. I mean, a lot of people think Golden Go's a fairly straightforward deck, which it is compared to something like a Gardevoir, but that matchup in particular, there's so much I could talk about, you know, like having to boss the monkey so that I don't get 2-shot by his Jellicent, planning for Professor Turo. If he puts too much damage on a Jellicent, you can retreat the Lopunny, knock it out. I prize the boss's orders, so like I really had to consider like when to use them. And for him, like, you know, like when do you use that TM Devo, like when do you go from Frillish to Jellicent? There's like so much on the margins in that matchup, and Ro and I were both talking after the first game. We both think both of us could have improved a little bit. So, and since the game went 36 minutes, I think we both knew whoever won the first game was probably gonna win the set. So,
yeah, it really basically came down to that last boss's orders when you were at 3 prizes. You decided to bring up the Gardevoir EX, had the chance to bring up a Monkey Dory maybe to stop the triple Adrenabrain TM Devo play, and you just decided, yeah, I'm gonna go for the prizes and hope to just seal it up. Rowan doesn't have it. In the end, Rowan did not have it, prized the Dark Energy, and also an Iono, I believe, couldn't disrupt you at all. And it really just goes to show that there's a lot of decision making, very minute in that matchup in particular.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things I can call out there. So Rowan played both his Night Stretchers already, so I knew he wouldn't be able to promote a Monkey Dory, Retreat, Stretcher, or Dark, and his hand was quite small. And also earlier in the game, he was playing some Vessels, and he wasn't grabbing Dark Energy. He Stretchered like a Monkey and a Dark. So that's kind of a tell to me that a Dark Energy was in the prize cards, and his hand was also quite small. That was the big decision. The reason I went for the Gardevoir was if I get Iono to 1, like I have to get Boss plus double SCR to knock out a Gardevoir. So I was maybe respecting the Iono a little bit too much. I think Rowan also had his Secret Box left, I think. So I don't think he played it before his Iono. I might be misremembering. So I thought it was more likely that Rowan had the Iono. So I decided, you know what, let's make it easier now, take the 2, so I just have to Boss and get 1 SCR on a Monkey. It was a bit risky because I prized my last energy, so if I didn't pull that, which I didn't, if he went Frillish Charm, I actually might have not been able to knock him out. But he already played both Arvin, so he would need to get Super Odd plus Charm. So basically it's like, I knew I could lose no matter what, so just trying to figure out what the least likely way to lose is, play towards that. I still might not have made the right decision, so that's the great thing about being on stream is I can go back and watch and really analyze and decide if that was the right play in the moment.
Yeah, I actually think the Secret Box got Iono to the bottom of the deck from Rowan that previous turn, but again, congratulations, 4-0, and hopefully the rest of your family is having fun in this tournament, maybe pick up a few wins here and there. As for that, we are done with round 4, and we're going to throw it to Pablo. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. That was a very exciting series. Fortunately, we couldn't see it come to completion, right? Congratulations to Kieran for winning that round. And Gardevoir matchup versus GO is always very interesting to see. There's a lot of dynamics that we saw in play with the item lock and whatnot. So I want to show a few of the key moments from that first game that I think really showed how both players were adapting to the other player's strategy and how they were both trying to get like the maximum value out of each, out of their resources and the options that they had in order to shut down their opponent. So let's go ahead and take a look at the first clip, which was a key moment for Kieran, where he was able to get a lot of use out of the Mega Lopunny. He started with it. That was the first Pokemon that he took prizes with. He was able to tank 2 hits with it. You can see how it has so many damage counters on it at that point in time. I think that's, 300 damage on it. So 1 Adrenal Brain from getting KO'd. But he was able to find the Turo at the right moment, pick that up, and so that Mega Lopunny, which is worth 3 prizes, had already taken 2, and he was able to prevent Rowan from taking that prize, which was huge in how much value Kieran got out of that resource. And then we moved on to the next phase where Rowan recognizes how important that Mega Lopunny is, how energy efficient it is, and therefore goes after it with that counter catcher, keeping the item lock in play whilst dealing with that binary and essentially shutting down that option for Kieran, because finding Super Rod for recovery and finding a boss's orders to put that back into the deck and then fetching it back with that Artisan, like, it is possible, but it's very, very difficult when you're continually getting Iono'd. And then we had the next situation where Kieran was able to deal with the permanent item lock very energy efficiently once again with that Soul Rock, that Vitality Band, bumping that damage up. Just 10 is just enough to deal with that 80 HP Frillish, being able to deal with that, not expending too many resources, not relying on item cards either, and also using Turo to heal some of the damage to make it so that a technical machine devolution play is a lot harder in the future. And that's what we saw basically the game come down to, right? We saw Kieran have a very difficult choice. He was definitely considering that triple Monkey Dory play that was available for, or potentially available for Rowan next turn. But in the end, he decided that it was worth it to risk that chance and take down one of the Gardevoirs instead of the Monkey Dory, get himself closer to just outright winning the game the next turn of a boss's orders and a superior energy retrieval, as he had such a big hand in this turn. He had built a lot of resources over the course of the last few turns, and so he needed to have this big one turn, and this also led him to thinning his hand quite a bit. He expended a lot of item cards that he knew he would not be needing, such as that Nest Ball. He used that Premium Power Pro as well later down the line, along with a Fighting Gong. So all of those key cards that, expecting an Iono, he knew he would not be wanting to draw, it all came down to his last boss's orders and one of the last 2 copies of Superior Energy Retrieval. So going after this particular Gardevoir instead of a Monkey Dory left some doors open for Rowan, but he also knew that it was unlikely, right? And in a previous turn, Rowan had used 2 Night Stretchers in order to recover the Monkey Dory. So Kieran had some sort of information that perhaps that third Dark Energy was not available to Rowan. And even if it was, there were Earthen Vessels already utilized, a lot of resources gone in the discard pile. So finding the third Monkey Dory and the third Darkness Energy and having enough Psychic Energy and enough damage output in play in order to send all that damage with Adrenal Brain to the Golden Go in order to set up a triple TM Devo KO in one turn was going to be very, very difficult. So Kieran took a very calculated risk. It ended up paying off really, really well for him. He was able to win the game, of course, but this was the key moment. This decision where he took a calculated risk and decided that it was worth it for him. He had a higher chance to win this game if he took a Gardevoir knockout than if he prevented Rowan from winning the next turn, but then piecing the last boss's orders with 2 superior energy retrievals to knock out a Gardevoir EX would have been a lot more difficult, and if he whiffed, that might have given Rowan even more turns to pull off the technical machine devolution play. So there was a lot at play here. It seemed like a simple turn of boss, double superior energy retrieval KO, but there was a lot at stake in this turn, and this was definitely the very key moment that led to Kieran winning. And so we saw the technical machine devolution play happen from Rowan. He was only able to knock out these 2 Golden Goes, as this one had no damage at that point. It did have 60 that will be transferred just now, but Gimmighoul surviving with 10 HP, that was huge, and that allowed Kieran to eventually basically draw his whole deck thanks to Golden Go, thanks to Fezandipity, and thanks to Lunatone, as there was no Iono found. Rowan did try to find it off of the Fezandipity draw, but unfortunately that didn't happen, and so Kieran was able to win this game by being very aggressive, but also very efficient with that aggression. I think that was the name of the game, and that's where Megalopony really shines. It's not just a cornerstone answer, it is also a possibility to take big knockouts for a single energy, and also the second attack is very, very good, and targeting down the Monkey Dories also helps slow down that potential technical machine devolution play eventually. So it, like, on paper, the matchup feels like you're attacking, it's like a back and forth. Golden Go is just attack, 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 but there were so many pieces and so many intricate decisions made by both players that it was a treat to watch that game 1, and we wish we could have seen more of that game 2. Rowan did have to adapt in that second game to a more aggressive strategy, and with no one-hit options really for that deck, it's really tough for Gardevoir to really catch up to Golden Go in that instance. But that's it for round 4. We'll be heading into round 5 very, very shortly, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more Pokemon action.
Don't want to be unprepared. Definitely study the venue, definitely study the game that you're playing, watch past streams. Don't just decide, hey, I'm going to book a flight and fly and not know anything.
God, one thing not to do before a tournament is second guessing yourself and changing your team at the last minute. You got to trust your instinct and hope that the practice pulls you through.
The big advice that I got whenever preparing for this event is to not change your deck last minute. You want to go with something that you're comfortable with, that you know the matchups with. You've been practicing with it for a while, so if you're going to switch your deck, then it's going to be probably last minute, and you're not going to know your matchups really well, because at the end of the day, TCG, this is a card game, and we're all here to have fun. So go with the deck that you're most comfortable with, and the one that you're going to have the most fun with.
2 things not to do before a tournament. First, don't leave packing your bag or packing everything up to the morning of. You're going to forget something, you're going to be rushing, you don't want to do that going in. And the other piece is don't go in without any prep. You got to make sure you're prepping, you're taking your time, trust your gut. Also, last minute changes don't always work.
I would say just don't stress yourself out, don't psych yourself out, do your prep, but don't be too nervous. Always show up to have fun, have a good time, just go out there, do your best, and yeah, just don't be too stressed.
Something not to do before a tournament is not check your deck size. Make sure you have 60 cards, make sure all your sleeves are fresh. I've heard so many horror stories about people forgetting cards before their round, getting deck checked, and getting penalties from not having correct sleeves. So just be really careful. I don't want it to happen to me. I don't want it to happen to any other players as well.
Hello, Pokemon fans. I'm here with Emma Hagen, and we are here to break down her Flareon EX Toolbox deck that she's been using for what, the entire season essentially?
Yeah, a bit more.
Yeah. Now you got second place at regionals with this deck, and you just continue to bring it again and again, rarely changing it. Can you talk over some of your favorite decisions for the deck or cards that you really like about it?
Like, for me, I'm what we would traditionally call a one-trick pony. Not necessarily with Flareon, but with the card Pidgeot EX. And in my opinion, this is by far the best Pidgeot EX deck. Like, Charizard is fine, but it's just not my cup of tea. So what I did is that I found a meta deck that played Pidgeot and just kind of slowly over time improved it a lot. Just adding more consistency, better options with Hilda, Jet Energy, Glass Trumpets, etc. To the point where I'm very happy with the list. This list I'm bringing today is very similar to my Gdansk 60, but with a few cards that I view as just pure upgrades.
All right, what would you say would be those upgrades?
Terra Orb was probably my least used and most mediocre card in Gdansk, but in this list I played a second EVEX, which functions as the Terra Orb slot while also being a card with a lot more text. Burning Charge onto EVEX is a line that we discovered was very good when we played the Dusknoir build of the deck, and Carnelian was very difficult to accomplish. And with going back to this standard build, now Carnelian is a lot easier to accomplish, but Burning Charge onto EVEX is still a very good play that we didn't really discover until we kind of needed it.
And now you were saying this is the best Pidgeot EX deck, but you're only playing a 1/0/1. You're doing the full 4/4 Noctowl, the 2 Fan Rotom. What makes it so powerful?
What makes it so powerful is the combo potential. Like, this is a deck where you can't really afford to have dead cards. So every single one of your cards needs to at least have text and be viable in every single matchup. So if you play a second Pidgey and you have access to your first Pidgey, then your second Pidgey is always dead. Because you just need to be able to have multiple Ultra Balls, you need to be able to do double Noctowl once in a while, to be able to just promote Pidgeot, bench boosted Evo, and Carnelian the same turn, even with a Briar or a Boss if needed.
All right. I like it a lot. And this has been one of the decks that seemingly is pretty difficult to play, and you seem to play it perfectly and with so much speed every single time you're on stream. What really gives you that advantage?
Well, for me, it's mostly experience, but also kind of how the deck just functions. This is a deck that doesn't really draw cards. You have Fez, and that's your only way of drawing cards, aside from an occasional Iono. So what I do, and what I get to do with this deck, is that I can just kind of play my turn in advance in my mind, so that when the opponent passes the turn, I already know exactly what I need to do, exactly when I need to do it, and my end goal. So at that point, I don't need to think on my turn. I can just play the cards super quickly, and I just don't really need to take the typical time you need in a game of Pokemon.
And then what is so special about the Sparkling Crystal A-Spec for this deck? And just in general, why is that your A-Spec of choice?
The Sparkling Crystal is just absolutely insane. The game of Pokemon is balanced by only being able to attach 1 energy per turn, and then all energy acceleration cards being conditional. Gardevoir EX, you need a stage 2 in play. Charizard, you need a stage 2 in play. Crispin, you need to use your supporter. Last Trumpet, you need to have them in a discard pile. But Sparkling Crystal just is that attachment regardless of any conditions. And it's also any type of energy, which allows us to only play 1 lightning energy. So we have basically 2 outs for the same card.
Well, I appreciate you sitting down and talking with me, and good luck on the tournament this weekend. And for that, we'll go back to more Pokemon action.
There we go. Sorry. The weather outside, a bit frightful, but the action inside of the convention center, more than delightful for our competitors here at the Pokemon TCG Regional Championships in Toronto, Ontario. Welcome back in for those of you just joining or who've been with us for our Swiss rounds. My name is Ethan Heggie. Piper Lapine is joining me at the desk. Can't be more excited than where we are right now to be watching some intense action here in Toronto.
Oh yeah, the format's been pretty interesting lately with the new Donzard coming out of Stuttgart, so excited to see if that continues to see its presence, and yeah, see what else pops up. See some new Guardiolists from Henry Chow and co, but yeah.
Plenty of action still to be played. Of course, we are just through the 4th Swiss round, so we've got rounds 5, 6, 7, and 8 so far. That will be through our Phase 1, and then we'll be playing the first round of Phase 2 today. Players are really looking to get to that match point threshold, but of course, really looking for more than that. You could go in at those minimum match points, but it's really going to be looking at that X-1 record, that 7-1 in Phase 1, 7-0-1, even the fabled undefeated at 8-0 to put yourself in a good spot to succeed in Phase 2.
Yep, takes a lot of pressure off of the next day for those games where you just have like rough starting hands. You know, there's a lot of luck in the game, and you don't want to put your run on having to go 5-0 in the second phase. And yeah, the better records day 1 make it easier to top cut and eventually win the tournament and get that nice World Championships invite.
Well, speaking of 5-0, we've got 2 players in the field looking to do just that, advance to 5-0, and that match is ready. So let's go ahead and throw things down. One familiar face, I'm sure many players who, like to watch some content maybe over on YouTube or just want to check out a high-class caliber player. Daichi Shimada checks off both of those boxes.
Yeah, Daichi's a great player, the 2022 world finalist. Recently at LAIC got top 16 playing a Frillish tech in the Mega Absol, so we'll see if Daichi continues to go with the Frillish to deal with Goldengo or opts to play something different this time around.
And he's been playing this deck pretty much for the last couple of months, whether it be here in Japan or in the TPCI circuit. It is that Mega Absol Kangaskhan deck. Lots of Japanese players have really kind of gravitated towards this variant. See the prize cards, and there is that crucial piece that's kind of in here for this matchup specifically, that Psyduck with that damp ability at the top of the prizes.
Yeah, the Psyduck really limits Pultnor's ability to get damage onto the Mega Box's sideboard, and it really limits the ability to take the big prizes on those 3 prizers and complete the game. But we do see Ramon prize the Dusknoir, which means we're limited to the Dusclopses to only getting 50 damage, and 2 Iono's prize means it's going to be hard to disrupt Daichi, which can be a really strong piece against the Mega Absol box, which tries to build its hand through the Kangaskhan run errand, and yeah.
Yeah, that item lock early on can also be a pretty crucial factor. We see the A-Spec of choice, that Precious Trolley, not a very popular one, but oh so powerful with that turn 1 combo when you're going second. See if Daichi can draw into that and some other favorable cards. So we get action kicked off here with Raymond going first in this matchup. Does start with 2 Dreepy and kick things off with a Buddy Puffin. This is the bread and butter setup for this Dragapult Dusknoir deck.
Yep, looking to get a bunch of Dreepies down so we can start evolving those into Dracloaks, drawing cards, and yeah, getting the Buddy potentially for the next turn to slow down Daichi, especially if he whiffs that Precious Trolley on the first turn. Daichi's board is going to be really weak to that item lock, and
yeah, so we're going to see exactly how things play out on this first turn. Of course, every player in the Pokemon TCG, seasoned or not, knows the importance of understanding what cards are in the prizes, so we'll take the moment to just look through the deck. We'll note one of those 2 Badoo are unavailable. That's in the prize cards. We saw that Dusknoir is also in the prize cards, so only going to have access to that 2-1 Dusclops line at this point. Using that Curse Blast ability when available, given the opportunity that Daichi does have that Psyduck prized, could be very valuable and some sort of an unintended route that you can take in this matchup since you're usually not expecting to use that ability all too often.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of times the Mega Box, against Mega Box, you tend to bench the Duskulls so that you have the pressure of the Dusclaws, but you don't want to play them down yet so they can't get like boss trapped with the Psyduck in play. So it's definitely something you want to pressure, but you don't want to lean too much into it and then get caught with the Psyduck. You want to get those Dracloaks in play, start drawing cards, and setting up multiple Dragapults, and then get into a spot where you're kind of trading attacks. But interestingly, also, Ramon did prize the Air Balloon, which could put some pressure on his energy attaches when retreating into Badu. But yeah, Daichi with the Arven, just probably going to be getting that Precious Trolley and TM Turbo Energized, just getting the perfect setup immediately.
Of course, grabbing that Energized, but I'm actually not sure there's an energy card in the hand quite yet, so may have to opt to grab Earthen Vessel instead. But I think there was a Nest Ball, an Ultra Ball to go along with it, so going to be enough Pokemon Search to fan things out, as he will also take the opportunity to check the prize cards, see what's available. Is not running something like the the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon in this deck. We saw that was a very popular inclusion back in Las Vegas, and instead, really a really interesting sort of way to deal with the Goldengo deck is actually playing that 2-1 Toadscroll line, not something we see very often in this deck at all.
Yeah, for sure. With the high HP of the Mega Pokemon, if they do get knocked out by the Goldengo at any point, there's a lot of energies in the discard, so playing down that Toadscroll is just going to lock them into the discard. Besides cards like Super Rod, but that's not going to be enough to get through another one of the Mega Pokemon. Just so much HP, especially with Bravery Charm and Lively Stadium. It's pretty scary.
And not sure we'll see it come down into this matchup. It does shut off Night Stretcher as well, importantly, a card that lots of decks, including this Dragapult Dusknoir, use to bring cards back from the discard pile, like the Dusclops Dusknoir line. So Daichi's a seasoned player. He's going to, of course, make sure he understands all of the options at his disposal. It's actually going to be the Ultra Ball getting pitched away from the hand. We see this Mega Box deck kind of struggles sometimes in the early game to have easy decisions off of fodder for cards like Ultra Ball, so may just be content getting one, maybe two Pokemon down on the bench, has to pick a card to discard, and it will just inevitably be this Ultra Ball.
Yeah, the Ultra Ball is going to get pretty low value right now just because Ramon's probably going to go into the Budew and Itchy Pollen, so we can't really discard cards with the Ultra Ball now, and we're not going to be able to use it in the future turns, so just getting rid of it now seems pretty good. We do see the interesting Jumbo Ice Cream Cone from Daichi, which could actually remove some of that damage that Ramon is trying to build up and make a big 6-prize turn, but yeah.
Yeah, you know, a card that wasn't super talked about going into the new Phantasmal Flames expansion, but it's a super solid one when you've got those energy attached. It kind of acts like the closest thing, you know, would maybe be the Hyper Potion from, you know, back in the Sword and Shield days, and you don't have to discard those energies, which is really impactful. So now there's the question here for Daichi, where does he want to commit this Dark Energy to? Is actually going to just keep it on the Kangaskhan here. Do you like this play, or would you maybe like to see a retreat into something like Monkey Dory to have that energy on instead? What are sort of the pros and cons of both of those?
Yeah, attaching the Monkey Dory gets it set up, so you can start moving the damage back to the Dragapult's board, but leaving the Kangaskhan in the active means no matter what happens, you have this guaranteed draw 2 to start your turn next turn and see more cards. And then if you want to go into the Absol attack, you can. But if you were to start the Monkey Dory, then you'd have to retreat into the Kangaskhan to get the draw 2, and then you'd have to play Petron, and even finding it under the item block can be really difficult just to attack with the Absol. And if you don't want to attack with Absol, then you can just chill with the Kangaskhan for another turn, maybe use another TM Turbo Energize to set up those Monkey Dories if you find another one.
Lots of options for Daichi's disposal on the following turn. And speaking of Monkey Dory, you see Ramon put down a monkey of his own, a card that's kind of worked its way back into Dragapult, especially when facing down other Monkey Dories. You know, that could definitely be a card to look out for on Ramon's side here.
Yeah, it'll be pretty interesting to see if Daichi chooses to give Ramon extra damage, because Dragapult with the damage can like knock out the Psyduck, for example, if it does make its way to the board this game or in the next couple games. It gives it Dragapult just a free prize in that sense. So then you have to find a Bravery Charm on it, and a lot of pull lists are playing the Jamming Tower, so we'll see if the Monkey Dory actually gets value, and the attachments are really crucial for Dragapult as well. Especially without the Air Balloon, the energies are going to be pretty pressured, and yeah, we may not have time to attach to the Monkey Dory.
So Badu does come down thanks to the Buddy Buddy Poffin, was actually found off that Recon Directive, so maybe a big find there for Mo. Not sure he had a way to actually get that Itchy Pollen online, and like you mentioned, with the Air Balloon not being available and with there being a little bit of a more difficulty to pull off Phantom Dive attacks. We're actually going to see the Luminous Energy hit the discard pile, retreating into Badu, and the first Itchy Pollen being used. So Daichi unable to play those item cards, but as things stand, he's already essentially got what he wants on board online. Can draw some cards with Kangaskhan, and all he needs is just that one Darkness Energy if he wants to start swinging in with that Claw of Darkness.
Yeah, if Daichi's able to find a Darkness Energy and a Boss's Orders, he can take Ramon's only Dracloak off the board, which is taking out all the draw and all the threat of Dragapult, as many of these Dragapult lists are cutting the rare candies from their list. So, and you're taking away a card from Ramon's hand. So if there's only one supporter, you're taking away the draw, the supporter, so it's just going to be super weak. But we see Daichi just go in aggressive with the Absol, and Ramon's hand is really weak.
Yeah. Really weak here. The only question is, do you want to get rid of an energy card? I feel like that Luminous Energy, because of that one being discarded off the retreat, could be very punishing here on Ramon's side.
Yeah, with 2 Luminous gone now, this Monkey Dory, it's going to be really hard to power it up ever to Adrenabrain. So it's kind of just a wasted bench space for Ramon, and that isn't good against Mega Box. They have a lot of ways they can punish extra bench Pokemon, such as Yveltal, just trapping for a couple turns to reestablish your board if you don't draw the cards you need off an Iono. But we do see Ramon's actually playing the Rare Candy, which is a really interesting tech. Just being able to kind of accelerate the game out of nowhere, kind of to match the aggression that decks like Goldengo may be putting on you.
Speaking of aggression, really just all gas from Daichi and nothing but sort of a slow speed zone here for Ramon, just not able to make much happen, and he's actually just going to go ahead and evolve into Dragapult EX with nothing else in hand, so going to actually shut off that Recon Directive ability in favor of just keeping this Pokemon from being KO'd and putting damage on the board. Daichi can just have all the floodgates open if he's able to somehow put together a terminal period this turn.
Yeah, I mean, he just needs an energy on one Monkey Dory and an Arven for an E-Switch, and he can terminal period this Dragapult, and it's going to be incredibly difficult for Ramon to come back into this game. Just the prize lead and the board lead, but it looks like Daichi might play a more passive approach, getting rid of this Duskull since he does have the Psyduck prized.
Yeah, it looks like there's only one energy switch in the deck, so sort of an interesting choice of sequencing here is actually just not going to use anything else because he's got that Iono in hand, but there's no reason to play that. So heads up here from Daichi, understands he's more content with where the board is at right now and can just see Ramon is sitting on absolutely nothing. No valuable targets to bring the Night Stretcher back, a Rare Candy and no Stage 2s in the hand, and living off a prayer from this top deck.
Yeah, getting rid of this Rare Candy is really big as it prevents the top deck of the Dusknoir, because obviously Daichi doesn't know that the Dusknoir is prized. So it really just limits Ramon's options the most, as the Night Stretcher is not very good because it can only get the Budew. But a top deck of Sparkling Crystal means we could see Phantom Dive this turn. However, that does give Daichi just, he's knocking out the Duskull next turn and the Dragapult. So even though we're getting this attack, the game is starting to get kind of out of hand. This Blood Moon or Saloon in our hand, the typical comeback mechanic for Dragapult, would get discarded, so we see Ramon bench it preemptively, which is a nice find.
Yeah, it does find the ability to maybe use that the following turn, but it's going to just be a Phantom Dive for 200. And with that Sparkling Crystal being used, it's pretty safe to say at this spot we may not see a Phantom Dive used after this for the rest of the game.
For sure. Yeah, the Sparkling Crystal is a pretty interesting option. A lot of lists tend to play the Neo Upper Energy, so if we had a Neo Upper Energy, we could if we had the energy, could attach the active. But yeah, the Crystal is an interesting option, kind of complements an Arven, so yeah.
So just thinking about where we want to move the Phantom Dive damage. Maybe placing it on the Kangaskhan and then one onto that Latios as well. So it looks like no damage to the Monkey Dory. We were 1 damage counter over. So 1 on Latios, 5 on the Mega Kangaskhan. And Daichi is just in absolutely full control this game. He's going to have another energy to play down if he wants to onto Monkey Dory to keep his Adrenabrain action going. Does have Night Stretcher in hand as well. I'm not sure there's any pieces to grab back. And now the question for Daichi, right? You could be taking prize cards this turn if you want, but do you actively maybe play around KOing Duskull this turn to stay out of that Blood Moon range?
Yeah, I think that's probably the best option, as both of Daichi's Mega Pokemon are in range of the Blood Moon at this point. So if neither can get knocked out on the next turn, then Daichi can decide to either keep passing, depending on what Ramon does, because he's going to 0 cards in hand at the end of this turn. But Daichi is going to knock out that Duskull. It does put Ramon on top decking the energy with 3 gone, including the one on the Dragapult, so maybe it'll work out, but this seems a little bit risky from Daichi's side.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, he has that Earthen Vessel in hand. Are there any Dark Energy in the deck? There hasn't been an attachment yet for turn, so could even just put an energy down on that Mega Kangaskhan for the turn. Then you can threaten not needing to flip any heads to KO, and it looks like that will be what Daichi does. Searching out the deck. We'll have to see how many Darkness Energy are left, and it's just the one copy, so running a bit low on resources, but does have that Night Stretcher in hand, and let's not, of course, forget about that Mist Energy, another special energy that could be drawn into off some sort of supporter.
Yep. Daichi has 1 energy prize, so you may be looking to find that off the prizes. As taking the 2 prizes, you have about a 50% chance to get that energy, so you have the attach for next turn. But yeah, setting up the Kangaskhan is pretty solid, but either way, you need an energy switch if you want to do the 2 Monkey Dories and Kangaskhan attack next turn. So yeah, Daichi going here to set up the second Monkey Dory, since you're going to need that E-switch anyway. Has the Petrarunt to just make sure you can retreat into the Kangaskhan, draw 2, and then Petrarunt back into the Absol, which just lets you build that hand. And we see the Lilies to kind of start the hand building and finding cards like that energy switch for the next turn to just kind of lock up this game.
Yeah, interesting use of sequencing here a little bit from Daichi. Does decide to actually take a prize card before using the Lily. Sometimes you want to, build that hand up before figuring out what happens. He's now going to just be using this Lily. Draws into some cards, now has 6 in the hand. And we're going to see Claw of Darkness discard the only card in hand, which is that Night Stretcher, a super crucial card. It would have been able to bring back your Cloak this turn. And now for Ramon, is there anything? Just an Ultra Ball will scoop things up. And in dominating fashion here, Daichi Shimada convincingly taking that first game.
Yeah, this matchup tends to be slightly favored for the Mega Box decks, but yeah, that game made it look so easy. I mean, just ripping all those resources out of Ramon's hand, like, it was just so difficult for him to ever build up a board. But yeah, we'll see if going second, he can get into the Itchy Pawn quickly, shut down the Precious Trolley, and slow the setup from Daichi. One interesting thing to note, though, is playing the Sparkling Crystal, Ramon's not actually playing Jamming Tower, so you can't lock the Precious Trolley and TM Turbo Energize at the same time, which is typically a really strong play from the Poltor.
Speaking of strong, Claw of Darkness was doing everything in this match. Applying damage, pressure on the boards, and it was really once this damage was applied back on a Daichi side that the floodgates were open. Monkey Dory got online, Duskull was put out of its misery before it could even have a chance to evolve up into Dusclops, and now you're in a spot where only about 10-15 minutes have passed on the clock, and you just got absolutely rolled over in Game 1. What do you have to be telling yourself going into Game 2 to keep yourself alive in this set?
I mean, Dragapult going first is pretty weak, so I mean, going second obviously feels a lot better, and hopefully you can just set up more than 1 for Cloak. I mean, that's always the goal, but sometimes the deck falls short. But yeah.
So we'll see opening hands for both players. Like you mentioned, Itchy Pollen, something that is very much on the table and a great option over on Ramon's side. Daichi will be going first, so unable to play a supporter card, notably that Arven for Precious Trolley. See what these players can put together as we get into things. Game number 2. Daichi this time not starting that Mega Kangaskhan. And looking at this hand here, and there's really not much going on. You could search out some energy cards, but no way to search out Pokemon. This Itchy Pollen might be a little bit too tough here for Daichi to deal with come next turn.
Yeah, it looks like he has a TM Turbo Energize and an Iono next turn, so we can maybe draw some Pokemon to go with that and power them up. And we're getting an attach on Monkey Dory, which is nice. So even though we're not going to have access to those items, our board is still looking pretty strong. But now Daichi here is prize checking, and nothing too impactful prize here. The one Mist Energy, when you need it, is going to be a bit more difficult to find. The Fez is a little annoying, but Dragapult tends to abstain from taking knockouts, just preventing the extra draw on the board. And the Night Stretcher, it's kind of a similar thing to the Mist Energy, where when you need it, it's going to be hard to find, but you still have 1 in deck, so it shouldn't be too bad all around.
So we'll yet again check that Pheasantipity, like you mentioned, unavailable again, was also prized in that first game, so really does not want to come out to play in this set. And it may be a huge reliance off of Iono. That Arven really going to lose almost all of its value. You could still search out that tool, but without being able to grab those powerful items like your A-Spec, you really are going to be looking to play other supporter cards when you have the chance.
Yeah, interestingly, Daichi chooses to keep the Arven, not discarding off the Vessel, because Ramon could have a really weak hand and not Itchy Pollen ever, so I just want to keep that bailout so that if they whiff the Itchy Pollen, you're able to still get out the Precious Trolley and kind of just create that really good board we saw last game, even though that was without the Precious Trolley, so we'll see.
Yeah, we got the 3-card cut to the bottom. That brings me back to some of the older days, and we are going to be passing things over. So, Ramon, without access to a whole lot, you see immediately just throws down this Luminous Energy, the Artisan, and the Iono. So Artisan coming back into Dragapult, not a stadium card we see a lot in this deck.
Yeah, since like around Worlds, we started to see a lot of Jamming Tower in the deck to shut down the TM evolutions from Guardy, the air balloons from Goldengo. So now we're seeing an Artisan. As I mentioned earlier, the Sparkling Crystal and Jamming Tower don't really go well together, but we still want our own stadium bumps in case we're playing a mirror match, and they have Jamming Tower. So Artisan's a nice consistency option that helps our opponent a little bit, which feels bad under Itchy Pollen. But against the Mega Box, they can really only get Psyduck and Monkey Dory, so it's not too big of a help to Daichi here.
Looking at the prizes for Ramon, does have one of those Duskull prize, the Hawlucha, which could be useful against that aforementioned Psyduck, unavailable as well. But besides that, pretty tame, pretty workable. We'll see the energy be discarded and Itchy Pollen, and immediately Daichi is put on the clock to find some Pokemon to power up with this TM at Turbo Energize. We'll see what the top deck was for turn. It looks like just another supporter, maybe that Penny. Artisan will be used to start things off, and looks like Psyduck will be the choice, but that's really not the Pokemon you want to be accelerating your energy cards onto.
Yeah, looking at Daichi's hand, it is incredibly weak to this Itchy Pollen, so I think he's hoping that Ramon can only play an Iono again and can get some more basics that are actually threatening the board, whereas the Psyduck is just kind of sitting there until it gets knocked out at this point.
So there's a risk, of course, to commit something like the TM Turbo Energize this turn. You never have a guarantee that you're going to draw into the Pokemon you're looking for, and trying to even note if there is that in the hand. It looks like there may not even be a supporter card to draw any cards. Excuse me. Talk about TM Energize. That's not even there either. Just Pokegear and some items that can't be played. Duskull we brought up into the active spot, and this is all Ramon needs. An Ultra Ball to find a Dracloak, and just needs to find ways to get back into this Itchy Pollen while also getting ready to use that Phantom Dive attack.
Yeah, Daichi correctly notices that Ramon has been showing a reliance on retreating manually this set, not having the Latios, or just try not to bench it in fear of a Veltal, but this is really continuing to pressure Ramon's energies, because now he's going to have to find an energy and the Sparkling Crystal next turn to just start attacking and take away this game. So Daichi's potentially buying an extra turn by not letting Ramon set up the extra energy. And also, if he wishes the energy, then can get those items. And we see an Arven in Daichi's hand, so.
Yeah, and this Budu is kind of on a ticking clock at this point. If it does take a few more... Oh, we're going to see an Iono? Wow.
That's crazy.
Ramon playing this Iono, you know, he's going to draw into some more cards, but it's at the cost of essentially a full bailout here for Daichi in the second game.
Yeah, we saw Daichi did shuffle his deck last turn with the Artisan, so a lot of those cards that weren't the big basic Pokemon we're looking for did get mixed back into the deck, but I do see a Kangaskhan in Daichi's hand, so we'll be drawing some more cards and hopefully have a game here.
Keeping things competitive, you've got to give spirit to that. Ramon did find some interesting pieces here. Of course, can use that Recon Directive, does draw into another Dracloak, and that energy has already been committed, but like you mentioned, with the Sparkling Crystal, Phantom Dive is, of course, on the table for the following turn.
Yeah,
just needs an Arven and an energy, and that's essentially all Ramon's going to need. So we'll see Itchy Pollen. This Monkey Dory brought up to 20 damage and does find the Arven off the top of the deck. And now Daichi with a dilemma here. Does he want to risk using this run errand ability on the Kangaskhan, or does he want to guarantee accelerating energies thanks to that TM Turbo Energize?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting decision to make. Having the Latios makes going into the Kangaskhan a little bit better, I think, just because you don't lose the energy on the Monkey Dory, and having that on the bench is really strong, as if Ramon ever leaves 3 damage counters on the board, this Budu is just a free prize for Daichi to take. So I think we'll see him retreat into the Kangaskhan and draw some cards, but...
yeah, if there's no energy, though, can't use this TM Turbo Energize, right? So that would be the pro of being able to leave Monkey here, is you could at least power up the Absol, and I think Daichi's really not willing to take that risk. If you lose this Monkey Dory, you're losing all your energy in play as well. Just wants to play things safe, and I have to assume we'll see both these energies go onto this Mega Absol.
For sure. I think the one scary part of this is if Ramon just tries to, like, chill for another turn and use Itchy Pollen, Daichi isn't really pressuring anything because he still doesn't have that energy in hand and isn't drawing cards with the Kangaskhan. So I think it's, like, fine to get the Turbo Energize, but it could have been a different approach. And Ramon with the 3-card cut again.
Keeping things in style. Either way, options at both these players' disposals. We'll have to see how they take advantage of it. And after using those Recon Directives on the previous turn with that Iono, is now sitting on a pretty stacked hand. Can use Recon Directive this turn to filter through the deck, find some more pieces, and the big question will be, are we going to see yet another Itchy Pollen, or is Ramon just going to take the opportunity right now to strike and start attacking with Phantom Dive?
Yeah, I think knocking out the Monkey Dory and putting a lot of pressure on that Psyduck this turn makes taking the knockout pretty good. However, it does give Daichi cards like Counter Catcher, which could take out the Duskull or the Dracloak draw on the bench, and then he's kind of in a waiting game where he's just taking knockouts on the bench until Ramon leaves 6 damage, and he can like set up 2 monkeys with the E-switch and then use Terminal Period to one-shot that Dragapult.
Always a risk leaving 6 damage counters on the Mega Box's side. You never know when they're going to pull out that Energy Switch combo with the Arven, giving them items again. It is always a risk you have to be willing to take if you're going to take that approach. So, you know, after stumbling here, that Gift of the Iono has essentially put Daichi back into this game, giving him an opportunity to keep up and potentially close out this set in just 2 games. So now both Recon Directives used. This hand is built up to about 10 cards or so. We see that Dragapult EX is in the hand right there. Does have Ultra Ball, Arven as well. There is going to be the energy attachment for turn onto this Dracloak. With this evolution here, I've got to assume that means we're maybe going to start going in and being aggressive.
Yeah, I agree for sure. It's going to be interesting to see where he places the damage, because a play you can normally do as the Dragapult side is putting 6 damage on this Psyduck, forcing them to either heal it with a Monkey Dory or commit a Bravery Charm to it. But Ramon did prize his Hawlucha, so he won't be able to take advantage of it on the next turn, and is going to have to use more Phantom Dive damage there. But he could also split the damage in a way that Daichi, if he has 2 E-switches, or he only needs 1 E-switch here to Terminal Period. So I think we're probably going to see a damage split where it's like 2 on the Absol, 2 on the Psyduck, probably 1 on the Latias, and then maybe 1 on the Kangaskhan. I guess you could do 3 on the Psyduck, just preventing Daichi from being able to Monkey Dory 6 damage to the Dragapult and knock it out with Terminal Period, as Ramon has to commit his Sparkling Crystal this turn. Although he may just Itchy Pollen and evolve the Dragapult to protect it from a Darkness Claw.
Yeah, lots of options. Just because you're evolving here doesn't necessarily mean you're going to lean into this attack. It is, of course, important to protect those energies, especially when you're relying off those ace specs to keep your Pokemon powered up and attacking. If this Dragapult EX were to go down to that aforementioned Terminal Period, then the Raymond would kind of just be a fish out of water with no way to follow up another Phantom Dive on the following turn. So that's kind of the biggest advantage going for something like this, but we're actually going to see Boss's orders on the Psyduck, so just going to actually use this first attack here, the Jet Headbutt, to take the KO, preserving that A-Spec and making sure that even if Dragapult EX were to go down in the near future, there would still be the ability to pull out a Phantom Dive from out of nowhere.
Yeah, knocking out the Psyduck's pretty good, as it opens up the option to Dusclops and even Candy Dusknoir in the future. But at the same time, leaving this Monkey Dory with the energy means any damage you're putting on Daichi's board is just going to help him. So, and we see Daichi getting another Monkey Dory off this Artisan, and you're also giving Daichi the draw off the Kangaskhan. So Daichi could get to a really strong board this turn that just kind of can run away with the game potentially. Especially if you can recover the Psyduck.
100%. Yep, Psyduck in the discard pile. Definitely the big key piece missing at this point on the board. Always got to be wary of some Cursed Blast abilities, putting a bit of a hole in your plans. So we'll see these 2 draws. It is the Counter Catcher that is online right now. There is always the potential to kind of play around attacking with the Claw of Darkness until you can Terminal Period. Is that something Daichi may want to lean towards, or do you think just applying pressure on the biggest threat on the board is, you know, sort of the status quo in a spot like this?
I think there's solid arguments for both, as pressuring this Dragapult is really strong, but if Daichi doesn't have a way to recover this Psyduck, counter-catching the Duskull may be his best option here, just to prevent any, like, Rare Candy into Dusknoir and being able to one-hit KO the Absol. Because you need to protect these energies at this point.
Resource management, a huge part of the Pokemon TCG. You've always got to be wary of what cards are available and what changes on your opponent's board could spell disaster for everything you've been planning up to this point. Looks like Penny, the only supporter card in hand. Just considering, you know, where to commit this energy attachment for turn. Does also have a Nest Ball as well. Now there is no Pheasantipity, right? That is in the prize card, so can't draw any more cards as it stands. Just kind of mapping out in your hand. You see very expressive, just trying to really plot and plan out how the rest of this game is going to go down. There's still multiple turns before we figure out who will be the victor here. But these players have to start sort of honing in on what their game plan is going to be if they want to be successful and come out with the victory.
For sure, especially with this many monkey, like already having a monkey with a dark and another one on the bench, these Duskull and Budew could be just random free prizes for Daichi at any point. So if Daichi doesn't knock out this Duskull this turn and goes for something like the Dracloak, not only is draw limited, but there's just the game has progressed pretty significantly for him. But Daichi is going for this Duskull, which I think is really strong, just making it so there's no way that Ramon can pop the Dusclops or Dusknoir, and moving the damage to the active Duskull to prevent Ramon from using his own Monkey Dory and throwing it back on Daichi's board. And lots of options to discard here. Ends up looking at that Night Stretcher with a lot of energies down already. It seems like a pretty solid option. Otherwise, you could do the Iono to prevent disruption, as I believe Ramon's down 2 Ionos already, so that could make it so Daichi is at a point where it's hard to get disrupted, and maybe if the 4th Iono's prized, he could never get disrupted again this game.
Tough decision does go with the Night Stretcher as the discard. Daichi will even things up at 5 prize cards apiece. As Padu comes up into the active spot, it is, of course, a free retreater, can pivot into any Pokemon on the bench. And now Ramon's got multiple ways to attack. If he wants to take the easy route, Arvin will, of course, guarantee him Sparkling Crystal, could even grab the other Night Stretcher out of the deck to be able to allow this Dragapult to attack. But with Daichi having built up a bit of a hand last turn with that run errand ability, we'll have to see if Ramon is okay with that as the option of a supporter, or if he wants to get a bit more aggressive and maybe continue to play around hitting this Mega Absol with something like a Phantom Dive.
Yeah, the interesting thing is Daichi did not play a supporter last turn, so I don't know if we need to use this Iono, because Daichi also chose not to discard the Iono. If Daichi had a really strong hand and wanted to discard the Iono to prevent itself from getting disrupted, he would have, but he chose not to. So we can kind of assume that Daichi's fine with getting Iono'd, so that's kind of an argument to not play it.
Yeah, just figuring out that the deck was randomized here with Dracloak. There's always a lot of shuffling and searching through the deck happening in the Pokemon TCG, so making sure everything is in tune. So we'll see Lily's determination. One of the draws just wants to continue to maybe search for something specific and does find the Psychic Energy. So that is checkbox number 1 off the list here. Does mean that no matter what, Phantom Dive could go through. But then the next question is, where do you want to commit your supporter for turn? And if this Dragapult were to go down, Piper, what would the response look like on the following turn?
If this Dragapult goes down, as long as the Sparkling Crystal, we still have access to it, we can attack with another Dragapult, but that could mean using the last Night Stretcher Ramon has if he doesn't have a way to find the Dragapult otherwise. And yeah, without like the threat of another Dragapult, it could be pretty bad for him, because Daichi, if he knocks out this Dragapult, is only going to 3 prizes, so the Blood Moon or Saluna isn't going to be an option. But yeah.
See this Sparkling Crystal get grabbed, and I have to wonder if that means it's going to be committed into play this turn. It's always scary to grab important pieces like your A-Spec, keep them in your hand, and then have them ripped away with the Claw of Darkness.
For sure.
We're actually going to see a little bit of an awkward commitment here. We're going to see the Sparkling Crystal to fulfill the attack cost, and then the energy on the benched Dracloak, just making sure that next turn an energy is going to allow this Dracloak to be able to attack if it were to be knocked down.
Yeah. One thing that's scary about the energy attach is if Daichi is unable to get the terminal period this turn, he could knock out the Dracloak with the energy, and that's a pretty high value knockout. But I think in most cases, the active is going to get terminal period, and we're going to see another Dragapult next turn to knock out this Absol, and then Daichi's going to have to figure out how he's going to respond to that. With no like Pheasantipede or Latios on Ramon's board, which typically come down at some point in the matchup, the Blood Moon or Saluna from Daichi isn't going to be that strong.
Yeah, wondering how we'll see the damage be split up in this spot. I do like putting 2 damage counters on these Pokemon. It does really play around Monkey Dory getting full value in a spot like this.
Yeah, for sure. We can take damage off the active to get the full 6, but it does prevent future turns, the Budew or Duskull getting knocked out. And these 2 damage on the Monkey Dories, if there's ever remaining damage on your board, you can use your Monkey Dory and then knock them out with the Phantom Dive 6. So pretty good damage placement, and it's always prepping the Latios for a Phantom Dive. So lots of ways for Ramon to get those last 5 prize cards and win this game.
Pokegear 3.0, and I believe the only supporter card here is that Iono. It does have a pretty large hand size, so it wouldn't be a disservice to play something like the Iono. Without having access to a Darkness Energy at this point, now the question becomes, how safe do you want to play it? Now, Daichi does have a penny in hand, so the knockout is guaranteed, right? You could use the Adrenabrain, pick up the Monkey Dory, and then reattach your energy for turn. But assuming this Absol is almost certainly getting knocked out, can you afford to play that passive? It looks like neither will be the case, as Daichi does actually have that Darkness Energy, committing this to the Monkey Dory. So as of right now, this Dragapult EX is scheduled to be knocked out at the end of this turn.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Daichi has this Bravery Charm in hand. If he can find the Lively Stadium, we can bring this Absol up to 360 HP. So with the 2 Monkey Dory healing 60 damage from it, it actually won't get knocked out from another Phantom Dive next turn. So we'll see if Daichi's going to try to find that Lively, as that seems like a really strong play to kind of keep this Absol alive and prolong this game a bit longer, because once this Absol gets knocked out, there's not a ton left for Daichi to attack with.
Yeah, there's a bit of a risk, right? You commit this Bravery Charm and you don't find that Lively Stadium, and it's essentially all for naught. You're just kind of wasting that resource. So we'll take the risk. Gonna gain an additional 30 HP, or excuse me, 50 HP from the Bravery Charm, and now a big 5 cards. If he can find that aforementioned Lively Stadium, would bump this HP up 80 from the start of this turn, and then another 60 healing from the 2 Monkey Dories. So big 5 cards here for Daichi, just confirming. Will he find the Lively Stadium? And does find it. A huge draw here for Daichi. All this healing and HP buffing means that 2 Phantom Dives in succession may not be enough to knock out this Absol. What a big boy this is.
Yeah, and Ramon's prized his 2nd Stadium bump, so this Lively Stadium is going to be in play for a while. And not only does it protect this Absol for a turn, it makes it so this Latios isn't getting knocked out from a Phantom Dive. It's basically making Daichi's board almost unbreakable at this point, and it seemed like Daichi was kind of getting into a sticky spot, but he's getting out of it pretty easily with all these Monkey Dories. What a powerful card, honestly.
Yeah, so just making sure the math is correct here. So 190 HP remaining onto this Mega Absol. So with this Lively Stadium, it would now be at 220 HP. Absolute perfection here on Daichi's side. Found the energy for the Monkey Dory, found a way to use 2 Adrenabrain abilities, and out of absolutely nowhere, Dragapult EX goes down to the terminal period and is now out of range from Phantom Dive. The big piece missing, though, was not able to reestablish that Psyduck. So a Cursed Blast ability, while it would put Daichi just 2 prize cards away, does still schedule a knockout if Raymond could find all the pieces.
For sure. But we do see Daichi not able to discard the card with Claw of Darkness. The Siono isn't as strong as he would like, but it is a lot of cards that Raymond needs to find. He needs an Energy, the Dragapult, the Dusclops, so we'll see if he can find it all, especially with like a couple Night Stretchers gone already. It could be difficult to find some of these pieces.
And not sitting on much here. It looks like Counter Catcher, but you've got the Pokemon you want to attack in the active spot. Buddy popping off this first Dracloak. Okay, we may need a lot of help here from Recon Directive. Come in, clutch Dracloak. And I'm not sure that's clutch enough. Oh, actually does find the Lily. It was Dusknoir and the Lily, only saw that first card. So deck will be shuffled either way. It's just going to burn that Buddy Poffin, and we may need to find a lot here off of this. We've got access to Pheasantipity, so the turn isn't necessarily over just yet, but we still need the Energy card. We still need the Dragapult EX. We still need the Dusclops as well. And we'll also be giving our opponent an extra card this turn if we take that prize, or rather give them that prize. So Raymond is not out of it by any means, but we'll need to find those pieces in order to stay pretty close and tight in this game.
For sure. And the trouble with benching that Pheasantipity is then, since you're giving Daichi that 4th prize card with the Dusclops, you're opening the line for Blood Moon Ursa Luna to knock out that Pheasantipity and take Daichi's last 2 prizes and win the game and the set. So we may have to play a bit more passively if we don't have the Pheasantipity, or even if we have the Pheasantipity, as benching it could be game losing, since we're not even disrupting Daichi's hand, and it looked to be about 6 cards. So promoting the Kangaskhan brings it to 8. If he has the Pheasantipity, that's another 3 cards, and all of a sudden, like, over 10 cards in hand. Daichi has access to so much.
Got to start somewhere. We'll see what 6 cards Raymond can work with off this Lily's Determination. From there, figure out what the pieces look like. Can't play those supporters. That Rare Candy not doing any good, and it looks like we've essentially just drawn into a full brick wall off of these 6 cards, and I'm sorry, but there's no plow to bring that wall down. I think that's going to be halting our progress, and there is so much damage on Daichi's board that no matter what we do, we're going to be giving up prize cards, especially with that Duskull not being able to be evolved this turn.
Yeah, luckily it's going to be difficult for Daichi to win this turn, since he'd need an... Oh, yeah, sorry. It's going to be difficult for Daichi to win this turn since he can't set up a 3rd Monkey Dory and knock out the Budew and Duskull due to Lively Stadium, but even so, he can still put 6 damage on this Budew and knock it out, so then Ramon's forced to promote anything, and then he gets to Claw of Darkness to go down to 1 prize, which not only prevents Ramon from using Dusclops and Dusknoir, but also takes one of the pretty bad cards of Ramon's hand, because all his cards are pretty bad right now. So if there's anything good, it's just going to be taken away, and it's not looking great.
I was wondering here for Daichi, had Ultra Ball in hand, he could have just grabbed another Monkey Dory and KO'd the Dracloak that had the Energy card on it, but instead decides to go after the Budew instead. Can't use those item cards, though, because of that Itchy Pollen. So is just content to take the prize here, and then no matter what is promoted here on Ramon's side is going to be knocked out to another Claw of Darkness, and this all Phantom Dive damage is slowly slipping away, becoming negated, and not just that, it's being used to Daichi's advantage to put attacking pressure over on Ramon's side.
Yeah, it's honestly crazy to see Daichi set up this well in both games without the precious trolley either game. It's like you play this ace spec to set up your board, but even without it, you're still able to just establish really strong boards, even under the item lock. So yeah, it's looking really good for Daichi. Ramon may be able to get back into this game with like some Blood Moon Ursa Luna combo, but I think with the second Stadium Bump prize, it may be impossible for Ramon to knock out the Mega Absol this turn, and it's just gonna. The double monkey means that the terminal period is going to be active, so I think he's going to need to countercatcher this Monkey Dory, attack with the Dragapult, and then somehow buy enough time to knock out this Absol, but...
Are we seeing some Cruel Arrow powers up here? Okay, Daichi, you don't got to stunt on him like this. We'll see the Pheasantipity be attached now. Of course, it's not to attack. It's to make sure that Pokemon can retreat if there is a Phantom Dive, and even going the extra lengths to put a Bravery Charm Pheasantipity bulkier than ever, as we'll see the Claw of Darkness take the KO. And now the choice here for Daichi. Do you disrupt the Iono? Do you get rid of the guaranteed item search from the Arven? I feel like Iono is probably your best bet, because if you get to keep this hand size, you are just more than happy with how life is treating you.
Yeah, I believe there's now 3 or 4 Ionos in Ramon's discard, so he may just not be able to disrupt Daichi this turn, and Daichi probably has all the pieces he needs to win. Like, if a Dracloak stays on Ramon's board, Daichi could E-switch to the Fez and attach to it in Cruel Arrow for the game. But, yeah.
Lots of options at his disposal. Daichi down to just 1 prize card left. This Absol not in range of being KO'd whatsoever, and the options and doors are slowly closing for Ramon.
Yeah.
He's going to do everything he can to play things out. Daichi has sort of prevented himself some of the fail-safes of losing the game. Put energy on the Pheasantipity. Latios is in play. Has got Monkey Dory set up, but you never know what can happen in Pokemon. Nothing is ever sure or guaranteed. So we'll see both these Recon Directives be used, but no Iono found. And if Daichi's able to keep this hand, you've got to assume he's got some sort of PCC. The thumbs up, like, all right, bud, do what you got to do. If I can sit with my hand here, I've got more than enough pieces to make something happen this game.
Yep, Night Stretcher E-Switch in Daichi's hand already. It's going to be hard for Ramon to not lose the game on Daichi's next turn.
And I'm not even sure there's no way for Ramon to even attack.
Yeah, I think
this
both Night Stretchers are in the discard pile.
Night Stretchers are gone. There's no way to search an energy out. We're down the Sparkling Crystal. We can search out Pheasantipity with an Ultra Ball and then flip the script to try and draw into the energy card. That's our best bet, but we're leaving game on board here if we just attack into this active. So it's got to be combined with a counter catcher, surely.
And even then, Daichi's holding Night Stretcher Dark. Yeah, Ramon just concedes.
That's going to be the game here. Daichi putting an absolute class on, showing the power of this Mega Box deck, and advances to 5-0, 2-0 in this set in convincing fashion.
Yeah, very clean play from Daichi, kind of just playing slowly and setting up well. Able to like switch into that aggressive phase of the Mega Absol box deck at like the right times each game. Because sometimes it's like, especially against Dragapult Dusknoir, if you're both playing it slowly, setting up extra monkeys with another TM Turbo Energize is really strong, but yeah, going in and going aggressive at the right times. So very impressive play from the World's Finalist of 2022.
Yeah, and you have to feel for Ramon. His deck really just didn't function as much as possible. Announced 1 Phantom Dive the entire set, and I hate to break it, but that is unfortunately not a winning recipe for success. Let's look back on this first game and the second game and see how this set played out. Now, it was essentially the Shimada show here throughout this game 1 and game 2, and that's sort of what happens when you allow this Mega Box deck to just constantly put pressure on, get energies into play, and when that Badoo is just not putting on enough disruptive pressure and you're giving your opponent ways to get powered up and get into the game.
Yeah, typically if this matchup gets to the late game, the Mega Box is a bit more favored than Dragapult Dusknoir. However, there are a lot of non-games due to Badoo, so unfortunately for Ramon, the Badoo was not doing enough in those games. So
yeah, and then this game number 2, it was really that Iono that just breathed life back into Daichi's plan. And I have to wonder here for Ramon, if he had just kind of been okay, only using that 1 Recon Directive, only having that ability to just draw through those 2 cards every turn, would that Budu have been able to put in enough disruptive pressure, and would that Phantom Dive have happened eventually? Maybe not as fast, but eventually, in comparison to Daichi having a much slower start and not being able to, you know, flood the board with energies like he did thanks to Turbo Energize and the basic Pokemon that were found from those 6 cards.
Yeah, it was a little scary since Ramon was looking down a Monkey Dory with a Dark Energy, so his Budu was on a timer. So drawing those extra cards could have been the difference, and the Recloak 2 cards each turn might not be enough to set up everything, especially since he was down a lot of energies at that point, retreating to the Budu twice at that point, so yeah.
Yeah, it is sort of a ticking card, and that's really the power of Monkey Dory. I've said it on the cast for months and months, and we're going to be saying it for a while. That card is redonkulous. That card is so good, and you just see new decks and new concepts be sort of brought to the forefront of the meta because they just keep finding a way to optimize how to use Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain ability. We even see it with Shuckle.
Yeah.
If Shuckle was Monkey Dory, it probably would still see play in Standard in some decks. Now you just get to move that damage and apply it, and you get to combo and stunt with it as well. That's pretty powerful.
Yeah, seeing the ways Monkey Dory can be used is really impressive. I mean, we see Gardevoir damaging themselves to move the damage. We see Grimmsnarl with the Frostlass also damaging themselves and their opponent at the same time to build for these big Devo plays. And the Mega Box just trying to tank a hit with their Megas of like almost 360 HP with the Bravery Charm, the Lively Stadium, and then just moving all the damage your opponent does back to them. Daichi's even playing the Jumbo Ice Cream to heal even more. It's a pretty nasty strategy.
You can never count Monkey Dory out. We'll be seeing more and more innovation from this card as long as it's available in the Standard format. And we were sort of talking about this a little bit before, very briefly. Twilight Masquerade has really proven to be a set that has withheld the test of time very, very well, from the A-Specs to the EX Pokemon to even the trainer cards that were released.
Yeah, I remember Secret Box on release, people were like, this card's so mid, you have to discard 3 cards. And now every Gardevoir deck is playing it. It's so powerful. The combos it makes, insane. And there's cards like Blood Moon or Saluna EX that are just random comeback mechanics. It's such a great set, and I think it'll see a lot of play to come.
Yeah, there are also some sleeper cards from there for any, you know, fans or collectors of the game. That Greninja EX, who knows if that card will sort of come back to the forefront of the metagame. We saw some players getting creative and playing Dusknoir with that deck, with the Pidgeot. I played some games with that on the TCG Live client, and was thoroughly impressed. You know, I had one of my friends who played that deck to locals a lot, and he was really showing us a lot in, you know, a group chat that we had that, hey, this deck, you know, could compete, if not now, you know, in the near future.
Yeah, once that Gardevoir Psychic Weakness rotates, I think it could be really strong. I mean, I've seen it been played a lot on the PTCG Live ladder, especially World's Top 32 player Losta, great player.
Okay,
and,
right on.
Playing a lot of Greninja, it's pretty awesome to see.
And it really is that innovation that, you know, is going to continue to be a question once some of these cards leave the Standard format. Once we say goodbye to Gardevoir, say goodbye to Goldengo, say goodbye to Charizard. And it feels so crazy to say that because it feels like just yesterday we were saying hello to all of these friends, to all of these Pokemon. And they're going to be leaving us. It's a bit of a bittersweet, you know, crossroads we'll be coming to at some point.
Definitely sad to see some cards like Gardevoir and Pidgeot go, but yeah.
Yeah, I know for you and for me, those cards have definitely treated us very well.
A lot of good memories.
Over the last year and a half, whether it would be here in Toronto or in other locations around the US and the world. Lots of players, you know, always having to adapt and adjust. I'm very curious, you know, in this last month or two, if some of these decks that have kind of found their way back to the top, Goldengo really being the main one. This card has kind of had a roller coaster of a life throughout the Standard format, right? It started off upon release really not being considered anywhere above the tier 2.
Yeah.
It had some cool pieces. It had to use the Letter of Encouragement to find energy cards out of the deck. It didn't even have access to Earthen Vessel. And then all of a sudden around Worlds, it kind of shot up to its peak. And that seems like a big jump, but it really was sort of this mid-tier 3, tier 2 deck for a while up until the release of Energy Search Pro.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely had some players like Jelle van Kampen in Europe. Like, they've been playing it for ages. And, I mean, some of, like, the Palkia builds with Prime Catcher, they didn't feel too strong, but like with Pokestop, you just drew so many cards a turn and you could just get run over by the Radiant Greninja. It used to be not as good as it is now, but still playable. And then, yeah, eSearch Pro really unlocked the deck. And finally, with Genesect and Air Balloon, you could just consistently get out your Goldengos, move everything so easily. And yeah, the deck is so powerful now.
Well, one person we're definitely not saying goodbye to. In fact, we're saying hello to a 5-0 start, Mr. Shimada. Daichi Shimada is sitting down in the lounge with Jeremy, so let's hear from him.
Thank you, Ethan Piper, Jeremy Jalen here with our round 5 winner, Daichi Shimada. First of all, congratulations. Such a great start.
Thank you so much.
Let's just talk about the deck in general. You've been playing it a little bit now. Why Absol Kangaskhan?
どうしてアブソルキングスコンを選びましたか？
ドラパルトに勝ちたいからです。
Because he wants to win against Dragapult. Good matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it there. You had a very aggressive start, attacking all the energies that Ramon was playing down. Is that usually how you try to have the matchup go?
普通そのマッチアップで普通もう強い攻撃を使ってそのエネルギーを早くなくしたんですけど、普通そういう感じでやってますか？
もう一回いいですか？
はい。そのこので例えば今の試合でドラガポルトをなんか倒すためにそのエネルギーを最初の方とか戦ったり早く攻撃するのは普通の遊び方ですか？
それは違っていて場のエネルギーをたくさんつけてから戦わないとダメージで負けてしまうので、ポケモンにエネルギーをちゃんとつけてから戦うようにしてます。
He tends to attach his energies first and try to target some of the opponent's Pokemon that have them on there, and it would be more of an aggressive style.
And you've been having a lot of success with this deck, top 16 in LAIC, and you've had a lot of just success in general. You got second place at the World Championships in 2022. Do you feel confident going into this tournament this weekend?
いろんな大会でもういい世界大会とかで2番取ったんですけど、この大会自信ありますか？
自
信ありますか？
はい、あります。
He's confident.
That's good to see. Good to see. Is there any matchup that you have teched for specifically for this tournament that you're kind of worried about?
この大会でなんかちょっと心配してるマッチアップとかそのために持ってきたカードとかありますか？
サーナイト、ガーディボ
ア。He's worried about Gardevoir. He has tech for Gardevoir.
All right, yeah, I have it. And then lastly, you're playing the Toad Scroll line with its ability to help stop cards from picking up stuff from the discard. Has that been testing well for you?
その練習でその使ってたポケモン。
リククラゲ。
はい。リククラゲいい感じで言ってましたが練習してる時とかで。
はい。めちゃくちゃいい感じです。
His testing was very good against Gardevoir with Toad Scroll.
Well, that basically does it. Congratulations again. A great start to the weekend, and I'm sure we're going to see you throughout the rest of the weekend.
おめでとうございます。ずっと頑張ってください。
Thank you.
All right. And that does it for here for round 5. Let's go ahead and take it away to Pablo.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. Always great to hear from Japanese players, someone so talented like Daichi, a former Worlds finalist, now here sitting 5-0 at the Toronto Regional Championship. With that very unique deck, I do feel like towards constant travels to Japan have had some influence in the Japanese players. We see a lot of Japanese players playing the same list as Tord, so it's really nice to see that link up between one of the best players in the game, arguably the best, with Japanese players traveling all the way over here into our circuit. So now let's take a look at some of the key moments in this match. We didn't have a very long game 1 or game 2 this time around, but there were some things to highlight for both players, which were unique moments that led ultimately to Daichi's win. So first off, in game 2, we did have Ramon trying to make a comeback, right? Trying to get back into a game. He was able to boss his orders up Psyduck. Psyduck, of course, it means the Duskull or the Dusclops line is now fully able to use Curse Blast and allow Ramon to get that extra damage, which this knockout would actually come into play later down the line. Next up, we had this particular moment, which was the big first attack, the first Phantom Dive that Ramon was able to pull off into that Absol EX, knowing full well that there was a Darkness energy in Daichi's hand, and that would allow him to get the terminal period back. But the damage split here, the 2-2-2, as Ethan and Piper very well pointed out, was expertly well done. Sometimes you'll leave like one damage counter on the Ladias, the rest maybe on the Kangaskhan, thinking that the damage counters don't really matter, but forcing the damage off the Absol and leaving the damage on the other Pokemon sort of protects the body in that way, as there's no 3 damage counters on the bench. So that was very uniquely and very well done by Ramon in that instance. And then we had the next big turn. We had Daichi use terminal period, was able to make sure that with the lively stadium that he did find off of that Iono off the top, even note-taking, making sure that the damage was correct, the maths was correct, putting this Absol at 140 damage with 360 HP meant that Ramon needed a lot of pieces for next turn in order to get the KO. He needed a Dragapult TX, he needed an extra energy, which a lot were already in the discard pile, and he also needed to evolve into this Dusclops, which connects to that first highlight with the Psyduck going down. This was only possible for Ramon because he went after a Psyduck early on. So very well planned into the future, but he needed a big draw off of this turn in order to pull everything off. And that led to this Lily. It all came down to this. He needed Dragapult, he needed energy, and he needed Dusclops. There were a lot of energies in the discard pile already. There were Night Stretchers exhausted, which I do believe Daichi discarded one earlier on, just completely denying resources for Ramon. And we see the lean back into a chair, which is usually a tell that your opponent did not find what they needed in this particular turn. If Ramon was able to find those 3 key pieces in this turn, probably would have walked away the winner from this game. And we might be watching Game 3 right now, but unfortunately he did whiff, and then that meant that Daichi was able to send too much damage from the first Phantom Dive, even having to use double Adrenabrain to KO this Buddy because of the lively stadium, which was like a cute interaction. I'm sure this could have happened in a situation where some players put the 3 damage counters, both players forget about the lively stadium, we see a prize card, and that could lead to some penalties perhaps, but both players very attentive, and Daichi just pulling too far ahead, knocking out the Duskull, knocking out the Body in a single turn, taking away a card from Ramon, and Ramon really didn't have any options after that. He could have gotten a Dragapult out, sure, he could have attacked again, but now that Absol was 100% safe from any Phantom Dive, and the terminal period was inevitable. So all of this led to Daichi's win in this round. Very well played by both players. Ramon's deck definitely fell apart a little bit in both games. Didn't really see it execute well, this very unique build with the Sparkling Crystal, and Daichi walks away the winner. The matchup that he says he's very confident in, the matchup that he was looking forward to, and of course with Dragapult being the second most popular deck, this should surely pay off for his deck choice. So yeah, that's going to be it for the analysis for this round 5. Now I do believe Jeremy has ventured into the outside, and he's going to give us a very cool weather report here from Toronto. Let's head to him.
This thing on? This thing on? All right, hi, I'm Jeremy Jallin here for the Toronto Regional Championships, and we are out front the Metro Toronto Convention Center, and it is cold. I am talking about snow, 34 degrees Fahrenheit, 1 degree Celsius, and it has been a playground out here. And so far, a great tournament, and I cannot wait to see how things are going. It's still gonna be cold for the rest of the weekend, so maybe we'll check back in later. That does it for me. Take it back to you guys.
Japan, Yuya Okita! 私の名前はユウヤです。住んでいる国が日本です。私の好きなタイプは水タイプです。私の一番最初に選ぶポケモンはテロマツです。今年が初めてです。これまででっかい大会とかは全然なくて、16人の日本の中で行われる大会があるんですけど、その中では決勝に行ったりしたんですけど、緊張とかは全然違いました。
It all comes down to this. Staring off, face to face, one match in between these players and that title.
この大会に持ってきたデッキは、竹浦来子で、なぜかというとずっと使っていて、デッキタイプがとてもアグロな方なので BO3 でも時間をなるべく気にせずに戦えるところがあるからです。なるべく決勝まではなるべくプレーを早くしてもう時間をあんまり使わないようにしてました。
And Yuya, with us being, just over 10 or so minutes left gone in this finals, is already 2 prize cards away from closing out game number 1.
なるべく相手が手札を、変えたりするときに強くなる場面を作ろうと思って、そういう作戦を立てました。キースです。もう山札にないというかサイドにあったりしたら一瞬で状況が悪くなってしまうような場面が多いからです。準決勝でとてもでかいミスを犯してしまったのでそこから負けれたところです。
Oh wait, Yuya, oh no! Yuya misattached the energies and I think may have gotten rid of the energy switch from the hand. Did get rid of the energy switch, just needed to attach the lightning energy, but instead that small mistake all of a sudden throws everything out of place.
そのミスを犯したんですけどそれをうまく使って、相手になるべくサイドを取ってほしい状況だったので取ってもらうようにしてそれで勝ちました。
And Yuya Okita, after a bit of a misstep, claws back and wins game number 1.
相手のナンジャも打ってきた時にそのサイドが1枚だったので1枚でエネルギーを引けたところです。
Big one card here for Yuya as Jose will disrupt. It's lightning energy! If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Dive being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked down in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges. There it is! Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Junior Division 2025 World Champion! Huge congratulations!
今の気持ちはとても嬉しいです。こうやって大会とかでやっぱり一番大事な場面とかで運が味方してくれたりする人なんだなって思いました。最初は全然回らなかったりこの時意外と弱いなって思ってもずっと使ってたら使い慣れてとても強くなってくることがあるので時はなるべく長く使ってちゃんと回し方というか強さを知ることが大事だなって思います。皆さんに応援してくれてありがとうございますって言いたいです。
Hello, Pokemon fans! Juancho Saldana here. Let's take a look back at what went down at LAIC 2026. With our first international title of the 2026 season on the line, players were ready to go all out. In the junior division, we had Reed Hartman with his trusty Charizard EX against Haruki Okunishi with Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. Two very similar big stage 2 dark type EXs that can power themselves up, but Haruki, with the help of his other Pokemon, Munkidori and Frostlass, was able to flood the board with damage, overwhelming his opponent and taking the crown as the champion. For the senior division, we had Luca Levain with the popular Golden Go EX versus the most surprising deck of the tournament, Kamil Bidzinski's Pidgeot Control. Although Luca was able to rush a fast win in Game 1, Camille showed us exactly what his deck can do by being in complete control of Game 2. However, all it took was a small window of opportunity for Luca to use items to take a big knockout and take the title LAIC Senior Champion. For Masters Finals, it was Pedro Petrucci against Sebastian Lashmet in the Gardevoir Jellicent EX Mirror Match. In Game 1, Pedro was able to take over the game, establishing the Jellicent EX item lock and the early pressure, which dismantled Sebastian's board. However, in Game 2, we flipped the script, and it was Jellicent on Sebastian's side that tied the series up. For the final game, Pedro was able to strike first with the Oceanic Gloom on Frillish, which meant Sebastian could not set up. Pedro took knockout after knockout and took the final one with a gigantic Screamtail and crowned the hometown hero, Pedro Petrucci, as the 2026 LAIC champion.
And Psychic Embrace onto the active will leave enough damage. The Munkidori moves it across. Local superstar Pedro Petrucci wins LAIC! LAIC!
LAIC is just the start of the International Championship roadmap, so check out Pokemon.com/compete to hop on the circuit, and you too can become a Pokemon Master.
Heating up here in Toronto. I don't know if I'd be doing snow angels like that, but listen, we're inside. It's nice and cozy. Don't get me feeling chilly again. These players are trying to showcase that they've got the talent to become a regional champion. Welcome back in. Of course, Ethan Heggie joined by Piper Lapine. Round number 6 underway. Players at 5-0 feeling good, and those right behind in the pack, they're going to give no room when it comes to getting as many match points as possible here in Phase 1.
Yeah, for sure. 5-0 is obviously a great feeling to start off with, basically locking you in for Phase 2, just needing one more match point, either a win or a tie. But yeah, looking for more, obviously, to get to those really solid records and get top 8 and hopefully win the event.
Yeah, and we've seen, of course, some of the new, some of the old kind of make its way back into the metagame. Gardevoir EX and Goldengo, the two Gs, really the two headlines of this event. Will something be able to stop Goldengo's aggressive power? Will it be the methodical approach of Gardevoir EX? Time will tell, but that seems to be the story so far.
Yeah, there's also been a solid amount of Dragapult Dusknoir, which is a bit surprising considering all the Gardevoir and Goldengo, which are typically two less favored matchups for the deck, but with Iono and Blood Mirror Saluna, anything's possible.
And of course, while we're featuring some of the best and brightest in the game on the stream, we want to hear from you all at home with how you guys are connecting this weekend on social media using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Of course, feel free to share what's happening in and out of the game, including some 60-card list. I would never leak, but hey, this is a nice-looking deck. If I had arts this nice, I would be leaking my deck list too. I do have to point out, though, Saso, we have to talk about that one Gimmighoul that we're playing in our deck. Maybe the two Gimmighouls that we're playing, but one of them for sure.
I think we're just going for the 4 mismatching Gimmighoul, but I don't know.
Is it optimal to style out?
I don't know. I mean, like, the matching, he doesn't even have the old Goldengo EX art. They aren't matching. I think if you have the old Alt-Art Goldengos, you should have the 4 Alt-Art Gimmigouls that match, because it looks better. Like, that's the most important part. Your deck looks good. Then it plays better.
Yeah, maybe that's why my results aren't as good as yours. I don't swag out that hard, but looks like Toronto is hopefully a good weekend. 10,000 notes later. That's a lot of notes. I hope your prep came in well for this weekend. Hashtag #PlayPokemon, hashtag Goldengo. Of course, we've got lots of judges and staff making this event all possible, and a Blizzard's not getting in the way of some success this weekend, and this is going to be for the side events. So there is, of course, action going on outside of just the mainstream matches, thanks to, of course, the organizers Gaming Gen. If you guys have some time, if the main event maybe didn't go your way, hit a nice classic O2 drop. Side events are always there. Those are a good staple on Saturdays and Sundays for sure.
For sure. Side events, especially like the pre-release ones, are always super fun. Just build and battle is like such a different way to play the game that, like, I don't know, I really enjoy it, but yeah.
Fun indeed, fun for sure. Make sure you guys go check that out. And Pumpkin Amy, hello Pumpkin Amy, one of our commentators over in Europe, up early and is in Toronto, so made a trip across the pond, first time in Canada, first ever regionals in North America. Canada's not ready for the deck I brought, and that is probably the scariest sentence you can hear when it comes to asking somebody what deck they played. They aren't ready for it, so we'll have to maybe check up on Pumpkin Amy and see not only how she's doing, but more importantly, what deck she decided to bring over the pond as well.
Yeah, I saw earlier, and it's pretty exciting. So.
Can you share with the class?
Oh, well, earlier this season, she played a Conkeldurr to Dunsparce, and for this event, Alakazam to Dunsparce.
Alakazam, okay.
I think that deck is super underrated. Like, I don't think it's, like, good enough to win an event, but it does pretty well into the meta, and drawing all those cards is just so unbelievably fun.
Could be strong indeed. We'll have to see how things go out for Pumpkin Amy. Again, if you guys want to be featured on the stream, make sure you're using that hashtag #PlayPokemon on X and the other social media accounts that we have to be featured and catch up with what is happening in and outside of the venue. It's been a bit of a tough trip for a lot of people coming over. These things typically do happen in the middle of the winter storm. I know for me, I came from the nice heat of Texas, so it was a huge shift coming over. I know you've been in and out and are now local to the area, right?
Yeah.
So a little bit of less hectic travel for you coming in.
Yeah, a nice 10-minute Uber.
10-minute Uber is crazy. Yeah, a nice little taxi cab over, never hurt anyone here. As we sort of hone back into the action. We've got round number 6 coming up. These players at 15 match points are essentially guaranteed a spot in day 2 if they want to, you know, take an intentional draw. But for a lot of players, it's really these last couple of matches in Phase 2, and I know you can speak to this experience yourself, rather in Phase 1, that are so important if you want to propel yourself to a strong finish for cash, championship points, or the glory of a regional as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think most of my stronger finishes recently, I've had those like 7-1 or 7-0-1 starts in Phase 1, so not only does it put you in a good spot, like match point wise, it also gives you the good mindset, which is a really underrated part of the Pokemon trading card game, is just your mindset and having a good headspace when playing tournaments.
Of course, lots of matches going on out in the field. Let's take a look and see those featured matches for round number 6 of Swiss. We've got 3 rounds left in phase number 1, and so much action going on in the field. Taichi versus Rahul. That's got to be a matchup. Rahul's going to be sort of native to that area soon, going over to Japan. So maybe a little bit of a preview of what we might see later on. We've got Emma Hagen, who we featured earlier on in a segment, playing that EV Toolbox deck that's had so much success for her throughout this season. Ben Chang up against Caleb Rogerson. Monk. Caleb is a player who hasn't had super success this year, but had a really strong finish last year, finished in that top 16 for NA. Brent Mon, Brent Tonneson coming over. Lots of these players here really trying to start off the new year strong.
Yeah, for sure. Brent coming from Australia, he's been doing the World Tour the last couple seasons now and looking for more of those big finishes. Multiple-time regional champion. And yeah, a lot of strong players. We have Worlds finalists from this year and Worlds Top 8, Justin Neudorf and Marco Cifuentes. Very exciting to see. I know what Marco, his list is really awesome. I hope we get to see it on stream at some point, but yeah.
Yeah, the whole Cifuentes clan has been making their way over to events. Super awesome to see them and some other Latin American representatives come out to these regional championship events. I know a lot of players from North America have been doing the same in kind, going to events you mentioned. We've got Merida coming up as well. Lots of events to happen. But of course, our feature match will be from 2 of Canada's best. One more active and one not as active player, but talented all the least. It's going to be Simon Fang up against Raymond Long. Raymond actually had won a regional championship a couple of seasons ago. Is now trying to go ahead and bring back potentially another one-and-done type situation here with the Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, Raymond is pretty close to Toronto, so just coming back for the local event and playing Gardevoir. Simon has had a really strong season with a top 8 at Pittsburgh and losing an asymmetrical cut in Lille, getting top 16 there, playing his Poltnor, which he's been playing for a very long time now.
And this has sort of been the matchup of the G regulation block. Dragapult versus Gardevoir, and it all stems around one cute but ferocious Pokemon, that Lily's Clefairy EX.
Yeah, the Lily's Clefairy EX is a really big impact when the Dragapult Dusknoir gets to the Dragapult. However, a lot of these games can kind of come down to the early Itchy Pollen from Budew and Oceanic Gloom from Frillish and kind of just stop each other from setting up. But yeah.
Item lock has sort of divulged into this matchup. It was almost always exclusively on Dragapult's side, but now Gardevoir is giving Dragapult a little bit of a taste of its own medicine here. We'll have to see, how how both of these deck lists have been adapted or just built in general to be able to withstand item lock on their side while also dishing it out to their opponents.
For sure. One of the interesting things about Gardevoir over the Mega format has been going from that kind of turbo list with only 1 Curly and 3 rare candies that Abon got second place at Milwaukee with, to that even being the norm in Jellicent builds with only 2 Ralts even at some point. But now we're starting to see people go back to the heavy Evo build with 2 TM Evolution, 2 Arven, and then the 3-2-2 Gardevoir EX line. And that's really good against the Budew Itchy Pollen, being able to get into your Gardevoir EX, protect your Curlias and Raltses from the onslaught of Curse Blast and Phantom Dive, and get to a point where you can use the genome hacking from Mew EX to copy your opponent's Phantom Dive with the Lily's Clefairy and kind of just dissect their board as well.
Definitely different matchup stages that can divulge what happens here. Of course, early setup. Like you mentioned, the late game pressure of that Mew EX Lily's Clefairy combo. It's all going to start with both players getting set up, and that, like you mentioned, is what a lot of these games are going to come down to. We'll see that coin flip that did happen here between both of these players. We'll have to see who is going first in this set. It looks like Simon may have won that flip, so assume he will be going, or excuse me, Raymond won the flip, going second, and that already is a huge advantage in this matchup.
Yeah, you get to play your Arven to search your nest balls so that you can play the items before you get Itchy Pollen. Otherwise, it's like if you go first, you don't get to play that supporter on the first turn, so you're using the Arven on your second turn, where you're only really getting that technical machine evolution to evolve into the Curlias and Gardevoirs. So going second, really good for Raymond, and he may be able to even move into his own Frillish to slow Simon's start, which could be weak from the Lily's Determination, but yeah, some big prizes here.
Trainer and Pokemon side by side there in the prizes. Lily's Clefairy not to be, it's in the prizes. And that is a huge piece unavailable if Raymond can get set up in this spot. Not having access to that Fairy Zone ability means Dragapult EX could be a little bit of a difficult task to take down easily. We'll have to see if the game does divulge to that point, if that is a key piece that Raymond's going to have to find a way to traverse without.
For sure. That Luxurious Cape could also be pretty relevant, as although it gives your Pokemon an extra prize card when they're knocked out, it kind of takes them out of range of the Curse Blast and Phantom Dive damage. Ralts having 170 HP then and Curly having 200 HP could potentially be a big missing piece.
With that fist bump, we are kicking things off round number 6 of Swiss here in Toronto, Canada. Will be the Budew start, and an excellent find for Simon before the potential item lock threat does find Buddy Poffin. And of course, can grab those basic Pokemon and do what most players do, check the deck to see what Pokemon cards and supporters are available in the deck.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Simon grabs here. Depending on the strength of his hand, he could go for the 2 Dreepy or start to try to get the Duskull building up, because you kind of get put into a timer where the Gardevoir player is just waiting to hit their Gardevoir. So you really want to act fast to be able to wipe their board of all those Curlias and Raltses.
Looks like also sitting on a Nest Ball, so may have just the best of both worlds. Can get down Dreepy, Duskull, and another Dreepy. And even sitting on, just has another Dreepy in hand, plus the Dracloak. You can see this full bench filled up if Simon wants to. Now that he has both the Duskull and these 2 Dreepy, what would that 4th Pokemon want to be here? It looks like Duskull potentially.
Yeah, either the 2nd Duskull or 3rd Dreepy. It kind of depends if Simon's trying to chain a bunch of Dracloaks next turn, or if he really wants to get the 2nd Dusclops and threaten that. But it looks to go for the 2nd Dreepy, or the 3rd Dreepy, and Raymond looks really upset with his hand. Not sure what he has in there. Looks like a secret box.
That is maybe the most absurd expression I've ever seen, to then pan to the hand and see secret box Lily.
Yeah.
These Gardevoir players, they can never have enough, can they, these days?
Yeah, I mean, even the Arven is incredibly strong, because with the secret box, you could Arven first, get the Earthen Vessel to start getting those Psychics in the discard pile and use the Technical Machine Evolution.
I thought we were going to look at this hand and there'd be like no basic Pokemon or search. But
yeah, like a couple Dark Energies, Psychic Energies, maybe a Curly, a Gardevoir.
We've got Nest Ball, Lily, Arven, Secret Box. So Raymond, maybe just perplexed at how well his deck is drawing instead on the adverse.
Yeah, Gardevoir seems to be a Secret Box magnet. They draw it in their opening hand so often.
It's just an easy game when you want it more than your opponent.
Yeah, true.
So Raymond clearly wanting it more at this spot. It's going to have the Nest Ball to search out the deck, see what Pokemon he wants to find, and it is a little bit awkward here with the Ralts active. There is 3 in the deck, but one of them is prized here. So as it stands for Raymond, he's only going to be able to use Technical Machine Evolution to evolve one of these Ralts into Curlia.
Yeah, and having a Curlia in the hand means even if he had that extra Ralts, he wouldn't be able to get 2 Curlia out. And it really puts it in an awkward spot, because the Ralts can get knocked out by a Hawlucha plus the Phantom Dive, so you really want to get those into Curlias to protect them. But yeah, we'll see if Raymond's able to withstand the Itchy Pollen that Simon's going to be doing, because he started that Budew. Such a good starter, I mean, for your treat and the Itchy Pollen pressure.
So Secret Box does come down next. We'll see what 3 cards need to be discarded. Not sure we saw any Psychic Energy in the hand just quite yet. So maybe Raymond wants to play a different supporter card this turn, or wants to just sequence things out a little bit differently. Could always just get double Earthen Vessel with the Arven, right? Discard this Arven, grab the other one, and is actually going to discard pieces that are probably just going to be searched out again off of the Secret Box. Both those supporters and the Artisan, understanding that, I may not win this Stadium War in this matchup. I'm kind of just okay allowing Jamming Tower to be into play if it means I can just use this TM machine, TM Evo right now, and then just be okay not having to rely off Bravery Charm later on.
With Raymond already having the Ralts, he may opt to not play that Artisan down, because you do want to keep it so that you can bump the Jamming Tower, so you can Bravery Charm your Clefairy or Mew so that they don't get knocked out from one Phantom Dive. But yeah, discarding the Stadiums, while you are getting an additional one off the Secret Box, it does make it harder to find them off the Ionos. And a lot of times in the mid-game, Ionos can just lead to dead hands under Itchy Pollen. So definitely a fine choice since it's getting replaced immediately, but could be a little awkward in the future.
There is that Earthen Vessel, does discard the Darkness energy from the hand. Double Psychic found. And now the question is, what will the rest of this look like? Attachment, Evo, and just going to play the Lily's Determination, so there is always the risk of drawing into those Kirlias. If you draw into both, you can't Evo, but the odds being so low, and with the energy and Evo already being there, Raymond's looking pretty set up here to be able to at least get Kirlia into play at this turn.
Yeah. At this point, Raymond's trying to find the Gardevoir EX that he can instantly evolve it next turn and not be scared of the Itchy Pollen just locking him out of the game, and try to make his board as unbreakable as possible to these Phantom Dives. And potentially getting like a Monkey Dory for the next turn, or some attacker like a Screamtail to, if Simon only has the one Duskull, knocking out that one Duskull really alleviates a lot of pressure.
Find both of those, the Monkey Dory and the Gardevoir for next turn. TM Evo, Evolution being used, so Ralts will just skip that stage of evolution, or excuse me, skip that turn of waiting to be evolved, evolve into that Kirlia. And now on Simon, we'll see what he can put together here with his first Recon Directive. There's really not much else going in the hand. Looks like there is an Ultra Ball, so may just be finding something for fodder. And it is a little bit discard. Does find the Blood Moon Ursaluna and is now debating between three really powerful pieces to discard. Either that Countercatcher, Boss's Orders, or the Dusknoir.
Yeah, that Countercatcher is really important on those plays where you use the Dusclops, Curse Blast, and want to bring up their Kirlia so that you can knock out both Kirlia and Ralts. But the boss is like less useful at this point since you want to be Ionoing with that and really just limiting the Guardi's hand size so they can't rebuild their board after that. But we see Simon getting rid of the boss because it doesn't really become relevant to the late game, and a lot of times you just kind of stay behind. But the second Recon, just nothing happening. Goes with the Itchy Pollen. Now Raymond's just going to be able to establish Gardevoir, potentially attack, but only one Psychic and energy in play, which he can retreat to discard, but it's really going to limit a lot of the attacks he has available.
Yeah, can't play that Earthen Vessel. That would be an absolutely excellent card to play in this spot.
Yeah.
And now has to just kind of decide how he wants to approach. If he wants to this turn, could take the knockout with Monkey Dory. That is a potential option. You would leave your Gardevoir EX potentially stranded if you were to do that because you'd have no energy in discard piles. So while we may not see the attack this turn, I am curious to see if Raymond decides to preload energies onto the Gardevoir, if energies start to go on the Monkey Dory, and is really thinking about where he wants to put this.
Yeah, I think the energy may have been better on the Gardevoir just because Simon, especially if Raymond takes a knockout, has Countercatcher to bring up that Guardian and Itchy Pollen to continue to lock those Psychic energies in Raymond's hand. And also, interestingly, is attaching before the Lilies. He's just accepting that he's not going to set up a Monkey Dory with a Dark this turn. And yeah, I think this gives the most outs for Simon to buy more time. But with Tutor Cloaks, I think the timer is pretty short where Simon's going to find a supporter, an Iono, a Lily, something like that to get out of this tricky situation.
There is that Psychic energy. Does find Screamtail.
Yeah, just with no Psychic energies in discard, we're not going to be able to use the Screamtail to much value here.
Yeah, I kind of wonder, if that Psychic energy had gone onto the Gardevoir, then the Slap could have potentially been a way to do the best of both worlds here.
Yeah, we see Raymond retreat into his Monkey Dory. He may just be passing with the Monkey Dory and not attacking with it to try to cycle these energies by retreating and get them into the discard pile, but
yeah, I mean, you could always have used Collect to end the turn. That's never a bad way to finish things off. And yeah, I think it's just really thinking about what the play's going to look like. And no, we're actually going to see Monkey Dory get in there, do some monkey business, mind bend, KO, W. And now all of a sudden here, like you mentioned, that Countercatcher is looking super strong onto that Gardevoir. Because there's no Professor's Research in the deck here for Raymond, only has that one Professor Turo to pick something up. It means essentially a free turn here for Simon to just funnel through the deck with Recon Directive and find out some pieces here.
Yeah, and even using Professor Turo's scenario, it just takes the Gardevoir off the board since Raymond's not going to be able to play Rare Candy. This Ralts is only going to evolve into a Kirlia, so the Turo feels really weak. One additional downside of going with this Monkey Dory play too is Simon does have access to finding Fezidipity off these Recon Directives and drawing 3 more cards that way. But looks like Simon, not realizing that his second Buddy was prized, uses this Buddy Poffin, which shuffles all those bad cards at the bottom from the last 3 Recon Directives back to the top, but gets a Lilies anyway off the second Recon.
Never punished.
And is back. Like, pretty solid spots now. Looking for a Night Stretcher now to get back into the Budu.
Night Stretcher and an Energy, of course.
Yeah.
Does need to find a way to pivot this Tricloak out of the active spot, or the Dreepy rather. Latias is an option, so still plenty of cards to be drawn, but has, like you mentioned, used both of those Recon Directives. So big 8 cards here for Simon.
finds Neo Upper Energy Ultra Ball for Latias, but there's just no way to get Badoo into play. And this opportunity now burnt the counter catcher onto the Gardevoir EX, assuming it would be paired with Item Lock, and with that not being an option, it does entirely change how Simon's going to be able to play out the rest of this game.
Yeah, it's also the only energy attachment being Neo Upper is really awkward for Simon because we see him grab the Fez to try to get a new one, but attaching the Neo Upper leaves you prone to Screamtail, so he'd have to also evolve into Dragapult EX, which takes away a recon for future turns. But here's the flip the script, looking for that energy, and Night Stretcher finds a Fire Energy. Probably going to attach that over the Neo Upper. But
yeah, I have to wonder if we'll see Dragapult EX be evolved just to protect that Pokemon from being KO'd to a Screamtail.
Yeah, looks like Simon's Ultra Balling probably to find another Dracloak, discarding the the Fire Energy, getting the Dusclops. I guess he's attaching the Neo Upper this turn, but like this Dusclops could get knocked out by the Screamtail from Raymond this next turn, which would put Simon in a pretty awkward spot to close out this game.
Yeah, it is pretty awkward that Monkey Dory kind of just stuck with those two Psychic Energy because of the counter catcher. So the counter catcher's still putting work in, right? There's no Psychic Energy in discard pile just yet, and no, Simon's just not going to attach any energy cards here. He's just going to pass, leaving himself available with those recon directives to potentially try and do what he wanted to do last turn on the next turn.
Yeah, not attaching an energy this turn is pretty awkward for Simon, since it means if he wants to attack next turn, he's going to have to bench this Latias if he wants to Phantom Dive, and that just kind of limits his bench space. He's not going to have room for that second Duskull, which is incredibly pressuring. But back to Raymond, he finally has those items and can start getting those Psychic Energies in the discard. And with a Vessel, he's probably going to start setting up this Monkey Dory, as with the Monkey Dory damage, he's only going to need 40 on the Screamtail to knock out any of these 90 HP stage 1s on Simon's bench.
With this Dark Energy being grabbed, I have to wonder if there's maybe another Psychic Energy here for Raymond with something like Ultra Ball potentially. That would be a dream scenario of cards here.
Yeah, getting a second Curlia too would be really nice. Just really lock up that board so that you're not ever scared of these big Dusknoir lines that could take away your option to Psychic Embrace. Yep.
And just completely punishing that miss of the Badoo's Itchy Pollen, just immediately playing the two best item cards this deck has to offer.
For sure.
3 Psychic Energy in the discard pile, and can now even afford to put a Darkness Energy on a Monkey Dory if that's also available.
Yep.
Hurlia gets grabbed, it's put into play. That's more protection for Raymond's board. And now Screamtail just can start putting pressure and can even just ignore the Dracloak because of how solid taking Dusclops out would be in this spot.
Yeah, taking out the Dusclops just alleviates a lot of pressure, and also Raymond is free to go for the Screamtail play because he was able to get 3 Psychics in the discard, so he's not really scared of another counter catcher, the Guardian Item Lock, since he can just Psychic Embrace one. And benching another Badoo with a Monkey Dory in play means it's just a free prize for Raymond to try to fish out that Lily's Clefairy at some point, which is going to be really important for the late game. But
no energy attachment played down just yet. It looks like Raymond's actually playing, is that 3 copies of Artisan? No, I believe we've already seen one hit the discard pile. We actually haven't seen the second one get played. We saw it off the secret box, but it actually wasn't played.
Yeah.
So Raymond does still have access to a Stadium bump in this spot, and I think he's just considering whether or not to play that down. Already just had the Monkey Dory in hand, so can split the energies up, leave this other one with the Psychic Energy, leave this one with the Dark. It is a bit of a weird spot, though. It does seem counterintuitive, but you could always just put that Dark Energy on the Monkey Dory, since you kind of would be okay if it got knocked out.
That's what I was thinking as well. You know, it kind of baits the Dragapult player into knocking out that Monkey Dory, but at the same time, if Simon is somehow able to knock out this Gardevoir and Curlia, now you kind of have this Mind Bend as a backup option to try to buy some time. But, oh, I think he has the Professor Turo scenario in hand, just building a lot of damage.
It's going to take advantage of a Stadium that's probably not going to be used, or a supporter that's not going to be used much after this turn. Professor Turo using that Adrenabrain ability first, putting damage counters on, and now can just load up this Screamtail to put it in range of KOing the Dusclops on the bench. Raymond's going to have a 2-prize lead and an absolutely developed board.
Yeah.
You have to wonder here, Piper, is it too much for Simon to come back from, knowing or not knowing that that Lily's Clefairy is kind of the one piece of perfection missing right now for Raymond?
Yeah, I mean, with Iono and no like Pheasantipede or Mew on board, Raymond could start to whiff these pieces in the late game as he starts to go down on prize cards. So there's definitely still a route for Simon to win, but he's going to have to bench Latias this turn to move into a Dracloak to even attack. So I think he's starting to get a little too far behind if he takes another passive turn. And he has to use his Neo Upper, so if that Dragapult does get knocked out, he's going to be completely reliant on Blood Moon or Ursaluna for the coming turns.
Duskull the top deck for turn. A pleasant Pokemon to be put down into play. Simon does find the Iono. So like you mentioned, hand disruption could be the key for Simon to come back into this game, and does have Neo Upper, Dragapult, the Stadium to counter, Counter Catcher on Gardevoir, and Iono. So with there being just a couple of Psychic Energy in the discard pile, you've got to wonder, this Gardevoir is not going to be trapped as it stands, but being able to apply Phantom Dive pressure could be step number one in Simon clawing back in this first game.
For sure, you can start to load up a lot of damage on this Gardevoir because you have the 200 from the Phantom Dive, and then the Psychic Embrace to retreat it is going to be another 20 or 40 damage. And Raymond can only heal 30 damage at this moment, but he does have a Dark Energy in the discard and in deck, so he'll be able to have Night Stretcher and Earthen Vessels as ways to power up a second Monkey Dory and heal even more damage from the Gardevoir. But yeah, Simon's trying to build for a board where even if Raymond evolves into another Guardy, he can have enough damage to knock out both in one turn with like a Dusclops or Dusknoir. So he's not in too bad of a spot, especially since Raymond doesn't have access to the Lily's Clefairy, but still a little scary with all the stuff, like a Kirlia and a Gardevoir and a Monkey Dory. The Screamtail could just knock out the Duskull. Oh, and there's a Dark Energy in Raymond's hand, which may also just be 2 Adrenabraids to knock out this Duskull, and then you can
even
Screamtail to knock out a
even has the Ultra Ball in hand to get rid of another Psychic Energy and find the second Gardevoir EX. It's just getting worse and worse here for Simon. Raymond, after being given items, is just not missing an opportunity here, not missing a shot, finding everything he needs. Monkey Dory hitting the discard pile, but it means another Gardevoir EX can be found. And Simon understands, he just understands the game is far too lost at this point. Valuable time, though, off the clock now. That was over 15 minutes gone for game number 1 as we're going into game number 2, where Raymond wins this first one convincingly after setting up a near-perfect board.
Yeah, I do think Simon scooped, assuming Raymond was going to get the Clefairy, but he didn't know it was prized. I do think Raymond could have gone for a Mew play to set up damage on the Dragapult and take a bunch of prizes off the bench, and just been too far ahead anyway. But so it's definitely a fine scoop, but
even taking a KO on other benched Pokemon, you're going to automatically KO the Duskull with double Adrenabrain, and from there, you can never wipe both Gardevoirs.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a mute point, unfortunately. So, yeah, things going great there for Raymond after, not having the perfect early turn. Kind of lacked getting Psychic Energy in the discard pile, lacked getting out double Kirlia early in the game, but it's as simple as just getting a Gardevoir into play turn 2 that just gives you enough security to be able to play those next couple of turns just a little bit slower than you're used to.
Yeah, for sure. But looking into game 2, I mean, Simon's going second. He can get that turn 1 Itchy Pollen, and Raymond's first turn was really dependent on that Secret Box for Earthen Vessel and to get the Psychic Energy in play. Otherwise, he would have been Arvening for like TM Evo and attaching a Dark Energy to your alts, which doesn't feel great, or being reliant on using Lilies and hitting all your basics and Evos. So going second is honestly just such a big advantage for this Dragapult Dusknoir deck.
Here we go, getting into things here. Budu start yet again for Simon. We'll kick things off. Going first, like you mentioned, does start Ralts yet again. It's an okay starter, not your favorite, but also not your worst. The Psychic Energy comes down into play, and there's no other cards. Lily's Clefairy again in the prizes. It's hiding even further away than it was in that first game.
And that Screamtail means we won't have easy access to knock out those Dusclopses, because we do see, as Simon's prize checking, that second Duskull is prized. So it's really scary to only have one, because that Screamtail can just access it so easily, knock it out, and prevent those threats of Curse Blast.
So Simon, playing with pace, playing with a little bit of pep in his step, understands the importance of time here in the Pokemon TCG. And what does that really mean in this set specifically?
Yeah, I mean, with 35 minutes, there should be roughly enough time for 2 games, but it'll definitely be close. And it is a matchup that could take a long time. With Itchy Pollen in the early game, both players are kind of waiting to get set up. So that can take a lot. Like we saw the last game, Raymond had only taken 2 prizes, and it had been 15 minutes. And that's when Simon scooped. Like, that wasn't even the end point of the game. So assuming these next 2 games take about 15 minutes each, there's, like, just to get to a point where someone's winning, like, time could be a big factor here. So, I mean, if Raymond's trying to win, he could just likely scoop pretty quickly with the Clefairy prize and pretty rough start. And Simon, we saw him not prize check as long as the last game, understanding that this matchup is actually pretty playable. Like, despite the Clefairy, the Gardevoir deck can really lose to this Itchy Pollen early, so trying to have as much time as possible to, like, end the game quickly with Budu. But Raymond evolving into Kirlia, this Kirlia has Call Sign, which can search for the Gardevoir EX you're looking for. And it's a really strong attack, especially under the item lock, but can also be thwarted by an Iono.
Yeah, and it really could be the turning point in this game right now. We're seeing another energy be committed. The Technical Machine Evolution also played down, so Raymond's going to be able to draw 8 cards here, and depending on what he draws, if he maybe finds a pair of Kirlia or even just a single Ralts, rather, that may be enough to kind of make him have an interesting decision on whether or not he wants to grab Pokemon to the hand or get another Kirlia up and evolved on the following turn.
For sure. You do have to find the Artisan to get rid of that Jamming Tower, which does give Simon easy access to his Duskulls, which he was not able to set up last turn. So it's kind of a double-edged sword in that sense. So maybe Call Signing is a bit more passive, but your Kirlia isn't under threat with no Duskull in play. And most Dragapult Dusknoir is not playing Rare Candy.
Yeah, the most you could see is the Dracloak get in there and swing for a little bit of damage, and it looks like no decision here for Raymond. Finds a Frillish. It could come down into play. We already saw the energy attachment committed, though.
Yeah.
So the question now becomes for Raymond, what 3 Pokemon are you grabbing? I can guarantee one of those is Gardevoir EX, but the other 2, definitely still to be determined.
Yeah, I'd imagine you'd keep one Gardevoir EX in deck so that if Simon has an Iona, you still have solid odds to draw into one. But I'd imagine a second Ralts, and then maybe a Monkey Dory, since he doesn't have something like the Screamtail to attack with. Not going to be grabbing the Screamtail here. So kind of an awkward spot for Raymond with these prizes. Oh, and a Ralts prized, so yeah, pretty awkward if Simon has an Iona here.
You'll have to see how his game plan changes from early on in that first game where he could go in with Screamtail and apply pressure. Gardevoir can get the job done, but more importantly, if we see Monkey Dory also get established, Psychic Embrace plus a Dark Energy, that means you can go ahead and knock the Badoo out, and then no matter what's promoted, essentially, you can take another 1 to 2 prizes depending on that. And this is, again, a big turning point in the game here. It really comes down to these early turns of setup. If Simon can find Iono and shuffle these Pokemon to the bottom, Raymond could be in a spot where without a Gardevoir EX, he's essentially staring down checkmate in 2 turns.
Yep. Looks like this is Raymond's first deck search, so he's seen that all these important Pokemon are prized. That third Ralts, the Screamtail, the Lilies, and even the third Monkey Dory in a sense. Just makes it harder to find off an Iono. And it looks like he is grabbing the Ralts, the Gardevoir, and Monkey Dory. Makes a lot of sense. But, yep, Simon instantly with that Iono, putting those to the bottom, realizing that you just can't let him get a Gardevoir EX into play and want to get as much time as possible. Having the Dracloak on the Luminous, or on the Dreepy with the Luminous is also big. Really, like that, like you said, putting Raymond on a timer.
Does also have that Buddy Poffin, so just establishing the board even more. Dracloak already in play. Dreepy and Duskull both come down. This is, cannot stress enough, the turning point in the game here. What can Simon find to develop his board, and what can he do to disrupt Raymond's setup? Big 2 cards here. Does find the boss's orders, and to be honest, Piper, that was a potential thought I had when the Frillish came down into play of, is it a little bit of a liability in terms of moving early on? Simon may not have the ability to kind of test that theory in this spot and may have to just try and draw into as many cards as possible. It looks like has the Ultra Ball in hand as well as a Research. Got to imagine, though, Research really not the supporter card you want to be playing on this turn.
Yeah, well, with the Iono already played, we could look to boss next turn, but just looking for the more Dracloaks and energies to attach and Dragapults to attack, like, you just want to keep setting up your board, especially when Raymond's board is looking as weak as it is right now. I mean, there's no Psychic Energies in his discard, so even if he has a Gardevoir, not much could be done on his turn. So really just looking to capitalize on all the time Simon's being given.
Let's find Hilda off the Dragon Pokemon's Recon Directive, and it's just going to be an Itchy Pollen. So 20 damage, and now action back over to Raymond. Does find the other Gardevoir EX, as well as Monkey Dory, thanks to that Artisan, and a Dark Energy. Yeah. So now Raymond having an interesting decision. He could, if he wants to, take a knockout with this Oceanic Gloom, or even just not activate Fez, hit for 20, and threaten this Duskull to be KO'd in 2 turns. He's got so many options thanks to these 6 cards drawn.
Absolutely. I think the Oceanic Gloom is really strong here as you limit a lot of Simon's options. It's going to be harder for him to find all of his Pokemon with no Ultra Ball. He won't have Counter Catcher available, even despite the prize deficit, since no items. And that's going to prevent a lot of the annoying plays Simon could make to gain advantage back. And Raymond kind of keeping the Gardevoir safe means it's not going to be overloaded with damage for the future as well. But again, with like no Lily's Clefairy, no Screamtail, even though this seems strong, it's like, how are we going to close out this game?
That is the question to be determined. You've got to do what you can in a spot like this. Maybe some disruption back on Simon's side. A taste of his own medicine could be a way to try and, buy some time, Raymond doesn't know that Lily's Clefairy is all the way at the top of the prizes, and that really is a big thing to note, because not having access to that for essentially the entire game really makes this matchup difficult.
For sure. There are like weird things you can do with like Mew EX to copy the Phantom Dive anyway, and just like set up a lot of damage on their bench and soften out their Dragapult to potentially recover the Mew and do that again. But the Lily's Clefairy is really a big piece, and it's unfortunate for Raymond to prize it in games 1 and 2. But yeah, it will be interesting to see if Raymond decides to move the damage off the Frillish and keep it like damage free, and then Oceanic Gloom to knock out the Budew, or put Simon in a weird spot where you put an energy back on the Gardevoir and knock out the Budew and force Simon to promote something, which could make it really awkward for him to get back into a Budew or into a Dragapult, because he can't find the Latias easily without items.
Yeah, and the big thing here is, you know, without being able to discard a Psychic Energy and use another Psychic Embrace, you're going to have to essentially promote a Pokemon before taking that KO. Yeah. And if you promote the Frillish, well, you know nothing's going to be KO'd essentially, right? Your opponent is most likely not playing Jellicent EX in their deck, so that's something that they have to keep note of. We'll see the retreat. Frillish will come into the active spot with an energy thanks to Psychic Embrace. And now that question, like you mentioned, are we going to see Adrenaline Brain now or later? And it looks like it will just be now, and just being content taking a KO potentially on the Budew, but is now mulling over it a little bit, thinking if that's really the best approach.
Yeah, I think he's also thinking about how much damage to move, because you could move the 2 damage and Oceanic Gloom knocking out this Budew, but if you only move 1, you're still knocking it out with Oceanic Gloom, and then next turn, if Simon goes into another Budew, you can Psychic Embrace to the Gardevoir, which is a little bit better to have the energy on than the Frillish right now, and then move 30 to once again knock out that Budew. So, but just going with the 2 to completely heal this Gardevoir, as we don't have a roll, so we just want it to be as safe as possible at this point.
And there's no board wipe threat as it stands right now. No rare candy in Simon's deck like we saw the previous round in Dragapult, so just evolving the old-fashioned way. Starting these off with some recon directives. There is already energy on both of these Pokemon, and Budew comes down yet again. So Piper, are we going to be consistently trying to use this Itchy Pollen attack again? Are we just accepting that Phantom Dive won't be used this turn?
I think it's really interesting going for this Itchy Pollen, because I mentioned earlier being able to move 30 damage to knock out this Budew, but if we Itchy Pollen this Frillish, it's also going to have 30 damage to knock out this Budew immediately and continue this Oceanic Gloom. And I think I saw Hilda in Simon's hand, which could get the Dragapult and the energy, but Simon with only 2 Dragapult actually prized his second one, and I believe he Ultra Balled discarding one earlier, so he can't actually attack with Dragapult as it stands. Oh, never mind. I might be thinking of the last game.
Psych. All right.
I thought he Ultra Balled one away.
All right. Well, regardless, is going to continue to cycle through the deck with Lily's Determination. Now, still at 6 prize cards, so we'll get those additional 2-card bonus thanks to that. So 8 cards shuffled and drawn from the deck. We already saw the energy commitment. We saw the retreat committed already. Another Luminous Energy played down, and does find the Dusclops. That's definitely a key piece to look for. Maybe you've got to think that Simon wants to combine that Dusknoir Cursed Blast with a Phantom Dive if he's going to go and put some pressure in, and does find that, like we mentioned, and Ultra Ball plus energies for next turn, and even that Night Stretcher as well.
Yeah, the Ultra Ball is not going to be too big. I guess he could knock out the Frillish here with the Itchy Pollen, which I think he might have to do at this point. The threat of this item lock is just really scary, especially when you only have 1 Dragapult left. You kind of just have to draw into it, and that's not easy to do. So I think Simon's considering it. Otherwise, you're just going for an Itchy Pollen. You're just going to keep, your Buddy's going to keep getting knocked out. You can't, after this, you can't recover a Budew since no Night Stretcher. And this Oceanic Gloom might actually allow Raymond to get to a point where, despite having the Clefairy prize and the Screamtail prize, he has a strong enough board where he kind of just wins anyway. So
Artisan still in play, and did find the Ralts as well from the top of the deck. So now Raymond is kind of able to just put all these Pokemon he wants to onto his bench, get flooded out, and will even just start the turn off by taking a KO and finds the Darkness Energy. That means we can use the Artisan to find Monkey Dory, provide even more support for our Pokemon, and despite yet again having these key attacking Pokemon prized, Raymond's found a way to navigate through this matchup where he still feels in control.
Yeah. Getting another Monkey Dory means that Simon's damage is basically getting thrown back at him. It's going to be hard to find the Dragapult EX and the energy, while also being able to boss his order since no countercatcher from the Oceanic Gloom. Raymond's not moving this Frillish. He can attach to it and retreat it into this Guardy, but I think just continuing this Oceanic Gloom after seeing your opponent struggle so hard seems like the best route.
Just double checking what resources are available. The 1 Monkey Dory is prized. There is 1 in the deck still. looks like he's considering grabbing Ralts instead from the deck.
Yeah, definitely a bit safer of a line considering he is staring down the Dusclops, so there is actually a threat of your Gardevoir EX getting knocked out. But Simon does have to hit the Dragapult, the Energy, the Dusknoir, and Boss, all of which, so if you add Hawlucha on top of that, you get to a point where you're feeling pretty comfortable, especially because I believe Raymond has a Bravery Charm in his hand from the last turn, so this Ralts is pretty safe at this point. So just kind of keeping his board as safe as possible and continues Oceanic Gloom so that he can get items eventually, and then I think I saw Secret Box in his hand, a bunch of Psychic Energies. So Simon doesn't disrupt. He can explode, but Raymond just benching the third Ralts, even though he has this Bravery Charm, I think is a bit unnecessary, just kind of overbenching, which could prove to be problematic later if he does find that Screamtail off the prizes.
Yeah, always have to think about how your actions early on in the game could affect you later on. So we do see that Dark Energy still in hand, so Monkey Dory is a potential option the following turn. Putting that Psychic Energy on the Gardevoir to just protect it from some retreat lock shenanigans with a Counter Catcher and an Iono. Simon does find the Fire Energy from the top of the deck with this Recon Directive, Counter Catcher as well, and does importantly find that last remaining copy of Dragapult EX like you mentioned. And now the gears have to start turning for Simon with the boss's orders in hand too. How does he want to approach attacking this turn?
Yeah, he also drew that Pheasantipity, and Raymond did take a knockout on the Budu last turn, so he could dig for that Dusknoir, or yeah, Dusknoir is in deck this game, so
yeah,
we'll see if he decides to bench it.
Still under item lock, unfortunately, so no way to search it out of the deck besides the one copy of Hilda in the deck.
But then you can't boss the Gardevoir, so...
Yeah. You got to really make a decision here, and I'm not even sure that Hilda is in the hand.
Yeah.
Was no prize, or there was a prize taken last turn, and Simon is sitting on Pheasantipity, so is maybe deciding if it's worth putting that liability into play, if there's that upside of drawing into that Dusknoir or the Hilda. It's just going to be the boss's orders instead. Wants to just keep this bench nice and clean, bring the Gardevoir EX up, and Phantom Dive. So we'll see 200 damage put onto Gardevoir, and then the question just kind of becomes, where do we want the rest of these counters to go? And really interesting sequencing choice here is going to actually use the Fez afterwards and does find the Jamming Tower. So now this Ralts put back to just 70 HP. See the Phantom Dive hit this active, and yeah, just going to go ahead and dump 4 damage counters and 2 on the bench Ralts, just trying to set up for a board clear on the following turn.
Yeah, this 4-2 kind of damage split makes it so if Raymond gets another Monkey Dory setup, it's not going to be super high value because you're either moving 3 and 2 or 3 and 1. So you don't get like full value out of those Monkey Dories to heal the Ralts and get them out of Phantom Dive range. But Raymond with Secret Box and Earthen Vessel, this is going to be a great turn for him.
A great turn, but no access to really great attackers. At this point in the game, if you had Lily's Clefairy, it would be almost just curtains in this spot.
For sure.
You'd knock out the Dragapult, you'd go down to 2 prize cards left, and Simon's yet to take any. But without any good use of attackers, you have to kind of wonder, what is the game plan? Do we just commit to setting up another Gardevoir EX? Is that the best play in this spot? Are we content just taking it to a KO on the Dragapult EX? Lots of questions to be answered.
For sure. If we do go for the 2-shot method, potentially attacking with this active Gardevoir might be our best bet, especially if we can establish another Gardevoir. With the Secret Box and I believe an Ultra Ball in our hand, it shouldn't be too difficult to get another Gardevoir out, or at least like a Curlia on the Ralts. Should be relatively safe with the second Monkey Dory. And you actually can go for a route where attacking with this Gardevoir and 2 Monkey Dories, you bring this Dragapult up to 270 damage, so it could actually get knocked out from 2 more Adrenabrains on the next turn. And then you maybe fish out the Lily's Clefairy from the prizes and can knock out the next Dragapult. Of course, we know the Lily's is at the top, but yeah.
Always got to play to your outs in the Pokemon TCG. That is for certain. Raymond's really thinking about how he wants to go about sequencing this. There's a lot of discard from the hand and not a lot of cards is the biggest question to really be answered here. We'll actually be getting rid of that Luxurious Cape and the 2 Psychic Energy. Those cards, more than happy to hit the discard pile. Artisan will be the first grab, so it does turn back on the Bravery Charm, giving some protection to this Ralts. Does put it out of Phantom Dive range from being on the bench.
Yeah, it also takes Jamming Tower out of play for the rest of the game because I believe Simon's already down 1 from earlier. So that means the Bravery Charm is going to be super powerful on this Ralts, making it have 120 for the rest of the game, unless it evolves into a Curlia, but it's going to be really helping. It's going to really help Raymond in not getting board wiped of all the Ralts and Gardevoir.
Yeah, it's now just kind of thinking about what item and what supporter to grab. Yeah. It's just going to thin out this Technical Machine evolution, won't be used for the rest of the game. It's going to be the Lily's Determination. I believe Simon is sitting on a pretty large hand, about 8 or 9 cards. So
yeah,
that's something to consider, but with Raymond being as aggressive as he has been in this matchup, that Iono could just stunt him in terms of being able to pop off any more for the next couple of turns.
Yeah, especially after a Secret Box and potentially after an Ultra Ball here. This Lilies is going to really nicely refill the hand. So while you are not disrupting Simon as much, Simon is still at 6 prizes, so this Iono isn't very disruptive. It's more so just bringing yourself to 4 cards, which doesn't feel as good as the Lilies. But we see Raymond grabbing this counter catcher, potentially for fodder, identifying that he's probably not going to be behind at any point in this game. So these counter catchers just aren't going to be live.
Heads up play. Good sequencing here from Raymond, getting rid of non-needed pieces since you are actively shuffling your hand in and out of the deck thanks to the Lily's Determination being the main supporter card engine for this deck. He's now just kind of thinking about what the rest of this is going to look like. We will see the Ralts be evolved, notably that one without the Bravery Charm into Kirlia. And with the way this damage has been placed, it also means that Hawlucha would not put either of these Pokemon in range for a KO, thanks to that new Kirlia having 100 HP instead of 90.
Yeah, for sure. And Raymond with the Dark Energy as the last card in his hand, artisaning for the monkey, and then having the Lilies to just refresh. And yeah, we're going to see what he attacks with this turn. He could go for some weird Oceanic Gloom play, but depending on what he has, if he draws into something like the Candy Gardevoir, we may see a more aggressive approach with his Gardevoir, since Simon's down at least 1 boss and 1 is prize. Obviously, Raymond doesn't know that, but putting Dragapult on finding boss and during item lock is actually a really solid play, because it can be really difficult for them to do so, especially with no knockout taken. This Pheasantipity isn't going to be giving him 3 more cards. So
yeah, you would
we'll
also
see.
put the Dusclops on a 1-turn timer to evolve if it doesn't get popped as well. So there are a couple advantages for sure, and you've already got plenty of damage counters on your board to play around with. There is always that risk. Boss's orders, putting pressure on you to find rare candy, and without having Lily's Clefairy, it might just be a little bit too much of a risk in this spot.
Yeah.
We're going to see this Embrace regardless onto the Gardevoir EX. It's going to need it whether it wants to attack or retreat. Does put it up to 220 damage on it, so 90 HP remaining, and it is, like you just mentioned, Piper, the retreat here. And now the question, are we going to use Mind Bend to try and disrupt, or do we want to use that Oceanic Gloom to disrupt? And it will be the latter. So Frillish coming up into the active spot, 2 Adrenabrains yet to be used. We'll have to see how the damage plays out at the end of this turn. With a Miracle Force the following turn, it would mean that you need to have 130 damage onto this Dragapult at some point.
Yeah.
If you can just leave that Dragapult with 70 damage on it total, it would put you in range. So you could use as little of 1 Adrenabrain this turn onto the Dragapult if you want to put pressure on the Dusclops. And I think that might be what Raymond is potentially considering in this spot.
Yeah, the thing to consider is, like, you could put 2 Monkey Dories onto the active and bring it to 100, so you'll need 1 next turn. But if Simon's knocking out a Monkey Dory, that means he's using his boss on a Monkey Dory, not that Gardevoir. So you don't really, you're fine with that at that point, if double Monkey Dory is getting knocked out, I'd say. So I think this is the best way to go, pressuring that Dusclops, forcing him to find that Dusknoir, which he struggled to do under item lock thus far, and could even be prized for what Raymond knows. So going for 6 on the Dusclops, it seems a little aggressive, but I guess playing around Simon's Monkey Dory. So, but Simon is down 2 Luminous, I believe, or potentially even 3. So it could be really hard to use the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting choice here for Simon, or excuse me, from Raymond. As it stands, it means, yeah, that Luminous gone, but as it stands, it means Dragapult EX will not be knocked out on the following turn unless something like a 3rd Monkey Dory gets played. And I'm not sure that's going to be super, super likely in this spot. So we'll see the Recon Directives be used. Item Lock still a potential option. And Simon does have the boss's orders, but I believe is missing the Dusknoir. So now has to decide, is this the time to go all in? Pop this Dusclops, put damage counters on the Kirlia, boss up the Gardevoir EX, and try and just put Raymond in a spot where if he cannot find Rare Candy Gardevoir, this game is all over.
Yeah, I think that might be his best bet at this point, as this Dusclops is getting knocked out next turn, so you just want to use it this turn no matter what. And knocking out the Kirlia is, oh, but he's going for an Iono instead of the boss, going for this disruptive play, which I don't know if it's that disruptive, because Raymond should be at 5 or 6 cards after the Lily last turn, and going to 4, which is pretty comparable. I think Simon is identifying that his 3rd boss is prized, so by playing this boss, he is out of bosses for the rest of the game, and doesn't have the same gusting power. So maybe he's just trying to deal with this Frillish this turn, potentially even using the Dusclops to take out a Monkey Dory and kind of reduce the pressure Raymond has and prevent this Dragapult for getting knocked out without the Lily's Clefairy.
Yeah, it does find Dusknoir, so that changes everything in this spot. It would protect this Dusclops from being KO'd, and it would allow more damage counters to be placed with the Cursed Blast. As it stands, this Gardevoir EX would be in range of Phantom Dive damage on the bench if you were to pop this Dusknoir, for example.
Yeah.
And I think that may be the consideration here for Simon of just using this and going for it. So we're going to see the Gardevoir EX take the damage from this Curse Blast. Raymond is going to get now a 5-card hand instead of a 4-card hand because of the sequencing, but you had to play it that way. You didn't have the Dusknoir before, and now Phantom Dive means Simon all of a sudden jumps to tie the prize lead up, 3 prizes each. And now with this extra 2 damage counters, where do you want to place this on the board, if any? You could always overdump damage on the Gardevoir.
For sure. I think you might as well put some extra damage on something like that Ralts, as Raymond has kind of all the damage he needs, like at this moment in time. He can move a bunch of damage, but if none of it's super impactful unless he gets a Gardevoir, in which case he has any damage he wants. So yeah, Simon putting it on the Curlia, so now if Raymond doesn't have a Gardevoir, it'll get knocked out to the Phantom Dive, 6 damage.
And in normal circumstances, if Raymond had Gardevoir plus Lily's Clefairy, this game would essentially be all curtains. But as we could see with the remaining 3 prize cards here for Raymond, it is an absolute fever dream, potentially even a nightmare situation for any Gardevoir player. What many would consider 2 best attackers are unavailable.
Yeah, I mean, Raymond does play the Drifloon, so he has a backup attacker in that to potentially knock out this Dragapult this turn. But you also have to be careful. Simon's at 3 prizes, and there's a lot of damage on your board. So if you bench something like the Fezandipity, you could get into a point where Simon's actually able to win the game next turn. So you kind of need to draw a lot of these pieces without putting a target like that in play.
Just thinking about what Pokemon to promote, sometimes a lot of the Gardevoir will just get promoted up to the active spot so you can embrace and retreat it, but it's already got 6 damage counters on it. So it's okay to just go and stay on the bench in this spot. The Munkidori can always just kind of act as a nice pivoter. And of course, if you miss Gardevoir, could use Mind Bend as well. But yeah, really with the damage counters not being placed on the active Dragapult, we kind of take away the ability to put ourselves down to 1 prize card on the following turn and thus essentially negate all of our Adrenabrain damage from the previous turn.
Yeah, I mean, Raymond is actually looking at a pretty strong hand with Ultra Ball and Arven, and I believe he got his 3rd Munkidori off the prizes from that Cursed Blast. So there could be a world where if he has a Vessel available, he could Arven for that Earthen Vessel, get the 3rd Dark Energy, Ultra Ball for the Gardevoir, evolve the Curlia, and then put 9 damage onto this Dragapult with your 3 Munkidoris, and then knock it out with the Gardevoir. Just perfect math there from the Oceanic Glooms on this Dragapult.
So every damage counter coming in clutch in this matchup. We'll see what Raymond wants to grab in this spot. Looks like failing the Artisan to start things off. No rare candy needed. Does have that Curly already in play. And there is the Munkidori. So if there's a way to search Gardevoir and a Darkness Energy out, like you mentioned, Piper, Lily's Clefairy not needed. Triple Adrenabrain because of how much damage has just been left over thanks to these Phantom Dives and Cursed Blast. We'll have to see what Raymond decides to go for. Does also have access to Fezandipity, and now this is where your bench management gets a little bit tricky because you really want to save that last spot for Lily's Clefairy if you can find that off the prize cards.
Yeah, there's a few scary things here, because while there is the open bench space, you don't want to bench that Fez, because then Simon could potentially get to a point where he's able to take 3 prizes next turn. That kind of gives him an out with Hawlucha to soften it up. But the strongest part of Raymond's board is not even like the potential for something like Clefairy or Screamtail from the Artisan. It's the fact that these 3 Munkidoris will just knock out a Dracloak on the next turn to get Raymond's last prize. So Simon has to either evolve both these Dracloaks, getting rid of his draw for the rest of the game, or knock out a Munkidori, which means you're not pressuring this Gardevoir at all. So if Raymond finds the Clefairy or the Screamtail, this Artisan's just in play to get the Screamtail. And Simon's down both Jamming Towers. It's going to be pretty difficult for him to find a way to get back into this game.
Yeah, if you take one or the other, right, you've got a route to win the game on the following turn. And there's not really much Simon could do to necessarily stop that. So Arven used as a supporter for turn. We see Earthen Vessel grabbed. And now just debating about what card to discard from the hand. We saw the Iono Flash. It will be the discarded card. And now if there is that Darkness Energy, which immediately is grabbed to the front, triple Adrenabrain. And is there an Ultra Ball too? Does he have that piece? And he does. Yet again, Raymond, off of every disruption that Simon is throwing at him, just keeps finding piece after piece to keep up with this disruption and the aggression from Phantom Dive.
despite his poor prize cards, his luck is balancing out in his draws for sure.
Yeah. Off of this here, Gardevoir EX found, and now this Miracle Force is putting in absolute work. I thought Gardevoir was broken, but Miracle Force for 270 damage, 280 damage, that's way too good.
Yeah, 190 on the surface is obviously great, but and having Psychic Embrace now with Monkey Dory, it builds up so quickly, and it's just so hard to knock out these 300 plus HP Pokemon that healing it with the Monkey Dories, it's just too much for a lot of decks to handle. Oh, Raymond's interestingly going for a knockout on the Dracloak. If Simon has a Professor Turo scenario, which it looks like he doesn't.
Well, yeah, I mean, Raymond could have won the game on the spot in this
Pretty
turn.
much,
If
yeah.
he just ripped the Lily's Clefairy off the prizes, he could just have knocked out this Dragapult EX. Instead,
That's true.
finds the Scream Tail, and now all of a sudden it's a little bit of a decision-making process for Raymond. What does he want to do this turn? Is he content going in with a fresh Gardevoir? It would be out of range from even a Blood Moon Ursaluna to take a KO. Do you just Mind Bend this active? But I mean, it seems that if you're swinging into this at some point, you're pretty much safe. However, the potential to retreat is always a scary threat to think about.
I think Raymond is thinking that this Artisan is stuck in play, and he drew the Scream Tail off the prizes, so he can always Artisan for Scream Tail, then use 2 Adrenabrains and knock out the Pheasantipity on the next turn. And if he were actually to attack with Gardevoir on this turn, then Simon could actually gust a Pokemon up, then use Hawlucha to damage it to 70, and then bring the Gardevoir back up and knock it out with Blood Moon. But this is kind of just the safest play. Using this Mind Bend, Simon doesn't have a Duskull to threaten retreating into it, and then using Curse Blast to pivot back and reset the confusion. But yeah, this spot is just pretty good for Raymond. I mean,
yeah, like you mentioned, almost checkmate setup on board. The Scream Tail in the deck, of course, with that Roaring Scream, can deal damage to any Pokemon in play. And while this Dragapult would be blocked from taking damage on the bench thanks to it being a Terrestrial Pokemon, the Pheasantipity would not. And Simon is not playing any way to pick Pokemon up into the hand like a Professor Turo's scenario. So here we go here for Simon. You can tell based off of his body language here, his back is up against the wall. He can't take this Pheasantipity out of play. And even if he has a way to hand disrupt, now of course Simon doesn't know that Scream Tail is available, but if it is in the deck, Artisan is a guaranteed game on board. What can you do here if you're Simon?
it all seems bad, but I think every play starts with an Iono here. Iono Raymond to 2 and hope he doesn't find whatever pieces he needs. But it seems like no matter what, he's going to have them. I mean, the Artisan just gets that Scream Tail. You kind of just have to hope it's still prized at this point, but as we know, Raymond just drew it, knocking out that Dracloak last turn.
Yeah, and is out of, like you mentioned, that Luminous Energy. If there was a Luminous Energy available, then Boss's Orders or Counter Catcher could take out double Monkey Dory in this spot, right? You move 3 damage counters to the one that has 2, and then play a Boss's Orders or a Counter Catcher, and now the Scream Tail option is unavailable.
Yeah.
But that's not a potential option. We saw Simon having to burn that Luminous Energy early on to pivot back into Budu. Was potentially his downfall. He's out of options, he's out of room, and Raymond Long will advance to 6-0 with this Gardevoir EX deck.
Yeah, absolutely masterclass, honestly. Like, Lily's Clefairy prized both games, and Raymond was still able to come out with a 2-0 victory, never unprizing it, actually. Really impressive.
That card is placebo. We do not need that card here for Gardevoir.
Yeah, the Gardevoir versus Dragapult matchup has been one of the defining matchups recently, and we see it's just ultimately favored for Guardy, especially with those technical machine evolutions. You can really set up your board under the HE Pollen.
Yeah, and it got so many buffs in the last 3 months.
Yeah.
To Call Sign, we saw how impactful that was. It forced Simon to commit to Iono that turn instead of another Lily, or potentially going in with, you know, some sort of disruption play with Boss's Orders on the Frillish. You can't do either of those.
Yeah.
The opponent's just going to wake up with every single piece that they need.
Yeah.
Excellently played from Raymond. Really showed how, you know, what defines good and great players in the Pokemon TCG is when they don't have options at their disposal and they have to work things out.
Yep.
Traditionally, in a new style or a new fashion.
Yeah, and that's really the big part of the Gardevoir deck. You kind of just play with what you have. You don't always have access to everything. And like with Pheasantipity, that's your main engine. You kind of just draw stuff and play with what you have. And the good players, the great players, really are able to,
I mean, the great players are able to succeed when they don't have options. Totally get what you're saying there. And, you know, Raymond didn't have a lot of options early on, but it just is that sense of security of putting Gardevoir EX into play on turn 3 that just gives you that wiggle room to be able to take obscure lines like this. Frillish, definitely the MVP here in game number 2. It slowed the board down. It made Simon have to take a little bit more of an unorthodox approach to his board. And even after Ionoing into that Dusknoir, it was really the ability to just give Raymond an extra 2 cards in that spot, right? Yeah. You get the 4 cards off Iono, and then the 1 card drawn from the prizes plus the top deck. And you saw with those 6 cards, Raymond was just able to put together absolute perfection. The Monkey Dory Dark Energy, he had the Artisan as the Stadium, he had the Gardevoir EX to search out, the Psychic to discard, and from there, you know, what would have been game on board, or what would have been game in that moment if Lily's Clefairy was there, still was a dominating enough position where, you know, was able to close things out in the following turn and showcase why Gardevoir is just so powerful.
Yeah, that game was definitely a good showing. Gardevoir is definitely been the BDIF for the last year or so, and it's continuing to show its dominance at the Toronto Regional Championships. I think these kind of more aggressive lists going away from the Jellicent back to these Bravery Charms that we've kind of seen a swap between at a lot of events. I mean, Monterey, it was the Charms, then Pittsburgh, it was the Jellicent, then Milwaukee, it was the the Enamorous and Charms, then back to Jellicent for LAIC, and now we're back at the Charms, so it's kind of fun to see the Gardevoir cycle, but yeah, we'll see if it keeps developing in these last couple of moments that it has before rotation, but until then, yeah, hopefully it does. Well, I enjoy watching Gardevoir gameplay.
I love Gardevoir. That's how I would simply put it. Gardevoir, my beloved, is the simplest way to put it through. And it feels kind of weird saying the deck has more tools than ever because it honestly, in the history of Gardevoir's life, feels more limited than ever because of just how broken Gardevoir has been in different iterations of its life, with the Shining Arcana Gardevoir and Reversal Energy being great on that Pokemon, and then having the trade or the refinement access to drawing cards. It feels like every time the deck loses something and it feels like it's out of the format, it's out of the meta, it just crawls right back in, and then when people finally acknowledge the deck is good, it just gains so many more tools. Like, we did not need Call Sign, let's be honest, but look, as a Gardevoir lover, I will definitely take it, that's for sure.
Yeah, we definitely take the donations. Gardevoir keeps getting better, and I think it's going to keep winning at events. It's won so many at this point, like a crazy amount of winnings, and yeah, especially great players like Raymond, former regional champion, and Henry Chow especially. I mean, we keep saying his name. It's because he is the Gardevoir aficionado, always has the best list for the event, and it's always fun to see them, but yeah.
I have somebody fun I want to see. Pablo Meza is here. Hello, Pablo. We got to welcome this guy in. What's going on, man? Welcome. We're seeing you from the Analyst Lounge. Did you get to check out that last match and keep pace with what was happening between a matchup that is tried and true for the 2024-2025 season?
Yeah, I mean, tried and true, except Lily's Clefairy EX being not available, right? That was definitely it could have been very defining in terms of like Gardevoir being able to respond to the Dragapult aggression, but I think we saw Dragapult be very passive this particular game, right? Based on draws, based on Simon's strategy. It felt like, I don't know if you guys agree, he was very aggressive against the Gardevoir EX, right? It felt like he was trying to constantly either trap it in the active or attack into it to try to eventually keep it off the board, but it didn't seem too effective in the end, despite Lily's Clefairy not even being available.
And with Lily's Clefairy being unavailable, and now Dragapult having to deal with Frillish, is this more on Dragapult's end, the need to adapt to building their deck slightly different? Because it feels like with this medicine kind of being thrown right back at it, Simon wasn't able to apply that aggression because of that Frillish being so disruptive.
Yeah, the item lock the item lock was more impactful for Gardevoir than it was for Dragapult, and we usually see the opposite, right? And I think a big part of that is the technical machine evolution, right? We are seeing that shift back towards technical machine evolution in Gardevoir, because I think they were getting a little too greedy. I don't know if you agree. Not playing any at all, focusing too much on Jellicent. You strengthened some matchups, but you were definitely getting a lot weaker in the Dragapult.
Well, Pablo, why don't you break it down for us a little bit more? Talk about some of those focus points throughout that set. I'd love to hear what you thought about that back and forth game 1 and game 2.
Yeah, we had some key moments in this particular round. We had Gardevoir outright win 2-0 without Lily's Clefairy EX, but there were some key moments both in game 1 and game 2 that definitely felt like they turned things around or were very pivotal for Gardevoir advancing its game state and withstanding any sort of pressure that Dragapult was throwing at it. So let's take a look at the first clip, which was the Gardevoir player being able, it was Dragapult choosing not to attach energy, which could seem weird, right? But the only energy available to Simon was the Neo Opera energy. And of course, that's a very valuable resource. If you lose that to a potential Screamtail Snipe, that would have been devastating. So if Simon had been able to trap this Gardevoir up front through the item lock of Budew, I think he might have felt a little bit safer, but because he couldn't get that Itchy Pollen going, if he had attached the Neo Opera to either of the Dracloaks, then with Raymond's huge hand, he probably was going to be able to get this Gardevoir out of the active slot and snipe that Neo Opera, essentially ruining any possibility of Simon getting back into the game. Now, that's exactly what happened. We saw Raymond having the Earthen Vessel, discarding enough energy, retrieving the Gardevoir, and using Screamtail to snipe. But we also saw him do it in a very unorthodox way. We saw him attach a lot of energy to the Munkidori, which already had 2 energy attached to it. And then we saw the Professor Turo scenario not only take advantage of the damage on the Munkidori to send that with Adrenabrain from the other Munkidori, but we see the Professor Turo freeing up those energies. Now, some people might think, oh, what a waste. Usually you want to like Turo up a Gardevoir, right? After it tanks a hit from a potential Phantom Dive. But this guaranteed that those 2 energies were not stuck on the Munkidori for the rest of the game, essentially, as Simon probably would have tried to keep those there, meaning that's 2 less energies available for Raymond for the rest of the match. Fortunately, it didn't work out that way for them, and we saw another key turn where Simon, I'm getting both players confused. Simon really needed to hit Latias EX off this to even have a chance at attacking. Now, this was very risky because there's only 1 energy in play, the Neo Opera that we mentioned that was conserved earlier on. The Latias was found, thankfully, but if Littlest Clefairy EX had been was available rather to be benched and used as a response, that probably would have left Simon with no options at all. He tried to get back into his game, but unfortunately felt like he was a little too far behind at this point. Raymond did not miss a beat, and he was able to walk away the winner from game 1. And then on to game 2, we saw another very interesting situation where we discussed this. Simon was being very aggressive. It felt like he had this very clear game plan of aggressively go after the Gardevoir. He was disregarding the Frillish, he was disregarding any other potential targets in combination with Dusclops to get like multiple Bryce turns. He just wanted to make sure that eventually there wouldn't be a Gardevoir in play, even if you have to use 2-hit KOs, even if you have to use your Dusknoir as well to be able to knock it out. And Raymond was very aware of this possibility, and that's why we saw the double Adrenabrain from his side on the board onto the Dusclops. Now, that might seem in some situations pointless because the Dusclops will eventually use the Curse Blast ability and get itself out of the board, essentially rendering that damage useless. But by putting the damage with Adrenabrain onto Dusclops, you're basically telling your opponent, either you use your Curse Blast and give me a prize, or I'm going to take a prize myself through the Adrenabrain. And that sometimes forces players to either have to evolve, which is going to be a lot harder to do when you're under the Frillish item lock, right? Finding Dusknoir is not easy when you can't Ultra Ball for it, but Simon was able to find it eventually, and he was able to do this huge play using Curse Blast, putting the damage on the Gardevoir and getting a 3-prize turn, putting a lot of pressure on Raymond and basically asking him, hey, do you have everything you need in order to win the game? Which was triple Munkidori perhaps, Littlest Clefairy EX as well. The triple Munkidori allowed him to potentially knock out a Dracloak onto a bench, which is exactly what we saw. We are seeing the triple Adrenabrain play, knocking out the Dracloak on the bench, and Littlest Clefairy EX was prized. So if Raymond had hit the Littlest Clefairy EX at that exact moment, he would have been able to win the game just by powering up the Gardevoir EX and taking a knockout on the active. But the Littlest Clefairy EX was the last prize essentially, so the game continued, but that triple Adrenabrain play was super, super clutch. It's not common for Gardevoir deck to be able to have enough time or withstand enough pressure to get triple Adrenabrain powered up into play. We even saw that happen earlier in the day where a triple Adrena Brain play was available for Rowan Stavino in order to potentially win a game where it's not too common, it's not too easy to pull off, but when you do pull it off, being able to deal 90 damage to any of your opponent's Pokemon before you attack is so huge. So Raymond was able to walk away the winner despite not having Lily's Clefairy X for either game, which further shows how perhaps the key to the matchup is not necessarily Lily's Clefairy X or hitting through weakness, it's actually getting to Gardevoir, and that's where the Technical Machine Evolution, which we are seeing a lot of Gardevoir decks bring back into their deck, is what's essentially making a big difference. And as we closed out this game, the Screamtail that was available through Artisan at any given moment meant that with double Adrena Brain, this Fezandipiti was always going to go down, and Raymond was going to be able to take his last two prizes, even with a 0-card hand. So very well done by both players. Simon went with his aggressive strategy against Gardevoir, had a few slow starts, especially game one, so wasn't able to keep up. But the nature of this matchup has seemed to favor Gardevoir historically, and we are continuing to see that at the Toronto Regional Championships. So yeah, that's what happened. That's a quick recap of both games in this particular round. Both players sitting very nice and safe, almost getting to phase 2. Raymond, of course, at 6-0 is already into phase 2. Simon just needs one more match point. And so let's hear from Raymond as we have the interview lined up with him right now.
Thank you, Pablo. Great insight on our round 6. And meanwhile, we have our round 6 winner, Raymond Long. Congratulations, officially making phase 2. How are you feeling?
Feeling great. It was a really fun set. I was definitely really nervous, but I'm glad that pulled it through, even though the prizes weren't the greatest.
Yeah, speaking of that, you prized Lily's Clefairy X both games. That's usually the card that is for Dragapult to help you really swing that matchup in your favor. What goes through your mind when you have no access to that? How do you kind of change your game plan?
Honestly, that matchup, I find it mainly based on just making sure that your opponent doesn't board wipe you with the Dusknoirs and like the Pulse. They have like a lot of like ways to get a lot of damage in play, and as long as like you can like just like target the Dusknoirs and the Dusclops, right? You actually trade pretty well, and you have pretty good chances of just like taking multiple prize KOs, and like you can kind of see that in the last game I didn't even really need to use Clefairy, and I guess yeah, I think you trade actually pretty well if they set up pretty slowly even without Clefairy.
And I think that's just the power of Monkey Dory as well, right? Adrenabrain really lets you just manipulate the damage counters on the board, and really, I think, is the core to Gardevoir as a deck. What kind of draws you to the deck that you chose for this event and the list in general?
I mean, huge shout out to Henry Chow, who basically gave me the main list and was helping me a lot with it. But yeah, I guess I've been playing Gardevoir pretty much ever since like it was really good back when Refinement was in the meta. And yeah, I guess like it's still just like every matchup. There are some definitely tougher ones than others, but you have like just like so many ways to like manipulate the board to like come back in like games that you really shouldn't be making.
Yeah, it really is one of the best decks that we've had in a while in Pokemon TCG history, if I don't say so myself. Like it really is just one of those decks that can change and make or break any kind of game scenario. And how confident do you feel now, starting 6-0 in your Canadian regional? You already won a regional in 2024 season, Peoria. Are you trying to go for another regional championship title here?
I think the deck is honestly really good, and I really like maybe the small changes that I made, but I think anything can kind of really happen in that game. I think I played pretty decently near the end, but at the beginning I was really just like kind of just like sequencing some things that I really shouldn't be doing, just like not fully used to it. I guess I haven't played in a bit, but I will try to do my best, and I think the deck has a lot of potential. It's kind of just on how well I play at this point.
Lastly, any shout outs that you have for the people at home?
Yeah, shout out to all like the Pokemon boys, like Henry, like what do you call him? My really close testing partner, Alan. I guess like like all the Canadian boys like Lucas, Rowan, and then obviously Aiden Coos, who was staying at my place. And then I guess shout out to my family, my sister Rachel, my mom and dad, my brother, and then also a very special shout out to my nephew that recently came along, which is his name is Mac. I don't know if people saw, but I kind of waved the deck box at the stream. So, and I guess lastly, shout out to like a really special friend, and she's been supporting me a lot. And yeah, it's just like I feel really great, and I feel very just like happy to be here.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again. I'm sure we're going to see more of you in Phase 2, maybe even top 8, finals. We'll have to see. But for right now, we're going to take a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with more Pokemon action.
Hey Pokemon trainers, I'm Pablo Mesa and I'm going to share with you a bit of history on powerful 3-prize Pokemon from the past. In September of 2025, the Mega Evolution set hit the TCG scene, marking the highly anticipated return of Mega Evolution Pokemon to the TCG meta. These new cards feature increased HP and attack damage compared to regular Pokemon EX and give up 3 prize cards when knocked out. In addition, Mega Evolution Pokemon EX appear as basic Pokemon, Stage 1 Pokemon or Stage 2 Pokemon and do not require an extra evolution step. However, the first Pokemon to give up 3 prize cards were introduced in February of 2019, with a Tag Team Pokemon GX mechanic which combined 2 Pokemon into one powerful basic Pokemon card, and each one had a once per game GX attack. Pikachu and Zekrom GX was the first to dominate tournaments thanks to its solid attacks, high HP, and excellent support of Electro Power and Tapu Koko Prism Star. This Pokemon went on to become the European International Champion in 2019.
Gustavo Wada has taken down the Europe International Championship.
The following set, Unbroken Bonds, gave trainers an even more powerful tag team in Reshiram and Charizard GX. With higher HP, a 300 damage dealing attack, as well as key supporting cards to power it up faster such as Welder and Kiawe, the card immediately became Pikachu and Zekrom GX's main rival. Tord Reklev, one of the world's best trainers, got his first ever top cut at the World Championships in 2019 with it. By then, there was already a new set with even more tag team Pokemon, Unified Minds, and that is where Mewtwo and Mew GX came into the scene as a strong new archetype. With its Perfection ability, it could copy any attack of any other Pokemon GX in the discard pile, and that included other tag team Pokemon. And so, by copying powerful attacks like Solgaleo GX's Turbo Strike or Warcargo GX's Lava Flow, it was this tag team that was crowned the 2019 Pokemon TCG World Champion, played by Henry Brand.
That is gonna do it! Your 2019 Pokemon Trading Card Game Masters Division World Champion from Australia, it's Henry Brand.
No one was ready for what came next though. In the final set of the tag team era, Cosmic Eclipse, one of the most powerful cards ever to exist was released, Arceus and Dialga and Palkia GX. Its Altered Creation GX attack increased the damage dealt by your Pokemon throughout a game. But if you also covered the extra cost of it, you took an additional prize card when knocking out an opposing Pokemon. This Pokemon quickly became one of the most powerful in the Pokemon TCG in combination with Zacian V. However, because world events cancelled tournaments around the globe in 2020, we only caught a glimpse of the true power of this archetype when it got 3 placements in top 8 at the 2020 Oceania International Championship. This tag team Pokemon is considered amongst the best cards ever printed in the game's history. Afterwards came the Sword and Shield era, which introduced new 3-prize Pokemon VMAX. These Pokemon evolved from basic Pokemon V, a big difference from the basic tag team Pokemon, but were just as powerful. Most of these were released during the online era of the Players' Cup tournaments, where we had the best tag team Pokemon battling it out against some of the strongest Pokemon VMAX. Dragapult VMAX, Eternatus VMAX, and Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX all were popular archetypes in the Players' Cup tournaments. But it was ultimately Lucario and Melmetal GX, piloted by Natalie Miller, that won the Players' Cup finals in a 60-card mirror match. By the time events in person resumed, tag team Pokemon were no longer part of the standard format, and one Pokemon VMAX stood out amongst all of them as the most powerful, Mew VMAX. Mew VMAX became so strong that, for a period of time, the whole metagame revolved around either playing it or playing Dark-type Pokemon such as Galarian Moltres V or Malamar VMAX to try to counter it. And while there were other viable Pokemon VMAX which had presence in the metagame like Flying Pikachu VMAX, Duraludon VMAX, and even Gyarados VMAX, Mew VMAX was considered the best one, and it ultimately won the 2023 Pokémon TCG World Championship in Yokohama, where Vance Kelly defeated Tor Draclef and his Gardevoir EX deck.
Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V, Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokémon TCG World Champion!
All the remaining Pokemon VMAX rotated out of Standard in April 2024, but now Mega Pokemon EX will bring back 3-priced Pokemon to the Standard format, which is sure to bring exciting new gameplay and strategies as they clash against the best Pokemon EX from the Scarlet and Violet era. Make sure you follow the broadcasts of major tournaments to see which Mega Pokemon EX are the most powerful and what new strategies unfold. Let us know which one you think will be the most successful by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
And we are back, Pokemon fans, here in Toronto for round 7 of the regional championships for the trading card game. Things are continuing to heat up. We've got 2 rounds left of Swiss Phase 1. We will play that first round of Swiss Phase 2 tonight, and then of course players will come back to continue competing tomorrow for the title of regional champion. My name is Chip Ritchie. Myself and Kyle Sablehouse will be taking you through this next Swiss round. How are we feeling, Kyle?
Man, this is exciting. We're getting to the point in the tournament where you're starting to get a good feel for what your day is looking like. Some players 6-0 already, and we have 2 powerhouses that will be going at it fairly soon here. Maybe a look at a deck we haven't seen just yet.
Excited to see it, Kyle. And speaking of seeing it, let's go ahead and get down to the table. Let's get into the match. I know our players are ready. I hope our audience is ready as well. Over on the left, we've got Loic Prudhomme playing Charizard EX with Pidgeot. This is going to be that Noctowl build of the deck that has gained a lot of popularity ever since Nikolai won the Stuttgart Regional Championships at the end of the year last year. And then Marco Cifuentes on the right, playing Mega Absol, a deck he is very familiar with, of course, the brother to Fernando Cifuentes, the 2024 World Champion. This is going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, and we know that the Cifuentes brothers love to innovate. This is not your classic Mega Toolbox style of deck. They're going to bring a little extra spice, and this time around it will be very interesting. We'll see if it even plays into the matchup here for us, but maybe a little more fighting energy than you're used to.
Yeah, very interesting things to consider here. Going to be a lot of kind of give and take with the matchups. Luik, of course, playing a deck that I think is pretty standardized at this point. Players kind of streamlined their lists. They know what they want to do with the Charizard Noctowl build. Marco, on the other side, continuing to innovate, continuing to find new ways to change up this deck. And he's someone who's not afraid to change archetypes. He just got top 16 in the Monterey Regionals with Gardevoir to kick off things, and then also got top 64 at Las Vegas with Zolark. So not afraid to change deck archetypes. And there's a card that we're not used to seeing, and we're not going to see it here probably in game number 1, Kyle. A Sandy Shocks EX in Marco's list.
Yeah, that was going to be fun. We'll have to wait until the next game for this, potentially. It's a very unique addition to the deck, and maybe that one piece that it may have been missing is energy acceleration past that turbo energize can be rough. Well, there you go. There's one way to do it.
Lots of Pokemon prized over for Luik, it looked like, including a Charmander and a Duskull as basics. He does play multiples of each of those. There's 2 Duskull and 3 Charmander in the list, but that was one of his only 2 70 HP Charmanders, so that means only one will be able to be found from a Buddy Poff. And we're kicking things off, and it is going to be Luik on the left going first, it appears, with that fan Rotom in the active, a Pokemon that you never really hate starting with when you're playing a Noctowl engine.
Oh, well, hey, you already have all the colorless Pokemon in your hand, so maybe Fan Call not as helpful to start things out, but
start to get you those Noctowls, you know?
Okay, yeah. Well, maybe some other pieces would be nice to see in this hand. Maybe a terrestrialized Pokemon to get things rolling too, but it's always nice to see a little extra help here and seeing these 3 cards and getting that opening deck search.
Yeah, definitely a good call out there, Kyle, because the Noctowl is extremely powerful. Its Jewel Seeker ability, allowing you to search your deck for any 2 trainer cards and putting them into your hand, so strong, but the requirement, of course, is that you have to have a Terra Pokemon in play. That could be the Charizard EX, which we see here, of course, the Stage 2. Also, the Terrapagos EX, which has been the kind of big new inclusion here. And it does a few things for you. One, a basic Pokemon that can be the Terra to provide for that Noctowl, but also a good attacker, which we could see come up or if Marco does ever decide to go with that Cornerstone Mask route.
Yeah, this is a problem that we've seen with Charizard throughout its history, is the opening attacks are pretty subpar. You have this inclusion of the Dusknoir line so that you can give up prize cards, so that your Charizard can deal more damage. Instead, fill the board, see that Terrapagos, and attack in, take big KOs, and even take out Pokemon like that Cornerstone on the other side.
Luik off the Fan Call, able to find a pair of Noctowl and also Pidgeotto with 80 HP. That's able to be grabbed, so that will mean a couple of turns we'll see Pidgeot EX likely come into play. But Marco, oh no, there's not much going on here. Just an attach and a clutch onto this Fan Rotom.
Okay, that is not what you signed up for as Marco, and he's
oh wow,
looking to see what's up on the other side. And with 4 copies of Dawn, you would think this could be a pretty dangerous turn. However, I don't know if
there's no Terra Pokemon. There's the only option I think here for Luik is Iono.
And you have Pidgeot in hand. I think you pass.
I mean, especially knowing that Marco just did nothing on the last turn. So yeah, that is exactly what Luik is going to do. Marco draws for turn, finds himself a penny. That's not going to be helpful. And just a clutch. This is a slow start here for Marco, and Luik is going to be feeling pretty nice here, getting Pidgeot EX into play with its quick search ability.
Yeah, Marco's like, you know, I think this was going to be happening at some point, and sure enough, here it is, Pidgeot EX, quick search to find whatever you'd like, and you know what? 1 card turns into 3 pretty quick.
Dawn, of course, a strong supporter offering from Phantasmal Flames, allowing you to search your deck for 3 Pokemon, 1 basic, 1 stage 1, and 1 stage 2. A card that is perfect in a deck like this one.
Right, imagine with this Dawn, if you don't already have some of the resources, you find that Terrapagos, you find the Noctowl to go along with it if you don't already have it, and then you search out and you can find the Buddy Puff, and you can find a Stadium to go along with it. You can find all sorts of cards to make a massive board state out of this just because of this one inclusion here.
Luik, of course, does need to find some Charmanders at some point. That is another piece missing here from this board. So maybe has to debate there with the Dawn. Is it a Charmander option? Is it the Terrapagos? I feel like Terrapagos makes sense, right? Because then you can use Jewel Seeker to start getting some of those other pieces, and that is indeed what we're going to see, Kyle.
Yeah, it's a nice inclusion to see early on. You have that guarantee of not having to worry about if you have an overbenching issue and your opponent throws down a counter stadium. At least you always have that Terra in play now.
Terrapagos EX will hit the bench. Jewel Seeker now live as an option for Luik. And it looks like, debating here. Probably will see him go with it, though. And sure enough, Jewel Seeker evolving that Hoot Hoot up into Noctowl. Any 2 trainer cards. You remember when we had to evolve all the way into a stage 2 to get 2 trainer cards out of the deck with Inteleon?
Yeah, we thought that was pretty cool too. And sure enough, it's just even easier now with all of the engine that goes alongside it too. But I mean, does it get much better than this? Searching out the Area 0 Underdepths and Buddy Puffin, you've got it all.
Definitely feeling pretty strong. Area 0 Underdepths and Buddy Puffin added to the hand. Now, worth noting here, Luik will only be able to get 1 Charmander off of the Buddy Puffin here because one of his 70 HP Charmander is prized, and he's playing a split. He's got 2 70 HP Charmander and 1 80 HP one in this list.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a hedge that we see players making. Of course, you have to make considerations for Dragon Ball players and their Hawlucha trying to wipe out these Pokemon. If you have this Charmander, you have a little more play around things. However, in this exact spot, you take a bit of a risk. But in this matchup, I don't think we're too concerned right now.
And based on this reaction, I actually wonder if Luik knew that his second 70 HP Charmander was prized. It seemed like he was a little bummed to get to the back of his deck and not find the other one. But still, there's plenty of options he can go get. Duskull, of course, another Hoot Hoot who could hit the board, so plenty of 70 HP targets for him to find.
Yeah, it's not terrible at this stage. You would always love to have that secondary option, and he had another Buddy Puffin, so maybe he's thinking, oh, that could have been a nest ball. Yeah. But if you don't play those cards, you only have 2 copies of it. He could have searched one out and had a guarantee. Instead now, just has a few additional Hoot Hoots that can evolve and find other resources later on.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it would have been nice to see a nest ball there, but also at the same time, having nest ball hanging around in your deck leads to finding Pheasantipity later in the game. So all things players, of course, have to consider. Things are developing pretty nicely here for Luik, and Marco just praying for something on the top. It's not much, but if it's not going to be much, Cornerstone Mask maybe... yeah, it's pretty bad. I was going to say it's maybe not the worst, but with Terrapagos on the other side...
Of all the Pokemon to find, that's the most confusing, because any other Kangaskhan, Mega Absol, you have the Turbo Energize, you just flood the energies onto this Pokemon and you feel much better about your situation. However, this doesn't feel like the greatest way to go about things.
We're going to see that Turbo Energize still, though, Kyle, and he will choose to just, he says, you know what, I got to do something.
Yeah, you know, 140 is not a lot, but it does take KOs, and has that energy switch in the hand, so could easily be attacking next turn.
These can easily develop into some of the more interesting games of Pokemon. Anyone can learn how to play a deck whenever everything goes according to plan. When you open up with Arven to go get Precious Trolley to fill your board and get that energized, flood the board with energies. But games like this is what separates good players from great players. Marco keeping a level head, trying to find an out, trying to find a way to get himself established and back into it. For now, it's going to have to be Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX.
Yeah, I mean, the hand is rough. There's not much else going for Marco at this point in time. However, he's not seeing too much pressure on the other side from Luik. He's really working towards finding an answer here, and this looks like the first piece finally with this Noctowl. Rare Candy Charizard is available, but now a decision has to be made. Do you throw the energies on your Charizard, or do you go after that Terrapagos?
Yeah, it depends on if he can get enough Pokemon out there. It looks like he's got plenty now to go after Cornerstone Mask. That could be an option. KOing this Monkey Dory doesn't feel great. KOing the Eviltal is not really doing too much either. Does look like off the Jewel Seeker we will see Rare Candy and the Prime Catcher, of course. That Pidgeot EX still available to find another piece.
Yeah, we saw the Charizard found earlier off of the Dawn, so has those pieces lined up now, and we'll go for the Dusknoir here along with this.
And another Rare Candy can get another Stage 2 into play through the Charizard.
This deck just is unfair.
Well, when you give it this much time like Marco had too, it feels like it for sure.
Endless searching opportunities, and it leads to this. 3 Stage 2 Pokemon in play at the same time.
Yeah, this is, and just flooding the board with energy cards here as well. 3 energy being brought out from the Infernal Rain. Looks like it's going to be 2 onto Terrapagos, 1 onto the Charizard. And Luik at this position either needs to find 2 more Pokemon to replace to fill the bench once Dusknoir gets KO'd thanks to the Curse Blast, or just use Curse Blast onto the Cornerstone Mask before using the Prime Catcher. Probably the route we're going to see here.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel great as far as using that damage to the best of your ability. Maybe it could have taken an additional prize card for you, but softening up this Pokemon, when you see how weak your opponent's hand is and how little they've been able to achieve, you might as well go after the only threat that you see on board right now, regardless of the cost.
I think that is exactly what we will see from Luik as the Prime Catcher is utilized. Curse Blast will place those damage counters onto the Cornerstone Mask. Marco will get a card off the prizes. That was a pretty good one to find. It looks like he took an Arven.
Oh.
So that could get him back into things here, but it's going to be at a huge deficit as Luik is really establishing himself here. Gets the Duskull back with a Night Stretcher, and then the Unified Beatdown. 30 damage for each of your benched Pokemon is going to take the KO onto this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX. 3 prize cards in 1 turn for Luik. 2 prize cards, excuse me. 3 prize cards total. You know, Marco took one of them, but still feeling good.
He's responsible for 3 prizes that have happened right now. And as for Marco now, he has some decisions of his own to make, and he's got that precious trolley now to fill the board, see some of these additional helpers. And the first card in the window there is the Psyduck. We saw the Night Stretcher sprinkle that Duskull back into play. It is a 2-1-1 line, and with the 1 copy of Night Stretcher, it's less likely to see that Dusknoir come back out. It'd have to be Super Rod. But Dusclops still can be a pain for you, especially when you're considering the high hit points being softened up.
Yeah, the first 3 spots seemed pretty straightforward. Psyduck, Mega Kangaskhan EX, and Mega Absol EX. The question is just going to be for Marco, what does he want on this 5th and final bench slot? He looks like he was debating the Pecharunt EX, but Monkey Dory will be that final decision here, getting another one of those Pokemon into play.
Yeah, it's as great as it would be to have Pecharunt at this point to be able to promote these Pokemon, use this Evital for your treat, bounce around. You can't really afford to give up those prize cards in this spot. It's a weaker Pokemon, just KO'd by a Charizard if ever there were to be a knockout on the other side. And instead, you want to hang on to these high hit points that you have here. Use this Turbo Energize to load up likely onto this Mega Absol now.
Looks like that will be the case. Turbo Energize utilized, putting 2 energy onto Mega Absol. It's now just 1 energy attachment away from attacking. Not exactly how you draw it up as Marco, but he's starting to try to get something established here. And I think he's definitely still very much in this game, but Luik is definitely the player out in front at this point.
Right. And for Luik, it's all about finding ways to take advantage of the massive board that you have on the other side, either using that to load up the damage for your Terapagos. As long as you attack in and don't leave damage counters on the other side of the board, you have nothing to worry about on the other side. 200 damage is not going to be anything that completely wipes you out of the water.
Luik's going to take a look at what Marco has utilized. It's really only on that last turn. It's about all he's done, and it seems like Luik is not loving his position. It seems a little labored in his choices here.
Right, it's a bit awkward. You only have the 2 copies of Boss's Orders, and you have no real prime target to go after at this stage. You can go after, what, this Monkey Dory with the energy, potentially Psyduck if you think that you'll be able to work in the Dusclops at some point in time. But that prize does not feel like it's super impactful at this stage of the game.
Looks like it is what he will go for, though, as Boss's Orders was found off of the quick search.
Yeah, it makes sense. This is the route you need to go. Every attack right now would have leaned into some damage counters being left on the other side of the board.
Yeah.
If you let Mega Absol use Terminal Period, you don't really win this game.
Yeah, Terminal Period to easily KO Charizard EX. It also could allow you to leave damage in play so that Marco could just Claw of Darkness, 200 plus 30 more moved over, right, would KO the Terapagos. So I think this makes sense from Luik taking the 1 prize down to 3. And now if he just KOs 1 Mega Pokemon, he wins the game.
And that's exactly where you want to be. And for Luik, you still have 1 Hoot Hoot there. You could always search out either with that Super Rod, find pieces to get back that Dusknoir. As long as this Psyduck doesn't find its way back in, dealing that 330 that you need to take a KO, or even, well, 280 on a Mega Absol, you'll be able to reach that pretty easily.
Counter gain being attached to the Mega Absol, that means no energy needed on that Pokemon, and now Marco could potentially establish an energy onto another Pokemon, and he actually does find his 5th and final Darkness energy off of this Iono, so he can get some the energy onto the Monkey Dory if he'd like. He can start to power up the Mega Kangaskhan, and
I mean, look at this.
That's a big find right there, Kyle.
Yeah. Oh, not only do you find the Night Stretcher for the Psyduck to avoid the shenanigans of Dusclops, Dusknoir, but you also have the Watchtower that is going to lower the bench size, but most importantly, avoid any of those abilities on the other side from those colorless Pokemon.
Yeah, and this is a huge card for the weekend. There was a lot of conversation around Team Rocket's Watchtower heading into this tournament, and one of the main reasons is the upbeat popularity of this new Charizard archetype.
Oh, Luik wasn't ready to lose his hand, and he loses his supporter.
He's going to be left with just a Pidgey and one other not useful card, Fan Rotom.
Oh my God, he found the stadium!
The stadium!
What? Of all the top decks, that's insane!
Now that Area Zero Underdepths will get rid of the Team Rocket's Watchtower. Marco knows it was a top deck. He just looked at Luik's hand, and now Luik has so many options.
Wow, that is everything right there. Pidgeot, you can search out for what? Dawn, find Noctowl, Noctowl into... I mean, you're getting really close to having the pieces. The real issue is that it's not the Super Rod. It's not the Night Stretcher. It's the Super Rod. You can't really search them out. You'd have to have the sequencing a bit different. With the one copy of the Night Stretcher already gone, you don't have access to Rare Candy Dusknoir here.
Yeah, and well, with that Psyduck too. I mean, that's another huge piece for Marco, right? Found that to get back. And Luik actually has prized his third Noctowl here.
Oh.
Yeah, so there is the third Noctowl in the prizes. He is only playing 3. That's kind of the norm for this list. So he would need a Night Stretcher, but has just the one, and he's already used it, right?
Oh, this is very tricky then. How do you go about this here now? He's going to go with Dawn, but then search out the Fez that isn't active yet?
Fez can't do much. He's just maybe getting a few cards out. I
mean, this is definitely a 2-turn play at this stage. Is aware that the damage will be left on the Mega Absol, can still search out, and you could potentially have the evolution of the Dusclops if you wanted it, but with Psyduck in play, you're not worried about that as much.
Probably the bigger card here was to just get a Charmeleon into play, so it's easier to find the next Charizard. Or you can pull more energies out next turn, more access to energy cards, I should say, if another Iono was to come out, right?
Yeah.
And putting the Pheasantipity down does, play around Iono plus knockout.
And I think this is the way you have to go about this either way for Luik. You need to attack into this Mega Absol. There was no way to use the Dusknoir at this stage with the Psyduck being found off of that Iono, as unlikely as that seemed. But there is the knockout for Marcos. He is going to take the damage off the board and try to soften up. However,
Marco's tied the game up here, Kyle.
Yeah.
3-3 prize cards. And depending on what Luik sends up, I mean, what could the play be here for Marco? I mean, Marco could go for like a penny play, pick up this active and start attacking with the Kangaskhan, get that 3 prize liability out of play potentially.
I mean, we need to see a Fire Energy or a Charizard at this stage to have an attack into this Pokemon. It doesn't seem terribly unlikely.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, with that quick search still available, we are going to see Marco go for the Earthen Vessel. No energy left in the deck. We'll just shuffle, though. Gets rid of a Nest Ball, thinning out a little bit. And he's going to retreat this Mega Absol. Yeah. He's going into the Yveltal, and are we going to see a clutch for a turn? 40 damage to the Darkweak Duskull, trying to buy a turn. Luik, of course, unable to use Cursed Blast because of the Psyduck that's in play.
Yeah, this Pokemon is stuck for now. Pheasantipity draws some additional resources. We've seen the Prime Catcher, so can't move in that regard.
Does have the Dusclops, unable to use it. He could evolve it, and then because it's a new Pokemon, it could technically retreat. I think it's got a 2 retreat cost, I want to say.
Yeah, 2 or 3.
That seems pretty tough to do.
Well, if there were Super Rod to go along with that, then you'd have that Charizard to search that out for yourself.
Looks like Luik is eyeing up Jet Energy, yes. But if he's attaching a Jet Energy, he's not attaching a Fire Energy. And his second Charizard EX is prized, Kyle.
Of all the prize cards, the Noctowl and Charizard to go along with it is brutal.
He could use Jet. If he had a way to boss, maybe he could Jet plus Fan Rotom KO the Psyduck for a prize.
Yeah. This stage just not seeing all of the resources lining up here. And this is a spot that we see fairly often with the Charizard deck, is it looks so good as it sets up through, finds all of these Pokemon. However, the deck is just a little bit linear in the fact that you don't have a lot of tech cards to help out of these situations. If you've used the resource, you just have to find out how else to get there. The prize cards can be so important.
Such a strong early game, but things are definitely stalling now for Luik. It does look like he settled on the basic fire energy, so will get the Charizard EX powered up.
I mean,
be curious to see if he evolves the Dusclops here, Duskull into Dusclops, I should say. It does give it a little more HP, right? So it doesn't get knocked out by Yveltal right away.
Yeah, but I think he wants the Duskull knocked out at this stage, regardless of if it's the Monkey Dory helping it out or if it's Clutch taking this Pokemon off the board. Just does not want to be stuck for another turn.
Yeah, I think if Marco had like a boss and an energy, the game is actually just over. He needs, no, it doesn't quite work out. He needs to use 2 Monkey Dory to KO this active, plus put some damage on the Fez, and then he could get the knockout with the Mega Kangaskhan. I don't think it's going to quite line up here, though. If he had Energy Switch, I guess. Energy Switch, Energy Boss would be game right now.
Yeah.
He is going to take the KO with the Monkey Dory mid-turn here.
Oh boy, we see the Mega Kangaskhan potentially promoted at this stage. I mean, you could try to end things right here, right now. It's just one flip on a Fez with a boss's orders.
I mean, I think if he has Pokegear in hand, that could give him dig for boss. So if he finds Energy Switch, he does play 2. He played 1 earlier. If he finds Energy Switch, I think with Monkey Doria would be enough. And he doesn't quite have it. Here's the Pokegear. There's the boss's orders. Is he going to go to try to flip 1 heads to KO the Pheasantipity? Is that the situation?
Oh, we're bringing it up.
That is what he is going for here, Kyle. Pheasantipity EX to the active spot, and Mega Kangaskhan EX. Rapid fire combo. It deals 200 damage, and then you flip a coin until you get tails. 50 more for each heads. 1 heads wins Marco the game, and it is a heads. Marco takes 2 prize cards, and from his abysmal start, he fights back and gets himself the game 1 win.
Oh my, wow, what a way to close things out. And that is just how you draw things up for Marco. It worked out so well for him. As we saw, it was a difficult road to get to even a 1 attacker, let alone finding the perfect answer there in a Mega Kangaskhan. And for Luik, you just have to wonder, maybe was there a world where if the prize cards didn't hurt as painfully, could you have set up a little cleaner of a board to close that one out?
We talk a lot about conceding fast in bad situations. I know you're someone who loves to do that when you feel like your back's against the wall. You want to save the time, get to the next game. And Marco, you know, maybe some people would have made an argument, should Marco have conceded early on, but he recognized that he was far from out of that game. He knew that there was plenty of time for him to fight back. The lines were there, and he played to them, and it pays off big time. What a comeback.
Yeah, really fun to see there, and that's exactly why you play this kind of deck. You have a built-in strategy that can answer all sorts of unique problems. If you see way too many hit points on the other side, terminal period, get rid of that Pokemon. If you run into issues like we saw in the rest of this game, as we jump in now, you saw all sorts of weird situations for him. This one is how we closed the game out with the Mega Kangaskhan. But we saw also with the Iono, with the Mega Absol, there was a beautiful play there where you were able to remove the only supporter from hand and really limit your opponent with that stadium as well. So much to consider here.
Looks like prize cards are now going out here for game number 2. We'll get into things as we get through these players' first turns apiece. It looks like Luik is going to be going first here. Starts off with a Terapagos and a Charmander, and then now a pass over to Marco. Marco here has a Nest Ball in hand. He's got that Mega Kangaskhan with the run errand, and oh boy, look at this, Kyle. 2 rare candy for Luik. Rocket's Watchtower for Marco. 2 Arven.
Yep. That's what I'm looking at. I'm terrified when you see not only the Watchtower, but the double Arven, double rare candy on the other side.
Doesn't matter though, Kyle. Marco still finds the Arven, the key turn 1 supporter, in order to get this combo. Turbo Energize and Precious Trolley.
Wow. Yeah, if you have the energy to go along with this, you feel even better. That's all you need to see. You'll have that attacker ready to roll, and we see plenty of it to go along with it. We've seen how Marco works with a bad hand. I'm terrified to see what a good hand looks like.
Yeah, if he fought back and won that game after the start he had, how is this one going to go? That is the question here. Have to imagine Precious Trolley will be the move, though, and that will load the board up with tons of different Pokemon. 5 different Pokemon. There are 6 different Pokemon on Marco's side of the field, and he's going to use Turbo Energize to load up the Mega Absol.
Yeah, this is one of those wild gym leaders you run into. It just has a whole plethora of ridiculous Pokemon that you're running into now. And for Luik, I'm a little nervous, a little concerned as well when we see going first in this matchup. You had the chance to pick, and it's kind of tough. It's a bit of a debate now. If you don't see that Fan Rotom, you don't have access to that, you miss out on a lot of potential, and now it's completely gone. You need to find Buddy Poffins for the rest of the game to get anything rolling.
Yes, so true. We kind of glazed over it because of how fast the turn was, but Luik being unable to get the Fan Rotom, I mean, that changes this deck drastically, what you're able to do. He will play Dawn here, so that is, you know, a way to start getting some basic Pokemon out and running, but it is so much slower than Fan Rotom on turn 1, and Luik already shaking his head. 2 rare candies being prized.
Doesn't even have that information yet.
Ugh.
It's going to be bad. And there is a rare candy in hand. We could see a Charizard very early, attacking with very weak Terapagos if you wanted to, but it just means that finding that Pidgeot, finding those other resources, any chance at a Dusknoir if that Psyduck were to fall, it's going to be an uphill climb.
I wonder, honestly, for Luik here with the slow start, if he just kind of has to go aggressive and start doing something, start getting some damage into play. Doesn't look like that will be the case, though, as we do see Hoot Hoot and the Noctowl and Pidgeot being grabbed from the Dawn. I don't even think there's a Pidgey or anything, though. Just Pheasantipity comes down. Oh, Charizard's already in hand, actually.
Okay.
So that is still available.
Oh, man. Yeah, the rest of this hand just not great, other than the rare candy Charizard, which doesn't line up well at all with this spot. You have 3 energies to work with. Terapagos that's dealing subpar damage, or you could have a Charizard ready to go if Terapagos were to fall, but you know that your opponent will definitely choose the optimal turn to let that Pokemon be knocked out, whether it's attacking through with removing cards from your hand with Mega Absol or letting the Munkidori clear it out between turns in that aspect.
Unified Beatdown only dealing 90 damage right now, and so Luik is debating if that's even worth it. I mean, that's just 3 turns of Munkidori that Marco's getting for free here, and that is what he's going to have to go with, though. A really tough spot to navigate. Oh, and did he just pass, actually?
Yeah.
Yeah, no attack here. Doesn't want to give Marco the damage to mess around with.
And you know what? That may have been a pretty game-changing move there, because at least 1 energy switch was in hand. You could attach that to Munkidori, move the damage, and then come up and take the knockout and remove a card. Well, this time around, it will just be the 200, but it could have been a lot worse.
Oh, and the boss on the Fez here as well. Not going to knock this Pokemon out, but forces Luik to find a way to move it, and he's going to be moving any card from the hand. I mean, it's got to be that Noctowl, but the Dawn in hand does find another one. I guess maybe you get rid of the Noctowl, so you force the Dawn as the play for turn from Luik, right?
It's a bit awkward with Super Rod being the other card in hand, is that you're not really making the impact that you wanted to. However, you do make sure that the supporter for turn is Dawn. So that helps you in some regard if you were worried about losing the Munkidori this turn, which probably could have been a fairly good target at this stage. Removing that Pokemon, avoiding the 10 damage knockout onto the Fez from moving a counter over.
Now, a pretty interesting top deck here for the week, actually. It was Prime Catcher. So that could actually lead to 2 prize cards this turn, I think. Luik could potentially KO the Pecharunt here. Dawn leads to a basic Pokemon plus a Noctowl. Noctowl gets Buddy Poffin and Nest Ball, right? You can start to fill the board, and Prime Catcher, Unified Beatdown, that can start putting on a lot of pressure.
Yeah, just a lot of question marks on Luik's side of the board now as you use this Dawn for the turn. You have access to 2 more items to go along with this, but how much of a board can you really set up at this point in time?
Is going to go with the Jewel Seeker. That's really the only way to move forward here. The question is just going to be, is he going to fill the board up, start to get attacking with the Terapagos here, or is he going to try to play it slow, set up a little bit more? He also would need Area 0 underdepths here with this play. So I think the most actually he can do is 180.
180.
So he can't knock out Petrunt. He could take out maybe the Psyduck, maybe the Monkey Dory. One of those Pokemon is being especially annoying.
Yeah, and at this point, it seems like the Monkey Dory is the most impactful Pokemon to remove from the board, just because Pheasantipede is clearly 2 prize cards that are very easy to find at this stage of the game. However, you know how important it can be to remove Psyduck at any stage so that you can use that Dusknoir to clean up these 3 prize Pokemon. Regardless, it has to be Area 0 and Buddy Buddy. But does this turn into Duskull pieces or just finding that remaining Charmander and a little more help?
Does look like Charmander will certainly be one choice. Now Hoot Hoot is the other card being debated, or the Duskull. 3 really strong Pokemon. You can only get one though, Luik. And he's actually going to choose to leave behind Charmander in the deck.
Yeah, and this is just a nod to relying completely on the Charizard at this stage of the game, which means that you can't leave 6 damage counters on the other side of the board, ever. If that Charizard is gone, you lose one of your most important attackers. It's going to be basically impossible to set up another Charizard with the rare candy situation, and he's going to go after that Psyduck now.
Yeah, he's going to take that out, so that means just 1 Darkness Energy leads to the KO on Pheasantipede, but Psyduck could potentially be a nuisance to Luik, right? So getting rid of that means that Dusknoir plays are potentially available to him.
Oh, and just misses out on that rare candy.
I think he had Dusknoir in hand as well, Kyle.
That hurts. You had a 1 in 3, as you know, but sometimes it just doesn't work out for you.
And we're going to see the Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pontiacs hit the bench here for Marco. And I think this is not to be an attacker here in this spot. I think this is to allow Marco to widen his bench here.
It's just adding some additional Pokemon at this stage. You have a Terra that you can make use of, and why not? At this point in time, you have a lot of additional help that you could find. A Pheasantipede, a Night Stretcher leads to another Psyduck. There's so much that you can do. You might as well take advantage of that stadium that your opponent's gifting you.
Someone should have told Marco that he prized 2 Arven. It doesn't seem right that he's able to find Arven both times where he wants it with 2 prize.
And a Pokégear as well. Like, come on.
Able to get through and play them both, and now he's feeling really nice. Does get the Psyduck back thanks to the Arven. We do see the Darkness Energy coming down to Monkey Dory. So that will mean 2 prize cards can be taken here if he wants them. Now, for Marco, he maybe is going to consider the fact that Luik probably doesn't have a way to remove this Pheasantipede from play, so that could just kind of be a piece that's sitting there stuck, right? Marco could take that prize card, those 2 prize cards, I should say, at any time.
Yeah, and I think this is the right way to go about it. If you don't want to take that prize yet, you just wait until the turn where you would be giving Pheasantipede the value, and that's not happening yet because you're leaving another damaged Pokemon in the active spot here now with this attack in with Claw of Darkness.
And that's exactly what we will see Marco go for. Moves the 1 damage counter over to the Terapagos and will take the Iono out of hand for Luik. The card that Luik just got off the prize cards hits the discard pile.
Yep, not the way that you drew things up. And for Luik now, this hand just does not get you very far. There's no Noctowl, no Rare Candy Pidgeot. It is an energy and an attack.
Hey, you know what? Honestly, getting the energy on the Charizard is at least good. That was something that was slowing down Luik on the last game, not being able to use the Jet because he needed to attach a Fire Energy. So now he's at least got that. The Charizard is ready to go. That can allow him to maybe maneuver moving forward. But, I mean, yeah, it's Super Rod and 3-4 Pokemon in his hand. Not much going on.
Yeah, for Luik, now you have to consider, do you use Super Rod at this stage? You could just see another Claw of Darkness.
Yeah.
4 prize cards gone. Pheasantipede is removed, so there's no way to search that Pokemon out. If that Super Rod is gone, you don't have access to a Noctowl. You don't have access to any of the other Pokemon that were discarded. This could be pretty brutal.
Yeah, and Marco has Penny in hand, so he can just remove this Absol from play, get that Pokemon into the hands, pick up all those energy cards as well, and erase Luik's entire turn.
Yeah, it just depends on what Marco values the most. He does have to work through that Charizard on the other side at some point, you would think, unless finds a way to take those last 2 prize cards. But with the way that the board is set up, you can just move damage counters with the Monkey Dory, take a KO. With the Monkey Dory, take another KO.
Yep.
And then try to find that last way to close things out.
He could actually, I mean, he can KO the active with the Monkey Dory. He is going to go that route. He actually had a line where he could penny plus energy switch or energy switch before the penny and use Evil Tall to clutch KO the Terapagos as a 1-prizer. So that could have been an interesting play too. And wow, we actually find ourselves maybe in a similar situation here with Luik sending up this Duskull. Is it going to get stuck again? Are we going to see Marco go for the clutch play?
Yeah, we've seen the energy for turn. However, there is still that energy switch. So if you move this Pokemon back into play, you have Pecharunt that can add some additional damage in with the poison. And we see Bravery Charm E-Switch. This is a really clutch play from Marco.
I see what you did there. And this actually means that Marco won't play the penny, but he is totally fine with that here because now that damage is actually going to move to the bench. It'll stay in play for him to play with on the next turn.
Yeah, really clean. You also get to use the energy before moving this Mega Absol, so even less value from the penny picking it up. You don't have to worry about losing the energies. They're back into play. You're softening up this Pokemon. This is everything you could ask.
Marco's setting up for game next turn, right? He can use Monkey Dory to KO the active Duskull and then Kangaskhan boss KO any of the 1-prizers. I mean, that is as simple as it gets here for Marco to try to close things out. He knows he's left Luik with nothing in hand. Luik finds what? Fan Rotom? Was that the top deck for turn?
Yeah, yep. This is just 4 Pokemon and a Super Rod, pass over the turn, and there's not much else to look at. It is move the damage counter over to the Duskull, and from that point then, it's promote Charizard or lose the game. And if there's a boss's orders, you can just completely end this thing.
Looks like we were just having to fix a little bit of the damage in play, but sure enough, Monkey Dory being utilized and boss's orders found. Mega Kangaskhan takes the KO and Marco Cifuentes with a clean 2-0 victory.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, it doesn't work out much cleaner than that. We've seen both sides of the coin for Marco. It can go bad and still go great. It can go great and be pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, even better. Yeah, Marco Cifuentes 7-0 here at the Toronto Regional Championships. It's a long way from Chile to get here. I think he's glad that he made the trip.
Yes, and when you have a deck like this, why not? Didn't even get to show off some of those unique additions, but showed us the power of this deck once more and some really unique lines that you can go down when you have access to Evital. You can do all sorts of shenanigans.
He went from Chile to Chile up here in Toronto, and he's making sure things are heating up here, moving to 7-0, locking up day 2, phase 2, putting himself in a position to try to make it into top cut.
Yeah, that is exactly what you want to see now. And now moving into that last round of Swiss here, as you in the opening segment, you have a chance to go 8-0 and then really add to that with all the momentum that you can in that 9th and final round of the day. I mean, we could see once more a unique deck list going all the way to this undefeated mark. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, I always love seeing the innovations as well from Marco and his brother Fernando, not afraid to play unique cards. I mean, we saw that with Fernando's Worlds win, right? Iron Thorns EX, not a super popular deck, not one many players respected, but Fernando was able to pilot it well and took that event down. And Marco here playing another change of deck, you know, quite the difference from the Zoroark deck that we saw from him in Las Vegas.
Well, they definitely have stock in Turbo Energize. That card goes crazy for this family, and sure enough, it worked some magic here as well. Even when the things don't go right at the beginning of this game, we saw just a perseverance from Marco to continue to find the right call, and that Iono into Night Stretcher and the Watchtower was everything that he needed to really catapult himself into that opening game win.
And a huge rip there from the Claw of Darkness, getting rid of the Iono that Luik had just taken off the prize cards. I think there was some like Pokemon ability not too long ago that said whenever your opponent took a prize card, instead of putting it in their hand, it went to the Lost Zone. I think it was like a Barbaracle or something like that. Marco just, you know, had that card available to him pretty much this game.
It worked out pretty well. There was nothing else that we could see from Luik. Every time he saw a resource, it was either not optimal or going into the trash. There was just nothing else that you could do. And I mean, it's unfortunate for him, as we know the potential of this deck. It won a regional not too long ago. It's got so much momentum. However, the deck is fairly linear. I knew this as we moved into this tournament. I still think that just the sheer power of this deck gives it a lot of potential to go deep, but good players will know that you're only working with so many resources.
I wonder if knowing that a Noctowl was prized in game number 1, maybe Loic could have held off on one of the Noctowls he used early on in the game, potentially. Played it a little slower, maybe held off on the Night Stretcher. I don't remember exactly how things played out for him, but I mean, holding on to any of those pieces could be outs to try to close out that game number 1, and then maybe we'd be heading to game 3 right now, as opposed to wrapping up and talking about how cool Marco's build is this weekend.
Right, and yeah, that was, I think that Night Stretcher was the one for me, as we saw the Buddy Puff and didn't work out too great. If it was the Nest Ball, maybe you see the additional Charmander, but then as you use the Night Stretcher then and there, you know that you only have access to Super Rod for the rest of the game to find those big key pieces, and just wasn't able to chain that along with the searching effect. And once you don't have that, you don't have much to work with.
Oh, I'm kind of bummed we didn't get to see the Sandy Shocks, though.
I know. Wouldn't that have been cool? I had the knock your shocks off that I said like 2 years ago, and I didn't get to bring it back.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool card. I mean, we've seen it pop up in Raging Bolt in the past. You know, just get that extra energy card into play. Pretty niche, though, and reminds me of Galarian Moltres V that players were using for a while. It kind of fits that same mold in this deck, right? Where players were using Galarian Moltres, I mean, it was good as an attacker, but really we're using it to just energy switch that energy off, get an extra attachment into play. One of the things Marco can do with it here in this deck. And it's kind of a neat way for him to have found a way to get the extra energy, because that, I think, so consistently with this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck is a problem. Those early attachments are so important. You know, players using energy switch to try to preserve energy before Penny. I mean, that's still things that are available to Marco, but just having that onboard acceleration, pull an energy back, energy switch it off, and still keep other energies elsewhere, really strong.
Yeah, I think that's the really key piece of that card inclusion, is the fact that you can open up those avenues where your opponent doesn't see the potential for you to sneak in this additional attack, find that additional energy. Instead, now you don't have to buy that turn with the Yveltal Clutch, buy it all the time in the world. Instead, you have access to sneak that Pokemon in, do what you need to. And it also gives you the excuse to include extra energies in this deck, which is the other key piece, because you always find the Arven, right? Even when you prize 2, you find the Arven. So you'll have your trolley, you'll have the turbo, but do you have the energy in hand? Because so often that is the other piece, and then you miss out on that turn 2 attack.
Well, Kyle, Jeremy is standing by with our winner, Marco Cifuentes, starting off 7-0 here in Toronto. Let's hear how he's feeling.
Thank you, Chip. Kyle, I am here with our round 7 winner, Marco Cifuentes. First of all, how does it feel starting 7-0 here in Toronto?
Very nice, very nice. Just getting here to Toronto in the first place was already a victory for us, since we had a really rocky trip, but we're now 7-0, more than happy with it.
I mean, can't be happier than starting out 7-0 for the tournament as well. Now, you and your brother, Fernando, have been on working with this kind of mega toolbox for a while, been doing some interesting inclusions. We've seen the Crustle from Fernando. And how are you feeling confidence-wise going through this tournament, now 7-0, looking ahead into the field?
So yeah, we've been working on this for a while. Fernando played it to Las Vegas and LAIC. I jump on it now. I think it's just really well positioned into the meta, and a lot of people are like kind of undervaluing it. So I think it's a really comfortable spot. As long as I keep hitting meta decks, I think I can probably keep winning. But of course, some of the matches are still a big luck-based. Like that game 1 right there on the stream, I had to get really lucky to win. So I just hope it keeps going well, hope all the family makes this too, and see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, game 1 was an insane comeback where you needed to rely on that head split from a Mega Kangaskhan to be able to take the knockout and the victory, but the deck kind of just really relies on your A-Spec Precious Trolley in combination with that Technical Machine Turbo Energize. How do you feel that plays in with the deck?
I mean, that's the one aspect I really hate about the deck, because sometimes you price Trolley and you instantly lose or set up really, really slowly. So that's like the one aspect I'm not happy about the deck, but it is what it is. It's by far the best A-Spec in the deck. Like, it sets you everything up. But like, that's the one issue. Like, if you get Item Lock and you didn't use Precious Trolley, you just get destroyed most of the time.
Well, listen, that's why we play best 2 out of 3, right?
Yeah, for sure. At least we can have that slight margin of error of 1 game, but yeah, I mean, it can happen. Like, and you even pricing it, it happens a lot. It hasn't happened today yet, but I think I'm due for pricing it a bit now into the next rounds.
Now, have you had any rough matches that you've had before the stream game here, round 7, that you were kind of coming down to the wire, or something you can kind of talk on about?
I mean, I've hit 3 Golden Goes, and I managed to execute the game plan in all 3 of those games. And apart from that, I hit a Grimmsnarl that was really close, came down to game 3, and he had the bad luck of opening Ursaluna. So it got stuck active, and I managed to set up everything from there. But apart from that, I've just hit like the meta, Guarded, Bolt, Golden Go.
And with you and your history in the TCG, you were kind of the more accomplished brother up until Fernando won the World Championships. How does it feel now having that testing partner still, just both of you are on the top of your game?
I mean, it's always been amazing. Fernando has always been an amazing player even before he won Worlds. Just that was like his breakout tournament. But yeah, having someone to test under your same roof is amazing because like in one day we want to test like 5 different lists. We just sit down and play. We don't really play a ton. Sometimes we just get tired of playing a lot, but we do play a couple times a week, at least a couple BO3s, see how the tech works. And most of all, theory. We theorygraph a lot together. And with my dad too, he's also playing, and I want to know how he did because he was in his win and in.
Ooh, okay, yeah. We'll definitely have to figure that out. We can see him behind the camera, you know, but is there any kind of matchup you're worried about hitting going on into the last round of Phase 1 Swiss and then into Phase 2?
I mean, really, Tesh Golden Go will be bad to hit. And the rest of the bad matchups of the deck, I don't like hitting Charizard at all. I think the matchup is really sketchy. It doesn't always go like it did in a stream. Like, that's one of the worst matchups of the decks, and the Watchtower that I actually played, we are only playing it because of the Charizard matchup. So that's a match I will hope to avoid, because not because it's unwinnable, but because I would prefer to save myself that headache.
Yeah, especially with the travel issues getting here, you want to save as much energy as possible to try to make a deep run at this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, at any point, I may just fall asleep.
Well, I think it's better to fall asleep when you have 7 wins under your belt. That way takes the pressure off a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I can play the last 2 more relaxed, but I mean, we want to go for the 9-0 for sure.
Do you have any advice for people that are kind of trying to pick up a deck like this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan, and working it like to their own? You know, like y'all have really been able to make this deck your own. And what do you say to people out there watching now?
Honestly, instead of playing it a lot, you should start by doing a lot of theory. Like, most of the match of the decks come down to just theory, and then improvisation until the end, because no matchups play out the same normally. With these Monkey Dory decks and stuff, it's really hard for 2 matchups to play the same. So I will say focus on your theory, try to understand the deck, understand every single matchup the deck has, and after you're done with that, then start testing and seeing how it goes. Because if you start testing without understanding every single matchup of the deck, you are probably not doing worthwhile testing, because you may be misplaying or you may be not making the best plays for the specific matchup.
And then lastly, do you have any shout outs to give to people watching, people here, anything like that?
Un saludo al Feña de mi viejo por ayudar a armar la lista. Un saludo a toda la gente de Iquique que probablemente está viendo, a todos los cabros de Chile. Gracias por siempre el apoyo. Y ojalá ser día 2, bueno, ya hicimos día 2, ojalá ser top mañana y ganar este torneo.
Perfect. All right. Congratulations again. We'll definitely be seeing you later on into Phase 2. Of course, 7-0 start. Amazing. As for right now, we're going to go ahead and take it down to Pablo at the Analyst Lounge.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. Great to hear from Marco. Love that shout out in Spanish to all his fellow Chilean players rooting for him. And yeah, pretty cool to see how this matchup developed. I do agree with Marco that it's usually not great for Mega Absol when you go up against Charizard, but one key missing piece that I think really made things complicated for Luik was the fact that they chose not to play Klefki. That Klefki shutting down the Psyduck, allowing you to use your own Curse Blast abilities, was a pretty major pivotal point in this game, regardless of the rough draws perhaps in some situations for either players or the rough pricing. The lack of Klefki made it so that Psyduck was a huge menace by shutting down a key part of Luik's possibilities against this deck, because these Mega Pokemon have such high HP. That's usually what helps you in getting further into the damage. So let's jump into the relevant plays that really made it so that this game was favored for Marco, or how the game played out for Marco. So starting off, we can see just a huge, I want to show the huge disparity between both setups, right? Luik has Pidgeot established, is playing a Dawn that they just quick search for. They already have the Trapagos in hand, and they're gonna have a huge explosive turn. While Marco is just quite simply going for a clutch play, trying to buy time, because their hand is just not very good whatsoever. However, as we moved forward into the game, Luik was not able to take advantage of the slow setup by Marco, and Michael was able to get a huge turn, being able to find that watchtower to deny the Pidgeot, and was able to attack Luik's hand, taking out the Iono in their hand to stop the draw. However, that didn't stop Luik enough. Off the top, they found the counter stadium, the perfect counter to regain the quick search ability and be able to establish their board once again. However, the big thing here was that the last Noctowl available for Luik was prized. The other two had been discarded from the previous Watchtower discard, so that was a major pivotal point here. The prizes definitely played a factor. We can see Luik go for the quick search and then go through his whole deck and realize that the last Noctowl is just not available. So they couldn't piece out a bigger combo, getting perhaps Rare Candy Charizard, powering up more energies. Also because the other Charizard, we see one in play right here, the other Charizard was prized. So this deck has so many explosive pieces, but it has a full Pidgeot line, a full Charizard line, the Terrapagos, the Dusknoir, the Noctowl, energies, the Dawns. So it has very little room, as our fellow casters pointed out, to really have too many techie cards or too many options available for them. And that made it so that despite finding the stadium, despite reactivating quick search, they couldn't really take advantage of this draw. And with the nice stretchers in the discard pile as well, the Noctowl just was not available for Luik whatsoever. We see him go through his deck, just not finding that Noctowl, and the prizes definitely affected in this situation. And this led to a very interesting situation where Marco hit into the Terrapagos for 200 damage, then used Adrenaline Brain to knock it out during his turn, and Luik had an interesting decision to make. He could either promote Pidgeot to tank a hit from the possible Absol, but Marco knows that Luik is at 3 prize cards, right? So this Absol was never going to stay up. He thought that it's probably going to be a penny play into bringing the Kangaskhan up to try to get a knockout. So he promoted the Duskull in order to be like the sacrificial Pokemon in this instance to get knocked out and be able to then quick search perhaps for boss plus the energy that he needed to win the game, knocking out the Absol on the bench. However, Marco had a completely different plan. He chose to retreat, chose to go for Yveltal and use that clutch play. And this is where the Psyduck is huge in this situation. Psyduck denies the possibility for Luik to free themselves from this clutch lock by utilizing Curse Blast from Dusclops or Rare Candy Dusknoir. So that meant that the Duskull was stuck in the active. Even if it evolved, it would have required Charizard to power up the Dusclops in order to retreat, which was definitely just not very viable with the resources that Luik had. So this meant that Luik had to take another chill turn, wait for the Duskull to be KO'd, and because the damage on the Absol remained in play since it wasn't pennied up, Marco had more Adrenaline Brain damage to utilize in order to send that damage onto a Duskull, go down to 2 prizes, and go for the game-winning play that we saw, which was Boss's Orders onto a Fezandipity, flipped heads very crucially, got his last 2 prizes. Otherwise, he would have been a situation where Luik could have found the energy he needed for the Charizard with the Boss's Orders in order to clear out the Absol on the bench. So incredibly well played by Marco, and that clutch play, thanks to Psyduck and thanks to the lack of availability of Klefki to shut down the Psyduck, was a huge steal, both in Game 1 and in Game 2. Now, Game 2, we saw a complete opposite of Game 1. Marco had the turn 1 Arven, had the Precious Trolley, just filling up his bench, and had the Technical Machine energized to go along with it, to just have the Absol ready to go, whilst Luik on the other side did choose to go first and whiffed the Fan Rotom. Not being able to use Fan Rotom during their turn is huge. That's a major pain point for the Charizard decks. It's essentially the equivalent to having the Trolley on turn 1 for Marco's deck, but Fan Rotom is more essential, but you have more outs to the Fan Rotom with Puffins and Ultra Balls and Nest Balls, and even Dawn if you go second, and 2 copies of Fan Rotom itself. But the lack of Fan Rotom just completely weakened Luik throughout the whole game in that early game. Then we saw the Prime Catcher going after that Psyduck that I pointed out. That was so crucial, trying to get access to the Curse Blast ability at some point, which we hadn't seen, I don't think, at that point whatsoever for Luik. So the Psyduck was really a headache for him. However, Marco was able to find the Night Stretcher, utilized his opponent's own Area 0 with his own Terra Pokemon Cornerstone in order to refill his bench, found the Night Stretcher to get back that Psyduck, protect himself from the extra damage, and also he had a sort of obvious play where this 1 damage counter on the Absol could have been sent to the Fezandipiti to knock it out in the previous turn. However, he chose not to do that. Why would you choose not to knock out your opponent's Fezandipiti? Well, because that means that Charizard's damage output is lower, right? Charizard does more damage the more prize cards your opponent has taken. However, they, if you don't take prizes, they're limited to 180 damage, and that's not really very threatening to these huge 3-prize Pokemon that are the Mega Evolution Pokemon. And you also make it so that if your opponent plays Iono, you still get to draw 6 cards. And eventually, once Luik gets some damage into play, you can then knock out the Terrapagos and then knock out the Fezandipiti eventually for a potential 6-prize turn. So choosing to not take prizes is actually a very valid strategy, especially for such a tanky deck like the one Marco is playing. And then finally, we saw the same exact play. Luik sent up the Duskull expecting the Absol to just attack it, Claw of Darkness, and then maybe the game comes down to opposite orders, but Marco playing to the 100% guaranteed win, chose to retreat, went for the clutch play once again, and because the Psyduck was available to him, there's no way to get this Duskull onto the bench. Even if you evolve, the only way to get it out is potentially the Jet Energy, but he also needed to evolve it in order to protect it from Adrenabrain. A double Adrenabrain was still enough to knock out the Dusclops at that point. 60 damage would have been enough to cover the 90 HP of Dusclops, so this basically set up checkmate, as opposed to leaving Marco in a situation where he got Iono to 1 and he didn't find boss, and Charizard was going crazy, dealing 330 damage because Marco was a 1 prize card, could have put him in a situation where the game comes down to lock. So the main takeaway from this whole round is Marco, by choosing to not take prizes in the key moments, ended up being in a lot stronger situations than if he would have just chosen to knock out his opponent's Pokemon very aggressively. So very cool to see from Marco, very high level play from both players. And we see how some deck building decisions can come into play in certain matchups, and the lack of Klefki was definitely one to influence in this particular match that we had in this round 7. So yeah, really high level play from both players, but Marco especially was really impressive. And it feels counterintuitive to say that not taking prizes is what wins you the game, but Marco showed how that ends up working out in his favor. So yeah, don't go anywhere. Phase 1 concludes with this next Swiss round number 8. We have Swiss round number 8 and then the first round of Swiss Phase 2, round 9 coming up as well. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
name's Calvin Connor, and I'm from Seattle, Washington.
Calvin Connor, 1 game away from that regional championship victory.
My go-to starter would definitely be Charizard. Oh, Charmander. I started playing Pokemon because my whole family was kind of into it. All my brothers played as well. So we started at Uncle's Games, actually. It was at the mall where we first found where Pokemon was. So we would all go to the local leagues. So in my first Worlds ever, I was a junior, and I felt like I was really prepared for the event, and then I ended up losing almost every single round. I kind of got shell-shocked and was like, okay, there's another level that I can get to in this game. My father, he likes to play Pokemon TCG as well. He would always be there for me and have my back throughout these tournaments. Sometimes you take a hard loss and you just kind of sit there for a minute. It's always nice to just have that person that's there for you and will help support you and get you through it. I did end up quitting from 2016 to 2020, I believe. I had a lot of changes going from high school to college, and over COVID, there was online play going on. Just getting a chance to compete and play again gave me all the strength to say, okay, I'm gonna start going to events again. My favorite moment was London 2022. I played in the asymmetrical top cut at 8-9. I ended up losing that game, but I did end up proposing to my wife at that event, so that was one of my favorite moments from Worlds for sure. My #1 goal is to always just be the best version of myself that I can be. So going into every game with a clean slate and saying, how can I play this game the best that I can? Something I learned is that it's okay to fall down, not always win. If you put the time in, you put the effort in and the practice, you will eventually get there. My deck was a Regidrago V-Star with the Teal Mass Ogerpon. So you play a plethora of Dragon-type attackers inside your deck that you can copy, like the Alolan Executor, Dragapult, Giratina V-Star. This finals match was just crazy. I tend to make conservative plays. I talked to my brother about this. He was telling me that I should make more aggressive plays and go for the wins. I said, all right, I'm gonna flip this coin. If it's tails, I'm gonna win this game. I'm gonna become a regional champion.
This could be the biggest coin flip of the year. Oh, are we going to see this? We're gonna see swinging speed. What's the flip? Tails!
To just finally get this one, it just feels like a weight lifted off my shoulders.
Cal Connor off a coin flip wins the Toronto Regional Championship.
My last finals was Peoria in 2022, and I played against Tord Reklev, who a lot of people say is the best player in the game. It felt like that was that was my chance, and I was just right there, and that was the one that got away from me. So I would love to get a rematch with him at the World Championship. My little brother actually ended up winning the World Championships in the video game. To be a champion with him, it would mean everything to me. I was planning on skipping this one. My grandma ended up passing away last week, and she was there for me when I won my first other tournament, which was Nationals in 2013. My mother, she was like, you're gonna win this one for her. She would want you to go. It just felt like she was there with me for this one.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, here to Toronto, Canada for the Regional Championships. Things are heating up. Just one more Swiss round remains in Phase #1. We will, of course, also be playing the first round of Phase 2 tonight, so still plenty of Pokemon TCG action to catch. And I'm excited to see how things are going to shape up here. Who is going to continue to push forward for a shot at Top Cut and for a shot at this regional title. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here by Kyle Sablehouse, taking you through this last Swiss round 8 of Phase #1 before we kick off Phase 2 in just a little bit.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of great names that we see already potentially making their way to 8-0, which, I mean, that's everything in this opening phase. If you can get that done, you know you have a pretty good shot at making a good run at that top 8.
Yeah, of course, Marcos Cifuentes, we just saw last round. He's moved up to 7-0. Raymond Long, who we saw earlier on in the day, he is also 7-0. And then Karis Jones, a young player from the United States, she's doing really well at 7-0. So lots of really familiar names up here, and also a lot of new names as well, players trying to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, and if you want to make a name for yourself as well, we have a lot of great opportunities for you. If you go to your local league, you can check out all these different great places to meet some friends, play some Pokemon, and find an event near you. Maybe that chance gives you that catapult that you need to get into the next phase, play in that first league challenge, League Cup. Come find us at a regional.
I mean, for all the players you see up here competing this weekend, their first event was certainly at a Pokemon League somewhere near them. So be sure to scan, find out where you can find events near you, whether it be a pre-release, a League Cup, League Challenge, or even just a locals. You know, get out and meet your local community, have a trade night, get some games in, and learn how to play the Pokemon TCG. There is no community more welcome than the Pokemon TCG. Excited to be a part of it, and really would love to see you come out to one of these events in the future.
Yeah, so maybe I'll get a little better luck at my next pre-release, because you know that hasn't been going too well for me, Chip.
Well, I do think, Kyle, here we're going to take a moment to take a look at the Charizard deck that we just featured in the last round. This is Nikolai's list. He used to win the Stuttgart Regional Championships at the end of last year, and something that has become very, very popular in the little break that we had, you know, over the holiday season, starting off the new year here. This deck has become very popular, and I think for good reason. It's very powerful.
Yeah, this is one of the most fun decks that I've been playing online as well. It's just, you're always going to have a good time with it, because this has pretty much an answer to every other deck, especially when you have the inclusion of the Clef Key. You can come up with just about any solution you need. If you have too much hit points staring you down, you include that Dusknoir, use Curse Blast, Dusclops as well, and you will give up those prize cards and increase the damage power for that Charizard to really start to take some big KOs.
And the reason this deck is so strong and has been so successful is really because of Dawn, the newer supporter from Phantasmal Flames, allowing you to search your deck for a basic Pokemon, a Stage 1, and a Stage 2. I think people thought that there was a chance we'd see, like, you know, a Dawn or two pop up in some Charizard decks, but for Dawn to become the whole engine behind this deck, I mean, once you see it play out, it really makes sense. It is so strong.
Yeah, it wouldn't really work if you didn't have the Jewel Seeker ability to go along with it, though. That Stage 1 Pokemon that you find can really be the difference maker, because you'll search out all of your Pokemon early on. You have Fan Rotom to flood the board, Buddy Puffin to find those other pieces, and then Dawn to get all the other ones, and then you're going to need to get out these Pokemon. Rare Candies and Night Stretchers and Area Zero Under Death, all these unique pieces that help you open up this board and then make it tall and wide are the reason why this deck does so well.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like you just have so much access to your deck at any given time, right? I mean, Dawn can get you the Noctowl, to get you any other 2 trainer cards, and then Dawn can also get you Charizard, which can get you your energy cards, right? Like, or if you need Pidgeot gets you literally anything. So you just have so much access to your deck at any given time. It's a difficult deck to play, I will say. It's not one that really can be super easily picked up. Maybe you could easily play it and, you know, get a Charizard into play, but in order to start winning games and closing things out, there's a lot of nuance and a lot of really impactful decision points with this deck.
Yeah, I'd say the first 2 prize cards, first 4 prize cards, those ones are really easy to get. It's closing the game out with enough resources that really starts to test your luck. And we've seen with the prize cards, that can be a pretty difficult task for you. However, if you have a good idea of how to manage your resources, maybe hold on to a Noctowl piece, make the most out of that Super Rod, hold on to that Prime Catcher, these are the ways that you can have the final resources to close out a game.
Another aspect of this deck that is so strong, of course, is that inclusion of Dusknoir. Cursed Blast can, you know, clear Pokemon out of play on its own. It can also let you reach for KOs that you wouldn't otherwise normally be able to do in a couple of ways, right? It puts damage counters into play, but also boosts the damage from Burning Darkness because it gives your opponent prize cards. And then also that combination with Briar can let you take 4 prize turns out of nowhere.
Yeah, we've seen that plenty of times, and it's something that players try to work around, but sometimes you just cannot work around the right pieces. If you have Rare Candy Dusknoir, if you have Dusclops, you could just remove all of these pieces and take a big KO out of nowhere. Whether it's with Boss's Orders or surprising them with damage or the Briar, you're going to find a way to clear out Pokemon that they weren't expecting to see.
Well, let's take a look at another archetype here, Kyle, and that is going to be Golden Go. This is the most popular deck in the event. It's become, I would say, a front runner for the best deck in the current format for a couple of reasons. I mean, it's a very approachable deck, right? Easy enough for players to pick up, but a lot of skill is needed in order to really master this archetype. We're looking at Daniel Magda's list here, top 4 at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Big boost recently, of course, with the Lunatone and Solrock. kind of catapulting this deck into top-tier meta relevance?
Yeah, I'd say this deck pretty much signifies everything that we love about the Pokemon TCG. You've got so many ways to draw cards, which you don't see in many other card games. Just this aspect of drawing so many different resources. With the Genesect, you search out the Golden Goes. With the Golden Goes, you draw all the cards with coin bonus, and then even with Lunar Cycle and Pheasantipity, you will see upwards of 10 cards in a turn after a KO, and that is so fun to manage all those resources, and then just throw them all at the active Pokemon on the other side of the board for a big KO.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of different ways for people to play this list as well, as far as what their kind of extra pieces, right? I mean, obviously, I think Golden Go, Lunatone Solrock, Genesect, Pheasantipity, those are in every Golden Go list. It's kind of that last spot.
Yep.
People deciding what they want to do. Mega Mawile, I think, has been the front runner for quite some time. I think we're seeing Mega Lopunny become a little bit more popular of a choice alongside the inclusion of a Technical Machine Evolution in order to get it into play. But we've also seen things like Hops Cramorant, a tech really for the mirror match because of how popular this deck is.
We saw Mega Lucario as an inclusion in this this deck before too, and as you mentioned that, my eyes are drawn to the Picnic Basket, where you also think about the Search Pro, or the Premium
Premium Power Pro.
Yeah, that's another great inclusion that we've seen with the addition of this Solrock. You just can get that little extra reach that you need sometimes to take that KO and or surprise your opponent with some damage they weren't expecting.
Yeah, we of course saw Kieran Farah playing this deck earlier today with those different inclusions. Also had the Prime Catchers as a spec of choice, but Daniel went with the Sigarox, which has been a very popular one. And it's really, really strong, you know, finding you out the Air Balloon, of course, to get into the potential turn 1 Solrock attack, Vitality Band as well, boosting that Solrock's damage, getting Artisan to get really more established. And I still think the Golden Go community is locked up in debate as to what the optimal A-spec of choice is.
As they should be. So that leads to the question then, Chip, what team are you on? Because I'm adamantly on one side.
I mean, I like the Mega Lopunny, and I think if you play Mega Lopunny, you really have to play the Prime Catcher.
Yes,
so
okay. Well,
that's kind of where I'm leaning, but I mean, if you're not playing Lopunny, I mean, Secret Box is pretty good.
I mean, the rabbit's cool and all, but I just want to play the catcher anyways. It's so fun to have that access on early as the first turn for your Solrock to KO a Ralts out of nowhere, whatever it may be. That can be a game-ending situation, and you just don't have access to that kind of resource if it wasn't for that A-spec by itself.
Yeah, I mean, I think Secret Box, it leans into strong early games. But I think Golden Go's a deck that already, on average, has a pretty strong early game, you know, and oftentimes where I have found Golden Go can struggle is closing games out.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, a boost in favor of the Mega Lopunny and the Prime Catcher, right? Being able to close things out, taking out Pheasantipities. Every deck's got one of those in play, so that's an easy way to close things out potentially. But there's certainly arguments for both. Speaking of Golden Go and speaking of it being the most popular deck, let's take a look again, Kyle, here at our Phase 1 meta share with Golden Go, of course, leading the charge. Whatever their other piece is, they're all lumped together here, 20.7%, 465 players. How big was the regionals that you won? Smaller than the amount of Golden Go players.
How many people played Enzorark? Yeah, maybe somewhere around 5th and 6th over there.
Yeah, man, how far we have come as a game, as a community, and it is so cool to see and so cool to be a part of. But yeah, Golden Go certainly leading the charge here. I mean, 1/5 of the players in the room on Golden Go for the weekend, and really not too far behind our Gardevoir, Dragapult, and Charizard. And this is what tends to happen as we get into the later stages of a format. People kind of find a deck that they vibe with, find a deck that they like, and just no reason not to stick with it.
Yeah, rock, paper, scissors, Lizard, Spock, we've got it all as you go through the rest of this. There's so many different plays that you can work through with all these different decks. You basically can just choose whichever your favorite is, and you'll see a viable chance. We have talked about Enzorark for a long time now, as this is the pet deck of so many great players, and finally now it's seeing the representation of 4.5%, which we know isn't a lot compared to some other players like with the Golden Go. However, it's starting to take effect. You've seen by the end of this whole metagame, we know that this deck can potentially win a tournament now.
Yeah, the Enzorg kind of making it onto the graph, as we say, is definitely cool to see. I mean, it's a deck that certainly established itself as a real meta contender and something that I think is going to continue to succeed. I mean, speaking of decks playing Mega Lopunny, that feels like the route that a lot of these Enzorg players are going. They're remembering the good old days of, you know, trade with Zorg GX and you know, using first impression with Golisopod GX. I mean, we're taking it all the way back. It's really that same type of engine. The deck feels pretty similar to the way that deck felt back in 2017.
Yeah, similar Pokemon too. Still got a Zoroark sneaking in there.
Didn't belong to N back in the day.
Yeah, well, things change. It is great to see.
The deck did play N.
Okay.
N was in the deck. You know?
You just keep them in a deck for 10 years and eventually they find ownership. That's how it works.
Yeah. And I do want to call out just a couple of the decks that were just off the top 6 here. I think number 7 and 8 were tied. Do you have any guesses what those 7 and 8 decks would have been?
Oh man, Joltik box.
No,
I don't know.
Not quite. Well, one is Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan.
Okay,
right?
fair.
Which I think makes a lot of sense. That's a deck that has taken up this 5th, 6th place on the graphic in the past. The other one, Kyle.
What?
Alakazam.
No.
Yes.
Hey.
There are so many people in this tournament, comparatively to past tournaments.
Okay.
Right, playing Alakazam to Dunsparce. It's right around that 3.5% mark.
Okay.
So yeah,
they're getting ready for April, I guess.
Hey, they heard that there's no Ionos. Ionos rotating out of the format. They're ready to lock in and get some practice in with that deck.
Okay, well, I mean, you could certainly not run into Iono today, but I would expect it. We'll see how that works out. Maybe if there's enough Golden Go in the room, you can just overwhelm them with a massive hand size.
Now, we do still see a split, of course, amongst those Gardevoir players. Gardevoir, you know, straight Guardy, and then there's the Guardy Jellicent builds. And there's also been some players out there this weekend running builds without Jellicent, but still packing the Frillish. I know that's something you talked about earlier when we had Rowan on earlier to kick off the day. What do you think about that build of Gardevoir, the Jellyless Guard, but still keeping the fish involved?
I mean, it just makes sense. Is you don't want to fully give up on that strategy because you know how important it can be. However, you also know that Jellicent is not the key piece to that deck. You really just want access to the Frillish in the very early game or at that late game, mid-game stage where your opponent overcommits on those resources. It can be a game-winning play for you against Golden Go so many times to just sneak that in with the Bravery Charm, and they just don't have enough resources to close out and take this KO.
Well, Kyle, I do think we've actually got up-to-date standings. So let's get a look at how these players are doing. There's quite a few players out there with a 7-0 record. 7 players still at 7-0.
Wow.
Of course, Marcos Cifuentes leading that pack. We just saw him last round. It's Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan continuing to push forward. And we're guaranteed to have a handful of, well, maybe I shouldn't say guaranteed. There could be a bunch of ties, but more than likely, we're going to see multiple 8-0 players as we kick off Phase 1. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, what, 2250 was the number that we had coming into this tournament. So that's just bound to happen at this point when you have so many players and they're playing fast. They know the rules. They know you have 50 minutes plus 1 to get this thing rolling, and they're playing the decks that can do that job.
Yeah, lots of, other names to call out here on the list. Of course, Justin Neudorf, our runner-up at the World Championships this past year. He is sitting there at the 10th spot, 6-0-1. John Eng, someone I know you always love to cheer on, 6-0-1 here at the 12th spot. And then Cyrus Davis, really strong Canadian player. Of course, she won the North American International Championships back in 2023.
Yep.
And now she's doing well here, 14th seeded, heading into Swiss round 8.
Yeah, a lot of pride on the line for the Canadian players this time around. There's just something different about playing in Toronto, and if you can win your home regional, it just means that much more to you. We've heard that before. We've had great players in the past taking down this tournament, and even I believe Andrew Estrada, he won this event and talked about how important that was to protect home turf, and now there's another chance along the way for quite a few Canadian players.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're going to still see a lot more Canadian players continuing to push forward. I mean, Raymond Long, we saw earlier on, right? He's sitting at the 5th seed, 7-0. So plenty of players with great opportunities to continue to try to fight for that title. And that is what it's all about for so many of these players. I mean, the championship points are great, the memories you make, but So many players want that opportunity to be cemented in Pokemon history as a champion.
Yeah, and when you're beating 200, well, whatever, 2,000 other players to get to that point, it just means that much more. It also, that battle-tested, battle readiness that you have going into an event like this, it gives you the confidence when you play in another tournament of this caliber, or at least of this size, when you start thinking about internationals and the World Championships, all these other major events. You have so much confidence coming into it, and we all started somewhere, but if you have that championship to go along with it, it feels even better.
Yeah, having that title to hold on to. I always like to say, history remembers winners, and if you become a winner, that is something that you'll be able to hold on to forever. You'll always be able to talk about it. You'll always be able to remember those moments, that champion moment, hoisting the trophy, placing that medal around your neck. It'll always be there with you.
Yeah, and you have the trophy case to prove it sometimes, too. It's I don't know how long it's going to be until I finally put some of those away, but I'm going to remember as long as I can.
And here we go. This is our notable matches for Swiss round number 8. We see lots more familiar names.
Wow.
Josh Frank, Ian Robb, just to name a few. But this matchup we're going to be featuring is an exciting one. Miloslav Posledny, of course, the Latin American international champion from just a couple of seasons ago, is going to be facing off against J.W. Krewall. Certainly a character in the North American scene, someone who's a multi-time regional champion, and he actually won the Toronto Regional Championships just a couple years ago.
Yeah, back at it again. Maybe he's going to chop his way to victory this time. He's definitely a character. We love to see him. So often it was J-Dubs, and we started calling him J-Trips after adding some additional accolades. And it's always great to see him once more, bringing his own unique twist to these decks. It's nice to see, too.
Yeah, love to see JW performing out there for the Pokédads, right? Still showing, we got something in the tank.
Is that just you and me cheering for him?
I think it's fitting that we're the ones casting his match as opposed to Ethan and Piper. But very excited to see how this one is going to shape up and which of these players is going to come out on top.
Yeah, and I'm just as excited to see Miloslav as well. This is something we've talked about for a while now. Is just he has been on a tear with him and Daniel Magda back to back. Not only was it that relationship of player and coach, and eventually player and friend, now it is just two amazing competitors that continue to find their way to the top tables. And what better way than with Golden Go yet again?
The deck that his friend and testing partner has seen so much success with. Miloslav's had some success with it as well, so these players are going to stick with what they know. And JW going with the Gardevoir, one of the most powerful decks in the formats.
Yeah, so once again, just running out of chances to play this deck, and he's going to hold on to it. Chop, chop, chop. We'll see what he can do with that. Maybe.
I don't know if Gardevoir is really a chopping deck.
Your opponent can cut or tap. That's a chop, I guess.
Yeah, Gardevoir is definitely more of a deck to cut, for sure. So, yeah, these players are getting ready. We're going to see who is going first and see how this opening goes. And this is a matchup we have seen play out many times. We actually started off Swiss Phase 1 with this matchup here on stream in Swiss Round 4. Fitting we would end it in the same way in Swiss Round 8. Both of these players are already locked up for a spot in Phase number 2, 6-1 records. So already seeing plenty of success, but every single win is important if your ultimate goal is to become champion. And I know that is the goal for each of these two fellas.
Absolutely. This is where you want to be. You've got a great chance. Taking down another player just adds to that confidence that you have not only in yourself, but in your deck. And you know that you're going to need every ounce of that as you move forward in this tournament. Into Phase 2, just next round. What opening hands do they have to see as we move forward here in round number 8? So much on the line here.
It does look like JW is going to be the player going first here in this opening, so that opening hand will be important. If he's able to find a Darkness Energy to go with a Monkey Dory, can get down a Ralts. Techno Machine Evolution in the prizes doesn't feel great. A pair of Gimmighoul, a pair of Golden Go for Miloslav.
That's not how the deck works.
A little limited here for Miloslav. He is still playing, yes, 4 Golden Go. He's got different artworks in here, so I had to double check here, but does indeed have 4 copies of Golden Go EX. I've heard some players going down to 3, but he does have 4.
Yeah, but do you see what we have here as well? There's an addition of the Hops Cramharan, as you mentioned. It's nice for some of those mirrors. 20% of the time, you're going to run into one of those, as the odds would tell you. However, it's not this time.
Not this time indeed, but I know both of these players are certainly going to be very practiced in this matchup. They're going to know what they need to do. And JW here not playing Jellicent, but he is one of the players who is playing Frillish. It is just one Frillish. We'll see how he navigates things. He is going first, kicks things off with the start of Monkey Dory and an Earthen Vessel to get a basic Psychic Energy into the discard pile. That's the name of the game for the Gardevoir deck, getting down those Psychic Energies so that you can use Psychic Embrace later on in the game.
Yeah, great way to start things off now as you have that energy in the discard. You see a few more, and sometimes it's about finding that early dark energy so that you can use a Monkey Dory. However, in the active spot, it's not always the case. Maybe attaching to this Pokemon so that you can retreat or at least see some additional Psychic Energies for a discard pile, whether it's being KO'd or running around. It's what you need to do here.
JW going to take a moment to just check the prize cards. Earthen Vessel can, of course, find the 2 different energy cards. He could get a Darkness Energy dropped onto the Monkey Dory right away. Maybe in the back of his mind, he'll be thinking about the potential of a Premium Power Pro turn 1. It's not a card that everyone plays in Golden Go. I'd say probably more don't play it than do play it, but something to think about when you're debating where to attach an energy for turn.
Yeah, just something to consider. However, the rest of this turn does not look like very much for J-Dub. He's holding on to 2 different supporters, which can't be played right now. I think a Super Rod and a Screamtail. It's not going to turn into the basics that you'd love to see, especially with that opening Ralts. It's just not going to happen this time around.
And no Ralts in this hand. Just a Darkness Energy to attach to the Monkey Dory. He's got Research. Cannot play it on this turn. He'll have it available on his second. And now it's over to Miloslav. Let's see what he can do here on his opening turn. He's going to kick it off with the Fighting Gong. I do already see another one in the hand. Really strong card for the decks that play these fighting cards. Even though it's not a fighting deck, searching the deck for a basic fighting Pokemon or basic fighting energy, adding them to the hand.
Yeah, I'd say one now, one later should work just fine in this situation. Miloslav now has access to Lunar Cycle because of the Soul Rock and Lunatone in play, and with the second Fighting Gong, you search out that energy if you need to. We see a couple energies in the hand as well for Miloslav to work with, so could definitely thin out a little bit, then draw up with Lunar Cycle. However, you got a little bit of bad news as you do that opening deck search that you're running low on Gimme Ghouls and Golden Goes.
Yeah.
So the odds are not in your favor.
Yeah, and also that one stadium being prized, that means it's not going to be a target off the Secret Box that he is playing as his spec of choice. So not really going to have as much access as he maybe would like. We'll see if he can still find a way to get to Gimme Ghoul down. How he wants to proceed forward. He does have Arven in hand, so he'll have plenty of options, but first goes for the Lunar Cycle. Not cards that are super helpful right now in the Pheasantipity, Superior Energy Retrieval, and Air Balloon, so Arven will have to be the play here, searching the deck for an item card and tool. Maybe Buddy Poffin or Secret Box. Does he have enough to go with Secret Box?
Well, there's plenty of energy in the hand. If you wish to discard them now, you could Superior Energy Retrieval them later on and not lose too much value. But what value do you really have from the Secret Box at this point if you don't have access to that Artisan? It feels like that extra piece may have been what takes it over the top for you, and instead, maybe you just go for these 2 Gimme Ghouls and try to draw out of this issue with Lunar Cycle. It's not like you're exactly pressured right now. There was no Ralts last turn. There's nothing coming for a while.
So just 2 Gimme Ghoul there in the deck. It does look like the Buddy Poffin is going to be the choice off the Arven, as those basic little psychic type Pokemon have been moved to the front. There's also an Air Balloon up there. Not going to be the Secret Box for the choice, perhaps saving that for later. Can be a really strong card to potentially play off a later game INO. There we go. Buddy Poffin, Air Balloon, and then the 2 Gimme Ghoul being played from the Buddy Poffin. Now, Miloslav could attack with the Soul Rock here. Doesn't feel very good, though. I don't think that's worth it.
It's tricky at this stage of the game. You're not really accomplishing much with any of your attacks.
They could Minor Errand running.
Right, that's the only one that even seems remotely viable, and at that point, you're still running into the threat of Monkey Dory softening up your Pokemon, which isn't the greatest news.
He is going to go that route, though, attaching for turn and using Minor Errand running, searching the deck for a pair of basic energy cards and adding them to the hand. looks like a fighting, and I have to imagine a metal will be the two choices. Now over to JW. He draws for turn, and it is a darkness energy. That's pretty annoying to see, and that may change his route this turn. He had research, but now is Iono going to be his choice?
Yeah, with Super Rod as the other card, you'd lose in that hand one of your rare candies. It's not exactly the resources you're comfortable discarding at this stage of the game.
And Iono doesn't feel too bad as well when Miloslav just added a bunch of cards to his hand, but no. JW says he's got to go, and he needs to find as many cards as possible. Research is the choice, drawing himself a bunch of new cards. He's got access to Ralts through Ultra Ball, but that hand is not great.
Right, I mean, there's Earthen Vessel, so you can find 2 more energies, discard them with Ultra Ball, or keep 1 to attack with your Monkey Dory. But yeah, holding on to the resources of this hand, not exactly lining up.
And if JW is only able to get down 1 Ralts, which that does look like the case here, Miloslav's got a big opening. Boss's orders KO that Pokemon with either a Golden Go or even something like the Soul Rock is very much on the table.
Oh, so that's when you switch over to the Frillish. It says, okay, I need you to maybe slow things down there. No,
well, we're skipping a step here.
Yeah.
JW's got to get the Psychic energies off of the Earthen Vessel, and then, yes, we'll Ultra Ball away one of those 2 in order to go get himself the Frillish. I wonder if he can play. I don't think he can play the hand down enough to use the Mystery Garden.
No.
I don't think so.
Doesn't look ideal. Losing out on Turo would be the other potential discard at this stage. It looks like that's the play, but I don't know how low you can get this hand. Maybe you could see 1 card?
Yeah, well, I think with the Psychic energy being discarded, we're definitely not going to be seeing the Mystery Garden, right, because there's only 1 Psychic energy left. He wants to make sure he can guarantee the attack here. I have to imagine that's what he's thinking at least.
I mean, think about the resources here already, Chip. We do not see a Ralts in play.
Yeah.
We've seen a Super Rod down, a Dark Energy in the discard, and a Dark Energy on a Monkey Dory that likely would be retreating at this spot. You are losing so much value, and you still don't have a Ralts in play.
It was a pretty rough draw there for JW off of the Professor's research. No consistent outs to his Pokemon, so he's just going to go with the Frillish, try to buy some time here. He's got Iono in hand, so got to feel like he's got good odds to make something happen on the next turn, but see if Miloslav is able to respond here to this item lock. There is the Lunar Cycle to start things off. Boss's orders as 1 option. If you could find Arven, would not be too bad. He's got Air Balloon. Does he have Arven? I didn't notice it, Kyle.
I didn't see it. I don't know if there's any access just yet to finding a KO at this point. There's no Golden Go to go with this either. We saw the prize cards. They're not lining up. The Vitality Band, I don't know if we see that in hand just yet.
I don't think he's got it. I mean, if he had Arven, he's got the pretty straightforward play of Vitality Band attached to the Soul Rock and then take a KO here. Kind of pressure JW to do something, which is, I think, what I'd like to see in this spot if he could do it. Doesn't look like Arven's available, though, so now what is the move? Is he going to just hit this Frillish for 70? That doesn't feel great. Minor Errand running for 2 more energy doesn't necessarily feel great either.
I mean, your opponent didn't do very much. Maybe Boss's orders is something you can consider without taking a knockout. You can just move another Pokemon. You've seen a few energies discarded, a few resources not really used as optimally as possible, and maybe that's what leads to avoiding this item lock once more.
And he is going to hit into this Frillish with the Cosmic Beam. 70 damage. And then now back over to JW. Does find a Psychic Energy. Puts that Mystery Garden out.
That's a card.
Doesn't have a way to thin his hand down just yet. But yeah, Mystery Garden really... Oh, no, he can. Okay, so he can draw just 1 card here. Finds Drifloon.
Oh, no. Of all the Pokemon, just really hoping to find that Ralts at some point, and your opponent does not show you any great cards in their hand. It's just the Soul Rock attacking. You have to Iono. You need to find a Ralts at this stage of the game. Where is it?
Oh my gosh, he has to work so hard to make it happen. He does find Artisan, which can get him Ralts. He's got Ultra Ball, which can get him a second one.
But he just played a Stadium for the turn.
You're right. That's a great point.
Of all the ways to do this, it's just not working out for J-Dub. He's running into so many walls.
This is a certainly scuffed game at this point, but still plenty of play available. He is going to finally get a Ralts down. He's got Mew EX in the hand, Bravery Charm, so I mean, hey, we could get a restart rolling. I don't know if Mew EX is necessarily the card you want to be putting into play in this situation.
Yeah, I don't love...
But he may have... I mean, his hand is nothing,
You
right?
have to at this point. Like, you don't have any other cards to help out. You need to preserve this Ralts in play with the Bravery Charm. You might as well start to draw through and try to find something.
Yeah, and the Bravery Charm on the Ralts is really nice here for JW. Of course, the Bravery Charm only works on basic Pokemon, so once the Ralts evolves up into Kirlia, evolves into Gardevoir, it loses that boosted 50 HP, but it's doing what it needs to do right now because it's preventing Boss's orders on the Solrock just KOing that lone Ralts.
Well, for Miloslav, the name of the game is pretty simple. You are item locked. You need to just keep trucking through your deck, and you have a way to do that with Lunar Cycle, see some more resources, and you already have the knockout lined up, but what else can you make of this? And this is a nice turn. You can slow things down on your side and start to accelerate those energies onto the Mega Mawile. You're taking prize cards slowly but surely with the Solrock. Eventually, they add up and start to lead into bigger KOs.
Yeah, and one of the best responses to item lock plays is being able to find a consistent attacker that doesn't need much, and for this build of Golden Go, that is the Mega Mawile EX. Gobble down 80 damage for each prize card you have taken throughout the game. So now, with that one prize card being taken, that will mean Miloslav can KO any non-Bravery Charmed Frillish that comes up. Now, we know for JW, his list is actually not super heavy into using Frillish. Oh, what a top deck there. Rare Candy into the Gardevoir. That is a nice find. Tons of Psychic Energy already in the discard pile. This is looking nice for JW. He's going to restart for one times INO.
How many times can we hit the graphic in a row? Let's
2 more cards now from that Mystery Garden. There is the Luxurious Cape, a card that we've seen an uptick in play this weekend, specifically in Gardevoir builds. Lots of players choosing to play it right now.
Yeah, just any way to increase those stats and maybe reach for knockouts that your opponent is not ready for. It's not the time for that just yet. We did see the Drift Plume at some point. This could be a great answer to the massive HP, 270 of the Mega Mawile. For now, it's about just establishing. There are so many Psychic Energies to work with. That Rare Candy Gardevoir, I cannot state enough, was everything for him this turn.
Worth noting for JW, off of the INO that he's just played, that was his 3rd INO, I do believe, of the game. And that's a really big card in this matchup. Yes, 3 INO in the discard pile. He's only going to have 1 more, Kyle. And as the game goes on, that's the card you want to be leaning into.
Yeah, cannot understate that enough, as you see that when you're playing against a deck like Golden Go on the other side, they build their hand up. And if you let them have every resource of their deck, there's no possible way to keep up with what they're capable of. And with just 1 more Iono left, this early on in the game, you have to think that Miloslav's going to have the reach for big KOs.
There's an attachment of a Darkness Energy to the benched Monkey Dory. Psychic Embrace, a Psychic onto the active. JW's maybe thinking about using Evolution here, maybe thinking about retreating into Screamtail to take a KO. Not quite sure what he wants to do. He's thinking through it.
Yeah, to that Dark Energy as well. That's the 3rd one that we've seen already, with a couple in the discard pile now. We've seen the Super Rod discarded as well. So you're really committing at this point. You have to have these stick around if you want to be able to move any damage counters throughout the rest of this game.
He could KO the active Solrock even here with a Mind Bend after using Adrenabrain to move 3 over to the active. So that's a play for him if he wants it. He's going to spread it to the bench, it looks like. Now, something else to note for JW's list here, there is no Technical Machine Devolution in the list, you know, typical of these non-jelly builds. And he is going to retreat into Screamtail. And it looks like Roaring Scream is going to be lined up here.
Yeah, with damage already on 1 Gimme Ghoul and a clear chance at removing another one now, you can remove that Pokemon from play, and you may have a read that your opponent is struggling to set up their Golden Goes on the other side. And if you take a peek at those prize cards, you'll identify pretty quickly Miloslav's still in a lot of trouble.
He does have Genesect in hand, so that's a guaranteed way to find a Golden Go, but it's not usually a Pokemon you love having to put in play against Gardevoir if you can avoid it.
And if there were ever a world where J-Dub didn't know what was happening on the other side or needed some affirmation, this nest ball not finding Gimme Ghoul is everything for him.
Yeah, I mean, maybe unless Pheasantipity came down, right? You may think Miloslav wants Pheasantipity maybe a little bit more right now, and I think that is the line he's going for. But yeah, I mean, certainly after Miloslav draws a bunch of cards this turn, JW will be keyed in. Oh, no more Gimme Ghouls? Interesting.
A dangerous spot for both players now, really just back against the wall on both sides as we see Miloslav piloting through those prize cards, J-Dub piloting through that discard pile and awkward opening hand, but you have to give the favor right now to J-Dub. He's made something of this. The Gardevoir really turned things around. He has so many resources now to fight back, and it's on Miloslav to start finding the resources.
Yeah, Miloslav really does need to find a way to get that one Gimme Ghoul back, the Night Stretcher, in order to bring it back from the discard pile. No, actually, I'm not...
Just Super Rod.
Yeah, just Super Rod. So it's going to have to be that in order to find the Gimme Ghoul, and we don't see it. Yeah, just the one Super Rod is super interesting to see. He's got that Mawile with an energy on it already. It does look like he is committing to the Genesect here, so we'll be able to use the ability Metallic Signal to search his deck for 2 Evolution Metal-type Pokemon, and it will be a pair of Golden Go EX added now to his hand.
Yeah,
protecting that Gimme Ghoul that's got some damage on it.
Starts to give him a little more play here at this point. It's not going to be a great attacker by any means, but just starting to get through the deck at this stage is optimal. You need to draw cards, you need to see resources, and eventually you'll threaten those big one-hit KOs, but for now, you've got the knockouts lined up for yourself. You have Screamtail that you can work out at any point, but for now, feels great just removing this Ralts from play and then maybe can go after that Gardevoir later on.
And interesting as well with the Picnic Basket, a little added effect here. It heals 30 from all Pokemon in play, not just yours, your opponents as well. So Miloslav has actually healed JW's Screamtail, which could make things a little awkward for him.
Yeah, with as many Psychic Energy that he has in the discard pile, it hurts a little less, but it's still a pretty big commitment.
I mean, yeah, if he puts too many in play on the Screamtail, then now Boss's Orders stall Gardevoir for a turn becomes a play, right?
Right. We already saw a loss of Super Rod. We've seen all 3 Dark Energies already in play or discard pile at this point in time. You need to consider every resource if you're to go for another Screamtail play.
And I think Miloslav is probably trying to play towards keeping KOing JW's only Gardevoir on this next turn, right? JW is going to probably have a hard time getting another Ralts down, and now with the bench of the Drifloon, he won't get another Ralts down unless a Professor Turo scenario were to be played, but no, it is actually going to be the 4th and final copy of Iono.
Wow, yeah, a huge commitment at this stage of the game. Needs to limit the hand size, but also needs to find some resources for himself now, and you just can't do much with the way that this bench played out. Committing to the Drifloon, you don't have any additional draw with a Pheasantipity, you don't have additional Ralts to Rare Candy at some point. This is everything for him. He needs this hand to go the rest of the way.
Monkey Door in the active, of course, able to retreat. That would give access for JW to more energy cards in the discard pile to play around with, more options available to him. He's going to do just that. And it will be, Screamtail most likely coming to the active spot, sure enough. That Pokemon comes up. No Darkness Energy was found for JW, and by that I mean no Night Stretcher to get back the Darkness Energies that are in the discard pile.
I mean, there was one in the hand before Iono, and he chose not to play it this turn. Just may have a read that this is going to be a game where you're going to need to find a Ralts or something else at this point, because you're going to be trying to find any solutions if this Gardevoir were to fall. So this is kind of that hedge play. You put enough energies onto this Screamtail to cause some disruption, but mainly you have one big Pokemon, if your Gardevoir gets KO'd, that will remain in play while you set up Ralts.
JW will just use Roaring Scream on the active here, KOing the Soul Rock. So that does give Miloslav a little bit less draw. Lunatone's Lunar Cycle ability does require you to have a Soul Rock in play if you want to use it. Miloslav will, of course, send up Golden Go EX. Getting that extra draw from coin bonus, never bad.
What a unique game that we're in now with, with the way that these cards have played out. As far as metal energies go, you already have 2 on your Mega Mawile. If it were to ever be Golden Go attacking, you just have a fighting energy there at the point, which is quite a hindrance if you need to reach for big KOs. I don't see anything that really answers this Gardevoir at any point in time. You might just have to play JW's game right now and open up these energies.
Yeah, Miloslav really kind of held back by his prize cards here. I mean, his options are much more limited than he would certainly like. Is going to use Genesect here, getting out a couple cards. There will just actually be 1 Golden Go EX added to the hand. I think another one was found off the Iono, and of course 1 is prized. So that's all 4 of them accounted for. He'll be able to potentially use these as discard fodder for Secret Box, as they're not going to become Golden Go's probably at any point.
Yeah, it very well might be a single Golden Go game for the rest of this match. Doesn't have to worry about hand disruption anymore on this side. So this is the turn where you can really build up the hand and start going for a ton of resources. And all things starting now with that Fez.
He did just draw into the Hops Cramorant, so that's an option here this turn with JW being at 4 prize cards for him to use a single prize Pokemon to take a KO. He's also got the option to attach another energy to the Mega Mawile, and he could actually boss his orders KO Mew EX using that second attack of the Mega Mawile, 260 damage with the huge bite. Take that out, and then he's setting himself up to close the game out by using a Golden Go EX to KO Gardevoir. That could be a line he goes for. Now, he has already played quite a few boss. He is playing 4 in his list this weekend, though.
Yeah, and that's pretty helpful at this point in time. You know that if you see that boss, it will be in your hand for the rest of the game. We see 1 already now. We see Secret Box to go along with that. So if you want to chain these together, by all means, add it to the hand now. You know that you'll have access to it later on. He can basically line up game right now if he has both those resources and the superiors to go along with them.
Yeah, that'll be the thing, is does he have enough energy cards to take down the 310 HP of Gardevoir? And also he has to consider the potential threat of the Frillish coming back as well, and that item locking him and slowing things back down. But I guess with the Mega Mawile, he'd feel kind of okay with that line.
Just a few other things to consider now as starts to thin down a little more. You see this is a nice inclusion if you can have that Soul Rock added into the game, but I don't know how he's grabbing that just yet with Secret Box.
I think we're missing a card there, yep.
Yeah, you kind of got to pick one if you're going for the Fighting Gong or the Earthen Vessel. And
yeah, can't get Nest Ball and Fighting Gong with Earthen Vessel being found. And Artisan, of course, is in the prizes. That would be a way he could get that Soul Rock out. And yeah, just 1 stadium in this list. Not going to find one off the Artisan here. We'll play Nest Ball, though. He's got that in hand. At least he's got that working for him.
Well, that makes a lot more sense now. And this leads to some more draws. And regardless of what they are at this point in time, just having the fodder will be important for Miloslav. Building the hand size up so that it's less cards to draw into later on, but mainly when you use Superior Energy Retrieval, you will need those cards to discard so that you can keep up in this race.
Lunar Cycle discards, draws 3, another Fighting Energy, another Fighting Gong added now to the hand, and looks like we're going to see a lot of item cards being used here, playing around potential Frillishes, making sure that he's got access to everything. We actually do see 4 Metal Energy in this list, so he's got that extra one. Pretty typical, I think, from these Mega Mawile builds.
It's quite a commitment to get the second Metal Energy onto the Mawile, but once you do, you still want to have access to the Golden Go as an attacker, so nice inclusion there. And we see the last energy of the deck now from the Fighting Gong. That's a nice addition to the hand as you have a way to not only close out with the Mega Mawile, but have that backup attacker in the Golden Go if you need to.
And I think we're going to just see a lot of items being used. Not sure how many energy cards are in the discard pile, but at least 4 of them are coming back here now with Superior Energy Retrieval. And oh, it's a big commitment to get rid of another Superior here, but if he's thinking he might not be able to play items anyway, maybe it's worth it. There's only 2 Fighting Energy in the discard pile right now, so it's not getting back much, but might think it's enough.
I mean, we could see this kind of played the other way around, as you're used to maybe considering the huge bite. But if you go with the Golden Go as the first attacker into the Mew, it's only the 4 energies discarded, and then you can follow that up with Gobble Down as you take the 320 KO into the Gardevoir. So you still have access to it, and you know you'll have the energy later on. And J-Dub sees the writing on the wall. The hand was built perfectly. All the Ionos were gone. You can't do much else from there.
Yeah, makes sense there for Miloslav to go with the Golden Go first, and then would try to close things out with the Mega Mawile. And wow, what a game for Miloslav to navigate. It was certainly an awkward one, but he found a line. Even with a couple Gimmigles prized, even with a couple Golden Goes prized, the Artisan being, I mean, it was all bad for him.
Yes, yeah, I mean.
He was able to close it out.
You see 2-2 Golden Go in there, and you think, oh, it can't get much worse than that. But then the one copy of Artisan really added an additional level of hindrance there. It's crazy to think that he was able to not only overcome all of that, but then do it in a resounding fashion where his opponent just knows that there's no way to come back there. And for J-Dub, it's quite the other end of the coin, as he's just trying to get anything set up for himself and just happens to find the wrong resource over and over again.
Let's recap that game number 1. Miloslav was able to kick things off with a KO on to the Frillish, taking that down, taking an early prize card, and it's really because of the Soul Rock working in several KOs that Miloslav was able to find a way to win this game. If he didn't have Soul Rock as something to kind of lean on, he would have been in a really awkward spot.
Yeah, worked out so well for him, just taking the additional prize cards and really making sure that you don't feel that loss of inclusion of the Golden Goes as you see the 2-2 prize cards. Makes it so that he's continuing to advance his board state, and if your opponent plays a slow game, that's when the Mega Mawile feels that much more impactful. It does a little more than Mega Lopunny in that situation of, let's play this slow game. I'm all ears for it. Let's go.
All right, and these hands are being drawn. It looks like JW is going to choose to go second here, trying to hopefully get himself a little bit better of a setup. Let's not forget how slow things were for JW in that first game, and Miloslav is going to kick off his very first turn of game number 2, and he has got the pink card. Pink card alert, Kyle.
Okay, the one time that it's better than your prime catcher, it's when it's in your opening hand going first with no other Pokemon in play.
Yep.
This looks pretty nice.
And when you're in JW's seat and you see that right there, 3 cards laid face down, you just have to know. Secret Box is on the way. Not before Nestball, though. Maybe JW will hold on to a little bit of hope. And does look like Nestball is eyeing up Genesect right away. Gonna put that down and try to get some Golden Goes into this hand so that he can potentially get himself multiple pieces to work with. And actually, this could work out really well for Miloslav to find a little more discard fodder, right? He knows he's got all 4 Golden Goes in the deck, so now he can discard one of them from a Secret Box.
Yeah, gets that information as well as that opening deck search. You see a little bit of what you're working with, and does not have Mega Mawile this time around. Don't know if you really need it, though, as this looks like it will be a very fast setup this time around. You can search out with the Secret Box, find that Buddy Poffin, and really start to flood the board. Plays 2 copies, so we'll easily have access to that now. And when you have all the Gimmigles, you start drawing like crazy.
That Mega Mawile being in the prize cards is definitely a little awkward for Miloslav. Normally the answer to the Frillish lines that these Gardevoir players like to go with, but and Miloslav doesn't know for certain that JW is only playing the 1 Frillish. He only saw 1, but there's a chance that the second one could have been prized for JW, right? Usually these players won't put the Jellicent in play in this matchup anyway, so I think Miloslav will probably still operate like this is a Jelly Guardy build, but Secret Box will be used now, discarding the Golden Go EX, and then Arvin and Boss's Orders hitting the discard pile.
Yeah, just an embarrassment of riches to work with. This side of the table has access to so much now, and with the Earthen Vessel, you see those energies that you can often be missing out on in the early stages of the game. This leads into whether it's the additional Gimmigles that you can see or even that Luna Rock package. That can be everything for getting this early setup.
Does look like Arvin, Earthen Vessel, Artisan, and Vitality Band will be added to Miloslav's options. No, it will be Boss's Orders instead added to the hand. a little awkward to put down the Artisan early on, as it is going to be something that JW is able to utilize on his opening turn, but I think Miloslav is okay with the trade-off if it means he can guarantee 2 Golden Go EX in play next turn.
And this is cute for Miloslav. He had access to Buddy Puffin, finding the Gimme Ghouls, playing it slow, but with that additional Lunatone in hand, he can search out the Soul Rock now with the Artisan and just draw. Just burn through the deck, see some more cards, and maybe have access to that aggro Soul Rock strategy once more.
So as of now, Miloslav will end this turn with just 1 Gimme Ghoul in play. So that's probably what he's hoping to find here off the incoming Lunar Cycle, is just a way to get down 1 more Gimme Ghoul here.
Yeah, not too much to ask from your deck. You have a few different ways to draw into that, and you know you'll see the Golden Goes from the Genesect on the following turn.
Here we go.
What's he looking at?
Lunar Cycle 1, 2, and 3. That is 2 Boss's Orders, and I believe Superior
Ooh,
No, Nest Ball!
Ball!
The final card found. Thought it was the Superior, but no, Nest Ball is found. So that does mean the Gimme Ghoul is going to come into play almost certainly.
And you can see a bit of a wince from Miloslav as the first 2 cards we're seeing, but that third one makes it all worth it. The risk pays off here, and he's got pretty much the perfect board to start off this game now. And for J-Dub, he's got 19 minutes to figure this out, and it doesn't look great with a Lily's Clefairy.
Yeah, JW's got 2 opponents now, both Miloslav and the Clock working against him. So he's going to have to kind of try to fly through this opening turn here, figure out a way back into this game. Miloslav has actually found all 4 copies of his Boss's Orders.
Wow.
In this opening turn, right? He drew 2, he took 1 off a Secret Box, he discarded 1 from Secret Box, so all 4 have hit his hand here to kick off the game.
And it's going.
Yep, it's going down to the bottom of the deck here, and that is kind of a downside to drawing those Boss's Orders, right? Would love to have them floating around in the deck so we could potentially draw into one here, go after a Ralts potentially. He's going to need a little bit of help, a shuffle of the deck potentially with Artisan or Genesect before drawing.
Yeah, which seems pretty fine at this point in time, and really think the pressure is more so on J-Dub at this stage. He needs to have a quick setup here. And is it ever possible for him to get this set up without using every Iono in the deck? Because it seems like once more he has to favor that strategy. It's just not working out for him.
We'll just retreat this Lily's Clefairy EX into the Screamtail and pass it over to Miloslav. Quick turn there from JW, but Miloslav's got a lot of actions upcoming, a lot of cards still to be drawn here. Of course, he's going to kick it off with the Genesect, Metallic Signal, searching the deck for 2 Metal Evolution Pokemon. It will be a pair of Golden Go EXs now.
Say hi to those Boss's Orders waiting for you down at the bottom of the deck. Give that a nice shuffle, as there's a few more Pokemon that you'd like to see knocked out at this time of the game, as double Ralts has been added to the board now. That pressure of KOing Ralts as opposed to working in any damage on other Pokemon feels so impactful.
Miloslav will fill the board here by getting down another Gimme Ghoul. 2 Golden Go already in the discard pile, so he'll need to Super Odd if he wants to get another one into play. This also could lean into some sort of Professor Turo plays, though. Let's not forget, right? Something players used to love doing with Zoroark GX, right? Let one take a hit, use the trade. Acerola, pick it up, use another trade. Something we see nowadays with trade and in Zoroark, and hey, Golden Go can do it too.
Yeah, hit points are a resource, and so often players that maximize every resource that they have are the ones that can get themselves to tables like this, and where they can show off everything that they've got. And once more, this is just a great showing from both of our players. We've seen Miloslav really working through, trying to come up with an answer now. He's got access with the Soul Rock to some good attacks, but does he have to ever lean into Golden Go here, or can he find that Boss's Orders?
Yeah, I wonder, if he found Boss, would he use it to take out a Ralts with the Soul Rock as a 1-prizer on 1-prizer, or would he go after the prizes that Lily's Clefairy EX gives up?
Yeah, which isn't a bad call, too. You need to draw into your Mega Mawile. I'd say that that'd be a pretty great find for you, and if the more prizes you see early, it's just a better chance of finding that Pokemon, especially at the bottom.
Going to use the coin bonus on the bench. Golden Go EX drawing just 1 card. Does not have that. He's got enough energy to knock out the Lily's Clefairy EX, though. Let's not forget that thing is weak to metal here. So an attachment to the active. Did he get Boss's Orders?
I didn't see it. I think the supporter added was Arvin to the hand.
Gonna miss out here. It does look like a Super Odd is probably being eyed up here, as we do see the Golden Go EX and 2 Fighting Energies laid out. And sure enough, Super Odd is waiting there in the hand, shuffling those 3 in combination of Pokemon and energy cards into the deck. Fighting Gong can go fetch one out.
And this is all preparation for Frillish at this point in time. You want to see those energies. You need an answer to follow up and at least take that initial KO. But if you have upwards of 5 energies sitting in your discard pile on the turn that you choose to go for that, it could be hard to find the rest of those under item lock.
And I don't think Miloslav is going to be upset to see that JW sent up the Screamtail last turn. That is a pretty annoying Pokemon to deal with. So Miloslav KOing this Pokemon here is not going to really be too bad for him, as JW will be forced to find a recovery card if he wants to use Roaring Scream on his next turn.
Now it just leads to the question for Miloslav. Are you comfortable attacking, taking a KO with a couple energies here? Do you ever want to switch pace over to the Soul Rock? It doesn't feel great to leave damage counters on the board against a Gardevoir player. So
something kind of interesting, though, is hitting it for 80 does mean that JW wouldn't be able to Psychic Embrace to it. So worth noting that he wouldn't be able to get 2 energy on the Screamtail without working in a Monkey Dory. But we know that those Monkey Dories are just waiting in the wings, ready to work and make something happen, and we'll be able to get one established here with Earthen Vessel. Miloslav does take down the Screamtail, takes the first prize card of this game. He did take the Mega Mawile off the prizes, and JW is going to continue to move quickly here, trying to respond to the 4-minute turn of Miloslav with a much shorter one on his end, trying to find a way to get this into a Game 3.
Unfortunately, just 13 minutes remaining here for J-Dub to find anything at this stage. He does have Iono. He can limit that hand size once more. Would rather see any other supporter at this point, basically, besides Turo to help out now. And since he doesn't have that, it's just Kirlia, Iono. Maybe you can find the magical pieces. We saw Rare Candy Gardevoir the last time. Maybe it happens once more.
Yeah, that's what he's going to need. Rare Candy Gardevoir and enough energy cards in the discard pile for that Drifloon to reach for a KO. This is a card that we have seen removed from most Gardevoir lists as of late. Now, Pedro Pertusi did, of course, win LAIC with Drifloon in his Jellicent Gardevoir deck, but for the most part, most players have left Drifloon in the binder for the past few tournaments. JW choosing to bring it out here this weekend. There will be another Iono used, sending Miloslav's hand to the bottom of the deck. Miloslav gets 5. JW gets himself 6. I see the secret box there.
There's nothing else to go with it. I don't see any other Gardevoir rare candy piece to go alongside it, though. That just doesn't work out for you at this stage of the game.
Does he have no Psychic Energy? I was going to say he could draw a lot of cards here with the Mystery Garden.
Yeah.
So that's an option.
Is it ever Mystery Garden Earthen Vessel off of the secret box and just send it?
It might be that time. It doesn't look like he'd have to give up too much to do it. I mean, losing Super Odd's not ideal, but everything else in his deck, I don't think he minds losing. But no, he will just pass over to Miloslav here.
Oh, maybe the 2 Psychic Energies in the discard pile is starting to make an impression on him. He won't have access to even reach for the KO.
It's just so unlikely, I guess, off the 6 cards to draw into the exact combination of Rare Candy Gardevoir, right? So probably not worth it. I want to see him go for it, though, Kyle.
Yeah, you don't have much time. You're way over your head at this stage of the game. You need to do something impactful, and giving Miloslav another 2-3 minutes to draw cards is not helping you.
Yeah, I mean, just the nature of Miloslav's deck, it's going to take time, right? So many abilities to use, so many different actions to go through. Coin bonus, coin bonus, coin bonus, Lunar Cycle, and then think about what else you want to do, Arvin, if that gets into the mix, searching the deck, right? So it just naturally takes some time here, which again is one of JW's enemies right now. Fighting Gong used for Miloslav, finding either a basic Fighting Energy or Pokemon. Energy seems a bit more useful at this point, and that is indeed going to be the call. Still has the Lunar Cycle available. And for Miloslav, I think he's fine with the turn, right? Taking a single prize KO keeps him on pace for the 2-2-2 line, right? Yep. Or I guess 1-1-2-2, right?
It all adds up at some point. Closing out with that 2 prize knockout at the end of the game, and You're on pace for that here. You could maybe find the resources with the boss's orders to KO the Kirlia, slow things down. You saw your opponent struggle to get set up. The rare candy seemingly isn't being found, but is it worth it at this stage? Can you just wait, take this knockout? You know Gardevoir's coming, and then take out the Lily Clefairy and the Gardevoir.
He actually brought his boss to the front here, so I wonder if he's debating going after Kirlia, forcing JW to potentially find a rare candy play.
I mean, this seems like a play that you make when you're up 1-0 with 40 minutes already off the clock, because you don't have to worry about if you're going to win this game. You just need to make sure that your opponent doesn't outright destroy you.
Yeah.
And taking out the Drifloon or the Kirlia at this stage, I guess either one of them could be a real big problem for your Golden Go. As long as your Golden Go survives one more turn, you feel pretty comfortable.
Yeah, the Drifloon can be KO'd by the Soul Rock, so that's probably the route he's wanting to go here, right? Get a bunch of energy cards back into the deck so that they're available if he... Oh, he's actually going to just get back one. Going to leave a couple in the discard pile. Maybe he's keyed into JW's deck a little bit more, recognizing, hey, this is not a Jellicent build. He had a Frillish, but that might be just the one Frillish. But even that one Frillish might slow him down a little bit here. Frillish Countercatcher on Genesect does feel like a way for JW to get back into this.
Well, the resources are starting to go into JW's favor. At this stage, he finally has that secret box to use. He uses the Super Rod to now use the Artisan. Maybe could find that Drifloon once more. Has the Countercatcher to go with this. Just need to find what? A little more help with your Bravery Charm to get over the hump there. It's just
got to make sure he can get a Gardevoir. That's one piece here for sure.
But how do you do that? I guess he has to just grab bad cards to throw them away with Ultra Ball and then figure out the rest after the Iono.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're going to see. Ultra Ball is going to get rid of a couple of those cards found off the Secret Box, the TM Evolution and the Artisan. There is Gardevoir. Of course, Artisan can find any basic Pokemon out of the deck that he may want, being the Frillish, I have to imagine. No Screamtail actually going to be the choice. So no Countercatcher was found, so he's got Iono as his last card in hand. Going with the Screamtail here.
Yeah, I think the Frillish is a little too slow for the situation.
Right, with the time on the clock.
The Drifloon is still not a bad choice because you can always use the Countercatcher, but is Screamtail into Genesect ever really getting you over the hump?
He does draw into Ultra Ball and a Psychic Energy, so that's more that he can put down. He did prize 2 Psychic Energy this game, so he's had a bit of trouble finding those. So that's definitely something he's happy to see. Yeah, I actually wonder, maybe something JW could have done is actually hold off on the Artisan use until after the Iono, see what he draws, see which attacker he wants to lean into.
Yeah, it's just a question of if you really are on that line, if you think that that's going to be the best play for you, you want to draw into the most resources. However, I do see your point there. I think that could have been pretty helpful.
Yeah, I think he was kind of already keyed in on the Roaring Scream here, which totally seems reasonable. So he's going to pull that card out of the deck and then draw cards to thin as much as possible. And yeah, sure enough, Roaring Scream loaded up, 60 damage on it. We're going to see the Psychic Embrace, putting those damage counters into play, Adrena Brain moving some over, and Roaring Scream takes out that Lunatone. Now back over to Miloslav here, see what he can do.
I mean, think about impactful plays right there. There's an Artisan already in play. You're removing the one Lunatone there now. If you find the second copy of that, you're already attacking with the Soul Rock. You see all these great resources you can run into, and there's still a world where Miloslav just ignores this Pokemon. There are 2 EX Pokemon in play. If Boss's Orders is found, you've already seen multiple copies of Iono. You can just go after the Gardevoir that already has 10 damage on it.
Maybe the best play here for Miloslav would be if he could boss KO the Gardevoir plus bench the Mawile and attach to it. That feels like a pretty powerful turn here if he can pull it off.
Yep, gives you the perfect answer to if you are worried about the Frillish, but also there's only 6 minutes left. Let them Frillish. What could possibly go wrong for you at this stage?
A little confused about the sequencing here. It looks like it was Buddy Poffin, Artisan for the Lunatone, and then Nest Ball, but there's Oh, no, he got
I'm assuming it's failed Buddy Buddy into Nest Ball just to thin the resource.
Okay. Oh, sure. He didn't use the Artisan, I think. Yeah, so that's what it is. Yeah, so he used the Buddy Poffin, said, got the Lunatone out, and then told JW, I have a Nest Ball. That's what the word we're getting. So all is good. No Artisan was used there. And, yeah, brings down the Lunatone. All is A-okay.
Okay,
how is he going to approach this situation? So with the Lunatone coming down, it is more draw power. I think he's got to discard a Fighting Energy from the Soul Rock to retreat it. Yeah. Yeah. No Latias in play right now, and coin bonus will draw a couple cards.
Yeah, it's a lot going on in this game for Miloslav, and he's got what he needs at this point in the game. You don't need anything else other than that boss and access to 6 energies. If you remove this Gardevoir from play, regardless of the consequences, that Frillish, yes, it would slow you down. Maybe in a 30-minute game, you would run into some trouble.
Right.
If you KO this Pokemon right here, right now, I think you are...
It's going to be hard for JW to win the game before 4.5 minutes is up.
Yep.
We are going to see the Earthen Vessel discards Arven, a couple more energy cards added to the hand. Hey, we can even see that Genesect start to get powered up, you know? That's something that can attack whether or not you've got superior energy retrieval access or not, right?
That could knock out a Lily's Clefairy at some point in time. And this is the hedge I suppose you can go for, too. If you're really nervous about your reach with the energies, you just remove this Pokemon for, only 3 energy, 2 energy. It's an easy knockout now. And
he's actually debating the attachment to the Genesect here. I think if he was going to attach to Genesect, Boss's orders on the Gardevoir maybe makes a little more sense. I think attaching now to Golden Go is probably a bit stronger. Only 2 energy having to be discarded here to take this KO. That is what we see. Metal Weakness coming into play. 200 damage and a knockout, down to 2 prizes for Miloslav. And JW has played, I think, 3 Iona this game, so he's got 1 available, but he doesn't have it in his hand. So it is going to have to be Lily's determination as the supporter. JW, it really feels like has just found his cards in the wrong order.
Yeah, Miloslav actually baiting right now with the Frillish. He has 3 superior energy retrieval in hand. Could have easily searched out some energies for this situation if he was truly worried about this Frillish. Instead, he just says, I'm completely okay with this. If you want to hit me for 20 over and over again, I will sit here with my superior energy retrievals and wait my time.
Psychic Embrace once, attach for turn once onto the Gardevoir, up to 3 damage counters on it. Of course, Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain can remove some of that if he needs it. JW did find Bravery Charm, so he actually could reach for a KO on the Golden Go EX here in the active spot if he wanted to.
Yeah, but he's staring down some bad news. Without that Iono, there was no hand disruption. There are 3 superior energy retrievals in hand, and there is a very important supporter card to go along with that.
I'm seeing the boss for Miloslav. He's just got to make sure he's got enough cards, and I think he's going to. In order to discard enough with the superiors and KO the Gardevoir, and yeah, sure enough, showing him the hand, JW extends his, and Miloslav moves to 7-1 here in Toronto.
Yep. Oh, I was wondering if we'd still get a chop out of it, and we get the chop, even though it's a little more somber this time around. And it's not the end of the road for JW at all. He's still in a pretty great spot in the tournament.
Yeah.
Going into this last round of this phase is going to take a loss, but can still build on that. We have the rest of the tournament now as you jump into round number 9. You do a pretty good job there.
And Miloslav sitting in a great spot, 7-1. JW still very much in it at 6-2. Great game on display there, and I got a feeling, Kyle, it's not the last time we're going to see Gardevoir versus Golden Go this weekend.
You don't think? Yeah, pretty impactful decks, and they're also in the hands of great players as well. And it was nice to see this iteration of Gardevoir. We've spoken about it before as so many players leaning over on the Jellicent. Now we see the Frillish and what it's capable of.
Let's recap that game, that match, this set here for the players. JW able to use the Frillish early in the first game, tried to slow things down just a little bit, but his own setup was just a bit too slow.
Yeah, I mean, wild turn of events here for JW. The most awkward setup that we've seen in quite some time. But then it turns into this miraculous Rare Candy Gardevoir Iono comeback, and it looks like he's actually got a pretty solid chance, but it just comes a little bit short after seeing all the Ionos fade away. Second time around, Miloslav starting off strong, has a great opening setup, and there was just no coming back from this.
Yeah, JW did what he could on his final turn, but Miloslav showed him, hey, I've got the pieces I need. Plenty of superior energy retrievals, and Healy that won Boss's Orders. Something I loved seeing as well there right at the end, you notice JW and Miloslav, they stayed at the table. They were chatting about the game. They were trying to figure things out. Something that you see so often from these great players is after the game, it's like a sign of mutual respect almost. They'll walk through the game together and talk about how one thing could have gone differently for each player. They'll each talk about how they misplayed in their own turns and figure out how maybe the game could have been a little differently if X, Y, and Z had changed.
I mean, that's the beauty of this game, is that sometimes it is just powerhouse, big punches back and forth, and it's like, whoa, both these players are playing amazing. And then there's games like this where it feels a little awkward, but it's a good awkward because it's both players forcing their opponents into situations that they may not be used to at this point in time. So both players like, how did you do that? Like, what situation made you think that attaching to Genesect at some point is actually okay? But like, you're at a stage in that game where that could be the right call. It's just funny how things worked out for them.
Yeah. Yeah, love to see those conversations happening. Like I said, a sign of mutual respect, both players recognizing the successes that the other has had. And, you know, I'm sure wishing each other the best moving forward here in the event. But that is the last round we have for phase number 1. We're going to get word shortly about those, you know, kind of final standings for phase number 1, who our undefeated players are.
Man.
Getting a peek over here. Why don't you fill the people in, Kyle?
Yeah, we got Anthony Romanello at 8-0, Jack Wong at 8-0, Marco Cifuentes, who we had earlier on stream, and Cirrus Jones as well. That is a wild. And then not only that, but look at all the 7-0-1 players. Justin Neudorf, John Ang, going along with it. This is gonna be a good one. Yeah, very excited to see how this continues to shape up. I mean, 4 undefeated players heading into phase number 2 is pretty wild. But that's what happens sometimes at these large scale events, just the way the numbers work out. And yeah, lots of undefeateds here. Maybe a lower tie rate at this event. Yeah. Maybe that happens whenever Golden goes 20% of the room. Not a deck that tends to tie very often, and so you see a few more undefeated players work their way to the top. Yeah, works out very well for us too. We love seeing winners at our games, and gives us opportunities to sit down and have some interviews as well. Yeah. It's always a nice find. And speaking of winners and speaking of interviews, I think we've got one standing by with Miloslav. Take it away, Jeremy.
Thank you, Chip. Kyle, I am here with our round 8 winner for our stream match, Miloslav Posledny. How are you feeling after that match?
Yeah, it feels great. It was a bit chaotic, I guess, but I managed to pull through, so that's all that matters, right?
And now you're sitting at 7-1, finishing off phase 1, going into phase 2. You're doing it with a deck of Golden Go. How are you feeling about the deck's potential? It is the most played in the room. Are you worried about anything kind of going forward into phase 2?
Not really. I think it's the best deck in the room, and I'm hoping to bring it home.
All right, I like the confidence. I like the confidence. Now, game 1, your prizes were atrocious. You had the 2 Golden Go EX, you had a Gimme Ghoul, you had Artisan. How do you kind of change your game plan once you see you don't have a lot of your deck available to you?
So the interesting thing in the matchup is you don't mind it as much, because generally you're trying to fish for some prizes with Solrox in the early game. So as long as I'm able to develop like 2 Dangos and a mobile, or 3 Dangos, it's like fine. In this exact game, I was late on the Dangos, right? So I had to play the game with 1 Dango and 1 mobile as like another potential threat. But thankfully, JW's draws weren't like the best, and I was able to just somehow punish him on a lone Gardevoir, and yeah, that basically won me the game. So yeah, my prizes were bad, but I guess his draws or his like RNG was pretty bad as well. So generally, when you have games like this, Golden Go comes out on top just because of its sheer consistency and power.
Now, if you weren't playing Golden Go, is there any other deck you would be choosing to play this event, or was it just, it was always Golden Go no matter what, like you didn't waver at all?
Yeah, I'm not wavering at all. Like I think since Daniel was able to win Gdańsk with Gold and Go, I was like, yeah, I'm looking Gold and Go. I'm playing the deck since it rotates. So there you go.
All right. And do you have any shout-outs that you want to give out?
For sure. So I want to give massive shout-out to Czech collector Petr Ulba, who's been sponsoring me with infinite amount of cards. Like right now I probably have like 6 decks that are just from his collection. Like this is like 58 cards is his. So yeah, massive shout-out to him. Massive shout-out to the Secret Box Discord server crew that I've been testing with. We have been trying to give our subscribers the best knowledge, and we're doing pretty well for ourselves. So yeah, definitely check that out. And also massive shout-out to everyone who's been cheering for me from Czechia. And yeah, I think that's about it.
All right.
Gold and Go as well.
Yeah, you can't forget Gold and Go, right? It has definitely been the deck of the tournament so far. I think what 20% of the field is Gold and Go. I
think if my opponent flips over a Gimmighoul, I'm winning like 90% of the time.
Really? You're that confident in the mirror match?
Super confident. I'm super confident. Like just the ace spec gives you like a pretty good advantage, because I think Secret Box is pretty good in the mirror regarding the consistency. So yeah. And now we've added like one more tech card, which combos super well with the Secret Box as well. So I'm super confident into the mirror. Like I definitely prefer playing a mirror match than like a Gardevoir Jellicent as matchups go. So yeah.
All right. And then has there been any kind of big matchup or like play that you had earlier on in the tournament that you want to like highlight?
Yeah, there's actually one. So this one's kind of like a freestyle type of play, but generally when you play Gold and Go into Dragapult, you try to KO their stuff and get like a prize lead. But what's been coming up in my games, especially against the Moltres variant, is I take one prize, and then they develop their board somehow. And if I don't like my like setup position, like especially the energies in my discard pile, instead of taking KO on the second Badu, I opt to hit with a Solrock into a Dracloak that they have on their bench, like with an energy. And I like can't really describe how the play works, but I've done it twice based on like vibes, and I've won both of the games. So yeah, that's something to highlight for sure.
That's amazing. And you got one more match for today, and it's going to be the first match of Phase 2. I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of you, and hopefully you can be crowned Toronto champion after this whole weekend's over. As for that, we're going to go ahead and take it down to Pablo at the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. Great to hear from our round 8 winner. Feeling very confident, apparently, into the Gold and Go field that we have. And we've seen Gold and Go twice already in stream today. We've seen both times Gold and Go against Gardevoir, and they have pulled through, right? And I think that's a common theme we're going to see throughout the rest of the Swiss Phase 2 that we have coming up. The fact that Gold and Go is very good at closing games, and Gardevoir is the opposite. If it loses the first game, a long game 1, it just really struggles, especially when they need a slow game plan of slowing down things with Frillish, the item lock, getting powerful plays. But because they're not able to really get big one-hit KOs, that's usually a big issue for them. And it's exactly what we saw for these particular games in the round. For Miroslav, JW was definitely struggling to even set up. As we can jump into the clips that I have here for everyone to showcase the key moments of the games, we can see how JW was really struggling, right? Their bench is a Screamtail, a Ralts, a Monkidori, a Mew-EX. They were even debating who to promote. They did get a lot of energies very quickly in the discard pile. They didn't have much else. However, they needed to pull off a big turn to even have a chance in this particular game. And off the top, we saw JW pull the Gardevoir EX, which really made things a lot smoother for him, gave him a chance in this game, but ultimately he was not able to close it out. This Mew also gave him the Iono, so a perfect follow-up, but he exhausted too many Ionos too quickly. Not that he had a choice really, but all those Ionos that got exhausted definitely paid out for Miroslav towards the end of the game, where he was able to pull off all the pieces. Now, afterwards, we saw Miroslav aggressively target the Ralts. Once the Gardevoir was established, he went after the Ralts. It was the easy knockout with the Solrock. Could have just knocked out... actually, no, he was 10 short of knocking out the Screamtail, so he needed to get a KO, continue to pull ahead, go back to even prize cards. We can see that he had 5 at that point, so now he goes down to 4, and all he needs to do is KO 2 Pokemon EX to win. And there's a Mew-EX.
and a Gardevoir EX already in play. And what happened was, during the next turn, JW had a weird turn. He had to power up Scrimtail with extra energy thanks to a Picnic Basket deck card that Miloslav is playing, and Miloslav was able to KO the Gardevoir, had enough resources, and there was no Ralts in play. There was a Drifloon in its place, which was needed for a big KO for JW, but in the end, he was not able to pull it off. And then, jumping into Game 2, we had a sort of similar situation, but this time, the clock was in Miloslav's favor this time around. And so instead of going after the Ralts, he chose to go after the Drifloon. Drifloon is the one Pokemon that JW can utilize in order to get a 2-for-1 price trade-off against a Gholdengo. Of course, it requires multiple Monkey Dory or Bravery Charm in order to pull it off. But by eliminating the Drifloon that was preemptively benched, you force your opponent to have an extra resource in the name of Night Stretcher or Superrod. And in this case, Miloslav's strategy might shift a little bit, knowing that there's little time left and that you don't necessarily need to win this game. You just need to make sure that your opponent doesn't trade effectively and can't pull ahead or close out the game so that you are declared the winner. And then we saw Miloslav pull off another huge turn, another huge combo pieces, but the Lilith Clefairy that was in play because it was JW's single Pokemon in his starting hand ends up getting punished, right? Usually you would never see this Pokemon get played unless you're gonna like take a knockout on Gholdengo because both players have a full bench and then you go double Adrenabrain. But otherwise, this Pokemon should never be hitting the field, and it's not that JW chose to bench it. He had to start it. He was able to stabilize. He got a good enough setup afterwards, but eventually that boss's orders came along, brought up the Lilith Clefairy. It's not a very demanding Pokemon for Miloslav to KO because it is weak to metal, therefore you only need to discard 2 energies to deal the 200 damage, and that put Miloslav 1 boss's orders away from knocking out the Gardevoir, which is essential and could really not be picked up. And the Professor Turo had already been discarded earlier on, I think to a secret box at this point in time, so there was no way to prevent that. There was no Iono access either in that particular turn, and therefore that led to JW taking a knockout with Scrimtail, going down to 4 prizes, but Miloslav just had the perfect hand. He had the boss's orders, he had, I think, his last 2 superior energy retrieval and a bunch of energy, so he was just going to be able to draw basically his whole deck. He had triple Gholdengo established, and there was just no way for JW to really shut things down. And the big thing here is we are seeing JW's variant of Gardevoir does not play Jellicent, right? And it's only 1 Frillish. And of course, Frillish is pretty good, but it's not good enough to close out the Gholdengo matchup. And despite shifting to a bit more consistency, if you will, with the Technical Machine evolution, these Gardevoir decks without Jellicent, they get stronger against Dragapult, but they get weaker against Gholdengo. So it's almost like pick your poison sort of thing. Do you build strong against one variant, or do you build strong against the other, which weakens the opposite? So that's what we're seeing a little bit with Gardevoir heading into today, and in a room full of Gholdengo being a lot more popular than Dragapult, perhaps Jellicent needs to have a stronger presence. But don't go anywhere. That's going to be it for us for Phase 1, but you have Round 1 of Phase 2 coming up next very, very soon.
Hey trainers, I'm Jeremy Jalen here with Emily Foreman, fellow caster and this weekend competitor for the TCG. How are you feeling?
Honestly, I'm 3-0 right now. I don't know how it's happened because I'm playing a very off-the-wall deck with no previous skeleton. So it's going really well right now. But of course, I love being at the tables just as much as I love being at the desk.
All right, and how did you get started in the Pokemon TCG?
So during lockdown, I started collecting because I had just a lot of time and I did a lot of research. And then my good friend Kyle had messaged me and he said, hey, if you need to go outside because you haven't been outside in a week, these locals are starting up again. It's 2.5 hours away from your house. I don't know if you want to drive that long, but it'll be a good time. And I actually took the drive all the way from Pennsylvania to the top of New Jersey to go to my first locals. And when I was in the States, I went to that locals every week ever since.
All right, and then do you remember the deck you used at your first tournament?
Arceus Inteleon, Shady Dealings, which kind of goes with the Noctowl engine for anybody who wasn't playing back then. You were able to grab 2 trainer cards. It was a great time, but I did not know how to play it properly, so I would discard the Scoop Up Net, which is the really important card in that deck, off of Ultra Ball every single time.
All right, yeah, and what keeps you coming back to these tournaments?
I think you'll get the same answer out of a lot of people. And not only is the game fun, but it's the people. I know tons of my friends come from all over the world. I came from the UK with a bunch of British players, but also being able to see my friends from LATAM as well. There's a big LATAM presence here too. So it's always going to be the people, but of course, the game's always going to be fun to me.
And then after playing the TCG for a few years now, are you trying to dip into any of the other games, VGC, Pokemon GO, Unite?
So I've always had an interest in VGC. I think Wolf Glick makes an excellent amount of content to get anybody of any knowledge level of VGC into the game. But personally, I think Pokemon GO is so hype. It's hard not to watch Pokemon GO at a regional, especially when everyone's screaming their head off in the finals. So I've always been curious, but I feel like their meta is very particular, so I would need a lot of help to get into it.
All right, well, that does it for us here. Let's go ahead and take it back to more Pokemon action. Hello, Pokemon fans. I'm here with Emma Hagen, and we are here to break down her Flareon EX Toolbox deck that she's been using for what, the entire season essentially?
Yeah, a bit more.
Yeah. Now you got second place at regionals with this deck, and you just continue to bring it again and again, rarely changing it. Can you talk over some of your favorite decisions for the deck or cards that you really like about it?
Like, for me, I'm what we would traditionally call a one-trick pony. Not necessarily with Flareon, but with the card Pidgeot EX. And in my opinion, this is by far the best Pidgeot EX deck. Like, Charizard is fine, but it's just not my cup of tea. So what I did is that I found a meta deck that played Pidgeot and just kind of slowly over time improved it a lot. Just adding more consistency, better options with Hilda, Jet Energy, Glass Trumpets, etc. To the point where I'm very happy with the list. This list I'm bringing today is very similar to my Gdansk 60, but with a few cards that I view as just pure upgrades.
All right, what would you say would be those upgrades?
Terra Orb was probably my least used and most mediocre card in Gdansk, but in this list I played a second EVEX, which functions as the Terra Orb slot while also being a card with a lot more text. Burning Charge onto EVEX is a line that we discovered was very good when we played the Dusknoir build of the deck, and Carnelian was very difficult to accomplish. And with going back to this standard build, now Carnelian is a lot easier to accomplish, but Burning Charge onto EVEX is still a very good play that we didn't really discover until we kind of needed it.
And now you were saying this is the best Pidgeot EX deck, but you're only playing a 1/0/1. You're doing the full 4/4 Noctowl, the 2 Fan Rotom. What makes it so powerful?
What makes it so powerful is the combo potential. Like, this is a deck where you can't really afford to have dead cards. So every single one of your cards needs to at least have text and be viable in every single matchup. So if you play a second Pidgey and you have access to your first Pidgey, then your second Pidgey is always dead. because you just need to be able to have multiple Ultra Balls. You need to be able to do double Noctowl once in a while, to be able to just promote Pidgeot, bench boosted Evo, and Cornelia in the same turn, even with a Briar or a Boss if needed.
All right. I like it a lot. And this has been one of the decks that seemingly is pretty difficult to play, and you seem to play it perfectly and with so much speed every single time you're on stream. What really gives you that advantage?
Well, for me, it's mostly experience, but also kind of how the deck just functions. This is a deck that doesn't really draw cards. You have Fez, and that's your only way of drawing cards, aside from an occasional Iono. So what I do, and what I get to do with this deck, is that I can just kind of play my turn in advance in my mind, so that when the opponent passes the turn, I already know exactly what I need to do, exactly when I need to do it, and my end goal. So at that point, I don't need to think on my turn. I can just play the cards super quickly, and I just don't really need to take the typical time you need in a game of Pokemon.
And then what is so special about the Sparkling Crystal ace spec for this deck, and just in general? Why is that your ace spec of choice?
The Sparkling Crystal is just absolutely insane. The game of Pokemon is balanced by only being able to attach 1 energy per turn, and then all energy acceleration cards being conditional. Gardevoir EX, you need a stage 2 in play. Charizard, you need a stage 2 in play. Crispin, you need to use your supporter. Last Trumpet, you need to have them in a discard pile. But Sparkling Crystal just is that attachment regardless of any conditions. And it's also any type of energy, which allows us to only play 1 lightning energy. So we have basically 2 outs for the same card.
Well, I appreciate you sitting down and talking with me, and good luck on the tournament this weekend. And for that, we'll go back to more Pokemon action.
Transitioning through Phase 1 to Phase 2, players with 16 or more match points have advanced to play some more Pokemon TCG here in Toronto, but only one can become the champion. Welcome back in. My name is Ethan Heggie. Piper Lapine has joined me as we get into the second phase of competition. We've got one more Swiss round today, and then we'll be kicking things off tomorrow afternoon to see who will be our regional champion.
Yep, the first round of Phase 2 can be make or break, it feels. Winning the last round of the day really sets your mindset good for the next day, and hopefully you can kind of snowball and make day 2, or make top 8, and yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes, going in at 5-2-1, 5-3-1, it's, a little bit of an uphill battle to climb. You can't really do too much in spots like that when it comes to, making cash and money, or when it comes to getting those higher tier of championship points. But even for those players that are not battling it out, the names we see all the time, the Henry Chow, the top-level Tord Reklevs, and of course breaking down, there's lots of top-level talent in the Pokemon TCG. For some players, this is their first Phase 2, and I know, even in the Masters Division, you had your first Phase 2. I've had my first Phase 2. A lot of players have had that. What does it mean, for those players who are finally making it to this level of competition to break through that barrier and get to play more Pokemon?
Yeah, the first day 2s are just a really big break point in general in a career. I feel like that's a lot of people's first big goal, and then from there they start to look for those top 32s, top 64s, and then eventually top 8s and champions, and that's how you get big pro players. A lot of players have been playing since juniors and seniors and seen success there, but there's also a lot of people that have had breakout finishes in Masters and gone from there to see very successful careers.
You are one of those players. I hate to bring spotlight to you, but for those tournaments that you've ran deep in Toronto itself, and of course other events, what has sort of your mindset been going into the second phase that led you to success and to becoming champions in those tournaments?
I'm a believer in just taking it one round at a time. No round is more special than the other. Obviously, a win in has some implicit stress, but I just think taking it one round at a time is the best philosophy. You don't think about it too much, and then you don't mess up. Just playing the best Pokemon you can is really all you can do, and hope for the best from there.
Absolutely sound advice, round by round. We'll see how these, metagame stuff shifts up. Of course, we did start with Phase 1. Over 2,000 players competed to see, they had a shot at making it to the second phase. Of course, Goldengo EX, the #1 most played deck so far in this first phase of competition. And as we make it into Phase number 2, those percentages are going to start to shift. And the big question that Goldengo always has on its back, at least for this format with Phantasmal Flames, can it live up with the hype? Can it finally take down a tournament? And just looking off of these first, records and match points so far, nothing is definite. We still have, 5 more rounds of Pokemon to play. Plus, it's not looking too hot for Goldengo, right? No undefeated Goldengos, no Goldengos at 7-0-1 as it seems. Is it, you know, the same old for Goldengo, or is Phase 2 maybe going to be the shift up for this deck?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Charizard doing well at the top tables, a lot of Gardevoir and Dragapult Dusknoir especially. I mean, we saw Miloslav win last round on stream, but other than that, not a whole lot of Dengo. I think a lot of that is due to Charizard just seeing such a big spike in popularity since the latest event over in Europe. And the matchup's pretty difficult for Goldengo to deal with, while like keeping good percentages into Gardevoir and Dragapult Dusknoir. It's just all a lot to juggle with, whereas decks like Gardevoir and Dragapult are just consistently good into everything, having Iono and a lot of different options to try to dismantle your opponent's board. So they get to kind of keep their list similar, whereas Dengo has to get pretty techy. So that just makes their deck a bit worse, and that's why we're seeing like these Gardevoirs and Dragapults doing so well, with the occasional Charizard as they dodge those Dragapults.
We saw Dragapult face off against Gardevoir EX, a deck that is no stranger to the star-studded stage. Let's take a closer look at what this Gardevoir deck has evolved into with the release of Phantasmal Flames. This was actually right before Phantasmal Flames, so there are kind of a couple card differences or inclusions that we can talk about as well, but this has sort of been the base skeleton, so to say, for this Jellicent EX Gardevoir deck, and it's a deck that a lot of players have found comfort in and have just gotten so many reps under their belt with this deck.
Yeah, Pedro's list is really interesting, as a lot of Jellicent lists try to lean more into that Jellicent control-y build, but Pedro has kind of like a more flexible approach with having the Drifloon available, as well as that second Bravery Charm and the TM Evolution, so you kind of have all the bases covered. You know, you have that consistency for Dragapult, the hard-hitting Balloon Blast for the Mega Box and Dengo, and then you still have the Jellicent game plan into Dengo. So I really like the approach, and it's no surprise to see Pedro win. Great player, playing a great list.
Yeah, looking at some of the card inclusions, or rather omissions from this deck list. Yeah, it's all thanks to the Secret Box and more importantly the 2 Arven. And, you know, a big thing you have to think about in the Pokemon TCG, and I'm sure you understand this very well, is those percentages for opening with a certain card. You've got the Secret Box, you've got 2 copies of Arven, you've got the Technical Machine Evolution, for example, if you're looking for that turn 1. Those are 4 cards that get you there, and just finding one of those pieces opens up so many avenues for you with this deck.
Absolutely. One of the things that we are seeing that wasn't included was the option of the Air Balloon or Latias. Back at Worlds, where Jellicent Guardian was introduced, we saw Henry Chow not playing either of those, so you couldn't really get into the Frillish turn 1. But then the big shift going into Pittsburgh was the introduction of the Air Balloon and like a bit of a heavier Arven count, playing 3 Arven, so that you could get that Air Balloon turn 1 and get that instant Oceanic Gloom. But then we also saw some people shift to a Latias build with a couple extra Nest Ball, so that you could get the Latias to retreat into the Frillish and just get that immediate pressure. But Pedro having, like I mentioned, kind of that flexible build, having the TM Evolution option on their first turn, or just starting the Frillish or Mew, kind of has different options to go for.
Yeah, and another card that sort of made its way into this deck, that 1 copy of Professor Turo's Scenario. Talk to me through, Piper, why that card has found its way back into this deck.
Yeah, with the introduction of the Mega Evolution set, we saw the Veltal become a really powerful card in the Mega Box deck, Zoroark, a lot of different ways. So one big use of the Turo is you prevent yourself from losing to an Yveltal trapping your Fezandipity, and Fezandipity is just such a big part of drawing with the deck. However, Turo also lets you do really aggressive plays with your energies. Like with only 7 Psychics, if you want to put 6 Psychics on your Screamtail, now your Gardevoir can get bossed and you don't have the energies to move it necessarily. Like, or even you have to commit a Dark to it. But with Turo, you can free up those energies from the Screamtail or just Turo the Gardevoir to move back into the Screamtail. So it really opens up the plays you can make and also punishes your opponent for trying to do some fancier lines.
You touched on that Mega Box deck. That's another deck that has sort of brought its way up to the format. It's not as popular as it once was, you know, for a tournament like Las Vegas, but it's definitely still a deck to keep note of. We can take a closer look at how that deck has been built. Tord Reklev found success over here in the States playing this Mega Toolbox deck. It features a lot of really cool Pokemon cards. We'll hopefully have that up on the screen to showcase. It all surrounds, you know, this one Pokemon, the Mega Kangaskhan EX. That's not your attacker, but just that run errand ability is so powerful at being able to just draw cards, get things into play, and more importantly, that TM Energized. It's so crazy to see how that card saw essentially no play before this, and then just this one deck opened up so many options thanks to that tool.
Yeah, the Arven for Precious Trolley and TM Turbo Energize combination really just gets your board set up. Like, even if you don't start the Mega Kangaskhan, you can Arven for Precious Trolley, get your Latias out, retreat into that Kangaskhan, and then use your run errands, to draw 2, find the energy to Turbo Energize if you don't have it yet, and just really get your board set up just from this one Arven supporter. I know post-rotation last year, people were scared Arven wasn't going to see as much value without 4 Sealstone in the format, but it's really been played in so many decks. I mean, it's getting back into Gardevoir now after going pretty low on some counts in some lists, but yeah, it's just so powerful to be able to set your board so quickly.
You just have so many options. You can play defensive with the Monkey Dory and the Penny to pick up your Pokemon. You can, like we mentioned, trap with the Yveltal. Just having so many options at your disposal, all thanks to that energy acceleration. And that really was the big thing holding Absol back. It's such a powerful Pokemon. It, you know, similar to that, I guess the most recent inclusion in the meta would be the Yveltal GX from Forbidden Light. That card that, you know, could use its Doom Count GX attack to take a KO if you have exactly 4 damage counters, but that was a GX attack. You could use that once per game. Mega Absol says, I could keep doing this as long as you give me damage counters, and it just seems like another perfect use and a perfect partnership between Monkey Dory and some of these Dark-type Pokemon.
Absolutely, and even if your opponent doesn't give you damage to Terminal Period, you can Claw of Darkness, which is just stripping away those resources from your opponent's hand, getting you to a point where you can, even if they deal with your Absol, you've taken enough prizes and removed enough resources that the combination of Blood Moon Ursaluna or Petronet EX's ability to just one-shot Pokemon in the late game really just let you steal games that you may have had a rough start in, but yeah, the combination of buying time with the Yveltal, the pressure from Absol, and then those late game finishers is just a super strong, very cohesive deck that Tord has popularized.
And this is one of the decks in the format for sure. I'm sure, you know, those watching at home can relate if you've played the Pokemon TCG recently. If you don't have a game plan going up against this deck, it sometimes feels like an unwinnable battle, and that's just because of the plethora of options this deck can seemingly pull from out of nowhere.
Yeah, this deck really punishes people who haven't played against it much, and it also rewards players for knowing what their options are and how to use those options. And the deck is really flexible. You see the 2 Cornerstones and the 2 Fighting Energies. Those cards can be exchanged for other techs, just similar to a Zoroark deck in a sense. Like we saw Daichi earlier playing Toadscruel. I know at Las Vegas and LIC we saw former world champion Fernando Cifuentes playing the Crustal package. And there's a lot of other packages. We've seen a smaller Cornerstone package with Moltres. We saw the Sandy Shocks earlier. A lot of different options for this deck to be able to deal with decks like Goldengo.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, you know, this deck does a lot of things very well. One deck that does kind of one thing really well is Dragapult EX. It is just a damage-spreading monster, which we can take a closer look at. This has kind of become the Alexander 60. There, you know, there's not really a name that rolls off the tongue like the Brixty or the Drixty or however you want to say it. You know, for those mentioned, those are, you know, popular lists. Andrew Hedrick and Brent Thomas, and two of the game's best, really, you know, normalized people to play the same 60 cards. And that's sort of the role that this Dragapult deck has taken. And if not the same 60 cards, it very much looks super close to the 60 that is right before you here, ladies and gentlemen, on your screen.
Yeah, the big things we see are like slight changes in consistency, especially now with Phantasmal Flame. Some people are playing like a Dawn instead of one of the Hildas. I know some people are playing a Research. Some people are opting to not play that Professor Turo scenario as they don't value its, they don't really value it against the Mega Box deck since they can just not bench the Fez or Latios. So most lists tend to stay pretty similar. Some go for like a third Night Stretcher, as 2 can be a little suspicious if you haven't played a lot with it. But overall, this has become the standard. And we've kind of seen the shift to Neo Upper from Unfair Stamp back at NAIC, just needing that more aggression to match with decks like Raging Bolt back then and now Goldengo. Just being able to spam attacks after if all your energies get wiped is really important.
Yeah, and this is another deck that's gone through a decent amount of evolution, even just in the past 3 months without a huge card pool being introduced. This deck typically never really played Latios originally in the deck. Monkey Dory was kind of in and out. There was a time where, you know, you'd be crazy to not be playing Monkey Dory in this deck, and then for a good 2-month period, it was omitted from a decent portion of the decks, and Jamming Tower, like we mentioned earlier on the broadcast, has really found its way into this deck as a home, which feels full circle with how this deck used to play the Forest Sealstone and the Sparkling Crystal. But time is here and now, and really adapting is what a lot of these decks have been forced to do, and really just around the power of Gardevoir EX. It's just, you have to have a way to answer that when this deck has always been staring down Clefairy as an option to, you know, kind of be afraid of.
Yeah, the Jamming Tower is obviously really great against Gardevoir because not only can you slow down their start with the Budew, now you prevent their Technical Machine evolutions, and in the later games, you don't need to use your Dusclops on the Clefairy if it's Bravery Charmed. You can just Jamming Tower so that you can knock it out in one shot and get it off the board. So now you're putting your opponent on finding a recovery card for that Clefairy, which with Iono is not always easy to do.
Not an easy task at all, and one inclusion that all three of these lists showcased is including that Lily's Determination. Cynthia, for those who, I mean, I wouldn't even consider that ball knowledge. It's been, a lot.
Like 7 years, 8 years ago?
Yeah, it's been a decent amount of years at this time. Time really does fly at this point. Cynthia, for those unaware, it's just a supporter that says shuffle your hand into your deck and draw 6 cards. It's been printed a numerous amount of times throughout the history of the Pokemon TCG. This card is just a strict upgrade better, and what makes it even more interesting is you can play around the fact that not only keeping yourself at 6 prize cards, but also with a deck like Dragapult, playing that Dusknoir and Dusclops, you can force your opponent off of their 6 prizes so that they're not getting the benefit of drawing those extra cards as well.
Yeah, Lily's has been an insane consistency addition to so many decks, and the interesting part of it also is that it shuffles your deck. Before that, we didn't have a way to shuffle your deck while playing your supporter. Just Iono and Research are just drawing off the top. So decks like Dragapult, which put cards to the bottom with Recon Directive, can really have an added dimension now in knowing where the cards are in their deck, so that they can like maximize their odds of drawing a certain combination on their turn.
So reeling things back in, we talked about some of the decks. Now let's talk about some of our players. Standings going into phase number 2. These players have been battling it out all day, and they've got a couple more to go. One more today and more matches tomorrow. So let's take a look and see where everybody's at. Some names we've featured already, some names that are new. Top of the list, that world champion, or excuse me, world champion's brother, Marcos Cifuentes. I mean, look, this guy is, you know, we give credit, of course, to your brother, and why can't we? Of course, he is the world champion, but it is the whole Cifuentes clan that shows up, and they are all super solid at the Pokemon TCG.
Absolutely. I also know that their dad plays and is here today. It's awesome to see the whole family show up, and yeah. We also see Worlds finalist Justin Newdorf at 5th seed right now, and John Eng, another great player, consistent top 16 NA player, and yeah, Andrew Hedrick as well, and Raymond Long, who we saw earlier on stream. So many great players, regional champions, stuff like that. Hopefully we get some good games in the coming rounds.
And not a huge array of decks in this top, 16 names that we're seeing here so far. The one name that does stand out in terms of variety would be Emma Hagen's EV box deck. If you kind of watched, we've had this segment running a couple times showcasing what those 60 cards are going to look like, and that is one thing that is very different. Emma throughout the entire season has been very open to sharing those deck lists. Pretty much that, to me at least, that just shows confidence. It's basically saying, here's what I'm playing. I don't care if you know, come and get me, I'm still going to win. And what an absolute performance they've had this season so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've been 7-1 so many times this season, so hopefully they can convert to another top cut finish. I mean, I'll have seen EV Box do well. It's a very cool deck. All those box decks, I just really enjoy seeing all their options, and Noctowl reminds me of Shady Deals and Teleon. It's obviously a bit different, but I mean, it's close, and that card is very near and dear to my heart.
So these players and others out in the field still very much in the pack. As we've seen through this season so far, it's really going to be that X2-1 record that players are going to be looking to get at to be safe in this competition. So we've got 1 round today and then 5 rounds of Swiss tomorrow. So these players are going to want to be, at a pretty similar amount of record match points to that. So, as we're seeing up top, right, Dragapult EX 8-0. We see this box deck at 8-0, and Charizard as well. Jack Wong playing that Charizard deck. So look, Charizard EX is definitely not the most popular deck in the room. It's definitely got a little bit of a, strong, heavy matchup towards the top. Many would say good into Gardevoir. Many would say good into the Mega Box deck, and many would say good into Goldengo. But it's those other decks outside of that that can really pose a challenge for Charizard.
Absolutely. I think Charizard kind of struggles at being a little too simple sometimes. It's really reliant on hitting those combos sometimes, but it's very linear in what it does, and its damage is pretty predictable based on your opponent's board. You have the 180 plus 30 for each prize you've taken, and sometimes they have Dusknoir, but you can kind of deal with that by knocking out their Duskull or having Psyduck in play. So we'll see how Charizard continues to do. I mean, it's had a really good year thus far. I mean, Jackson winning Milwaukee and Nikolai winning in Stuttgart. So yeah, we'll see if it continues to dominate.
I know a fan favorite for many players, Charizard EX. That's another card we'll be losing pretty soon in rotation. And again, kind of crazy to see it's been that much time that has passed since it made its introduction with Blazing Heat and that Obsidian Flames expansion. That and a couple others will be leaving. But for now, these players are going to be enjoying the last couple of months that they have with their beloved Pokemon, whether it be, Gardevoir, Goldengo, Charizard, you name it. A lot of these cards not here to stay for long, but that doesn't mean you can't take an opportunity to get those last championship points, cash, and of course the glory of doing well at these regional championships.
For sure. I mean, I feel like everybody coming into the event wants to win, and only one person can. So, yeah, hopefully we see some great matches coming up. And yeah,
that's definitely fair. We've got a lot of matches out on the field, not just our stream match, which you can see at the top will be Aiden up against Zhang. We'll have to see how that matchup goes. Of course, we will be featuring that on the stream. Plenty of other star-studded talent to showcase up. Matt up against Miloslav, who we just featured on stream last round. Giovanni Sasso traveling here from LATAM. He's going to be up against Scott. And Mark Cifuentes up against Jack Wong. So that is going to be the Charizard up against the Mega Toolbox deck. Matchup that typically feels pretty good for Charizard on the most part. It really does depend on the variant of the deck, however.
yeah. We know Marco's playing that Cornerstone build, so it kind of depends if there are cards like the Ho-Oh, Moltres, Shiyu, or Dusknoir available for Charizard to kind of get back in the game. Also to note, we do see some of those like young players that aged up last year. Giovanni Sasso had a great start last year, as you mentioned, and also Karis Jones, top 4 at Atlanta earlier this year with that straight Dragapult deck. A lot of great, and Justin Newdorf aged up last year. So many great players that are young. Great to see.
The time is now for a lot of these players. New is in style. We'll have to see which of these players can showcase some style. And oh boy, am I seeing that correct? Is that some Kazam action on the stream?
Versus Grimmsnarl too. I mean, Grimmsnarl has kind of fallen out of favor. It was really popular at the start of the meta, but yeah, Alakazam is a shock to see. Definitely excited for that. The Dunsparce is one of my favorite engines. It's unfortunately not the greatest, but it is really fun to play. Just drawing and shuffling, so many optimal sequencing decisions, and it's really fun.
So Alakazam, you know, that Pokemon that does deal more damage for each card in your hand, using that Dunsparce engine. It really does feel like the name of the game at this point, building it up and figuring out how to amass as many cards as possible. There are a couple of Pokemon that do have abilities though, so very curious to see, you know, how that interaction between the Frostlass and potentially the Technical Machine evolution could impact, you know, Aiden's approach in this matchup. But speaking of which, those are not some good prizes that you want to see. Both the Secret Box and that Technical Machine evolution unavailable in the prize cards.
Yeah, the Grimmsnarl deck can be really relying on that Secret Box early, playing 4 Arven and only a couple Pokemon Search. It lets you get the Artisan or Spike Myth, a Buddy Buddy Poffin, and a lot of ways to get your Pokemon into play, the Technical Evolution to get the Frostlasses into play. But we will have to see if the Battle Cages come into play, as those will stop any Monkey Dory damage from Aiden's side and potentially limit the Evo when it's available in the future games.
See who is going first and second as we are ready to kick things off. Phase number 2, round number 1. See exactly how things play out, and does start the Fan Rotom, probably one of the best starters in the deck. Don't have to worry about finding that. You just have Fan Call at your disposal to kick things off. But speaking of kicking things off, Aiden just playing down that Spike Myth Gym. Going to be able to search through the deck, find any one of those Marnie's Pokemon. It's almost like a team that you're with, Marnie, but it will be the Impidimp, shuffling the deck immediately. So while this is a solid start, while getting Impidimp down turn 1 is strong, not shuffling the deck makes me wonder if there's anything else. And yeah, no Buddy Poffin, no ability to get Snow Runt down, so immediately could potentially be on the back foot. And that Stadium in play means that if this Fan Rotom wants to, it could get off an Assault Landing and start applying some pressure to these Pokemon.
Yeah, the big thing is getting the Impidimp down, because now you're threatening the Rare Candy and Grimmsnarl to actually put pressure on the opponent and start building that damage up with the 30 damage to the bench. We do see a Shaman for the Alakazam deck, which can prevent some of that buildup, but otherwise, it is a pretty weak start for Aiden here. But we do see a Technical Machine Evolution in hand, so next turn with this Lilies could get some stuff going. But we're just starting off with a Fan Rotom to get all these Dunsparces set up to be able to draw in the future. And other than that, there's not really a ton of targets for the Alakazam deck. Other decks have Ditto to try to get all their Terra Pokemon so they can set up their Noctowls. But here we're just getting our Dunsparces out so that we can have a bunch throughout the game. Because interestingly, since you're shuffling in the Dunsparces, you kind of want to save your Buddy Buddy Poffin so you can keep reestablishing them for Ionos.
So here is that Fan Call. Abra, of course, the target off of the Nest Ball. He is now just considering how he wants to go about grabbing some Pokemon here. Looks like it's just going to be content with the selection, shuffle the deck up here. like you mentioned, rare candy on both sides could
Yeah.
definitely be an impactful card. And also, that new inclusion of Dawn, just really an important supporter card in this deck, and a card that it's more than happy to have access to.
Yeah, and this Battle Cage Slam is really good because it prevents Aiden from even getting a Morgrim into play if he doesn't have one already. And it also it makes it pretty hard for Aiden to be able to get the Candy Grimmsnarl, since this deck, like I mentioned, doesn't have a ton of Pokemon Search. So besides maybe like one Ultra Ball and the Grimmsnarls and the Spike Miss, you're not easily finding it. But we do see the Assault Landing putting 7 damage onto the monkey, but that also opens up Adrenabrain routes to the active, since Battle Cage would shut it off going to the bench, but we can still move it to the active. And that could be big, since Fan Rotom does have an ability. It could get knocked out from a Frostlass later.
So we'll be the Iono of the supporter choice for Aiden. It did attach that Technical Machine Evolution to start things off. Does find some basic Pokemon. More than happy to evolve those. There is the Impidimp that comes down, the Snorunt as well, but Piper, there is really nothing else going on in his hand, unfortunately. He's got a Stadium for the next turn, but that's pretty much all there is at this point. And yeah, gonna go ahead and forget about that Battle Cage. You could move the damage onto the active if you wanted to, but it's not really gonna make too much of a difference. It could always matter. Could always matter to have that damage counters, but yeah, that Battle Cage blocking the damage being moved from the Abra. I'm actually not sure exactly how the interaction works with the Battle Cage, but as it seems, the Pokemon's going to be knocked out either way. So you can move the damage off, but it just doesn't affect the Abra, seems to be the ruling on this.
Yeah. Kind of similar to that old Primal Groudon ruling where it's like you can target it sometimes, but then it just fizzles. So
yeah,
the damage just kind of disappears, which seems a little intuitive, but that is the ruling. So then we do see Aiden set up that Frostlass, which he Iono to the bottom, so that's really good to start getting the damage in play. Although it won't be sticking a lot with the Dunsparces shuffling themselves back into the deck. So we'll see how impactful the matchup is. I mean, when I first thought about it, I'm like, oh, Grimmsnarl versus a Stage 2 deck. It's going to set up a bunch of damage and play for TM Devo. But now that I'm thinking about it, like, Alakazam's just able to remove a lot of damage from play, and it's able to pressure those Grimmsnarls with a big hand. So it'll be really interesting to see how this one plays out.
And does draw with that Psychic Draw ability on the Kadabra into that A-Spec, one we don't see very often, the Enriching Energy. When you attach it, you can just draw 4 cards from your deck, and with the Dunsparce, it combos so well. You attach your energy for turn, shuffle it and the Dunsparce back into the deck with the Runaway Draw, and rinse and repeat. You can build up that super large hand later on for that powerful hand attack on Alakazam.
Yeah, and one of the more powerful combos is you can use the Enriching Energy and then Wondrous Patch your Psychic Energy to your Alakazam, so you can always attach that Enriching Energy and not have to worry about not being able to attack with your Alakazam. And that's kind of how the deck gets to so many cards in hand and able to get to those one-shots. And it really just struggles to decks that could like Iono and target the engine, such like Gardevoir and sometimes Dragapult, but with Battle Cage now, it can kind of remedy that issue.
So it will be the kind of classic grab here, Abra, Alakazam, and the Dunsparce. One of each stage, basic, stage 1 and stage 2. And there is that Enriching Energy number 1. We're going to see lots of these played, hopefully, if you're a fan of Zhang in this spot. Does draw the 4 cards. Nothing too crucial there to find. Does, of course, have the Dunsparce. Runaway Draw being used, 3 additional cards, and importantly, shuffling the Dunsparce back in. That's going to be the rinse and repeat formula here. He's going to want to build up a large hand size, and does also find the Buddy Poffin, which can just immediately grab the Dunsparce out of the deck and even can thin an Abra out too.
Yeah, getting the Abra is really good because then you get to start cycling those draws. You have the Alakazam draw 3, then the Kadabra on the Abra draw 2, and then when they knock out the Alakazam, next turn, Alakazam, reestablish an Abra. Like, you kind of just start cycling through and drawing a bunch of cards the entire way. And yeah, it's kind of how the deck kind of snowballs into victory. And while it's kind of an unconventional deck, it gets really powerful with these one-shots.
So Xiang going for a... Of course, Buddy Poffin grabbing those 2, and let's not forget, turn's not over yet. We could see the Fan Rotom take a knockout onto the Monkey Dory, which will almost certainly be how this turn ends up, and this is exactly the board you want here if you're Xiang. You've got everything set up. You've got the Fan Rotom, you've got it attacking, dealing damage as you're slowly building this hand up, and we saw even an Iono played early on, and those are cards that, while you don't think about it too much in every matchup, in this matchup specifically, being able to hold on to those for as late as possible just can make so much of a difference.
Absolutely. Another big card is going to be those stadiums for Aiden. We saw him play that first Spikeman down really quickly, and here's the second one now. So it's going to be harder and harder for him each turn to bump the battle cage, and Xiang's going to be able to find them a lot easier since he has a draw engine, and Grimmsnarl doesn't have a draw engine, and that's kind of one of the weaknesses of the deck. While you have the search from the stadium, which is incredibly powerful against item lock from Guardy and Pult, you really struggle against those late game Ionos or just decks that kind of trade into you well, since you can't really find all your pieces super easily.
So Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX finally hitting the battlefield. We'll see that punk up ability just accelerate all these dark energy into play, powering up the Marnie's Grimmsnarl itself, and even getting the Morgrim powered up for later on. So now the question here for Aiden, has the Monkey Dory established, but really has not had the opportunity to build up damage onto another Monkey Dory, and just missing this early bench of multiple Monkey Dory means you're kind of left with this Frostlass, but it's not really doing a great job. The Kadabra's protected on the bench, or was, from the battle cage, and you've got no damage counters to split over. If you had even 2 damage counters, you could be able to take a double knockout here on Abra and Kadabra. It's just going to settle for the boss KO, putting the damage counters onto the Abra thanks to that Shadow Bolt attack. As the Van Rotom will slowly start to tick up damage. I think it's now just considering what Pokemon to promote. These are essentially free retreaters. This one specifically, it is interesting to see that Zhang has gone for this weird split of the Dunsparce itself.
Yeah, I think the free retreat option is good, but ultimately you want more of the 70 HPs for the Dragapult just to protect your draw engine. But we do see the 3-1 split, so it seems like Xiang's had a very similar thought process where it's just having the option. Since you have the Fan Rotom access, you can find that one of free retreater pretty easily, and you just really want the pivot. But we do see the Rare Candy into Alakazam, drawing 3 cards and starting to get ready to take a big knockout on this Grimmsnarl. Since we did not see an Iono from Aiden last turn, Zhang's been building this hand for 2 turns now with
He's got
16.
He's got the dice already counting at this point, so we'll start to slowly negate the cards down. We've got to go to 15 now for keeping equal track of this. It does mean no enriching energy played for the turn. That is important to note in this spot, and so this could get a little bit interesting now with the bench being a bit clogged. You did just lose an Abra as well. We're going to see Dawn be played to grab 3 cards out of the deck if there is another Alakazam, but it looks like there isn't. So it's just going to have to settle to grab a basic and a stage 1 Pokemon.
Yeah. Luckily, those basics are Abra, and the stage 1 is the Dunsparce, so we're going to see some more card draw, and we're going to see the reestablishment of the Abra, which is really important in case Aiden is able to find a Night Stretcher or a Spikemouth and knock out this Alakazam.
So no runaway draw abilities used just yet. Like you said, Abra, the target for the basic Pokemon, so we'll come back down just in case this Alakazam does fall, which is fairly likely. It is also weak to Dark, so it would actually be KO'd even by a Corkscrew Punch on the Morgrim. So that's already lined up and something to consider. This bench can always be expanded, though, if Zhang is able to open another spot up, but may just be content trying to hold on to these runaway draws and not have to burn them when there's already enough cards in hand, right? Just needs to have 11 cards in hand to take this KO, or even 10 cards in hand would get the job done as well. It's going to be more than that, though. It's just double checking, and it is damage counters, not damage being placed. So regardless, the Grimmsnarl is knocked out. Cards like Pheasantipity can be used. These are all things to note, but yeah, look at this. Aiden is just sitting with absolutely nothing in hand. 2 Dark Energy and a Technical Machine Evolution. You could take the KO here with the Morgrim, but really after that, what are you doing? You're just going to lose your only Pokemon in play, and yeah, it's just going to be a draw, Corkscrew Punch, KO, and if Zhang can find a way to KO this Morgrim, this game may just be wraps.
Yeah, it's going to be a really difficult position for Aiden. Obviously, attacking with the Morgrim isn't great as it's super fragile and will almost guaranteed to be knocked out by an Alakazam. So we really want it to be the Grimmsnarl and pair it with something like an Iono, but just with such a weak hand, it really shows the weakness of this Grimmsnarl deck in not having an actual engine. And only some of the lists are playing Pheasantipity. It's one of the few decks that doesn't play Fez, which is always interesting to see. And I mean, Alakazam's another one of those decks that doesn't play Fez sometimes, but
Clearly an overrated card, right? The 2 good decks and they're not playing it, so why not? Wow, what a find there. Finds the Psychic Patch and finds the Rare Candy to be able to evolve up into Alakazam, an absolutely crucial card for Zhang. And now just has to figure out if there's an Alakazam or a way to find it. I'm not sure we saw one last turn. I didn't grab it off of Dawn, so unless there's one in the hand, may have to rely off finding Night Stretcher in order to get the KO.
I believe there should be one in the hand since there's none prized, but even so, I mean, with the Wonders Patch, we have access to Enriching Energy to just draw so many cards, and It's looking like this one's going to be a wrap soon since Aiden just has no options. I mean, the TM Devolution is prized, but even if it wasn't, you just have this one Monkey Dory and this Frostlass and not a ton of damage to move over to Xiong's board. So, yeah, this Wonders patch coming down here, it's not looking great.
This is probably the best advertisement I've ever seen for this Alakazam.
Yeah.
Like, it is performing excellently. No hiccups, just drawing and finding everything it needs every single turn, and it's the exact opposite for this Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck. And, you know, maybe a reason that a decent portion of players have shied away from playing it is one thing it always gets knocked for a little bit is that consistency.
Yeah, especially when other decks use Monkey Dory so well, it feels like, similarly to Grimmsnarl, it feels bad to not have Fez or have the engine. Like, I think Absol has the Kangaskhan, Guardy has Fez, and honestly a higher supporter count of like power supporters, it feels, not relying as much as on Arven. So it kind of just has fallen out of favor a lot, I'd say.
So just kind of doing more than needed this turn is just going to play the Hilda, grab the Enriching Energy and the Dunsparce, and is actually just going to keep the Enriching Energy in the deck. So a bit of a heads-up play here from Xiong, just, you know, making sure that if an Iono does occur, you're going to have more than enough good cards to draw into.
Yeah, because one of the strong parts of this Dunsparce compared to something like Noctowl is it gets to stay on your board and threaten those three cards to draw. And Noctowl is like you have to find the Noctowl. So you're just able to get those 3 cards. You don't always have to use it. And that's one of the fun parts of it. It's like, when do I use the Dunsparce, the runaway draw, or when do I save it in case my opponent Ionos? And it's the same thing with Enriching Energy. You're keeping it in deck so that it's something good you can draw off of it.
So here we go. Aiden left with absolutely nothing. Needs a top deck here to make something happen, and it's really not going to be enough. Another Monkey Dory. You've got to expect here that Xiong's going to be able to just close the game out in just a few turns. You got essentially nothing in this spot. Does have the Blood Moon Ursaluna, so you know, you could take a KO here, but assuming your opponent's got a rare candy, they're going to see their entire deck this turn. And, I mean, you've got to play to your outs. I totally get this, but, you know, that is really the big question to think about in this.
Yeah. And even if Xiong doesn't have a rare candy, Aiden's at 3 prizes after this turn, and it really just shows the strength of those 1-prize decks. You force your opponent to take so many knockouts when you only have to take so few each turn. And Aiden can't attack with Blood Moon twice in a row, so Xiong just has so much time to win this game.
Yeah, could just honestly do it now, right? It's going to come down to if those pieces are available. There are only 3 candy in the deck, and I believe we've seen 2 rare candy be played so far. So that last rare candy is actually, it is in the prizes, so it is unavailable. So, you know, don't count things out yet here for Aiden. We're not going to be able to see an Alakazam attack this turn. So it's going to be a little bit interesting here. Now, the biggest disadvantage, however, is you are now stuck in the active spot with this Blood Moon, and you really only see the Blood Moon usually come out as an attacker. Without that being the case, or rather as a finisher, without that being the case, it kind of is just this big three retreat Pokemon that can't really do much the next turn because there's no switch in this deck. There's no way to pick this Pokemon up, and you kind of just sit there and, you know, pass your turn, and that's really not going to be enough to cut it, unfortunately.
Yeah, as a lot of the other decks we see using Blood Moon play something like Latios to reset it, or even just move into another attacker, but Grimmsnarl really just needs it to take that last big KO, as it can kind of be difficult to attack with a 3rd Grimmsnarl, and in a lot of matchups where you're kind of pressured to play, like, and your prize trade is a lot quicker, you kind of need that big attacker to knock out something like a Pheasantipity. So it's a strong closing option, but it's not closing out the game when you're at 4 prizes.
Interesting to note how many of those recovery cards are still in the deck. It looks like that 1 Night Stretcher at minimum. I can definitely see that there's a couple of those gold item cards, so sometimes a bit hard to decipher from each other. Definitely see 1 Night Stretcher. So that is the big question. Can we put maybe 2 Kadabra into play this turn with the Battle Cage? They won't tick damage at least this turn, so it will be a lot less, you know, unlikely that they fall both on the potential turn. If you only have 1 in play, though, there is always that risk of something like the Energy Switch plus an Energy card on the Monkey Dory and another Monkey Dory. So we're going to see the rest of the things play out here. And, you know, speaking of Pheasantipity, Xiong's got it. He just hasn't had to play it down so far this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think 1 Kadabra is safe here. And, it's just impossible for this Grimmsnarl deck to move this Blood Moon. It feels like they have to find the Air Balloon and also to be able to pressure that Kadabra at the same time. That kind of duo means that even if Xiong's only able to get 1, although with the draw he has, I'd imagine he's able to get 2, it just all looks super safe for him at this point to close out the game.
Will be the Pheasantipity and the Kadabra grabbed. And once again here, you know, just amassing an absolutely massive hand.
Yeah.
Going to draw more cards with Psychic Draw, see even more resources, does find that Night Stretcher, and like you mentioned, this does get a little bit tricky. You know, the Kadabra can't be KO'd, so you may honestly be feeling safe enough in this spot. Assuming that is the case, you may have to just preserve that, but it looks like actually playing multiple copies of the Night Stretcher, 1 gold and 1 of those full art, so he could honestly just grab the other Kadabra and guarantee, if he wants to, that card available. But it looks like he's just instead going to burn some of these cards that are not too useful just for the fact that he wants to make sure there's at least 2 runaway draw options in the following turn.
Yeah, and we just see how thin this deck has gotten for the Alakazam. Like, there's just so much card draw. So even if Aiden's able to put together some Iono play, maybe Itchy Pollen, like, Zhang's just going to have so many options on his turn to take any knockout. Like, I don't think Zhang's played any boss, and there's 3 in his deck, so it's pretty likely that he's going to be able to, even if Aiden retreats his Blood Moon, to be able to win the game on the next turn.
We'll see the Kadabra evolve, use that ability, fill up the hand even more, pretty much just saying, hey, if you don't Iono me, I'm just going to win the game on the spot on the following turn.
Yeah.
We're just confirming which Dunsparce have been put into play so far this turn. I believe both have been re-benched at this spot, if I'm remembering that correctly.
Yeah.
I think we saw 2 runaway draws, so just confirming. So
it looks like there might have been 3 at the start of the turn.
Right on. There may have been 1 more, but of course the judges are keeping track, making sure everything is up to date. There's a lot of shuffling, a lot of drawing. That is, you know, the status quo with a deck like this. Even just going to burn the Psychic Patch just to allow it so Enriching Energy is a potential option and make that just double energy come down. So no matter what here, Zhang's making sure we are going to be attacking next turn with Alakazam as long as we can draw into enough cards.
Yeah. I guess we can Assault Landing this Blood Moon, but there's not really a reason to give Aiden the damage, so I think it looks like a pass.
Yeah, either way, you know, you've already got 5 damage counters on the Monkey Dory, so
yeah,
as it stands, it's not a huge differential. These Kadabras will not be ticked with the Battle Cage this turn, so it's just kind of figuring out how he wants to go about the damage. You know, there is a world where you get Iono'd and can't draw into enough cards, and it does kind of matter. And,
potentially,
so it's never a bad thing to keep damage in play or on the board. Looks like we're just figuring out something that's happened at this point.
Yeah, I thought I saw a pass motion, but maybe thinking about attacking.
Yeah, I think we're just confirming right now that this Dunsparce may have been put into play, like, questioning at this point. There's so much happening that, you can't really blame the players for missing track. But yeah, making sure everything is correct is definitely important. Just going to de-evolve the Dunsparce, put it back down as just a Dunsparce. But either way, there's going to be plenty of ways to draw cards on the following turns. Yeah, it does draw into the Badoo.
Yeah, could be a solid option, especially having that Secret Box. We could see Air Balloon and Iono grabbed off this, and maybe start to get a Stadium Bump and start to move damage over to these Kadabras. But playing the Dark Energy preemptively means we're going to have to discard this Badoo off the Secret Box.
Yeah, could always just grab Night Stretcher as the item card for choice. That does technically work, so take a look at the deck C, and yeah, immediately just going for the Night Stretcher. It would work either way.
Yeah.
You discard the Dark and grab Night Stretcher for the Dark, or go about this way. But, Badoo sometimes wants to take a trip to the discard pile and come back. So we'll see the Stadium Bump. Like you mentioned, that means these Kadabra will take damage from the Frostlass at the end of the turn. The Air Balloon is there, and the Iono. And this is one of the weaknesses, Piper, of this Alakazam deck is, it doesn't really have a great way, like some of the other decks in the format, to punish Badoo late in the game. You've got no Monkey Dory, no advantage to really be super efficient into it, and kind of wonder here, is this late game Badoo for Aiden maybe going to buy enough time for him to put himself back into this game, especially since that Technical Machine Devolution is an option if he can maybe draw into off the prizes. It is at the top, though, and with the way he's been taking prizes, it could be unlikely, and we'll hopefully have to see if that's a difference maker or not.
Yeah, the one thing that is scary about discarding the Badoo and grabbing this Night Stretcher is Aiden prizes 4th Monkey Dory and has 2 in the discard earlier because he just discarded 1 off the Secret Box and 1 got knocked out earlier. So is he going to have enough Monkey Dories to put enough damage onto his Zhang's board that he's able to knock out these Kadabras before Zhang finds Boss's Orders, Alakazam, and all the cards he needs to knock out this Blood Moon and win the game?
So there is the Iono, as expected. Absolutely massive hand. Look at that, like 5 times the size of the deck being shuffled. Make sure you put that under the deck. You don't want to redraw into any of those cards before you draw the rest in your deck. Because Aiden will get an additional 3 cards. That is just absurd. Draws into Hilda the Dunsparce as the 2 cards. So I think Zhang's going to be more than fine building up the rest of his board. We'll see the Itchy Pollen is now just considering how he wants to move damage off the board with the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, knocking out the fan runner makes a lot of sense because then even if Zhang doesn't have game in hand, he could just assault landing this Budu and put himself to 1 prize. And then it's just so easy to close out the game from there with so much damage and not a ton of Monkey Dories to heal on Aiden's board. So now we're putting Zhang on having game this turn to, well, even if he doesn't, it's still, Aiden needs 2 more turns, but...
Yeah, and let's not forget, this Kadabra does have the super Psybolt attack, so it is still able to take a KO on this Budu. And, you know, with there being a Monkey Dory in play, now Zhang doesn't know that the TM Devo is prized, so if it is available, or if there was, you know, a hypothetical world where it was, you know, it would change a lot. And interesting choice here from Zhang. He's just gonna go ahead and use this Hilda before doing anything else. There is always the world where, you know, you could draw into something like Pulse's Orders, plus another way to draw some cards and find things there. So he's just gonna play it absolutely safe. So pretty much just saying, I'm not winning the game this turn, but I'm pretty much looking to close things out in the following turn.
Yeah, what could be a bit scary is Kadabra with 80 HP. If you're not able to evolve both of these, and Aiden's able to get another Monkey Dory, and Zhang takes a prize this turn on the Budu, is 2 Monkey Dories and another Frostlass Ping could knock out one of these Kadabras, and then the Blood Moon Ursa Luna could take that 6th prize for Aiden. So what looked like kind of a hopeless board actually has some potential to get back into it. So I think Zhang here is going to be looking for that 3rd Battle Cage to try to prevent those kinds of plays.
Yeah, this would be a great opportunity, like you mentioned, to win the Stadium Wars, let's say. Put that card into play. So now just considering if it's worth exhausting the enriching energy from the hand, is sitting on Boss's Orders, and you've got enough cards in hand, just need 1 card to be able to take the KO with this Alakazam. I do wonder as well, you know, if it's worth going for that. I guess you're going to draw so many cards and probably find at least another Dunsparce. So you've got, excuse me, Buddy Poffin in the hand, and yeah, it looks like working out pretty well. So finds the Buddy Poffin, has the Dunsparce. It's going to use this ability now that it's used the enriching energy attached to it, draw 3 more cards. And, I mean, Aiden at this point is what played? He's played an Iono on the first turn. He's played an Iono turn number 2. So he's got 1 to 2 Ionos left. So there is still the ability for hand disruption. And, you know, while drawing cards is excellent and, you know, preparing for a big, powerful hand on the following turn is good, you've got to make sure that when you are eventually put down to just 1 card in hand, that you do have the resources to repower yourself up. And I wonder if that means keeping one of these to Dunsparce and not using that ability.
I think... Oh, going into this Kadabra is interesting. Just trying to protect that Alakazam, because I think we've seen 1 or 2 Night Stretchers, so just finding that last Night Stretcher could be difficult to get the Alakazam back. And knocking out this Budu, but now we have space for what I mentioned earlier, that double Monkey Dory to knock out the Kadabra, but we see Aiden not promoting the Blood Moon, potentially having Candy Grimmsnarl, but top decking the Arven.
He does have Arven at the top deck.
But does he have enough energies in deck? We've seen so many go down with the Morgrem, the Grimmsnarl, the Monkey Dories.
Like, you might have to just
6
go
Dark Energy in this card. So
yeah, so only
should
having
have enough.
2 copies, excuse me, left. The 1 on the Monkey Dory, and then there are none prized. So the question, however, you know, do you have the ability to Gust on the same turn as well? Haven't seen any counter catcher be played, and looking through the deck off the Spike Myth, there is a counter catcher available. So yeah, that is the interesting point is, you know, how do you want to go about this turn? Do you just accept your opponent wins the game off a Night Stretcher, or do you have to take some sort of a calculated risk and maybe try and apply pressure to the Alakazam and the Kadabra, or, you know, is it something in between both of those effects as well?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I think we could have promoted something like the Monkey Dory to be able to retreat easily into the Blood Moon if we top decked a way to get a Dark Energy to Monkey Dory. It seems like... Oh, and Aiden just concedes.
Yeah, just no way to disrupt the hand and no way to win the game. To take out both the Alakazam and the Kadabra, we'll just pick things up. And it will be Zhang taking this long game number 1. Alakazam fans are riding the wave a bit. 1-0 and looking to enter phase 2, day 2 at 7-1-1.
Yeah, the Alakazam deck really impressed me there. I do think that game got pretty close at the end, despite Aiden having a really weak mid-game there. So, I mean, hopefully it'll be a bit of a better game this time, where Aiden's able to keep playing those supporters and setting up more Monkey Dories, and it'll be interesting to see if he's able to keep finding the stadiums to bump the Battle Cage and get the damage on the board. Maybe play for the Devo if it's not prized again this time, and yeah.
What a game number 1 that was. You know, I've never seen Alakazam, you know, truly on the big stage here, so it was a treat for me to watch and figure out how it was going to go up into this Grimmsnarl deck. And The MVP for sure that game number 1, the Battle Cage. No question. It prevented those damage counter drops onto the Kadabra, played around the Monkey Dory. We'll take a look back at game number 1 and, you know, see how everything played out exactly. Van Rotom also put in some work.
Oh, yeah.
It took a 2-hit KO on the Monkey Dory. That allowed Jiang to get up a little bit in the prize race. And yeah, it was really just this turn right here. You know, if Aiden had been able to drop a Monkey Dory earlier on in the game, put even 2 damage counters on it, that Shadow Bullet would have been able to get double KO and prevent this powerful hand, from taking a KO on the back end. And from there, you know, not being able to set up back-to-back Grimmsnarls or even Grimmsnarls in succession to each other really just wasn't allowing Aiden to put on enough attacking pressure to close out this first game.
For sure. The Fan Rotom pressure was really scary because we did see Jiang have to manually evolve that first Alakazam from Kadabra, not having the rare candy. So we can hope, Aiden's hoping for a bit of a slower start this time so he can have a bit more time to set up.
See the prize cards for game number 2 as we get into things. Aiden decides to go second in this matchup again. It looks like he will be going second, so turn number 1 will be going first for Jiang. Let's have a couple pieces, but really not enough in this spot. Is going to bench the Shaman. It's not a terrible Pokemon to have down. Of course, does block the benched damage from the Rule Box Pokemon. Yeah, it's just going to be that. Just the attachment to the Dunsparce and a pass. It does have that Find a Friend attack, which can be useful for the following turns. And on the other end here, Aiden's just got absolutely everything. The Snow Run in hand, the Spikemouth Gym to find out the Impidimps. You've got the TM Evolution on deck thanks to Arven and a way to find an energy card out of the deck. So everything looking super solid here for Aiden on turn number 1.
Yeah, well, we can TM Evolution to get the Frostlass and Morgrem into play. Another option is going for that Budu. I mean, Jiang did not bench any Abras this turn and only 1 to Dunsparce. So moving into that Budu to Ishipollen is just going to stop all Buddy Poffins, Nest Balls from being played. So Jiang's going to have to draw into those with potentially only 1 to Dunsparce this turn. Or maybe he has to just go for a Find a Friend, which is going to be a little slow, and then Aiden can manually evolve up those Pokemon on the bench while keeping Jiang's board really weak.
Like you mentioned, Piper, it's going to be the latter. Getting this Budu into play thanks to that Buddy Poffin. Also eyeing up another Impidimp as well. And this bench is getting a little bit crowded to note, but there is still room for something like 1 more Monkey Dory. Yeah. And, you know, honestly, that would be a pretty fine roundup to this bench.
Interestingly, to go for another Snow Run, potentially looking for the double Frostlass next turn. I mean, we see Aiden's playing a 3-3 line of Frostlass, so really prioritizing getting a ton of damage in play and playing for those cards like TM Devolution. I think Aiden's realized that he plays more stadiums than Jiang with the 3 Spikemouth and the 1 Artisan versus the 3 Battle Cage. So at the end of the day, the Devo is going to be a live play, but we see the first Battle Cage and Jiang playing down the Dunsparce with the first runaway draw. Hopefully going to draw some basics here. Having a Lilies for 8, obviously fantastic. Turning into a Lilies for 11 with the runaway draw if he chooses to use it. Just so many cards. This Lily supporter is so great, as we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it is just found its way into almost every deck in the standard format. Any deck that doesn't want to stay at 6 prizes for more than a turn is more than happy to have this as an early game draw supporter. Like you mentioned, you know, Jiang wants to, he can draw an additional 3 cards and shuffle that Pokemon back in. It does have a Psychic Energy attached to it as well, so it will be shuffled back. So there is a little bit of a pro and con. Yep. Not sure under the item lock that Jiang wants to find a lot of those Psychic Energies later on in the game. Let's see here. Items off the table, but we'll still find an additional 8 cards. Does find the Enriching Energy. We haven't seen an energy attachment yet so far, and if the Dunsparce is going to be shuffled back in, there may not be a better opportunity than right now to just draw some cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Just being able to... Actually, interesting, you could attach it to... Oh, no, that's not the Find the Friend to Dunsparce.
No, it's not the good one. It's not the chill one. This is the one that's a little bit scurried away. So we'll see the 4 cards drawn. Doesn't find any basics, and now this is a little bit of a precarious situation. If you use this runaway draw, you're going to be forced to promote this Dunsparce on the bench, and while it does have free retreat, what do you move into? Do you just kind of sacrifice the Shaman in this spot? It's going to actually just shuffle this in before. Does find Buddy Poffin, but you can't play it under the Itchy Pollen lock, and now, even after drawing as many cards as he has, Jiang is just left with absolutely no attacking pressure, and is just going to be facing this item lock turn after turn.
Yeah, I think we need to retreat into Shaman. Just try to bait Aiden into knocking it out with a Grimmsnarl or something so we can get those items back and try to reestablish our board. Especially because the Shaman, even if it gets knocked out, still blocks the damage to the bench. So you won't get overwhelmed with damage too much.
Wow.
But with only 18 minutes on the clock, it may be time to start thinking about going to the next game and trying to win that one. as 7-1-1 is obviously a better record than 6-1-2 going into the next phase.
100%. You know, time management, a very important skill in the Pokemon TCG. That is unfortunately not how the game works. Don't do that. Oh, okay. I don't think we can do that, unfortunately. I don't think that's how it works. So we'll get judge confirmation yet. This Pokemon may just have to be shuffled back into the deck. You can't say, oh, this was supposed to be here and put the Frostlass out. So we'll get confirmation. It is a little bit unfortunate of a misstep, but you know, the Frostlass was there. We could see it, but you know, it's hard to kind of do a, you know, he says, she says situation in this situation. So it looks like we will kind of honor that Frostlass being there. We, of course, could see it, so we know, you know, Aiden's not pulling it out of thin air. So Frostlass coming down and the Release Determination being used, and like you mentioned, if you can't find, you know, double Abra and a bunch of Pokemon on this following turn, do you just pick things up and try and win a short game 3?
Yeah, for sure. I think Aiden just got caught up there in trying to play a bit faster with not much time left and trying to win 2 games. But yeah, looking here for potentially Candy Grimmsnarl if we want to get aggressive, or just starting to establish those monkeys is also great, and continuing the Itchy Pollen Lock as Xiong's hand is obviously very weak. However, you may have a Dunsparce to keep drawing. That's going to just keep weakening his board. Like, I know Aiden put the Artisan in play, but you might have to grab a Dunsparce to keep drawing next turn rather than an Abra, because you can't Candy into Alakazam under this item lock.
Yeah, and look at this. There is absolutely nothing going on. You've got the Dawn that can find 1 Pokemon, but then if you want to, you'd have to Dunsparce into one of your bench Pokemon to try and draw into a second. And look at this board here over on Aiden's side. He's got double Monkey Dory set up. He's got double Frostlass that's going to constantly be pinging this. The Shaman will be knocked out just by natural damage in 2 turns as it stands, going back and forth 1 turn if you want to count it that. So what do you do here if you're Zhang? You're essentially accepting that your Abra will be knocked out next turn as long as Aiden can find just a single Dark Energy.
Yeah, maybe you get the Battle Cage to prevent it, but Aiden still has that Secret Box left to get a Stadium. So Arven becomes any Arven becomes an out to a Stadium, and promoting the Shaman is bad since it'll just get Monkey Doried, and then Zhang's going to be forced to promote that Abra or the Dunsparce to get knocked out from a potential Grimmsnarl, or Aiden could just knock out this single Abra from the bench if Zhang's only able to establish 1 and just keep up that Itchy Bomb. But we do see the Battle Cage, which is hopefully the saving grace here. Like, the Abra maybe survives.
Yeah, and honestly, the Artisan might be the saving grace here. Without it, we wouldn't be able to get 2 Abra down this turn, and maybe okay just leaving the Dunsparce active. Dunsparce, it's a little bit tricky sometimes. Leaving this Dunsparce active and just accepting that, you know, it may get knocked out, but it at least means that both these Abra may potentially, you know, also not be knocked out as well.
Yeah, it's still going to be a bit of an uphill climb, because if Aiden chooses to keep up this Budu lock, kind of playing more like the old Frostlass Monkey Dory deck before Grimmsnarl, you're not going to be able to rare Candy, so you're going to need to evolve into Kadabra and then into Alakazam. So we're just so many turns behind at this point, since we missed the Abra for 2 turns, then you have to evolve for a 3rd turn, and you're finally attacking on the 4th turn, which is a little bit later than Zhang would have liked.
So it will be the full line, Abracadabra, Alakazam, all coming into hand here for Zhang. But the question is, you know, is it just a little bit too little too late? The board just so developed on Aiden's side. And Zhang is not out of the waters just yet. Still very reasonably can just get these Pokemon KO'd. Even a Grimmsnarl plus 2 Adrenabrains would also get the job done. It really just needs to find more pieces, and that's why we're going to see the Dunsparce used right now. Runaway draw, Abra being promoted, not even going to look at the 3 cards. Does find Dunsparce, so this honestly is a pretty decent trade-off. You're pretty much just like net drawing 2 cards essentially in this spot.
Yeah, for sure. Promoting the Abra was an interesting choice, because if Aiden has that Rare Candy Grimmsnarl and like a Spike Myth to get the Grimmsnarl, then both these Abras could get knocked out this turn. Otherwise, if you promote the Shaman, both would be protected, but then you're losing the Shaman for the later game, so you could just get too much damage on your board with the double Frostlass. This double Frostlass is just so scary and causing so many problems, but Aiden top-decking the Spike Myth is probably going to be able to get the Grimmsnarl, having the Arven in hand.
It doesn't even need to use Secret Box now.
Yeah.
Just grab the Rare Candy straight up off of the deck.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he takes knockouts on, since it doesn't look like he has a Dark Energy. He may not be able to get that second Monkey Dory, but he could potentially start getting that Shaman ready so that if Zhang doesn't heal it, or like, yeah, with the Monkey Dory damage, it'll go to 50, and then the Frostlass will bring it to 70, so it'll get knocked out going back into Aiden's turn, so he's not like, he's drawing that extra prize going into his turn and can make decisions based on it.
Yeah, I think he may just not be putting Grimmsnarl into play, and I actually like this a lot from Aiden. If you just use Itchy Pollen again, your opponent can't put Alakazam into play. You shut off that rare candy. There's no way to skip through that in terms of evolution stages when you are under item lock. So it's just going to grab Night Stretcher, which, as long as there's a Dark Energy in the discard pile, can use double Adrenabrain to KO the Abra and take a KO, or rather put some damage counters on some potential other Pokemon with the Itchy Pollen. That's the big question here, though. There's no Dark Energy in the discard pile.
Yeah.
So if we can't use double Adrenabrain, are we okay just not taking a knockout on the Abra? It is definitely one of the trade-offs for sure. Just something to think about here. So just a little bit of food for thought as we're, just over 13 minutes left in this second game.
Yeah, it does look like Aiden prized his one rare candy, only playing one copy, just trying to find space for that 3/3 Frostlass line. So I think this is all he could really do this turn, and trying to get a supporter for next turn so he can find those Dark Energies. As we saw him discard a Research, but you can't really play Research with all 3 Night Stretchers in hand. And then you're just going to run out of resources so quickly.
So looks like the Adrenabrain will go onto the Shaman. So as it stands, it will be KO'd to a Frostlass double tick on the turn coming back into Aiden. So Jiang's already on a 1-turn clock, essentially. He's got to find a way to bump this stadium, otherwise Shaman will be KO'd. It looks like we're just confirming the math is good on everything here. The Monkey Dory was healed for 30, so that goes to 3, and then 6. So it looks like we're all correct on the math. Shaman now taking ticks on the bench, and we are still under item lock in this spot. There is a Kadabra in the hand, and if there's a Psychic Energy, Badu could go down in this spot, but again, it's just, you're essentially asking for a huge response turn.
Yeah.
Double Monkey Dory, even a Technical Machine Devolution can start to take KOs. This Kadabra is going to tick up to 3 damage counters on it at the end of the turn as well. So, doing what he can, and for being under item lock, this is pretty solid. We haven't even played a supporter card. Just has double Kadabra, filling the hand up, and even access to the Dunsparce as well.
Yeah. Something interesting, though, is Aiden's last stadium is prized, so if Zhang can get the Battle Cage into play, he's going to stop a lot of Frostlass and Monkey Dory pings, and can maybe start to climb back into the game, as Aiden has kind of missed the Morgrim last turn and doesn't have access to the candy, so he's not been able to attack with Grimmsnarl and, abuse the time that he's been given. He hasn't taken advantage of it as much as he would have liked.
So there is Hilda as the supporter for choice. You see, eyeing up that Psychic Energy, be able to use Super Psy Shot to take a KO, Psy Bolt, excuse me. It feels like you've got to fight fire with fire at this point. If you just keep giving this Grimmsnarl deck time, they're just going to eventually board wipe you now that they have access to that TM Devolution and it's not prized.
Absolutely. Grimmsnarl is a deck that does really well with time. I mean, the Frostlasses and Monkey Dories, it just builds up so much damage, and especially the 2 Frostlass, it's like 40 damage in between both players' turns combined. It just it becomes too much too quickly, and then the TM Devolution. But there's that 3rd Battle Cage I was talking about, can really put Zhang back into this potentially winning position, and that's kind of what he needs now, as there's probably not going to be time for Game 3 here. So if Zhang does not win this game, it will likely be a tie.
Yeah, and saves just an additional 3 damage counters from being placed on the board. Actually 5 if we want to count that to Dunsparce as well. So Shaman avoiding the KO, meaning it's going to be able to block some bench damage this turn unless Adrenabrain is used onto it. And at this point, what is the approach here for Aiden? You see immediately, though, just grabbing Badu back, just saying, no, you are not getting items this turn, sir. I'm going to keep locking you out of the game. And now you've got to ask yourself, is there a Dark Energy to go along with it? That is the big question. It looks like we're going to bump up this Kadabra, so it will be KO'd in between turns thanks to Frostlass. With this large hand size, though, is there anything else? Does have Iono in hand, and honestly, this may be a decent opportunity to use it, but no, instead just going to use Itchy Pollen. The Pokemon will be KO'd going back into the turn, and these Monkey Dory, while they have been easily moving damage over, they're getting to the point, Piper, where they're building up pretty heavily because of these 2 Frostlass being into play.
Yeah, I think a big reason Aiden actually should have played that Iono is because he needs that Dark Energy to stop the pressure on these monkeys. But we do see him draw that Spike Myth off the prizes, which is a huge relief for Aiden, of course. And we'll see if Zhang is able to find that Psychic Energy. I mean, he's discarded 1, only plays 3. And we saw him Hilda for 1 last turn, which means he has to draw into it and finds it immediately. So we do have the Alakazam attack as an option this turn. But with a Spike Myth in Aiden's hand, I mean, a Grimmsnarl is just going to take out this Alakazam almost immediately, and an Iono to go with it.
Yeah, he's got a Boss's Orders, though, in the hand. That's an absolutely huge card. There's only that one Morgrim on the board. Everything else is just super cluttered.
Yeah.
And I feel like with as large of a hand as you have, and with essentially this Alakazam guaranteed to not be KO'd unless there's something like a Technical Machine Devolution in combination, you've got to get aggressive here. This would be really great if there was an Abra to combine this, and with there not being one, it still opens up possibilities for Alakazam to be KO'd because of that Technical Machine Devolution. We'll have to see how things play out, though. This Alakazam will tick 2 damage counters right now, and it will also tick 2 damage counters on the following turn. So this is still going to cost 2 Adrenabrains to take a KO because it would just be short with 1. But there is that Spike Myth Gym as well. All Aiden needs to find is just a Dark Energy and a TM Devo, and I think he's got both already in hand.
I see the TM Devo, but he may not have the Dark yet. Maybe relying on this Iono here, but...
He's got the Night Stretcher. I think that...
I don't think there's a Dark in the discard.
Morgrim not there.
But he just goes for an Iono, putting that Devo to the bottom.
Wow, not going to commit to the Devo. It feels like just shutting your opponent off of Alakazam is all you really want to do in this matchup. Your opponent would be left with absolutely nothing. Shaman would go down as well, but no. Going to save that for later. Try and put together some other sort of play this turn. Zhang will go ahead and get 4 cards from the top of the deck, the rest being shuffled to the bottom. Importantly, does find that Darkness Energy, so if he had committed that Technical Machine Devolution, this Alakazam would be going down instead. We'll have to see how he can adapt instead. We're going to see double Adrenabrain plus the Badoo. With the ticks from Frostlass means this Alakazam is left with just 50 HP left, and the Shaman also goes down. So what a game this has been after essentially no items being played from Zhang throughout the entirety of this game. He is finding a way to fight back if he can keep himself there, but I'm not sure these 5 cards from Iono are going to be what he needs to get down another Abra into play.
Yeah. I mean, we see Aiden finally got that second Monkey Dory, but with the way the math is shaping up, they're both going to go to 100 going into his turn. Then he heals them both back down to 70, but then they'll go to 90 going into Zhang's turn. So it seems like he found that second Dark too little too late, where they're going to get knocked out going into Aiden's next turn, like 2 turns from now. And Zhang still has his Alakazam set up, so it could actually be a spot where these Monkey Dories just get knocked out. That's 2 prizes. And Zhang actually has some routes back into this game if he can find some Abras, but he is still under that Itchy Pollen item lock and may just struggle to do that.
Did find the Enriching Energy, though. I think we may be relying off a big 4 cards. No supporter played yet for turn, and also has what appears to be the Dunsparce in hand as well. So let's see, 4 cards, and look at that, finds the Dawn. That's got to be a card you're more than happy to see in this spot, as well as the Dunsparce. Just going to shuffle this Pokemon back into the deck, draw the 3 cards, put that Enriching Energy there, and also finds a Hilda, but that Dawn, it's got to be definitely the supporter card you're looking to play this turn. You've got to get Abra down at the minimum.
Yeah, getting the Abra down, obviously the most important, but we do find a second Dunsparce, which is nice, so that there's no like shenanigans that can happen where you push a Dunsparce and some Grimmsnarlists are playing Iron Bundle, and if you're knocking out this Badoo, there's going to be room for it. And then, but since Aiden still doesn't have access to that rare candy, it could be difficult for him to capitalize on the lack of Alakazam from Zhang's board.
Well, it's also a problem since even if you bench Abra, you're still getting your entire attacking line wiped this turn,
true.
right? You're going to take 2
damage
damage counters going back into the turn, and then 2 damage counters once it's your turn again. So that 4 damage counters will knock out this Alakazam, and 2 Adrenabrains also will knock out the Abras. So like you said, these Monkey Dory are ticking up positive 10 damage every turn from their maximum HP, but I don't know if there's enough turns left in the game for Zhang to really be able to capitalize on that fact.
Yeah, for sure. It's starting to look pretty bad for Zhang. I mean, it's looked bad the entire game, but there was kind of a moment there where it seemed like he was getting back into it, but unfortunately, Aiden finding that last stadium off the prizes just kind of put him back in, like, solidified everything for him, it feels, so...
Wow, look at that. Finds Arvin. That's going to be able to grab an item card out of the deck as well as a tool card. There's that Technical Machine Devolution. It's not going to be used this turn, but you can always still grab it out of the deck, and it looks like not a lot of great item cards. That rare candy is still prized.
Looks like
fortunately for Aiden, though, fortunately, though, can still take a knockout on both these Pokemon without the rare candy, so it's honestly not even that big of a deal. You can just, re-bench a different Pokemon, but it looks like it's just kind of considering, what the alternative is here and maybe what a better Pokemon to be promoted in the active spot is.
Yep.
really just debating now what the backup is going to look like. You could tell kind of from the body language there, Piper, you kind of noted a little bit that maybe you just assumed Rare Candy was still in the deck. It's not a card you maybe super often check. You kind of just, expect to have by this point, but nope, still hiding away in the prize cards.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl tends to like to play passively with that Technical Machine evolution, so it's not something you want to prize check for. It's just kind of there to be able to match aggressive starts or to like compensate for poor draws on your end or where you're evoing a turn too late. But yeah.
Wow, gonna use the Adrenabrain onto the active?
Maybe fishing for that Rare Candy?
Yeah, looking for Rare Candy, but you had a guaranteed KO on both these Pokemon here, so Aiden may have slightly misstepped and you maybe not realized how the ticking math would work on Frostlass as long as the math was correct there, which it must have been since that Pokemon was just knocked out from those abilities. And wow, it looks like fresh breath of life may have been breathed back into Zhang here, especially because I don't know if there's a way for us to use Itchy Pollen again this turn.
Yeah, and at the rate it is, if Zhang has Rare Candy, Alakazam, and the energy, he may actually be able to win the game this turn, or going into Aiden's next turn, since the Monkey Dories are going to go to 9, then to 11.
Yeah, both Monkey Dories are going to be knocked out at the end of this turn, Piper. What are we seeing here?
And a nice stretcher for Morgrim in a pass. Zhang might have found the way back into this game.
If Zhang could find a Rare Candy, Alakazam, and a Psychic Energy, I think he has all the pieces here, Piper. What are we seeing? From 0 to hero, Zhang has played no item cards until this turn of the game, and if he can find a Psychic Energy and a way to move this, the game will be all over. There's a Hilda, and that's going to guarantee it here. The double tick from Frostlass causing Monkey Dory's own demise. Zhang, if he can just find the pieces, which he's got already in hand, is going to win this first round here of phase number 2.
What an amazing showing from Alakazam. Nobody thought Alakazam was going to make day 2, probably. Like, it's such an awesome rogue deck. Like, it draws so many cards, does so much damage, but it struggles to Iono and Team Rocket's Watchtower sometimes.
And there it is.
There it is.
Has the Psychic Energy in hand, even the Psychic patch for good, or excuse me, the Wondrous patch for good measure. Alakazam pulling a trick up its sleeve and finding these Monkey Dories and making them disappear.
Yeah, especially with Aiden's own Frostlasses. And a lot of these issues stem from Aiden not playing that Iono earlier and not having that second Monkey Dory setup.
Does he?
So the damage just... Does Zhang realize?
Does Zhang know he just has game on board? That's not the face of someone who looks like they're about to advance to 7-1-1.
Especially with Alakazam of all decks. Yeah, it looks like he's still playing cards. Maybe trying to set up another
I give a great setup with some tricks up his sleeve, but maybe the trick all along was knowing if we have game or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll eventually find it, just attacking into the Morgrim, and the Monkey Doors will get knocked out going into Aiden's turn. So, yeah.
This has been a set for the ages so far. Zhang has played no item cards this entire set and is about to win here. There's the Psychic Energy down. He's got more than enough cards, and Aiden's just signaling that the game is over. Now explaining what's happening. There is absolute magic, sorcery happening between my eyes right now. Frostlass has just pulled off its own heist against its own Monkey Dories, and the greed that goes towards Adrenabrain has come back to bite Aiden, as Zhang is going to win this set.
Yeah, we really saw, like, going for that second Frostlass, it was really greedy, and we kind of saw it get punished. You can get too much damage, and with Grimmsnarl having no engine, it's hard to find those dark energies sometimes, especially with no, like, energy search to Arven for. And we really saw just the no Monkey Dories, too much damage got onto Aiden's board, and Zhang was able to win with like no items the entire game until the last turn. It was insane to watch.
Yeah, it was just that one decision. You see in the Pokemon TCG, you can do everything right, and that one small decision just causes everything to go off the rails.
Absolutely.
He had just used those double Adrenabrain abilities to KO the Abra on the bench. Alakazam would have been knocked out to the Frostlass damage. That would have been the game. And now you go from ending the day with an extra match point to losing a set. And nearly doesn't feel good, but more so for Zhang, he's got to be feeling even better. He went from, being at probably 1 more match point to now 3 more match points instead. That's a huge boost going into the first couple rounds of phase number 2 on day 2.
For sure. The big difference between 7-1-1 and 6-1-2 is that you can take a loss on phase 2 and still end up into the asymmetrical top cut. So really big to win that match, and in such an exciting fashion.
Let's look back on exactly what happened in these 2 games, because that was an absolute whirlwind, especially as we started this set off. Alakazam, from the start, put on a clinic. We saw tons of cards drawn, the Dunsparce Enriching Energy, a really cool combo that you have to imagine, you know, if you're, you know, kind of envisioning yourself, putting yourself in the game designer's shoes, that's got to be something that they, you know, intentionally played around and said, all right, this Enriching Energy card, this is how we can make drawing 4 epic in the Pokemon TCG.
Absolutely. I remember Sander played a control deck with the Dunsparce and Enriching Energy back at Worlds, and it's exciting to see it come back and do well in the Alakazam. And it's such a fun deck to watch. So many cards drawn, and yeah, I don't know, so much shuffling.
You know, I've played a decent amount of card games, you know, throughout my life, and that's been one of the things that's always drawn me to playing the Pokemon TCG. Is there really is no other card game out there that lets you draw as many cards as you do playing Pokemon. You see so many cards, you get so many options of what cards you want to play, and that sort of excitement of drawing cards is a big draw factor, at least for me, and I know a lot of other players as well.
For sure. One of the big things is kind of that luck of Pokemon. Some people don't like it as much, but it is one of the things that makes it so fun. I mean, the luck of cards can bite you sometimes, but sometimes you can just draw everything you need and high roll, and it's so fun.
Is that you when you won your 2 regionals? Were you just super lucky and high rolled?
Maybe a bit.
Okay.
My matchups were really good.
How many turns on average to get those 4 Mewtwo V Union pieces in the discard?
I don't remember. That was so long ago. Sometimes I never got them.
That is true. You know, sometimes you win games like we saw in that game too in unconventional matters. I'm sure, you know, throughout both of our careers and for many watching at home, there have been plenty of games where you just, you know, are saying to yourself, it's cooked, it's over. But, you know, I may as well play the game out. You know, I've got nothing to lose by playing, and lo and behold, like magic, the game just appears right in front of you, and that is, you know, some real tricks here from Alakazam. And welcome back to Kadabra as well. You know, it's really cool to see this, you know, fan favorite Pokemon for a lot come back into the meta game. It's been so long since we've had, you know, a really good Alakazam card. The Radiant Alakazam, I guess, would be the most recent inclusion of that card, but I'm thinking back, you know, it wasn't a tier 1 deck, but that Mega Alakazam from Fates Collide, that's a special personal card for me, and, you know, growing up and playing the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Radiant Alakazam was pretty fun as well, moving that damage around. A lot of cool decks played it, but yeah, I mean, now we have the new Alakazam drawing a ton of cards, doing a ton of damage, and we'll see how it progresses into day 2 at 7-1-1 now, which is incredibly impressive.
I want to hear from the Alakazam, the Spoon Master right here, really showing us what he can do with the power of draw and his mind. Let's go ahead and hear from him.
Thank you, Ethan. Piper. I am here with our round 9 winner, our first round of phase 2, Jiang He. How was that feeling, you know, by finally being able to get 7-1-1 as a record with Alakazam?
Yeah, it's been crazy. Like, I was not expecting to have the really good luck I have been having this weekend. I actually hit run into like 6 golden goals.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, first one. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. Like, it's extremely lucky for me. And yeah, on stream against Grimmsnarl, I know it's not an easy matchup for me, but I think I did pretty okay until the last turn.
Yeah, it's definitely all about the stadium card, really, in that matchup at Battle Cage. It is such a great addition to the Alakazam to Dunsparce deck that we've seen with the most recent set, and it really makes a lot of the harder matchups a little bit more playable. Now, you said you hit 6 Golden Go. What has been the one loss in the tie that you got
the loss was to Dragapult.
Of course.
Yeah, I would say that's my worst matchup, and also the tie was an idea. I was just trying to secure my day 2.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out wonderfully. You are now 7-1-1 going into the next day for phase 2. Now, obviously, other than dodging Dragapult, is there any other deck? Like, how's your Gardevoir matchup been in testing or in playing?
For Gardy, I feel like it's for sure unfavored. But yeah, I have been lucky. I have not run into any Gardy this weekend so far. Hopefully, yeah, just pairing me up with all the Dengos.
And then, so you won game 1. Going into game 2, you did not get Fan Rotom turn 1. As an Alakazam fan myself, that pretty much signals like you're going to have a rough game. What was kind of your mindset going forward? And then you started to get Itching Pollen and trying to fight the Badoo. How did you stay in it?
So I feel like they are having a pretty bad start as well. Like, they have the board setup, but other than that, like, they were not able to get the Grimmsnarl at all. So I feel maybe I can try to drag this game a little bit longer, see if I can make it.
And then we have to talk about that final turn. had all the stuff in hand, didn't realize the Frost Blasts were knocking out the Monkey Dory. You had game essentially right away.
So yeah, not gonna lie, I'm not getting used to that white noise in your headset. So at that point, I was thinking about something like I don't want to bench another Abra. So like I didn't realize it will get knocked out. Monkey Dory will get knocked out. So I was just thinking about, okay, don't bench another Abra so they can throw the bananas into me. Yeah, and in the end, just trying to get a prize and drag the game longer, and then just told me, okay, you have the game.
Lastly, is there any other shout outs you want to give people at home watching, maybe people here as well?
Yeah, I want to shout out to my Calgary crew and also my friends, my family. They have been really supportive to me.
Awesome, awesome. Well, congratulations again. Going into our second day at 7-1-1 is definitely a great record. Maybe you'll hit a few more Golden Go EX along the way into a top cup potential.
Please, please.
As for that, don't go anywhere. We're going to wrap up our day one here in Toronto. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I am now joined in the lounge by our fellow casters and analysts to wrap up today, our day one here in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. It has been a glorious day for the stream, for the tournament in general. I don't think we really saw like a single judge call or any kind of delay. I think it went pretty well. How about y'all?
It was a great day. We saw a lot of unique ways of playing some of the decks we're already familiar with, and then of course what happened in that last round, that was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, we really had it all. Some very high-level plays as well. It was really cool to see, and especially like Marcos Cifuentes' game, which was like very unorthodox and really showcasing how slow and steady can win the game, and you don't always need to take prize cards as soon as you can.
Yeah, Marco's game was going to be my highlight of the day for sure. I mean, that one was incredible to see. But we actually kicked off the show in a great way as well. Kieran Farah up against Rowan Stavino, two Canadians fighting it out in their home city. It was really cool to see to kick off the show and the weekend as well.
Yeah, today I think that's been the theme, is Canadians really defending their home turf here. A lot of great play from players from Canada, and just the international presence here in general has been great. And speaking of a lot of internationals and stuff like that, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule that we have for the rest of our North America circuit. And after this regional, we're going to London, England for that EUIC. Are you guys excited?
Oh yeah, this is going to be an epic tournament. Of course, we know that everybody's been looking forward to this. So many thousands of players will be competing, and there's so much glory, so much prizing on the line for these players. It's going to be a really great show.
Yeah, London, always a great city to go to. And then, of course, afterwards, there's so much Pokemon to play for, right? London feels like it's at the beginning of the season almost still.
New expansion legal as well. Ascended Heroes, of course, coming out very, very soon. We'll see how many decks are playing Pokepad in the top cut, and excited to see it.
All right, and then finally, we're going to leave you all with our day 2 start time. It is going to be 12 Eastern, 9 Pacific. Be sure to stay tuned and glued to your computer, your TV, your phone, any way you watch it at home. Be sure to follow all of our channels as well, Pokemon.com/broadcast, YouTube/Pokemon, and Twitch/Pokemon TCG. Plenty of action to still left in this weekend we're going to crown a champion here soon, so you don't want to miss it. And as for that, we're done here for our day 1, so be sure to stay tuned for tomorrow for more Pokemon action.